Chapter 261. Superpowers replace energy. Jiang Zhuxiang remained silent. She had no use for the wood crystal core, and she would be leaving in a few days. This person probably wouldn't be able to get her 2-month wood crystal core. The person was a little surprised to see that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't resist. In the past, they would be a little dissatisfied if she only took away the wood crystal cores of the newcomers for half a month. She was very sensible. Because Jiang Zhuxiang was silent, the person felt that he should teach this person how to learn from the old man. You should do whatever we do in the future. Don't act on your own. Otherwise you won't get any good results. Understand? Jiang Zhuxiang rolled his eyes and nodded. It made sense that the base shelter was getting worse and worse. With so many termites, it would be eaten away in no time. Thinking of the fact that these people used to control the Academy of Sciences and do things for them, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't believe that the so-called leader of the base didn't know the situation at home. Didn't he care about it? When the man saw Jiang Zhuxiang nod, he said to everyone, starting tomorrow, each of you will be responsible for a piece of land. You must at least be able to hand in something this year. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it. The people responded sparsely to show that they understood and went back to their houses to rest. Before the man went back, Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Can I choose this one?" Jiang Zhuxiang pointed to the field in front of him. The weeds on this field were the most lush and seemed to have the strongest fertility. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to try the seeds he had found in those houses before. The man looked at the field that was all black and gray, and nodded without much concern. Although he was a wood-type mutant, he didn't know much about farming. Otherwise he wouldn't have grown anything until now. Only grass. After Jiang Zhuxiang saw the man return to the house, he began to slowly turn the land with those tools, silently planning to come over tomorrow to try to plant it, and not to come the day after tomorrow. While Jiang Zhuxiang was turning the soil, Lei Jin also came to his mission location. Because of his thunder ability, Lei Jin was assigned to the energy center by the staff. The energy center is located in the northeast corner of the base shelter. It is a building similar to a high-voltage tower. Lei Jin knocked on the closed door impatiently, waiting for someone to open the door. It didn't take long. Soon someone welcomed Lei Jin in. When he knew that Lei Jin was here to do a mission, the man was even more flattering and took Lei Jin to the manager here. The manager of the high-voltage tower looked at the type and level of Lei Jin's ability, and directly asked the man to take Lei Jin to the place where the mission was. The man walked with Lei Jin and explained, "The task here is to charge the energy storage equipment here. Your ability level is not bad. The place where you do the task is in the middle and upper levels. Don't worry about any accidents. The energy storage equipment in the middle and lower levels is a bit old. If you don't pay attention occasionally, those low-level thunder-type ability users will have some accidents." Lei Jin didn't want to talk. As a base that was previously supported by the Academy of Sciences, now even energy has to be provided by thunder-type ability users. This is really decadent. When they came to the place assigned to Lei Jin to do the task, the man explained the evaluation criteria for the reward that Lei Jin could get. As long as you fill 1/5 of the energy of this energy storage device, you can get 5,000 contribution points. The reward for this task is still good. You can exchange it for enough thunder-type crystal cores, and you can completely make up for the thunder-type ability you have consumed. The guide was very envious of Lei Jin for getting this task. For example, he could only do errands, and could not earn 100 contribution points in a day. Lei Jin nodded at him, took out a crystal core from his pocket, and threw it to him. As a thank you for leading the way. The man looked at him a little surprised, smiled gratefully, and told him to pay attention to safety, and not to work continuously, and then left here. Lei Jin carefully looked at the energy storage device in front of him. It looked like a huge battery. The logo on it seemed to be the logo of the Academy of Sciences. It seemed that it was brought here before it was separated from the Academy of Sciences. After the energy was used up, it was remembered to use human supernatural powers to recharge it. Lei Jin looked at the energy scale on the side, which was already filled to about half. Lei Jin grasped the charging handle and began to charge. Although he was not short of contribution points, he still could not arouse suspicion. After all, this was also a task that many people envied. Fortunately, Lei Jin had concealed his ability level like Jiang Zhuxiang before, so it was relatively easy to charge. He took a break in the middle, drank a sip of water, and then continued. While Lei Jin was busy acting as artificial electricity, Tao Tai also came to his mission location. The ability detected by Tao Tai was strength ability, and the ability level was similar to Lei Jin. The task assigned was to help move things. These things were packed in bags and piled outside the base shelter. They were found by people who went out to do tasks. In order to have more time to do tasks, they put the things directly at the door of the shelter. People were needed to move these things to the warehouse and store them away, and then calculate them after they came back. This kind of task was done for people who had just come to the base. After all, people who had just come to the base still had to be familiar with the basic operation of the base, which would also save them time when they went out to do tasks in the future. There were quite a few people helping at the door. When they saw Tao Tai coming, they quickened their pace, fearing that their contribution points would be taken away by others. Tao Tai walked slowly to the registration area and reported his ability type and level. The man gave Tao Tai a sign and asked him to hang it on himself. This sign would record how much Tao Tai moved. He could go to the task hall to exchange it for contribution points at night. Tao Tai hung the sign on his waist and began to move things easily. Tao Tai could clearly smell the blood in these bags. It seemed that there should be mutant beast meat in them. Tao Tai held a bag in each hand and followed the person in front to slowly walk to the warehouse to put it down. Tao Tai looked at the layout of the warehouse. There were many such bags in it. The temperature in the warehouse was still very low, so it should be able to keep fresh. But it would not freeze. After Tao Tai walked out of the warehouse, he saw a small room next to it. There seemed to be someone inside. Tao Tai walked over curiously to take a look and found that the person inside was holding his hands on it too, as if transporting something. Tao Tai touched the wall of the room and felt it was icy. It seemed that the person inside should be the ice-type mutant that his junior had mentioned to him. Chapter 262: A restaurant with technology from the Academy of Sciences. After seeing it, Tao Tai continued to move things, and did not finish work until it began to get dark. And then, he went to the mission hall. On the way, Tao Tai contacted Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang, and agreed to meet them in the mission hall. Jiang Zhuxiang did not need to go to the mission hall, but since his elder said so, it would be better for him to go there. So he stood outside the house and said to the people inside, indicating that he was going back. The man still said lazily in the house, "I know. Don't come too early tomorrow. If you come too early, you can't get up." Jiang Zhuxiang twitched his mouth. Other places that need people to work are eager for people to come to work early. This is the first time Jiang Zhuxiang has heard someone say this. However, Jiang Zhuxiang had seen many strange things in the past half day, so he didn't say much and turned around and left. As for Lei Jin, after filling up 1/5 of his battery, he went to the administrator to get a record sheet. Hearing Tao Tai's communication, he also needed to go to the task hall to exchange contribution points. So he agreed directly. The three of them met at the door of the task hall and looked at each other. Jiang Zhuxiang said directly, "I don't need to go in. You go in. I'll wait for you outside." Lei Jin and Tao Tai didn't know why Jiang Zhuxiang said that, but seeing her determined look, they didn't plan to ask here, but just told her, "Then you wait here for us to come out. It's better to find a place to sit. Maybe we need a long time." Judging from the situation of them doing the task, maybe they are all people who come to hand in the task at night. Jiang Zhuxiang knew that what they said made some sense, and nodded to indicate that he would see to it. Lei Jin and Tao Tai then walked in with confidence and began to exchange for their deserved rewards. At this time, many people came to the task hall one after another, and there were queues in front of several windows. Lei Jin and Tao Tai's estimation was correct. They really needed a lot of time to do this. I hope Jiang Zhuxiang can find a place to sit. After seeing Lei Jin and Tao Tai go in, Jiang Zhuxiang also saw many people entering the task hall one after another. He felt that it was a bit strange for him to stand alone at the door of the task hall, so he planned to walk around. After leaving the mission hall, Jiang Zhuxiang walked along the edge of the square. Not all buildings on the edge of the square were public, and some were rented by private individuals to do small businesses. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at them one by one. Although they were not very precious, they were still quite interesting. They were similar to the bottom layer of his own shelter. They were all strange and bizarre things, but not many people looked at them. After all, the people in the shelter of the base were not as curious as the people in the Academy of Sciences. They were more concerned about survival. As he walked around, Jiang Zhuxiang came to a popular family. It seemed to be a place selling food. The people who ate here looked more respectable than those in the cafeteria, and the food was also more exquisite than that in the cafeteria. Jiang Zhuxiang touched his hungry stomach, wondering when Lei Jin and Tao Tai would finish. "Speak of the devil. The devil will appear." Jiang Zhuxiang's communicator rang. After the call was connected, Lei Zhen's voice came out. Xiaoxiang. Where did you go? Jiang Zhuxiang looked at his position and replied, across from you. You can see me after crossing the square. The location of this restaurant is well chosen. Those who have completed their tasks, if their contribution points are enough, should choose to have a meal here instead of going to the cafeteria. Lei Zhen saw the scene behind Jiang Zhuxiang and asked with a smile, Xiaoxiang, are you hungry? Otherwise, why would he stand in front of a restaurant? Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think there was anything to hide, so he nodded his head to say yes. Lei Zhen said with a little heartache, then we'll come right over. Lei Zhen hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Tao Tai didn't have time to say a word. Lei Zhen didn't care about Tao Tai, and he started to cross the square. Tao Tai followed behind him speechlessly. This guy was really getting less and less afraid of him. When he came to where Jiang Zhuxiang was, Lei Zhen said directly, let's go in. We'll have dinner here. And it's a bit late to go back and cook now. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally agreed. But he still had to see what Tao Tai thought. After all, he was an elder. As long as there is food, it doesn't matter where it is. The two people and the beast walked into the restaurant and planned to find a seat. Just as someone finished eating and left, Jiang Zhuxiang and the others went over and sat down. The owner of this restaurant seemed to be very wealthy. The ordering here was actually done with an electronic menu. The person who ordered directly selected the menu on the terminal on the table, and the menu could be directly transmitted to the kitchen. Therefore, there were not many staff in the restaurant. Although it looked quite lively, it was still thanks to high technology that these few people could support the restaurant. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the machine with some curiosity. Although it was not very obvious, it still had the mark of the Academy of Sciences, and it was the latest mark. I don't know what the relationship between this person and the Academy of Sciences is. After all, the Academy of Sciences should not sell this kind of equipment to people in its hostile camp. Lei Zhen saw Jiang Zhuxiang staring at the screen on the desktop and quickly reminded him, Xiaoxiang, aren't you hungry? Let's order first. Jiang Zhuxiang then opened the electronic menu, selected a few dishes, and asked Lei Zhen and the others to choose. Lei Zhen and Tao Tai also selected a few dishes, and after confirming, they clicked on the transmission and began to wait. Jiang Zhuxiang was still thinking about who the boss here was. Lei Zhen asked the staff to get some water, intending to divert his Xiaoxiang's attention. They were in the process of disguise now, so this curiosity should be put aside for the time being. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to Lei Zhen's persuasion and decided to ask his own dean directly when he returned. It would be better to clarify this matter. Maybe it was sold out by an insider in his own shelter. Lei Zhen saw that although his Xiaoxiang took the cup, she did not slow down, so he knew that she did not put it down. There was no other way. Although he wanted to ask his Xiaoxiang about the past, it was obviously not suitable to talk about it here, so he had to give up. Fortunately, after a while, the dishes they made came up, and Lei Zhen signaled Jiang Zhuxiang that he could eat. Jiang Zhuxiang then relaxed his expression and planned to taste the taste of this restaurant. After the dishes entered his mouth, Jiang Zhuxiang felt a little strange. It felt that these dishes seemed to be made after precise calculations, and it was hard to tell that they were made by humans. After Jiang Zhuxiang carefully tasted each plate, he determined that these dishes were most likely made by robots. Now the situation is a bit clear. Robots are definitely a major secret for the Academy of Sciences shelter. How could they be sold? Chapter 263. Every debt has its creditor. Lei Zhen saw that Jiang Zhuxiang's face was not very good, so he called out to her twice. But when he found that she did not hear him, he pushed Jiang Zhuxiang's arm across the table. Jiang Zhuxiang came back to her senses and asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Zhuxiang saw Lei Zhen's hand just retracted, and thought that Lei Zhen had something to tell her. Lei Zhen asked helplessly, "What were you thinking about just now?" "I'm fine. I'm just worried about you." Jiang Zhuxiang lowered her voice and said, "It's hard to talk here. Let's finish eating quickly and talk about it when we get back. If the owner of this store can buy a robot to cook, then the monitoring equipment of the Academy of Sciences is even more out of the question. So we must be on guard against others." Lei Zhen nodded to show that he understood, and he and Tao Tai started eating faster. The two of them ordered a lot. If they didn't eat quickly, Xiaoxiang would have to wait for them later. After eating the meal that was made with precise calculations, Jiang Zhuxiang transferred the contribution points to the cashier. This store was different from other stores in the base shelter. It did not accept crystal cores, but only contribution points. For this, Jiang Zhuxiang also suspected that it was for better purchases of things from the Academy of Sciences. After walking out of this restaurant full of technology, Jiang Zhuxiang silently breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was great not to stay in this familiar environment. If he stayed there, Jiang Zhuxiang would always think about who sold these things from the Academy of Sciences. Seeing Lei Jin and Tao Ai also came out, Jiang Zhuxiang took them to the house assigned to them in a hurry. Back in the house, Jiang Zhuxiang took out a jammer from his backpack. After seeing the restaurant, Jiang Zhuxiang's guard was immediately raised. With this jammer, other people could not monitor their conversation, so Jiang Zhuxiang could safely tell Lei Jin and Tao Tai about his suspicions. After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's words, Lei Jin and Tao Tai realized that the dishes might be made by robots. Originally, the man and the beast thought that the chef of the restaurant was amazing. However, the man and the beast did not know what Jiang Zhuxiang was going to do next. Lei Jin asked directly, Xiaoxiang, what are your plans next? Jiang Zhuxiang had a serious face, and he didn't know what to do now. Although he could try to test the owner of the restaurant, he was afraid that he was not capable enough to alert the enemy. After thinking about it, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to contact the dean and let him decide. Lei Jin didn't plan to say anything about Jiang Zhuxiang's decision. It was not bad to let the elders decide on the matter. Lei Jin had never learned how to deal with traitors in the family. If he encountered such a thing, his choice would probably be to let the parents deal with it. Tao Tai, on the other hand, said indifferently, it's better to deal with a traitor directly. It can also deter other people with bad ideas. If you can't do it, you can let me do it. Tao Tai doesn't care about bloody means at all. Some people do these things because they don't know fear. As long as they know fear, they will never dare to have these little thoughts. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at his elders helplessly. He really couldn't be as decisive as him. Although he had experienced these fighting and killing methods in the past era, he didn't survive for long in this era. Because of everyone's love, he became soft-hearted. Looking at the time, the dean should not have rested yet. Jiang Zhuxiang signaled Tao Tai to help him send a communication to the dean. Tao Tai took off the communicator on his wrist and handed it to Jiang Zhuxiang, asking her to send it herself. Jiang Zhuxiang found the dean's communicator on Tao Tai's communicator and called directly. The dean felt a little strange when he received Tao Tai's communication, thinking that something had happened to Jiang Zhuxiang. So he quickly answered the call and saw that it was Jiang Zhuxiang on the other end of the communicator. So he asked directly, "What's the matter?" Jiang Zhuxiang directly informed the dean of what he had encountered that night and asked for his opinion. The dean thought that Jiang Zhuxiang had something serious, but after hearing that it was just this one thing, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You don't have to worry about this matter. When do you plan to come back? You have been outside for a long time? I have always known that there is a traitor in my hospital. And the base also has their previous research data. If someone has researched something, the dean will not think it is strange. It is better for Jiang Zhuxiang not to care about these things when he is away from home. After all, this is also a grudge of the previous generation." Jiang Zhuxiang is a little anxious. But isn't the robot the highest level secret in the hospital? Since I have encountered it, I always want to figure it out. As for going back, I will consider coming back in 2 days. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's expression, the dean's tone became more serious. This is not something you, a child, should care about. Since you plan to come back in 2 days, I will send someone to pick you up on the road. In the eyes of the dean, although Jiang Zhuxiang has passed her 18th birthday, she is still a child. Besides, if she gets into trouble outside, her wife will definitely quarrel with her. Jiang Zhuxiang rarely heard the dean's serious tone, so she had to agree. When the dean saw Jiang Zhuxiang agreed, he turned the screen of the communicator to his wife and let them talk. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the dean's wife a little aggrieved. The dean's wife seemed to reach out and touch Jiang Zhuxiang's head, and reached out to the side and patted the dean, indicating that she had vented her anger. Jiang Zhuxiang heard the dean's cry of pain, and then smiled with satisfaction, and began to talk to the dean's wife about what he encountered in the base shelter. It is said that the dean's wife had a good relationship with some people in the base before, and I think she also wants to know the current situation of the base. The dean's wife sighed and said, "It seems that the man has changed. He was not such a carefree person before." She looked quite sad and a little guilty, although they had to leave at that time. After all, there was a blood feud. But it was still a blow to that person. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know how to comfort her, so she had to accompany her in silence. The dean snorted, as if to express dissatisfaction. The dean's wife was awakened by the sound, and seeing her husband's arrogant look, she quickly said, "Don't tell me these things in the future. Xiaoxiang, you should go to bed early." Although this was said to Jiang Zhuxiang, it was actually said to the dean. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at his dean's wife and winked at him with a bit of amusement, but still said obediently, "I know. I won't bother you with these things anymore. Good night." After that, Jiang Zhuxiang waited for the dean to hang up the phone. When the dean heard his wife say this, he reached out and hung up the phone, apparently intending to continue talking to his wife. Chapter 264 Lei Jin is on a mission. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the black communicator and shook his head with a bit of amusement. The relationship between the dean and his wife is still so good. He returned the communicator to Tao Tai and didn't plan to care about it. Lei Jin watched this interaction from the side and couldn't help but feel a little envious. It would be great if his Xiaoxiang and he had such a good relationship. Now that the leak has been put aside, we can talk about what we have gained today. Jiang Zhuxiang's experience has just been mentioned in the communicator. Lei Jin and Tao Tai must have heard it. Jiang Zhuxiang plans to listen to what Lei Jin and Tao Tai have to say. Hearing about Lei Jin's experience today, Jiang Zhuxiang found it funny. He didn't expect that the young patriarch of the Lei family would be used as a charger one day. As for Tao Tai being used as a porter, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that it was a good thing that Tao Tai didn't get angry at the time. Otherwise there would definitely be few people left in those bases today. Hearing about their wonderful experience today, Jiang Zhuxiang suppressed his laughter and asked, "Are you going to go tomorrow?" "I plan to go again tomorrow. After all, it would be a pity if I didn't use the fields I prepared." Lei Jin said without much concern, "Of course I will go. This kind of consumption can be recovered after a sleep tonight. It is also good for the cultivation of superpowers." However, the lightning superpowers in the base are not very willing to do these things. They prefer to go out to kill zombies and mutant beasts. It can be regarded as missing such a great training opportunity. Jiang Zhuxiang saw Lei Jin's eager expression and felt relieved. He turned to look at Tao Tai. Tao Tai didn't use up any energy today. Moving that little bit of stuff was like walking for him. And he could get contribution points. With contribution points, he could get delicious food. It couldn't be better for Tao Tai. Seeing his younger generation looking at him, Tao Tai said directly, "I will continue to go. It's too easy to get contribution points in the base shelter. If I didn't have a good impression of him, I would really like to live here." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at his elders helplessly, who loved money like their lives. He didn't know what to say. However, he still told them that he planned to go back in 2 days, so that they could prepare. They could buy whatever they wanted earlier, and do whatever they wanted earlier. Jiang Zhuxiang remembered that Lei Jin had mentioned that he had taken on a lot of tasks before, but he had never seen him do them. He didn't know if he still remembered. Jiang Zhuxiang thought of it and reminded him, "When do you plan to do the tasks you accepted? Don't forget it when the time comes." If Lei Jin forgets all these tasks, Lei Kong and the Lei clan leader will definitely not look at him well after he returns. Lei Jin was reminded by Jiang Zhuxiang that he still had so many tasks. The sweat on his forehead was about to flow down. He quickly took out the task list and checked the task locations. Finding that he had already completed the tasks near the other 2 families, Lei Jin silently put his mind at ease. Although he did those tasks unconsciously, as long as he completed them, it would be fine. I think Lei Kong should not explore whether he completed them on purpose. As for the remaining tasks, they are all near the base shelter. Lei Jin plans to take advantage of these 2 days to complete them. As for the tasks he accepted in the task hall before, they are all accepted 1 day at a time. If he wants to continue to do it tomorrow, he still has to accept it tomorrow. So as long as he doesn't accept it tomorrow, there will be nothing to do, because he has to go to the task. Lei Jin looked at Tao Tai. Please take care of Xiaoxiang for the next 2 days. Although he wanted to take good care of his own Xiaoxiang all the time, he still had his own things to do, so he had to ask the elders in advance. Tao Tai didn't think much of Lei Jin's request, and didn't know where Lei Jin got the impression that Jiang Zhuxiang was weak. However, Tao Tai would do things like taking care of his own juniors without being asked. So Tao Tai nodded and agreed. Lei Jin was relieved. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care much about Lei Jin's behavior. His inner thoughts were similar to Tao Tai's. He didn't think he needed any care and said directly, I'll go to rest first. Then he went to his room. Lei Jin realized that his little Xiang seemed a little unhappy. He thought it was because of the dean's words before that made her unhappy. He silently decided to help his little Xiang pay attention to the news of the restaurant when he was doing his task. Cao Tai looked at Lei Jin's slow reaction and secretly felt relieved. It seemed that this kid didn't know that the descendants of Shinon were all very strong-willed. He couldn't even figure out other people's temperaments. He didn't have to worry about his young generation being kidnapped by him. Cao Tai patted Lei Jin's shoulder with a little sympathy and went back to rest. Lei Jin touched his nose for no apparent reason. He felt that Xiao Xiang and Cao Tai were a little strange today. But he couldn't figure out what was wrong. He went back to his room to rest while thinking. There was no conversation all night. In order to complete the task, Lei Jin got up earlier than Jiang Zhuxiang. He went to the kitchen and found something in the refrigerator. So he decided to make breakfast for Xiao Xiang. Washing rice and cutting meat. Lei Jin planned to cook lean meat porridge, which was Lei Jin's breakfast. While Lei Jin was busy, Jiang Zhuxiang also got up. After washing up, he smelled the porridge coming out of the kitchen, which was mixed with the smell of meat. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious about who was making it. After all, Lei Jin and Cao Tai had never shown such a skill before, and they got up so early. Jiang Zhuxiang walked to the kitchen door and saw Lei Jin busy inside. He was a little surprised and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a skill." In Jiang Zhuxiang's mind, Lei Jin should be at the same level as Mu Mu. Although he is not as good as Mu Mu in cooking porridge, Lei Jin was secretly proud of Jiang Zhuxiang's surprised tone. He also surprised his little Xiang. After Jiang Zhuxiang said this, he had nothing else to say. Since someone made breakfast, he didn't have to do it himself. Jiang Zhuxiang went to find a place to exercise directly. Lei Jin saw his little Xiang leave. But he didn't care. He knew what his little Xiang was going to do. He decided to take good care of the porridge. He must not be like Mu Mu. When his little Xiang finished exercising, the porridge would definitely be cooked to the best degree. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished his exercise, he went to wash himself. Then called Cao Tai and went to the restaurant together. Lei Jin was scooping porridge into the bowl, and Jiang Zhuxiang took over silently. Lei Jin scooped too full, not afraid of burning his hands. Chapter 265 Dissatisfaction of Other Wood-type Superpower Users. After eating the breakfast prepared by Lei Jin, the three of them went out together to do their own tasks. Jiang Zhuxiang came to the grain planting area yesterday. Others had not come yet. Jiang Zhuxiang went directly to the field he had reclaimed yesterday, took out his own seeds, and started the first round of sowing. Because those people had not come yet, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to take out his own seeds and plant them first, and consume his wood-type superpowers first, so as not to be noticed by those people later. After all, there was a big gap between the total amount of superpowers he had and the total amount of superpowers he should have according to the superpower level he reported. Jiang Zhuxiang threw his seeds directly into the ground, then stood in the middle of the ground, emitting his own wood-type supernatural power. After the seeds produced the parts he needed, Jiang Zhuxiang directly harvested them and put them in his personal space. These things can be used as reserve food for his group on the way back. After Jiang Zhuxiang sowed repeatedly several times, he looked at the time and saw that it was time for those people to come. His total supernatural power was also consumed to the point that it was consistent with his supernatural power level. Jiang Zhuxiang walked out of the field and waited by the row of houses. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat and began to wait silently. Facts have proved that Jiang Zhuxiang still overestimated the enthusiasm of those people. Jiang Zhuxiang waited for another half an hour, and those people arrived one after another. The person who seemed to be in charge came earlier than those who had the same status as Jiang Zhuxiang. The man saw Jiang Zhuxiang waiting outside the house and expressed his surprise. Sure enough, the newcomer came earlier. The old people had already learned to be sneaky, and even he just came here on time. The man still appreciated Jiang Zhuxiang's punctuality, and gave her the keys to the other rooms, asking her to open the door and choose the seeds and tools she wanted. Jiang Zhuxiang expressed his gratitude and started to open the door. In the seed warehouse, Jiang Zhuxiang first took the seeds picked out yesterday, and also picked some common seeds. In the tool warehouse, Jiang Zhuxiang only chose tools for harvesting. After all, he had the wood ability, so he had no problem dealing with sowing and growing. After making the selection, Jiang Zhuxiang returned the key. The man took a look at what Jiang Zhuxiang had chosen, and knew that Jiang Zhuxiang really wanted to work hard. Originally, other people were not allowed to take away the things grown in these fields. Now, he gave Jiang Zhuxiang a break. You can take away 20% of the things you grow yourself. Jiang Zhuxiang knew yesterday that his task was almost unpaid, and he continued to come here just to see what kind of plants those strange seeds would grow, so that he could collect them later. Now that he heard that he could take away 2 layers, Jiang Zhuxiang felt very happy. He said goodbye to the man with a smile and went to work in his own fields. Since coming here, the man rarely heard others thank him. Even the new Wood-type supernatural person, after knowing the rules here, would not express any gratitude to him. In his opinion, Jiang Zhuxiang was too kind. Even though he had deducted so many Wood-type crystal cores from her yesterday, she would still thank him for these simple plants today. The man silently felt a little ashamed. However, because the deducted Wood-type crystal cores were related to the interests of others, he would not give them to her. He decided to let her take 10% more when she handed in the plants later. He still believed that this person could definitely grow plants. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know that his habitual thanks would make this person make such a big concession. If he knew, he would definitely not mind saying a few more thanks. Jiang Zhuxiang still planted according to the method he had tried before, sowing seeds, and then catalyzed with wood-related abilities. After working all morning, Jiang Zhuxiang went to ask the man where to put the harvested things. The man took Jiang Zhuxiang to see the seller here. Jiang Zhuxiang quietly found a cart to transport things. After the man told Jiang Zhuxiang his idea, Jiang Zhuxiang let go of his own things first, and then started to move the things to be put in the cellar. The man also helped Jiang Zhuxiang move things together, mainly because it was rare to be able to do such a thing, and he felt very surprised. There has been no plant production here for a long time. The people in other fields also saw Jiang Zhuxiang's harvest, and also saw the things that belonged to Jiang Zhuxiang. Some people felt that it was unfair, and went to that person to argue. The person said lightly, either give something or return the crystal core. After all, according to the extent of Jiang Zhuxiang's mistakes yesterday, her punishment definitely didn't need to be so severe. They were bullying the newcomers yesterday. Those people immediately stopped talking. After all, for them, the wood crystal core was more useful. They didn't know what they could get for those few plants. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the plants piled on the edge of the ground, and was a little distressed about their transportation. In front of these people, he absolutely could not expose his personal space. In the end, he decided to let Tao Tai come to help at night. After all, Tao Tai knew his situation, and he didn't need to explain too much to it. With Jiang Zhuxiang producing so many plants in the morning, it was a bit jarring that the others didn't produce anything in the morning. These people began to grumble again. Let her help us in the afternoon. Otherwise we old people are not as good as a newcomer, and we won't be able to explain it when the time comes. The man thought about it, and felt that it was too much to ask Jiang Zhuxiang to help them. So he didn't agree, but just asked, you can rest in the afternoon. And if you are willing, you can give them some advice on how to do it. After seeing Jiang Zhuxiang nod, the man looked at those people and said, it's better for you to find a way to grow something by yourselves. Otherwise, be careful that I will tell on you. Those people use so many wood crystal cores in vain. It is impossible that they can't grow anything. They just love leisure and hate work. When those people heard his words, they glared at Jiang Zhuxiang with a little dissatisfaction. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little puzzled. This was obviously the work they should do. Lunch here is usually solved by oneself. Among the seeds that Jiang Zhuxiang planted in the morning, there was a plant called sweet potato. Jiang Zhuxiang dug a hole in the ground with the remaining branches and leaves in the ground and started to roast sweet potatoes. Of course, the food was taken from his own portion. After it was roasted, he gave a portion to that person and then started to eat it himself. Chapter 266 Catfish in a Can of Sardines. The man was very satisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang's offering. While enjoying the food, he gave a warning look to the others who were staring at Jiang Zhuxiang. These people were still a little covetous of what Jiang Zhuxiang was assigned. But after feeling the man's gaze, they had to quietly look for their own lunch. After lunch, Jiang Zhuxiang followed the man's advice, moved a chair and sat by the field, silently waiting for those people to ask him questions. However, these people still had a little shame. After being told that by that person before, they had completely excluded Jiang Zhuxiang from their team. Even if they still couldn't grow anything this afternoon, they would not ask Jiang Zhuxiang for advice. However, those people still have some ability. After watching Jiang Zhuxiang work for a whole morning, they can see that there is something to it. They didn't do that before because they were reluctant to give up their wood-related abilities. Therefore, Jiang Zhuxiang sat on the sidelines and watched the actions of those people in the afternoon. He was very idle. The man looked at the fruits of everyone's labor with satisfaction. He felt that these people were just donkeys. They were simply useless. He would continue to treat them like this in the future and let them grow something well. The man was quite satisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang. If she hadn't grown something first, these people would never have been so obedient. Before leaving, he praised Jiang Zhuxiang again. The sum of what those people grew in the afternoon was exactly the amount of things Jiang Zhuxiang handed in. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have any other reaction to the man's praise. He just said that it was what he should do. And then he began to contact Tao Hai to come over and ask it to come over to help him. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's performance, the man was even more satisfied. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, and hoped that she would continue to work hard in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded silently. Of course, she would continue to work hard in the future. But she just wouldn't be here. The man felt that it was almost done. So he went back to his room. Today's harvest was good, and he still had to level up and report to the leader of the base. While Jiang Zhuxiang was waiting for Tao Hai to come, the man had already reported the matter to the leader of the base, and reported Jiang Zhuxiang's existence by the way, obviously wanting to help her make up for the bad impression she had in the eyes of the leader of the base before. The leader of the base did not comment on the man's introduction, but seeing that he finally had some output, the leader of the base still gave him this face, and asked him to bring her over to see him. As for the time, it still depends on his own arrangements. He could not change his schedule just to see such a person. The man was very shocked by the reaction of the leader of the base. When he first reported, he did not expect that he would agree to see Jiang Zhuxiang. As for the time, there was naturally no problem. The leader of the base was still a little busy. After listening to the report, he hung up the communication directly. As for the follow-up arrangements, others would make them. When the man saw the screen completely dark, he calmed down and walked outside silently to tell Jiang Zhuxiang what had just happened. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little confused when listening to the news. He had never expected that such a small matter could attract an audience with the leader of the base. Although the time had not been determined, Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little unhappy. However, Jiang Zhuxiang had no problem with the expression on his face. He just asked a little puzzled, how long does it usually take to arrange such things? The man thought that Jiang Zhuxiang was in a hurry to meet the leader of the base. So he introduced to her how long it would take to arrange such things according to the process. Later, he silently added, the leader is still a good person, but the people around him are a little difficult to deal with. If they say something unpleasant, you should bear it. It is much more troublesome to offend those people than to offend the leader. Jiang Zhuxiang heard the time, and after such a long time, he must have left. It was meaningless for Jiang Zhuxiang to offend those people. But of course, he would not show it in front of that person, and just nodded silently. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang was so obedient, the man did not intend to say anything more. But seeing that no one had come to pick him up, he volunteered to say, how about I help you send it back? Get a cart or something. It shouldn't be too hard for two people to pull it. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little overwhelmed by this person's enthusiasm. But fortunately Tao Hai came in at this time and said directly to Jiang Zhuxiang, I'm here. Where is the thing? The man was very envious of Tao Hai's muscles, and knew that he could not help much. He just handed things to the man and the beast while they were busy, and finally left the grain-growing area with Jiang Zhuxiang and others. As for the other people, they had already left after handing over the things. So naturally they did not see the subsequent actions. Otherwise these people would definitely feel even more uncomfortable. Tao Hai and Jiang Zhuxiang said goodbye to the man at an intersection. Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Hai dragged a cart of things and continued to walk back. The bus was naturally covered with things to prevent others from seeing the money. Back downstairs of their own house, Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Hai moved things to their own home again and again. In fact, as soon as they walked into the house, Jiang Zhuxiang took them into her personal space, and finally solved these things. As for the carts, no one should covet them, and each cart has a logo. No one in the base will touch these marked things. So Jiang Zhuxiang put them downstairs. Jiang Zhuxiang picked some food suitable for dinner, and went to the kitchen to get busy, mainly making Tao Hai and his own dinner. As for Lei Zhen, he probably won't come back. After all, He still has a lot of tasks. If he wants to finish them early, it is more efficient to work day and night. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't hear any movement until dinner was ready. It was confirmed that Lei Jin would not come back tonight. But he still left a portion for him on the table. If Lei Jin came back late at night, he could heat it up and eat it himself. After taking out the remaining food, Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai started eating. It was not until they finished eating that they received a call from Lei Jin, saying that he would not be back in the evening, and they did not need to wait for him for dinner. Tao Tai pointed the screen of the communicator at the table that had been cleaned up, and showed them with practical actions that they did not wait for him. Lei Jin looked at Tao Tai's little thoughts helplessly, and hung up the call after talking to his Xuxiang for a few words. He did not believe that his Xuxiang would leave nothing for him. But for the time being, he would not bother with Tao Tai about this matter. Chapter 267, Avenge Jiang Zhuxiang. After dinner, Jiang Zhuxiang told Tao Tai about what happened today and mentioned that the leader of the base wanted to see him. Tao Tai had nothing to say and only said that she could make her own decision. Jiang Zhuxiang did not tell this matter to consult Tao Tai's opinion. She just wanted to find someone to talk about her own affairs. She chose Tao Tai because he was more able to keep secrets, and he was her elder. After complaining to Tao Tai about what happened today, Jiang Zhuxiang went back to her room to rest. Before leaving, she also told Tao Tai to go back and rest. Although Tao Tai also wanted to rest, he was in the base now. If Lei Jin was not there, it would be better for him to keep watch, even though they lived in the house. While Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai were resting and keeping watch, Lei Jin also had time to rest outside. Lei Jin was a little far from the base, but the image he saw in the communicator just now made him want to go back even more. Lei Jin was never one to make things difficult for himself, so he started to rush towards the base shelter. Fortunately, the base shelter was not well guarded at night. Lei Jin stuffed a crystal core into the gatekeeper and went in directly. The base shelter was a bit dead silent as night fell, and Lei Jin walked directly in the direction of his residence. When Lei Jin came out, he did not bring a card. If he wanted to go in now, he needed to contact the people inside. According to the time, his Xuxiang should have rested now, and the only person Lei Jin could contact was Tao Tai. Lei Jin sent a message to Tao Tai, and then waited for it to let him in. Tao Tai received Lei Jin's message, but did not embarrass Lei Jin, and opened the door directly from the inside. Lei Jin smiled gratefully at Tao Tai, returned to his room, washed off the dust, and went to the kitchen to see the food that his Xuxiang left for him. As Lei Jin expected, there was indeed food left by Jiang Zhuxiang in the kitchen. Lei Jin took the food out of the fresh-keeping place and heated it up. Although the taste was not as good as freshly made, it was delicious enough for a person who did it himself at noon. Lei Jin quickly and elegantly finished the food, washed the dishes, and went back to his room to rest. He would have to leave early tomorrow morning and might not see his own Xuxiang. But if he made good use of the time tomorrow, the remaining tasks would be completed. Lei Jin ignored this little dissatisfaction. There was no conversation overnight. The next day, the two people and the beast went out to do what they should do. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished his work in the land he had reclaimed, he got 30% of the profit. After contacting Tao Tai, he began to tell the man that he would not come tomorrow. The man asked the reason. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I want to go outside the base shelter with others." In fact, they were going back, but this reason could not be brought up. After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's words, the man said a little disapprovingly, "You are a wood-type superpower. What can you do outside? It's better to stay here honestly. The offensiveness of wood-type superpowers is not strong, and accidents are most likely to occur when doing tasks outside. She is the person who will be received by the leader of the base. If something happens outside, she can't afford it." Jiang Zhuxiang quickly explained, "I went with my companions. They will protect me. Even without their protection, nothing would happen to me. But since he mentioned it, I would let him rest assured." When I finished explaining this, Tao Tai came in. The man looked at Tao Tai and felt that he could still be assured, so he didn't say much and started to help Jiang Zhuxiang move things just like yesterday. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished packing, he said goodbye to the man. Although he didn't have a good impression of this man when he first came into contact with him, after 2 days of contact, this man was still okay. It was just that the atmosphere of this base shelter affected him. I hope to meet him again in the future. The man didn't know that Jiang Zhuxiang was going to never come back, and he said goodbye without feeling anything when he heard her farewell. As usual, they parted at the intersection. Tao Tai and Jiang Zhuxiang returned to their own house and put away their things. As usual, Jiang Zhuxiang went to prepare dinner and prepared Lei Zhen's portion. This time, it was not left in the kitchen, but placed on the dining table. In the morning, Jiang Zhuxiang heard Tao Tai mention that Lei Zhen had come back last night, and he would definitely come back today, but he didn't know when it would be. However, at this time today, Jiang Zhuxiang and the others decided to wait for Lei Zhen to come back and eat together. After all, there were still some things to discuss and deal with. Fortunately, Lei Zhen also knew that Jiang Zhuxiang and the others were waiting for him, so he came back not too late. After the three of them had eaten the reheated dinner, Jiang Zhuxiang began to talk about the things they needed to deal with. In fact, there was only one thing, which was how to return the room car to this house. In the past 2 days, Tao Tai also learned when he was outside that those who originally lived together would later separate for various reasons. After Tao Tai told this, Lei Zhen thought of a solution and said, "We can use the reason of changing the prescription in the future to return this card." Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and felt that it was feasible. But he didn't know if the people from the ability level testing center were still there. If they were, they would go and do it now. They would leave tomorrow. If they went in the morning of the proposition, it might take some time. Lei Zhen took the initiative to take on this task and went to talk to the people there about this matter. When Lei Zhen came back, the matter was indeed resolved. But there were still some follow-up issues. The people there directly contacted Jiang Zhuxiang and asked if she needed help. Lei Zhen was a little strong when he went to do this. The people there were worried that Jiang Zhuxiang, the weaker of the three, would suffer, and at the same time recommended a place that was more suitable for Jiang Zhuxiang to live alone. This communication was sent when Lei Zhen came back. Lei Zhen listened to those people being attentive to his little Xiang, and silently felt that his previous attitude was too good, and he should be more strict. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Zhen's dark face, and was silent for a while. Hearing the worried words of the person on the other end of the communicator, he still refused in a gentle tone, "I need to go out for a while. Let's talk about the house when I come back. If there is any need, I will definitely come back to find you." After hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's words, those people did not continue to talk, but just started to complain to Jiang Zhuxiang about the attitude of the person just now. Jiang Zhuxiang listened and felt the increasingly cold atmosphere around him, and quickly interrupted, "I will go out tomorrow. Can I still live in this house tonight?" Chapter 268, the upcoming event. The man replied, "Sure. You can stay until 12 o'clock tomorrow morning." Jiang Zhuxiang said goodbye directly, "Then I'm going to rest. We'll see each other later." Fearing that the man would complain about Lei Zhen's behavior again, the man looked at the time and didn't say anything more. Just said, "Then you must come to see us when you come back." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and agreed. Both sides hung up the call. Lei Zhen saw his Zhuxiang's performance, and his face slowly recovered. Just when he wanted to say a few words to his Zhuxiang, he heard his Zhuxiang say, "Let's pack up quickly and leave early tomorrow." After Jiang Zhuxiang finished speaking, he went straight to his room. Lei Zhen had to follow him. This matter was indeed more important. Tao Tai also stood up slowly and went back to his room to pack up. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang prepared a simple breakfast. After eating, he simply packed up the house where they had only lived for a few days before leaving. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, their luggage was still received in Jiang Zhuxiang's personal space. The two people, one beast, and one body walked out easily. When they walked out of the base shelter, Taoya's communicator suddenly rang. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen looked over. In addition to the two of them, the only people who would send communications to Tao Tai were the dean and his wife. I don't know if something happened to them. However, this place is not suitable for communication. The two people and the beast walked quickly for a while and found a relatively hidden place. Tao Tai answered the vibrating communicator. The dean's face appeared on it. It was hard to tell from his expression that something was wrong. Jiang Zhuxiang temporarily put his mind at ease. If the dean's wife had something wrong, the dean would not show anything. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Tao Tai to enlarge the screen so that they could all be seen by the dean, and then began to ask, "Dean, do you have anything to do with us now?" The dean did not answer their questions directly. He just confirmed, "Are you on your way back? It would be better to wait until they come back to talk about what he wants to say. After all, this is a serious matter." Jiang Zhuxiang replied, "Yes. We are on the way." The dean said directly, "Then I will wait for you to come back. Leijin will come with you. Your father is here too." Leijin knew that this was indeed a serious matter when he heard the dean's words. But he didn't know what they had to go back for. And was there any place to use them? Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and agreed. And the dean hung up the call directly. Then, Jiang Zhuxiang and his team began to rush on the road without rest. And food and other things were replaced by nutritional supplements. When it got dark, they finally arrived at the shelter of the Academy of Sciences. Jiang Zhuxiang took out the luggage and returned it to Leijin under the cover of Tao Tai. Tao Tai and his own luggage were also taken out and pulled up. Jiang Zhuxiang went forward to verify the identity. Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends first returned to the place where Jiang Zhuxiang lived in the shelter of the Academy of Sciences. They planned to put the luggage away first, then wash up, and then go to find the dean and his friends. At this time, there were no other people in this place. After a simple wash, Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends began to contact the dean's wife. At this time, the dean might still be doing things, and the dean's wife might be more free. However, this time, Jiang Zhuxiang made a mistake in judgment. When the communication was connected, Jiang Zhuxiang saw the person in the background behind the dean's wife, and Jiang Zhuxiang was startled. The dean's wife seemed very happy and a little excited when she saw Jiang Zhuxiang. "You finally know to come back. You haven't had dinner yet. Come over directly. You should know where this place is." Jiang Zhuxiang silently looked at the furnishings behind her, and was indeed very familiar with it. He said directly, "Well, then wait for me for a while. We will be there soon." The dean's wife hung up the call and began to wait. Leijin asked, "Where is that place?" Leijin also heard the communication between Jiang Zhuxiang and the dean's wife. Jiang Zhuxiang did not explain, but just said, "Just follow me." Jiang Zhuxiang went out directly with people. The place where the dean's wife was their home in the original shelter. As someone who had eaten there countless times, how could she not recognize it? After arriving at the place, Jiang Zhuxiang greeted the people there directly. Jiang Zhuxiang had some impression of the people here, including the patriarch of the Lei family. When Jiang Zhuxiang greeted her, the dean's wife kept looking at Jiang Zhuxiang with a smile. After she came back to her side, she directly asked her to eat quickly, thinking that she should be hungry now. Jiang Zhuxiang did not refuse and started to eat directly. Leijin and Tao Tai, who came in with Jiang Zhuxiang, were still greeting those people. Of course, after Tao Tai nodded to those people, he also sat next to Jiang Zhuxiang and started to eat. Only Leijin was still busy. When Leijin turned to the head of the Jin family, he was asked, "I heard that the young head of the Lei family has been traveling outside recently. And he also went to the Shui family and the Mu family. Why didn't he visit my family?" It was at this time that Leijin realized that they didn't seem to go to the Jin family. And the expression on his face instantly became a little silly. "We didn't think of it at the time. And we will definitely visit when we have the opportunity in the future." The head of the Jin family didn't want to care about this matter. But before coming, Jin Yin mentioned this matter to him. So he asked. After hearing Leijin's answer, he didn't think that he didn't value his family, but just said, "Jin Yin still misses you very much. And you must remember to come when the time comes." Leijin nodded repeatedly and agreed. He returned to his father and asked softly, "Why did you come here?" Patriarch Lei looked at his son, who seemed to have turned black, and said directly, "I don't know. I just arrived today. Not much earlier than you. You should eat first. They will tell you tomorrow if there is anything." Leijin started to eat helplessly. For a while, there were only 3 people eating at the table. The dean's wife stood up and said, "Let's go to the living room and let the children eat first." It was mainly because it was a bit impolite to let them watch Jiang Zhuxiang and the others eat. The others naturally agreed. And so, there were only 3 people left at the table. Jiang Zhuxiang finished first and began to rest on the chair. Leijin followed closely and said to his own Xiaoxiang, "Should we go to the living room to take a look?" Jiang Zhuxiang said, "No. If they wanted us to go over, they wouldn't have left before. It would be better for them to eat and replenish their energy." She had a hunch that tomorrow's event would definitely be a big deal. Chapter 269, What to Face When You Come Back. Jiang Zhuxiang's guess was correct. The dean and his wife did not plan to let them go now. But it was not because they were going to discuss something important, but because they did not discuss anything important. As the first day of their visit, the dean and his wife still wanted to take good care of them and try to make them feel at home. They were taken to the original living room in order to have a comfortable environment to arrange their accommodation for today. When the dean's wife mentioned this, everyone else said that they would follow the host's arrangement. After all, the guests should follow the host's wishes. Only the Lei clan leader put forward his own opinion, saying that he wanted to live closer to Jiang Zhuxiang, which was also for his son's consideration. The dean's wife had no objection to the request of the Lei clan leader. If she was near her home, there was still an empty place. The dean's wife directly contacted Yin Lei and asked him to come over. Yin Lei didn't know that his junior sister had returned, but he knew who was welcoming him tonight. The dean and his wife wanted him to receive the Yin family, but after knowing that it was only his father who came, he directly rejected the dean and his wife's request. Yin Lei really didn't want to pay attention to his increasingly confused father, now that he received another message from the dean's wife. Yin Lei was still very confused. He didn't know what he was asked to do. After arriving at the place, the dean's wife told Yin Lei about the matter directly. After Yin Lei heard arrange the Lei clan leader's family to live in your house, he glanced at the Lei clan leader and his wife who were sitting there, and asked, "Does the Lei clan leader's family include the Lei clan leader? If it is included, does it mean that Lei Jin is also back? If Lei Jin is back, then his little apprentice sister must have returned." Yin Lei looked at the dean's wife with some expectation. The dean's wife smiled and nodded. Yin Lei was very happy, but he still held himself in front of these people. After greeting his father, he planned to take the Lei clan leader and his wife to his house first, and then come to find his little apprentice sister. The Lei clan leader and his wife did not say much, and walked directly to the place where they needed to stay during this period under the guidance of Yin Lei. Yin Lei's house was clean, and he arranged the best guest room for the Lei clan leader and his wife, asking them to clean it up by themselves, and then said that he would go to find their son, the young clan leader Lei. The Lei clan leader and his wife had no objection, and it was no problem for them to clean up their own place. So they waved their hands and let him go. Yin Lei did not say anything and left directly. On the way back, Yin Lei sent a message to the dean's wife, asking about Jiang Zhuxiang's current location. After learning about it, he walked directly over there. At this time, Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends had finished eating and were walking around the restaurant to digest their food. When he saw Yin Lei coming in, Jiang Zhuxiang still expressed his surprise. After all, he hadn't seen him for a while. Yin Lei was still very angry when he was tricked by Jiang Zhuxiang for the first time. But after so long, all his anger had been worn away. At this time, he only cared about whether his junior sister had brought back any materials he needed. He wanted to be the first to select them, and then exchange them with contribution points. While he and Shui Wen were still being punished, it was still very important for them to study the materials they were going to use. Jiang Zhuxiang also knew the purpose of his senior brother. He directly took out a copy of each of the things he collected in his personal space during his travels under the cover of Tao Tai, and then let him estimate the contribution value by himself. He didn't expect to exchange these for much contribution points. These things were mainly used to express his apology to his senior brother. Yin Lei didn't intend to let Jiang Zhuxiang suffer a loss. He paid the contribution points according to the original value of these things. After Jiang Zhuxiang received them, he knew that his senior brother was no longer angry with him. So he took out another copy and asked him to bring it to brother one. As for the contribution value, he also let him estimate it himself. Yin Lei still found his junior sister's little thoughts very funny, but he still accepted his junior sister's apology. After collecting the things, he said directly to Lei Jin, "I'm here to take you to where your parents live. Do you want to follow me now?" Lei Jin glanced at his little Xiang and found that his little Xiang didn't react. So he had to follow Yin Lei first. As for his luggage, he would pick it up later, when only Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Ai were left. Jiang Zhuxiang told the dean's wife that he would go back first. After receiving the dean's wife's reply, he took Tao Tai back to his home. Tao Tai was still accustomed to the place where he had lived for a while before, especially after Jiang Zhuxiang arranged the same room for him. Tao Tai started to pack up. Jiang Zhuxiang put Lei Jin's suitcase at the door, and he could take it away when he came to get it. Yin Lei took Lei Jin to his home, arranged a room for him, and then found that he didn't bring any luggage. He asked curiously, "You didn't come all the way here like this?" Lei Jin shook his head and denied it, saying directly that his suitcase was at Jiang Zhuxiang's place, and he would go get it. Yin Lei had no choice but to take him to find his junior sister. After retrieving his luggage, Lei Jin tidied up his room, went to greet his parents, and talked about his gains during this period, and asked about the situation of Lei Kong and others. The Lei clan leader smiled and said, "They are in a good situation. They are more capable when you are not here." Of course, Lei Kong also told him that he didn't want to do it anymore. Under his suppression, nothing happened. As for what kind of situation his son would face when he returned, that was the price his son should pay. Lei Jin couldn't help shaking when he heard his father's words. In his opinion, although Lei Kong was very capable, he was definitely not someone who would accept his wandering around outside. It seemed that he needed to comfort him when he returned. Fortunately, he had completed all the tasks he had taken before. Perhaps he could try his own Xiao Xiang's method. Mrs. Lei was not as unkind as the Lei clan leader. Instead, she said directly, "Son, you must apologize to Lei Kong and others when you return. You can't forget others just because you have a wife. Doing so will not be good for your wife. Besides, your wife has a good relationship with your followers. Be careful that they will make trouble for you." Lei Jin listened to Mrs. Lei's earnest words and did not refute. He nodded directly to show that he understood. Chapter 270 The Situation of Other Fragments. After the dean and his wife arranged all the people, they returned to their home. After Jiang Zhuxiang noticed that they had returned, he took Tao Tai to see them directly, hoping that they would not be too strict for Tao Tai's sake. He was really a little worried about the punishment he would receive. The dean's wife was a little amused when she saw Jiang Zhuxiang's performance. "You are afraid now. Why didn't you think more before doing things?" In fact, their anger had almost been consumed after seeing her return safely. If there was really a punishment, it would only be a pretense. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled foolishly and looked at the dean. The dean looked at Jiang Zhuxiang unhappily. Although Tao Tai was here, he still had to take the punishment. He said directly, "Stay with me during this period. If you behave well, I can make amends for your sins." Jiang Zhuxiang was still not very good at these social things. Before she was likely to go to other unfamiliar places again, the dean hoped that she could be trained to make some progress. Jiang Zhuxiang made a bitter face. No matter what era it was, she was still not very good at handling such interpersonal relationships. This kind of punishment was really a soft knife grinding people. As expected, the dean must not be offended. However, no matter how bitter he felt, Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and agreed. Tao Tai would not support him in such a matter. After all, this punishment was not serious at all in Tao Tai's eyes. After the dean greeted Tao Tai, he said, "We are going to rest. You can do whatever you want. Don't forget what you should do tomorrow." The dean knew Jiang Zhuxiang's evasive mentality and pointed it out directly. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded silently again, this time to show that he would definitely abide by it. After Tao Tai saw that there was nothing for him to do, he went back to his room to rest. Jiang Zhuxiang had to go back to his room and practice instead of resting. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang got up early. After some exercise, he went into the kitchen to see if he could help. The dean's wife was already in the kitchen. Older people always get up early. When the dean's wife saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming in, she asked with a bit of amusement, "Why don't you rest for a while? If you feel it's too difficult for your dean, I will go and talk to you. Don't worry so much." The dean's wife is very experienced in persuading her husband. Otherwise, according to her husband's temper, the people in the Academy of Sciences will definitely be tortured by him even more. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly refused. This was originally the dean's help to him. He was not so ungrateful. He just said, "I'm fine. Don't worry." The dean's wife looked at Jiang Zhuxiang carefully and found no signs of lying, so she continued to work on her own things. When they brought the finished food to the table, Jiang Zhuxiang found that Tao Tai was already on the table. This was really a surprising thing. You know, in the past, someone had to call it. However, Jiang Zhuxiang looked carefully and found that Tao Tai was still a little unhappy. He looked at the dean with a little displeasure. This time, it wouldn't be the dean who woke it up. After breakfast, the dean took Jiang Zhuxiang out directly. Tao Tai, who was left behind, could only face the dean's wife and said a little displeased, "Your husband is not a good man. You'd better divorce him." Tao Tai still has some common sense under Jiang Zhuxiang's indoctrination, and knows what to do to separate a couple. The dean's wife asked with a bit of amusement, "Why is he not a good person?" The dean's wife still knew that her husband went to wake up Tao Tai in the morning, and it seemed that he was resented. Fortunately, this man had an open mind and directly expressed his dissatisfaction, as long as she guided him to vent. There would be no problem in the future. After hearing what the dean's wife said, Tao Tai recounted the inhumane way he was woken up. The dean used a food simulator to swing in front of his nose. And after he was led to wake up, he told him that these foods did not exist. When Tao Tai was almost drooling, he told him this cruel truth, which was considered unforgivable by Tao Tai. The dean's wife smiled for a while at her husband's rare childlike innocence. Seeing that Tao Tai was about to explode again, she smiled and said, "I will ask him when he comes back and try my best to make what you want to eat. Don't hate him." Tao Tai looked at the dean's wife suspiciously and said, "I will decide whether to hate him after you make it." The dean's wife nodded in agreement. She needed to go to the bakery and asked Tao Tai if he wanted to go with her. Tao Tai didn't have anything else to do for the time being. The bread made by the dean's wife tasted good, so he nodded to say that he would go. The dean's wife closed the door of the house and took Tao Tai to the bakery. The atmosphere on the dean's wife's side became better. The dean took Jiang Zhuxiang to the place agreed before, intending to talk to them about business. The dean and his family were the first to arrive. Jiang Zhuxiang started to make tea very consciously. After the people came, they could drink. The dean was quite satisfied with Jiang Zhuxiang's performance. The Lei clan leader's family arrived later. After Lei Jin saw Jiang Zhuxiang, he greeted the dean and went directly to Jiang Zhuxiang's side. Jiang Zhuxiang handed the task of putting tea leaves to Lei Jin, and he was only responsible for flushing water, and at the same time served 2 cups of tea to the Lei clan leader and his wife. The Lei clan leader and his wife took the tea with a smile, and Mrs. Lei pinched Jiang Zhuxiang's face and said, "Sure enough, daughters are the little cotton-padded jackets of their parents." The dean silently said, "Even if the little cotton jacket is not yours, I will not agree to you taking her away so early." After everyone came, the dean told them why he called people over. First, he showed them a video. The video showed a person who was completely different from them. Obviously, he came from other plates. However, this person is still lying in bed and can't wake up for the time being. The leader of the Lei clan still attaches great importance to this matter and directly said, "When can he wake up?" The arrival of people from other fragments is still very important. They haven't learned about other fragments for a long time. I hope it's not bad news. The dean said slowly, "It depends on the person's physique. We have used the highest technology of the Academy of Sciences for the arrival of people from other fragments. The dean attaches as much importance as others. Otherwise, he would not call them over when they are still not awake." Chapter 271 Give the other fragments a sense of security. When Chief Lei and the others heard what the dean said, they knew that they were anxious. So they stopped talking and waited for the dean to explain. After the dean saw that they were quiet, he began to explain to these people how they saved this person. Although other people in the Academy of Sciences still don't like to go out, some people occasionally go out to study materials. The people who collected materials smelled the blood and followed the smell to find the injured person. At first, they didn't recognize that this person was from another fragment. They just went out and kindly treated his injuries and asked someone to move him back to the Academy of Sciences. Because the man's injuries were still quite serious, he wanted to find someone else to continue treating him. He found Shuiwen's head. Shuiwen found something wrong during the treatment. After the rescue was completed, he reported the matter to the dean. The dean knew the seriousness of the matter and began to notify other people, including Jiang Zhuxiang and others. After listening to the cause and effect, the Lei clan leader and others silently complained in their hearts that the people in the Academy of Sciences were as nosy as always, but they did not show it on their faces. The Lei clan leader said, "Then why did you ask us to come here today? Since the man has not woken up yet, they don't know what's going on, and they can't say anything now." The others had the same idea as Chief Lei. The dean raised his eyebrows indifferently. "Of course. I want to let you know the situation and make some plans for the future." The dean didn't believe that these people didn't want to go to other fragments. They had been in this small fragment for long enough. Chief Lei glanced at the others and said, "You are right. We can discuss this issue. But we can only talk about the initial ideas. Other things still need to be discussed in depth after asking that person. Our Lei family will express our attitude first. If this person wakes up, our Lei family will prepare to explore other fragments. After all, we can't live this kind of closed life all the time. If we keep on being closed, only destruction awaits us." When Chief Jin heard what Chief Lei said, he nodded silently. "I agree with Chief Lei. Our Jin family will act together with the Lei family." Then the two looked at Chief Yin, who had not spoken yet. wondering what he was thinking. Chief Yen might be a little old, so he didn't say anything else. Just said, I will send some people to act with you at that time. As for who to send, it will be up to him to decide at that time. Anyway, he will not send his own elite. His family should just live well on this fragment. And there is no need to make a living on other fragments. After all, no one knows what the specific situation is like. Hearing the negative attitude of Patriarch Yin, which was completely different from when they just returned to this fragment, Patriarch Lei and his companions were still a little surprised. It seemed that time really made people old. However, Patriarch Lei and his companions had no right to blame him. Although they were allies, they still had to respect his personal ideas. Patriarch Lei said directly, okay. Let your people follow us when the time comes. When the dean heard what Patriarch Yin said, he looked at Patriarch Yin with a bit of sarcasm. It seemed that this person was indeed old. However, the dean was quite satisfied with the attitude of others and said, our Academy of Sciences will do its best to treat this person. I hope you will wait here patiently. If you want to visit, I will prepare a guide for you. Chief Lei and others nodded, stood up and planned to follow the others to visit. The dean sent a message to find those who did not have research tasks for the time being, and asked them to bring people to visit. He planned to take Jiang Zhuxiang to see how the man was doing. The dean knew that Jiang Zhuxiang liked medical skills. It would be good to let her participate more when encountering such an opportunity. On the other side, Lei Zhen saw that the dean was going to take Jiang Zhuxiang away, and hurriedly said to his father, I will not follow you to visit. Xiaoxiang and the others seem to have other things to do. I will go with them. After saying that, he looked at his father with expectation. Chief Lei looked at his son speechlessly, and waved his hand to show his agreement. It was true that a grown-up son is no longer under the control of his father. As for Mrs. Lei, she always supported any action of her son, and had no other ideas this time. Lei Zhen ran directly to Jiang Zhuxiang and expressed his desire to act with them. Before Jiang Zhuxiang spoke, the dean looked at Lei Zhen with a smile. If you want to follow, just follow. Lei Zhen was used to Lei Zhen's shamelessness. Even if this person followed, he could not do anything under his nose. The dean took Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen to the treatment room. This place was proposed by Jiang Zhuxiang after he visited the Lei family's treatment room. It just came in handy before. In addition to the instruments, there was also Shui Wen in the treatment room. When he saw the dean and his men coming, he asked them to disinfect first to avoid bringing germs to the unconscious person. Lei Zhen and Jiang Zhuxiang were sprayed with unknown gas, and then followed Shui Wen to the man's side and began to check his condition. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Shui Wen for his opinion. Can I take his pulse? It's really hard to tell from this, although his medical skills also include the step of visual diagnosis. In such a serious injury, taking the pulse can more clearly guide the specific situation of this person. Shui Wen naturally had no opinion, but said, as long as you don't touch the instrument wires, the rest is up to you. Shui Wen also knew that Jiang Zhuxiang had learned ancient medicine by himself, and maybe she could see some other reasons. After all, she had not been able to wake this person up during this period of time. Jiang Zhuxiang put his fingers on the man's wrist and carefully identified for a while. He found that the man's condition had been basically stabilized by the instrument and had improved. It might not be because of physical reasons that he couldn't wake up, but also because he didn't want to face this unfamiliar environment under such circumstances. Jiang Zhuxiang said his guess. The dean and Shui Wen listened and felt that it made sense. If they were injured and rescued by other people in the fragments, it would be a good choice to remain unconscious before finding out the specific situation. The problem now is how they can convey their goodwill to this person and let this person wake up by himself. Jiang Zhuxiang said, we can first find out where this person is from, and then use the language there to convey our goodwill to this person. After all, when you can't understand what other people are saying, the language of your own country is the easiest to bring a sense of security. Chapter 272 The Person Who Wakes Up. Shui Wen and the dean listened carefully to Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion and felt that it made sense. So they began to find out which fragment this person came from. The Academy of Sciences is still relatively advantageous in this regard. In order to respect this person's privacy, the genetic test that was not used before needs to be carried out for future actions. Anyway, this person has no way to resist now. At most, we can apologize to him after he wakes up. Human genes will not lie. Jiang Zhuxiang and others quickly found out which fragment this person came from. After knowing which fragment he came from, it was easy to find his native language. Shui Wen found the corresponding language from the player, and started playing it for this person. The others were waiting for the result. The man was still very alert. After half an hour of continuous playback, they saw that his eyelids had a slight tremor. Jiang Zhuxiang and others knew that he was going to wake up, so they breathed more lightly. After the man opened his eyes, Jiang Zhuxiang and others found that his eyes were blue. He was indeed not from the same country as them, although the concept of country almost disappeared after the end of the world. This difference in appearance still made these people unconsciously find a place for themselves. After the man woke up, Shui Wen directly used the language translator to communicate with him, and asked directly, "How did you get to our fragment?" After all, it is still difficult to cross between fragments. No one has come here before to know how difficult it is. When this person heard that Shui Wen could speak his native language, his attitude became better. After all, the familiar accent can make people let down their guard. And Shui Wen's question is not a very private topic. Moreover, they saved their people after all, so they still have to explain the reason why they appeared there. Otherwise, these people will not help them go back. That's right. This person still wants to return to the fragment where he is. After this person talked a lot, Jiang Zhuxiang and others began to wait for Shui Wen's translation. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang and others really didn't know that this person would wake up as soon as they came, so they still didn't prepare this kind of communication tool. Shui Wen frowned and explained directly. He was thrown down by others. It seems that he offended someone in that fragment. I hope that the person offended by this person is not too troublesome. Otherwise, Shui Wen still suggests not to follow this person. The dean heard the implication of Shui Wen, and there was no change on his face. He asked Shui Wen to continue asking. Shui Wen continued to communicate with the man in his native language, and then learned that this person was caught and thrown down by the hostile forces there. The hostile forces were desperate, and those people could be dealt with without going back by themselves. After learning about this situation, Shui Wen was relieved. After all, according to the dean, going to other fragments still requires young people to go, and those who are a little older just need to guard their homes for them. Moreover, this time the dean also brought Jiang Zhuxiang with him, so Jiang Zhuxiang is likely to go to the fragments as well. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to what Shui Wen said and silently asked a question. Brother Wen, what is this person's name? Shouldn't this most basic question be asked at the beginning? Isn't it polite to report the name? Shui Wen listened to Jiang Zhuxiang's reminder and silently found that he really forgot this question. So he told the person his name in a language that Jiang Zhuxiang and others couldn't understand, and then asked the person's name. The man didn't hide it, and even felt a little embarrassed that he had forgotten it. Shui Wen conveyed the name of this person, which was completely different from their name. Ian Erda. Now that the situation has been understood, Jiang Zhuxiang reminded again, Brother Wen, check him again. When will Ian Erda be completely well? He should also want to go back early. After all, he is the leader of a faction. It would be bad if someone rebelled. After hearing Shui Wen's words, Ian Erda had no objection, and was pushed into an instrument for a full-body examination. While waiting for the results, Jiang Zhuxiang started chatting with Lei Zhen. Captain, do you want to go to other fragments when the time comes? As the young patriarch of the Lei family, Lei Zhen naturally has an obligation to do this kind of thing. He said, yes, I will go. When the time comes, take our team with me. Xiexiang, do you want to go with us? Jiang Zhuxiang asked this question because he wanted to go with them. So he nodded directly and continued to ask, there should be more than just us by then. Right? Lei Zhen was a little surprised at his little Xiang's sharpness. He glanced at the dean next to him and replied, this is not something I can decide. It still depends on the results of their discussion. If this person recovers, they should have a second discussion soon. I don't know if we are qualified to participate at that time. Jiang Zhuxiang thought of what the dean said in the morning. He definitely had a chance to participate, but it was very likely that he would serve tea and water, just like before. While Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen were whispering, the man was pushed out again. Shui Wen announced the results of the examination. This person is lucky. Apart from some flesh wounds, there are no other internal injuries. It seems that the hostile forces did not take any ruthless action. Einar didn't understand Shui Wen's words, but he knew from their expressions that his condition was not bad. So he felt relieved and asked Shui Wen without hesitation, when can I go back? Shui Wen was a little surprised at this man's straightforwardness. This question was really not something she could answer. Shui Wen conveyed this question to the dean. The dean replied, Tell him that when he fully recovers, we will send someone to go back with him. You can give him communication rights according to the situation. Since he was a straightforward person, they also ordered directly. I believe he would not mind. Shui Wen nodded and conveyed the dean's answer. Einard was not an ungrateful person. These people had saved his life. If he could repay this favor with such a simple thing, it would be great. However, Einard did not intend to measure the value of his life with such a simple thing. He would have to wait until he returned to do other things. Moreover, these people allowed him to communicate with them, which was a great help to him. After all, his subordinates would go crazy if they knew he disappeared. The sooner he appeased them, the better, so that he would not have to face the accountability of other forces when he returned. After all, with such a small population, killing indiscriminately in his fragment was not allowed. After Shui Wen conveyed the dean's answer, the dean took the others away. Shui Wen could handle the rest of the matter, and there was no need for them to interfere. However, they did not go far, but waited for Shui Wen to come out in the waiting room outside the treatment room. Shui Wen did not know that the dean and the others were still waiting for him, and he carefully explained to this person how to use their communicator. This person had traces of carrying a communicator in his hand, but the technological level of the two fragments must be different, so it was better to explain it clearly. Chapter 273, The Stingy Dean. Although Shui Wen did not participate in the research of the communicator, he was very familiar with its functions, because the Academy of Sciences would hold an internal briefing once a new result came out, asking researchers to explain the efficacy of their results, so as to avoid any accidents that would cause the results to be unusable. This was also a new measure added by the current dean, in order to prevent the situation like that of Jiang Zhuxiang's parents from happening again. After Shui Wen explained the specific usage of the communicator to Ian Erda, and told him to have a good rest, he walked out, intending to go to the laboratory again to find out if there was any medicine that could help Ian Erda recover quickly. After walking out of the treatment room, Shui Wen saw the dean and the others, and said in surprise, "Dean, are you waiting for me?" Shui Wen thought they had left long ago. Otherwise she would not have talked to Ian Erda for so long. The dean nodded and said directly, "You will have lunch with us at noon, and we will continue to discuss with them about going to other fragments in the afternoon." The dean still planned to have lunch with those people, and it would be okay for Shui Wen to come as well, just in time to broaden his horizons, and not just focus on the Shui family's affairs. Jiang Zhuxiang took the opportunity to interrupt. "Can the eldest brother come as well?" Just now Jiang Zhuxiang noticed that the father and son had no communication at all. If they could spend more time together, even if they could not ease the relationship, their eldest brother would know something about their family, especially the situation of his mother and brother. The dean looked at Jiang Zhuxiang and nodded in agreement. It seemed that his little girl had softened her heart. Lei Jun saw that the dean was so easy to talk to, so he took the opportunity to ask, "Can I go with you?" It would be best if he could sit next to his little Xiang when he had dinner later. The dean was not so tolerant of Lei Jun and said directly, "No. Your parents are here. How can you follow our approach? It's better for you to stay with your parents when they come later." After the dean finished speaking, he looked at Lei Jun meaningfully. Lei Jun understood the dean's threat and had to nod in agreement. After the dean saw that he had no objection, he began to contact other people and asked them to come to his house for dinner later. After talking to his allies, the dean contacted his wife. He still had to ask his wife for lunch. After all, this kind of thing couldn't be brought out in a big way. Jiang Zhuxiang had mentioned the internal traitor before. Although the dean didn't care much, he still had to be cautious. At least, he couldn't let the enemy camp know about their situation. When the dean's wife received the dean's call, she was watching Tao Tai tasting the cake she made. For someone who likes to cook, it is the happiest thing to be appreciated for his cooking skills, especially for Tao Tai, who can eat anything delicious, except vegetarian dishes. After answering the call and understanding what her husband meant, the dean's wife began to pack some things and said to Tao Tai, "Let's go to my house for dinner today. You can take these unfinished ones with you. There will be more delicious food later." The cakes that Tao Tai was eating were specially prepared by the dean's wife for men. The taste was not very sweet, so Tao Tai could eat so deliciously. After hearing what the dean's wife said, he followed the dean's wife and packed the remaining cakes. At the same time, he stuffed a piece into his mouth and held another piece in his hand. The dean's wife told the people in the store to take good care of the store, and she took Tao Tai to their previous home. According to regulations, This place should be converted into a personal studio. But after consideration, the dean regarded this place as a secret gathering place. He liked to come here if there was anything that needed to be discussed secretly. So the previous things were still there, which was also the reason why the dean's wife could cook here. After the dean's wife brought Tao Tai there, she started to get busy. Although Tao Tai couldn't help her like Jiang Zhuxiang, he could still do some things that required great strength, such as chopping meat. The dean's wife planned to use the mutant meat to make some meatballs, so she needed to chop the mutant meat into pieces. This task was taken over by Tao Tai, who easily turned a large piece of mutant meat into a pile of mincemeat. The dean's wife was impressed by Tao Tai's strength, and then continued to do her own things. The dean and Jiang Zhuxiang met the leader of the Lei clan at the door, and kicked Lei Zhen away directly, letting him stay with his parents. Lei Zhen was already beside his parents before he could react. He had never expected that the dean would drive him away so quickly. The Lei clan leader and his wife saw their son's rare puzzled expression, glared at the dean, and began to laugh secretly. Lei Zhen saw his parents' expressions, and couldn't help but look at the opposite side with a wronged expression. In addition to the dean, the opposite side of Lei Zhen was Jiang Zhuxiang and Shui Wen. Lei Zhen's aggrieved expression was naturally for his own Xiaoxiang to see, so that he could understand how excessive the dean was. Jiang Zhuxiang watched the whole process with a smile. But he was still being punished, so he didn't dare to say much. He gave Lei Zhen a comforting expression, and then continued to follow the dean with his head down. The dean looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's performance with satisfaction. This kind of forbearance was what he wanted to pass on to his little girl. When you go out, there will always be times when you need to be patient. A little impatience will ruin a big plan. The dean pushed the door open and could already smell the fragrance coming from the kitchen. At the same time, he also saw Tao Tai helping in the kitchen. Although the dean knew Tao Tai's identity, he was still not happy that another man was being attentive in front of his wife. The dean directly told Jiang Zhuxiang, "You entertain them. I'll go to help." Jiang Zhuxiang naturally saw the situation in the kitchen, and naturally nodded obediently, not worrying at all whether the two would fight in the kitchen, because the dean could not beat Tao Tai. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the people, and found that he had not contacted his senior brother yet. He quickly called Brother Wen over and asked him to help him contact him. He followed the instructions of the dean, and asked these people to sit down and prepare tea. The tea now is no longer brewed with the tea leaves that Jiang Zhuxiang brought from that era, but is made by Jiang Zhuxiang himself. The quantity is still small, and Jiang Zhuxiang is still a little reluctant. So Jiang Zhuxiang puts the tea leaves almost according to the number of people. After pouring it out, there is only 1 cup left for himself. At this time, Tao Tai has come out of the kitchen with something, puts it on the coffee table, and then sits directly next to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the last cup of tea with some helplessness. It seemed that he couldn't drink it, so he handed the cup to Tao Tai. Tao Tai didn't hesitate and drank it all. Jiang Zhuxiang showed a bit of regret on his face. After Lei Zhen saw the dean go to the kitchen, he wanted to go to his little Xian again. Now, with the tea in his hand, Lei Zhen walked to Jiang Zhuxiang and handed the tea to Jiang Zhuxiang. Chapter 274. Prepare to explore other fragments. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to fight with the guest for this cup of tea, so he waved his hand and refused. Lei Zhen was rejected by his little Xiang, but he didn't care. He sat down on the armrest next to Jiang Zhuxiang and watched Jiang Zhuxiang trying to communicate with people of his father's generation. Thanks to Jiang Zhuxiang's young age, the Lei clan leader and others would not embarrass Jiang Zhuxiang, a junior, and the atmosphere in the living room was quite harmonious. While Jiang Zhuxiang was trying to improve his communication skills, Yin Lei was also called out from the laboratory by Shui Wen. Shui Wen met Yin Lei outside the door and reminded him directly, "Your father is also in there." Shui Wen didn't know that Yin Lei had met his father before, so he gave such a reminder, fearing that Yin Lei would conflict with his father. Shui Wen also knew that Yin Lei didn't have a good relationship with his father, especially after his youngest brother was adopted out. Yin Lei still appreciated Shui Wen's reminder, but he had met the old man before, and they ignored each other. Yin Lei didn't want to pay attention, and the Yin clan leader probably didn't want to bow his head first. After all, he was the head of the clan. How could he bow his head to his own son? Shui Wen saw Yin Lei nod to show that he knew, and then took Yin Lei in. Seeing Yin Lei coming in, Jiang Zhuxiang stood up directly and greeted him. Yin Lei nodded in response, and then saw the Yin clan leader sitting next to the Lei clan leader. Seeing that there were outsiders, Yin Lei would still do some superficial work, and nodded to them, hypnotizing himself in his heart that he was just greeting the Lei clan leader. Chief Lei had never met Yin Lei before, although he knew that he was also Chief Yan's son. He was sent to the Academy of Sciences directly after his brain power awakened, so he thought that he was such an indifferent person. Therefore, he did not feel neglected when he just nodded and greeted him from a distance, and nodded in the same way. Chief Yan, who was sitting next to Chief Lei, was almost furious. How dare he treat his father's son like this? He was too lazy to even nod. Seeing the performance of these two people, Jiang Zhuxiang also gave up the idea of easing the relationship between the two. After Yin Lei arrived, the dean's wife finally prepared the lunch table, and the dean came over and called people, Xiao Xiang. Take them to the restaurant and sit down. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded in agreement. Knowing that the dean was going to help serve the dishes, he quickly signaled Yin Lei and Shui Wen to follow and help, and he led people to the restaurant. At this time, the restaurant had changed a dining table, a large round table, just right for entertaining guests. 2 plates of cold dishes were already on the table, and the dean's wife was still putting things on it. Jiang Zhuxiang signaled Lei clan leader and others to sit down as they pleased. In this case, it was not easy for him to arrange anything, so as not to appear partial to one and to the other, so it was best to let them choose for themselves. Naturally, the others were not happy to let a junior arrange their seats. After hearing Jiang Wuxiang's words, they also chose seats according to their closeness and sat down. Only Lei Jun was still beside Jiang Zhuxiang, and it seemed that he had made up his mind to sit next to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at him with a bit of amusement. With the dean present, it was difficult for him to realize his idea. Sure enough, after the dean came out, he saw Lei Jun still hanging around Jiang Zhuxiang, and he said directly, Lei clan leader, your son still doesn't know how to sit. If you don't care, I'll take action. The implication was to mock Lei Jun for not growing up. Lei clan leader smiled and replied, that's because your daughter is so charming, isn't it? And my boy has good taste. Lei clan leader didn't confront the dean, but instead praised the dean a little, and then said, Jun, come and sit down. If you have anything to say, let's talk after dinner. Lei Jun was not afraid of the dean, but he just didn't want to make the dean angry, which would prevent him from seeing his own Xiao Xiang. So, after his father spoke, he obediently returned to his parents and sat down. Jiang Zhuxiang took the last dish from the dean's wife, and was pulled by the dean's wife to sit beside her. Without saying much, everyone started to eat. After lunch, the table was cleaned up, and the dean said directly, the dishes will be washed later, and you will also listen to what happens next. After all, this is a big deal, and the dean never hides big things from his wife. There is also a dishwasher in the kitchen, but the dean's wife has not used it before to save energy. Now when she heard her husband say this, she said, then I will put the dirty dishes in the dishwasher. The dean's wife is not used to procrastinating. The dean nodded in agreement and signaled others to wait. In the dean's territory, others had nothing to say about the dean's behavior. After the dean's wife came out, the dean asked Shui Wen to explain what he learned in the morning. After all, the communication was conducted by Shui Wen, and the dean would not deprive Shui Wen of this credit. Shui Wen directly repeated the communication process between his family and Einold. When the leader of the Lei clan and others heard that the man was actually from another fragment, they also confirmed the previous things and said that they would start to select the person who went to that fragment and set off after the person fully recovered. At this point, it was difficult for the Yan clan leader to refuse, and he directly said that he would let his youngest son go with him. As for the others, he would not let them go. In the eyes of the Yan clan leader, the others were the foundation of the Yan family. The Yan clan leader did not want to waste time on such things. As for the youngest son, who was not in the same mind as him, it was better to stay away from him, so as to avoid his wife and him. Yin Lei couldn't help but burst out the fire in his heart when he heard his father's nonchalant attitude. Jiang Zhuxiang pulled Yin Lei's sleeve under the table and asked him to calm down. It would not be good for Yin Lei's reputation to have a dispute with his father under the current situation. Yin Lei was distracted by Jiang Zhuxiang's action of pulling his sleeve. He thought Jiang Zhuxiang had something to tell him, so he gave up the idea of arguing with his old and confused father and planned to ask his junior sister what was going on later. The dean was not surprised by the behavior of Patriarch Yin. After what Jiang Zhuxiang had said to him before, he knew his attitude. He did not want to comment on this person at all, but just nodded to show that he understood. After seeing these people have expressed their opinions, the dean expressed the attitude of the Academy of Sciences. Everyone who goes to the fragment can get a subsidy from the Academy of Sciences, and the Academy of Sciences will make that person recover as soon as possible. Patriarch Lei and others expressed their gratitude for the dean's generosity, although they knew that this subsidy would not be given for nothing, and most of it was to protect the people who went with the Academy of Sciences. The dean waved his hand indifferently, and directly said that they could go back to prepare. Chapter 275 Lei Zhen's Kissing. Chief Lei and the others did not stay for long. Now they really needed to go back and start preparing. After all, they were still clear about the strength of the Academy of Sciences. Maybe before they were ready, the man would have fully recovered. Lei Zhen looked at Jiang Zhuxiang reluctantly, but he really needed to go back. If he didn't go back, although Lei Kong and the others would not rebel, it would be difficult for him to go out alone with his own Xiao Xiang in the future. Maybe they would pile up a lot of things for him to deal with. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't feel reluctant about Lei Zhen's departure. After all, they had been together for a long time before, and it was good to separate for a while now. But Jiang Zhuxiang thought of the things he had obtained during the training process. So he said to Lei Zhen, "Wait a minute. I have something here for you to take back to Lei Kong and the others, which can be regarded as a gift from me to them." By the way, Lei Zhen could please Lei Kong and the others, so that he would not be retaliated too harshly by Lei Kong and the others. Lei Zhen heard what his little Xiang said, so he went to explain to his parents and asked them to wait for him outside the door. The Lei clan leader and his wife naturally had no objection, and went directly to the car outside the shelter of the Academy of Sciences to wait, and took away their son's suitcase. Jiang Zhuxiang led Lei Zhen back to where he lived, picked out a piece of each of the things packed in his suitcase, and handed it to Lei Zhen, asking him to take it back. They were basically some food or seeds. They went to many places this time, and there was always something they liked. Lei Zhen held this pile of things, and had no way to express his gratitude. Before leaving, he kissed Jiang Zhuxiang's cheek at lightning speed, and then he didn't dare to look at Jiang Zhuxiang's reaction, and ran away with the things. Jiang Zhuxiang touched his face helplessly, and felt that the soft touch seemed to remain on his face. He wiped it repeatedly with the back of his hand in annoyance. He didn't send these things to him to let him flirt with him. His kindness was really turned into a donkey's liver and lungs. However, fortunately, the dean and his wife were still sending those people, and didn't come back with Jiang Zhuxiang. Otherwise, Lei Zhen would definitely be dead if they saw this scene. However, it was also because the dean and his wife were not there that Lei Zhen dared to do this. However, Jiang Zhuxiang was not a person who would worry about one thing for too long. Before the dean and his wife came back, Jiang Zhuxiang had already shifted his attention to that iron art. Because of this trip, Jiang Zhuxiang yearned for the outside world even more. This time, Jiang Zhuxiang had the opportunity to contact the world outside this fragment, and he was still very excited. However, he was still under punishment, and he didn't know whether the dean would agree to let him go out. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it, and decided to test it when the dean and his wife came back. The dean and his wife's farewell did not last long. If Lei Zhen had not followed Jiang Zhuxiang to get something, which caused Lei Zhen's family to leave late, the farewell might have ended long ago. After Lei Zhen came back with a bunch of things and a look of having stolen something, the dean and his wife sent the family away. The dean hurried back, fearing that Jiang Zhuxiang would be bullied. However, Tao Thai, who was brought by the dean's wife to see the world, was not in a hurry at all. It still did not believe that Lei Zhen could take advantage of its own young generation. When the dean returned home, the first thing he did was to see Jiang Zhuxiang's expression. If Lei Zhen had taken advantage, Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely be able to see it from his expression. As a result, because Jiang Zhuxiang was trying to fight for another chance to go out and play, there was no shame or anger on his face, which made the dean think that Lei Zhen did not take any advantage, and Lei Zhen escaped. If the dean had confirmed that Lei Zhen had taken advantage of his little girl, he would definitely teach Lei Zhen a lesson. When Jiang Zhuxiang saw the dean coming back, he hurriedly served him tea and water, and his attitude was very respectful. It was obvious that he was asking for help. After confirming that the previous incident did not happen, the dean did not find it difficult to accept Jiang Zhuxiang's actions, and directly said, "Just say it if you have anything to say." Seeing that the dean's attitude was good, Jiang Zhuxiang did not hesitate and directly said, "Can I go to other fragments this time?" After saying that, he looked at the dean with an expectant look. The dean drank the tea that Jiang Zhuxiang had offered him before, looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's expectant expression, and answered expressionlessly, "It depends on your performance in the next few days. If I am satisfied, I will let you go." Although the dean had already decided to let Jiang Zhuxiang go, he still had to warn her so that she would not think that she had no temper. Of course, the dean agreed to Jiang Zhuxiang's going because he was worried that she would sneak out and do the last thing again. The couple would be scared to death by her. When Jiang Zhuxiang heard what the dean said, she repeatedly said that she would behave well. The dean's wife couldn't help but laugh when she saw the father and daughter's behavior. It seemed that her husband was still hard on the outside but soft on the inside. She knew that he had already arranged for Jiang Zhuxiang to be in the exploration team this time. Tao Tai didn't intend to stand up for his youngster being taught a lesson by this man. Shenong and his descendants were people who valued their families, so it was not good for him to interfere too much. Moreover, this human was doing it for the good of his youngster. However, he would still go with him this time. There might be his companions on other fragments. If he could find them, his youngster would have more people to protect him. Of course, Tao Tai also hopes that his partners can be free with the help of his younger generation, which can be regarded as the welfare he strives for his partners. After obtaining the consent of the dean, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to take the translator to see the person from the other fragment, hoping to understand the situation of the fragment in advance, so that he could make preparations in advance. The dean had nothing to do in the afternoon. When he heard Jiang Zhuxiang's request, he did not stop her. He waved his hand and let her go, and asked Tao Tai to go out at the same time. Tao Tai looked at the man lazily. This human was really stingy. He just ate a little more food made by his partner, but he drove him out like this. However, as an ancient beast with extremely high martial power, it would not care about the pettiness of this human man. It would rather follow its younger generation and go out if it wants to. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tao Tai following behind him with some confusion. Why did you come out too? Are you also interested in that person? Tao Tai did not show any expression before, and only followed after it came out. Could it be that Tao Tai was driven out by its own dean? Jiang Zhuxiang still noticed the dean's dark face before. Chapter 276 The difference between the two fragments. Tao Tai listened to Jiang Zhuxiang's words, and had no intention of covering up for the dean. He said directly, I am not interested in that person. It's just that someone doesn't want me to stay here, so I had to come out. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to Tao Tai, confirming his previous thoughts with a frown on his face. Fortunately, the dean's ability is the brain ability. Otherwise the dean would definitely not be able to calm down when he came back at night if he heard what Tao Tai said. Jiang Zhuxiang hurriedly pulled Tao Tai for a distance. Although the dean did not have that kind of ability, the dean's wife's space ability was still good. If the dean's wife told the dean what Tao Tai said, he would not be able to deal with it. He just hoped that the dean's wife did not hear it. Tao Tai didn't comment on Jiang Zhuxiang's method of covering his ears and stealing the bell. Even if they heard it, they couldn't do anything to him. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have the idea of persuading Tao Tai not to do this in the future, so he let it go after running for a distance, and then started to walk slowly. At the same time, he also wanted to understand the thoughts of his elder, wondering if it was willing to follow him to the fragment. When Tao Tai heard Jiang Zhuxiang raise this question, he said without hesitation that he would follow. Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved after hearing this. After all, if Tao Tai was left here, if there was any conflict between it and the dean, he would not be able to come back immediately to deal with it. After solving the problem in his heart, Jiang Zhuxiang walked to Shuiwen's clinic with a relaxed mood. Shuiwen should still be in the clinic at this time, and he could still see that Ionard. Since the establishment of the clinic, Shuiwen has regarded it as his second workplace, and spends half of his time here every day. This is when the clinic has no fixed patients. In the case of fixed patients like now, Shuiwen usually stays in the clinic all day, unless there is something that Yin Lei can't solve. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang coming with people, Shuiwen didn't refuse and took Jiang Zhuxiang over directly. Now that person has just finished his nap. He should have time to chat with Jiang Zhuxiang, because Jiang Zhuxiang had asked Yin Lei to hand over the research materials. Shuiwen had forgiven Jiang Zhuxiang's previous mistakes, so she was so gentle to Jiang Zhuxiang. Otherwise, according to Shuiwen's temper, she would never agree so readily. At least Jiang Zhuxiang would have to pay a price. However, before Jiang Zhuxiang went in, he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something, so he was not in a hurry to go in. and pulled Shui Wen's clothes to show that he had something to say. Shui Wen looked at Jiang Zhuxiang a little strangely. Could this person be scared? This is really a strange thing. He had clearly seen that person before. However, Shui Wen did not understand. According to Jiang Zhuxiang's previous experience, it was normal to be afraid of strangers. It was just that Jiang Zhuxiang had performed too well during this period. So Shui Wen and others almost forgot what kind of character Jiang Zhuxiang had before. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know that Shui Wen was thinking about her original personality. She just remembered what she heard in the Shui family before. She forgot to tell Shui Wen before. Now that she remembered it, she was anxious to tell him about it, so that she wouldn't forget it when she went out in the future. Then Shui Wen would miss the situation of the Shui family. Jiang Zhuxiang motioned Shui Wen to follow him, and went to the lounge. Then he turned on his communicator, and clicked on a recording for Shui Wen to listen to. As for other things, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to let Shui Wen go to her house to get them in the evening. Shui Wen frowned, and listened to the recording. He found that it was Shui Fu's voice. After listening carefully, he understood the current situation of the Shui family. He also expressed his gratitude to Jiang Zhuxiang. He didn't expect that she would help him do such a thing. He had never mentioned it before. The dissatisfaction of being cheated by Jiang Zhuxiang completely disappeared. As for the things mentioned by Jiang Zhuxiang, Shui Wen said that Jiang Zhuxiang could keep them for use. He didn't need them. Jiang Zhuxiang would not embezzle this little thing, and directly said, "This is a gift from your people. You should use it for yourself. I don't need this little thing." Shui Wen listened to Jiang Zhuxiang using her own words to block her mouth, and rubbed Jiang Zhuxiang's head with a bit of amusement, and accepted her proposal. But Shui Wen still asked, "Do you want me to accompany you to see Einold?" Shui Wen still thought of what he had thought of before. Jiang Zhuxiang said indifferently, "No. Tao Hai and I can go there." Shui Wen followed him with some concern. And although he did not go in, he still stood at the door waiting, and could go in at any time. Ian Erda saw Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Hai coming in, but he didn't see Shui Wen. Instead, he felt a little uneasy. Although he had seen this little girl before, the person she brought was obviously not easy to mess with. His current state was not very good, and he was really worried about his situation. Jiang Zhuxiang felt Ian Erda's uneasiness, and couldn't help but laugh a little. It seemed that Shui Wen should not worry about himself, but should worry about this person. Then he signaled Tao Hai to stay away from this person. Jiang Zhuxiang also saw that this person was afraid of Tao Hai. If Tao Hai continued to stand in front of this person's bed, his conversation with him would definitely not be able to continue. Tao Hai took 2 steps back without much care, and continued to feel the breath of this person, wanting to see if there was any breath of a familiar partner. After all, people in a fragment can more or less be contaminated with 1 or 2 points of the breath of the strongest person on this fragment. Just like Jiang Zhuxiang and others went to other fragments. If there were Tao's partners, they would definitely be able to recognize the breath of Tao Hai on them. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know that Tao Hai had this ability. Jiang Zhuxiang turned on the translator, and planned to start chatting with this person to learn more about the situation of the fragment. Of course, the main questions revolved around the weather there. Whether there were many zombies, whether there were any places that absolutely could not be visited, whether food was easy to obtain, etc. When the man heard Jiang Zhuxiang ask this series of questions, he did not answer directly, but asked with a little curiosity, "Do you want to follow me to our fragment?" In Yendel's opinion, Jiang Zhuxiang was still too young. Such a child would never be allowed to leave his parents in their fragment. If Jiang Zhuxiang answered yes, if so, Einard would definitely ask her parents what they think. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Einard a little strangely, but didn't answer directly. This person's question was a little strange. If you come to ask about other places, you naturally want to go to that place. Otherwise, why would you come to understand? Jiang Zhuxiang answered yes, and then saw that person's face suddenly turned black. Chapter 277: The Healing Effect of Wood-Based Supernatural Powers. Einard asked angrily, "Are your parents really your biological parents? How could they let you go out?" Einard knew that Jiang Zhuxiang's parents were the dean and his wife. He had asked Shui Wen before, because Jiang Zhuxiang was the only woman who came to see him that day. So he asked Shui Wen this question out of curiosity. Jiang Zhuxiang said, a little displeased, "Even if they are not your biological parents." "So what? What does this have to do with my question? If you don't want to say it, forget it." Jiang Zhuxiang had no idea what this person was focusing on, and he didn't want to hear his answer. Ianol could hear the displeasure in Jiang Zhuxiang's words. and also heard the subtext in Jiang Zhuxiang's words. It was rare for someone else to come and chat with him, so he was unwilling to let her leave. He quickly said what he really meant. Don't get me wrong. I just think you are too young, and your parents should take the responsibility of protecting you. This operation is a bit dangerous for you. If something happens, it's not a joke. Jiang Zhuxiang heard Enold's answer and asked back a little speechlessly, how old do you think I am? Enold looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's face. You are at most 15 years old? There was still some hesitation in his words. He felt that Jiang Zhuxiang's real age must be younger. Jiang Zhuxiang touched his face with a bit of amusement. It seemed that he had a secret to keep his youthful appearance. However, in order to prevent this person from doubting the dean and his wife, Jiang Zhuxiang still told his real age. I am already 18 years old this year, but I just look young, and I have the ability to protect myself. Jiang Zhuxiang said, took out a seed, quickly catalyzed into a vine, and pulled the ground hard, and a pile of powder appeared on the ground. The floor of the treatment room was also cast with instant concrete. When Ian Erda was chatting with Shui Wen before, he had learned about the hardness of this material. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang pull out a pile of powder from the ground, he still recognized her strength, but still expressed doubts about her age. Are you really 18 years old? Jiang Zhuxiang rolled his eyes speechlessly. Why would I lie to you? There's no candy to eat. Einard thought that he really didn't have any candy to give her, so he didn't say anything more, and said directly, ask if you want to know anything. I remember you came here with Shui Wen before. What are you not moving? Although Jiang Zhuxiang had heard Shui Wen ask once before, some details still needed to be asked again, especially the map of the fragment, which would be convenient for them to explore at that time. Einard could meet Jiang Zhuxiang's request. He directly used his authority to find a map of his own fragment from the communicator he had just received. This was sent to him after he contacted them with the communicator. Now he was repaying Jiang Zhuxiang a little bit of favor. After all, this kind of map was also a secret of the fragment. In addition to the map, Jiang Zhuxiang also asked about the flora and fauna of the fragment, mainly to understand what food and condiments he needed to prepare. When Einard heard Jiang Zhuxiang's question, he felt that this little girl was quite attentive, so he gave her a detailed description of the flora and fauna and their distribution there. Although the description was a bit boring, it was relatively clear. In addition, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't want to know anything else, so he expressed his gratitude to Einard and asked him to stretch out his wrist so that he could confirm his situation. This was also what Shui Wen had asked him to do before. Einard asked Jiang Zhuxiang curiously what he was going to do. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't explain much, but just put his fingers on his outstretched wrist, concentrating on feeling the man's physical condition. After finishing, he used the wood power to circulate in his body, which could be regarded as accelerating his recovery. After Jiang Zhuxiang moved his fingers away, he asked him about his feelings. Einard was a little surprised when Jiang Zhuxiang introduced the wood power into his body. After discovering that his injuries were getting better, he felt even more magical. He didn't expect that the wood power had such an effect. It seems that he had ignored them before. After Einard expressed his feelings, Jiang Zhuxiang nodded. It seems that this man will be able to recover tomorrow. After Jiang Zhuxiang let him rest, he went out to find water patterns. Enold did not stop him. He wanted to ask if Jiang Zhuxiang's wood ability was different from others, and if other people's wood ability could also be used to treat diseases. But considering that they would have a long time to spend together in the future, he was not in a hurry. After Jiang Zhuxiang found Shui Wen, he said that he was going back and would go to the laboratory to check it out, and asked him if there was anything he could bring to him. Shui Wen gave Jiang Zhuxiang some of the information he had recorded before. Shui Wen came to the treatment room for another purpose of testing drugs. Of course, with the patient's consent, Jiang Zhuxiang put it away, said goodbye to Shui Wen, and left the treatment room and walked towards the laboratory. After opening the door of the laboratory, Jiang Zhuxiang saw Yan Lei's serious back. He did not speak, but stood aside and waited for Yan Lei to finish his work. Yan Lei naturally felt the door open, because the wind direction in the room changed for a moment. But there was no smell of strangers, so Yan Lei continued to speed up his work, wanting to see who came. In silence, Yan Lei finished the work in his hand, turned around and saw that it was Jiang Zhuxiang, and couldn't help but said teasingly, Xiaoxiang, it's really rare for you to come to this laboratory. Do you remember that half of the ownership here belongs to you? Jiang Zhuxiang said helplessly, I want to come too, But I don't have time. After that, Jiang Zhuxiang handed the thing to Yen Lei. Yen Lei took the thing and looked at it. He found that it was a record of water patterns. So he didn't say much and put it away directly to look at it later. Seeing Yen Lei's performance, Jiang Zhuxiang asked curiously, "Big brother, do you want to go out with us this time? I heard that Yen Yin will go too. The people in his own academy still don't like to go out. The teacher will rust if he stays in the shelter." Yen Lei had heard the words of his old confused father before. But because Yen Yin also wanted to go, he couldn't go. He couldn't add to the burden of his younger brother. After all, if he went, he would definitely spend half of his energy to take care of himself. Hearing Yen Lei's refusal, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little frustrated. But he didn't feel surprised. After all, their habits are not so easy to change. After all, the previous arrangements of the dean didn't let them go out more. He just mentioned it. And the possibility of success is definitely lower. Chapter 278 Confirmation of the Candidate. Yen Lei saw Jiang Zhuxiang's frustrated expression and patted her shoulder with a bit of amusement. "Xiaoxiang, you don't have to be like this. This time, your elder brother should go with you. There is no difference between him going and me going. By then, I will be able to know your situation. And I can rest assured that you are outside." Jiang Zhuxiang asked in surprise, "Why is elder brother willing to go out this time? You should know that the degree of Shui Wen's residence is not shallower than Yen Lei's. Even because of the Shui family." He didn't even take a good look at this fragment. Yen Lei said with some emotion, "He is thinking about the Shui family. After all, other families have begun to develop outward. And those people in the Shui family are still struggling here. If he doesn't go out, the Shui family will really decline in the future." Jiang Zhuxiang thought about the situation of the Shui family and felt that Shui Wen's approach was not wrong. So he did not ask any more questions. Jiang Zhuxiang accompanied Yen Lei to do experiments for another afternoon before leaving the laboratory with him and returning home. The dean and his wife and Tao Tai were already there. The dean still disliked Tao Tai and pulled the dean's wife to work in the kitchen. There was only Tao Tai alone in the living room. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tao Tai helplessly. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little worried when it came back early before. But he didn't expect it to be exactly the same as he expected. Tao Tai didn't feel uncomfortable. Although the dean disliked it. There was food wherever the dean's wife was. As long as there was food, Tao Tai had no problem. The dean also discovered this characteristic of Tao Tai and directly used food to block the chance for it to meet the dean's wife. He personally delivered food to Tao Tai. While Jiang Zhuxiang and the others were standing there, the dean brought out another plate of food and placed it in front of Tao Tai. Tao Tai quickly finished the dish and started waiting for the next one. Jiang Zhuxiang was stunned and asked directly, "How much have you eaten?" At this speed, the dean's wife couldn't eat faster than it. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't imagine it. Tao Tai said lazily, "Not much. Just 10 dishes. Just enough to fill my stomach. It's a rare opportunity like this. Tao Tai won't miss it. As long as the dean brings it out, it will eat it." When Jiang Zhuxiang heard this number, he doubted whether they could have dinner in the evening. The dean's wife should have prepared double the dishes. Maybe the dean and the dean's wife said it. The dean's wife came out of the kitchen and said, "Xiaoxiang, find something to do. Dinner will be ready soon." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded in agreement, and began to make tea for himself and Yen Lei, and asked Tao Tai if he wanted some. Tao Tai wanted to save his stomach for food, and this time he rarely refused Jiang Zhuxiang's tea. Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head helplessly, poured tea for Yen Lei and himself, and went to the kitchen to find some snacks, and began to drink slowly. Not long after, the dean's wife came to call for dinner. Jiang Zhuxiang thought that Tao Tai must have eaten enough, but he didn't expect it to follow them to the restaurant. Jiang Zhuxiang asked in surprise, "Has your appetite become bigger again?" According to Tao Tai's appetite, it should be enough now. Tao Tai said lightly, "My appetite has never changed. It just depends on how much I can eat. Before, I was willing to follow Jiang Zhuxiang's arrangement to eat. But this does not mean that I really have the same stomach as humans." Jiang Zhuxiang asked hesitantly, "Have you never been full before?" Tao Tai did not intend to answer Jiang Zhuxiang's idiotic question. Jiang Zhuxiang was also reflecting on whether his previous actions were right or wrong. Was it too much to ask a naturally greedy beast to restrain its appetite? Jiang Zhuxiang thought so. And the chopsticks on the table moved less, making the dean and his wife look over in surprise. Their little girl used to have a good appetite. So what happened this time? However, they did not ask directly. After all, Judging from her performance, she was not someone who would answer questions. They planned to wait until she reacted before asking. Jiang Zhuxiang finished his dinner in a daze. Before Tao Tai returned to his room, Jiang Zhuxiang had made a decision. I will not restrict your diet anymore. Just don't make yourself feel bad. I will study better digestive medicine. If you eat too much, don't worry. Tao Tai had just eaten almost half of the food at the table. Now, after hearing what Jiang Zhuxiang said, he didn't say much. Just said, okay. I know. As for how much to eat, Tao Tai had already judged the size of his appetite when he was caught because of fullness. The amount of food he eats now is completely fine. He was willing to be controlled by Jiang Zhuxiang before just because he didn't want Jiang Zhuxiang to worry. But now, he is more willing to satisfy his appetite. Jiang Zhuxiang can adapt to it. It's better. If he can't adapt, there is nothing he can do. Jiang Zhuxiang saw Tao Tai's relaxed expression and breathed a sigh of relief. He was a little too self-righteous before, and Tao Tai didn't need to accept his control at all. Jiang Zhuxiang returned to her room and was about to start practicing when the dean's wife knocked on her door and came in with a bowl of food. Jiang Zhuxiang touched his stomach and felt hungry. He took the bowl from her hand and asked curiously, "How do you know I'm hungry?" The dean's wife touched Jiang Zhuxiang's head. "What are you thinking about at the table? I saw that you didn't eat anything, so I made you a bowl of noodles. Eat first and tell me after you finish eating." Even if she was curious, the dean's wife was still considerate. If she were to face Tao Tai, she would definitely not control Tao Tai like she did. Instead, she would try to meet its requirements. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about this while eating noodles. After eating, Jiang Zhuxiang said what he thought at the table. The dean's wife touched Jiang Zhuxiang's head again with a smile. "Food is the first necessity of the people. Besides, your elder looks like a good eater. He must know how much he can eat. Why should you care about him?" In the eyes of the dean's wife, Jiang Zhuxiang is still a child. She doesn't need to worry about such adult problems. She just needs to exercise herself well now. Her own time is the most precious. Jiang Zhuxiang also gave up the obsession of letting Tao Tai eat like humans, and began to ask the dean who he planned to send to the fragment this time. She only knew that Brother Wen was the only one. The dean's wife has not asked this question yet, but still said, "I will tell you tomorrow morning. You have a good rest." Chapter 279 Internal and External Worries. Jiang Zhuxiang sent the dean's wife out of his room, and then obediently used cultivation as his way of rest. The dean's wife put the empty bowl back in the kitchen, returned to her and the dean's room, and mentioned Jiang Zhuxiang's problem to him. The dean has never been very secretive about his wife. This is because the dean's wife can give him some things he has not considered, and also because the dean's wife is very tight-lipped. Therefore, when he heard his wife ask, the dean did not hide anything and directly told him the candidate he wanted to send out. The dean's wife asked this question not only because of Jiang Zhuxiang's problem, but also because she wanted to help the dean consider it. After carefully considering the candidates proposed by the dean's wife had no objection to the other candidates, but only one of them. The dean's wife wanted to ask the dean what he thought. The dean's wife asked directly, "Why did you arrange Wu Jingyan? We should have other people who can be sent out in the Academy of Sciences. It is not certain whether this person has any problems, although he has not shown anything wrong during this period. In such an unfamiliar place, a little hidden danger may lead to a major accident. I don't believe you won't think of this problem." The dean's wife asked the question with a lot of confusion. The dean did not avoid the question of the dean's wife. He naturally considered the question raised by the dean's wife. But as the dean of the Academy of Sciences, sometimes he still needs to consider the opinions of others. Wu Jing has performed well at the farm during this period, and was recommended by the farm. The dean comforted him. He was arranged by the farm. When the time comes, we will make it clear to Xiaoxiang and let her pay attention. Besides, we let him stay at the farm for so long without any certificate, and other people will have opinions. If nothing happens to him this time, we can no longer treat him like this. You should also be mentally prepared. Although my wife is very nice most of the time, she still has a little girl's temper sometimes. She never has a good face for people she doesn't like. The dean has done the persuasion work in advance. Although the dean's wife occasionally makes trouble to increase the interest of the couple, she can still suppress her displeasure when she encounters something that her husband has already decided. At this time, she said, "Let's see how he performs first." The implication is to perform well before deciding whether to give him a good face. After figuring out the dispatch situation of her family, the dean's wife said to the dean with some emotion, "I wonder who other families will send this time. Why does our Xiaoxian like to run away so much? I hope they can take good care of her when the time comes." The dean just smiled and didn't answer what his wife said, with Lei Jin and Tao Tai following him. The dean would not worry about Jiang Zhuxiang's safety. At this time, the dean also used the words of the dean's wife to Jiang Zhuxiang as the end of the conversation. "Let's rest first. This kind of news will be out tomorrow morning." The dean's wife then fell asleep quietly. The next morning, when Jiang Zhuxiang went to the kitchen to help, he got the list of dispatched personnel from their Academy of Sciences shelter. He didn't react to Wu Jing mentioned by the dean's wife. Anyway, he would act with Lei Jin and the others at that time. And he couldn't calculate anything about him. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's indifferent look, the dean's wife warned him with some dissatisfaction, "Don't be careless. As the old saying goes, if you don't listen to the old people, you will suffer. You must be vigilant about Wu Jing, and don't let him get close to you." Jiang Zhuxiang naturally saw the dean's wife's dissatisfaction with his indifference. So he had to tell her his true answer. "I will definitely follow the Lei family's superpower team in the future. Have you forgotten that I am their reserve team member? Besides, I am a with superpower. Third brother is only a brain superpower. If there is no help from others, how can he beat me? You can rest assured. Besides, my strength is not just what I show on the surface. I have no problem protecting myself. If Wu Jing wants to plot against me, he has to beat my elder Tao Tai." After hearing Jiang Wuxiang's answer, the dean's wife was relieved. If she followed the Lei family's superpower team, she would not have to worry about her little Xiang's safety. But the dean's wife had another question. "Are you sure the Lei family's superpower team will be sent out?" Jiang Zhuxiang replied, "Yes. Lei Jin mentioned it to me before he left. Even if the Lei clan leader did not have this plan, Lei Jin would persuade him." The dean's wife was completely relieved. But she thought of Lei Jin's thoughts about her Xiaoxiang. So she still had to remind him, although he will be your captain at that time. "Xiaoxiang, you should not get too close to him. Just maintain the relationship between the captain and the team members. As a girl, you should be more reserved. Otherwise men will not cherish you." In the eyes of the dean's wife, her Xiaoxiang is still young, so she naturally doesn't want him to be tied to Lei Jin so early. Jiang Zhuxiang was still very touched by the dean's wife's concern, and nodded repeatedly in agreement. After breakfast, the dean received the list of personnel dispatched by several other families. The Lei family indeed sent out a team of superpowers. But there was also an elder following to support Lei Jin and his team. Once there was something that Lei Jin and his team could not solve, he could be asked to take action. The dean naturally agreed to this arrangement, and this guarantee would naturally benefit the team of the Academy of Sciences. As for the other families, perhaps considering their own strength, they only sent one junior to join the Lei family's superpower team. The Jin family still sent Jin Yin, and the Yin family sent Yin Yen. When he saw this list, the dean sneered at the shamelessness of Patriarch Yin. But this matter was someone else's family affair, and the dean couldn't intervene. When the time came, let Yin Lei prepare things for his brother. The dean had received a message from Shuiwen before, saying that Einarda's injury had almost recovered. The dean fed back this news to the patriarchs of the three families, and also reminded them that they could start preparing things. If they were ready, they should come to the Academy of Sciences as soon as possible, so that it would be convenient to communicate with Einarda and arrange how to travel. The patriarchs of the other three families naturally had no reason to neglect the dean's message. They had returned to their respective shelters yesterday afternoon, and it was just right to start preparing things at this time, without any delay. Chapter 282 People in Different Situations. After consulting with the dean, the Lei family leader asked Lei Jin to contact Mu Mu. The battle for the succession of the Mu family has almost ended. The eldest son of the Mu family has been imprisoned by the Mu family leader. Even if Mu Mu follows them to other fragments, the situation will not change. Besides, it can also improve Mu Mu's strength. I think he will not refuse. Originally, the Lei family leader did not think so highly of Mu Mu. But after Lei Jin said that the same fragment needs to unite to prevent other fragments from taking advantage of the situation, he began to change his attitude towards the families in the hostile camp. For the Mu family, which has the most idea of easing relations with them, it is natural to be the first breakthrough point. After Lei Jin's father made it clear, he contacted Mu Mu without hesitation, told him about the other people who came with the fragments, and then asked him if he wanted to go with them to take a look. After receiving Lei Jin's communication, Moo was a little hesitant. After all, his father had just dealt with his eldest son. Moo was thinking about whether he should stay at home to accompany his old father and comfort his injured heart. After Lei Jin asked Moo's thoughts, he was a little amused by Moo's simplicity. After the chief Moo dealt with his eldest son, only Moo would compete with him for the control of the Moo family. If Moo showed too close at this time, it was hard to guarantee that the chief Moo would have an opinion on him. At this time, Moo should leave the Moo family for a while, so that the chief Moo could calm down and know where he would really rely on in the future, so as not to aggravate the conflict between father and son in the future. However, Lei Jin would not be so straightforward with Moo, but only reminded Moo from the perspective of the family. Our three families and the Academy of Sciences have begun to develop outward. If your Moo family is satisfied with surviving on this fragment, I have nothing to say. It is up to you whether you want to go or not. Moo listened to Lei Jin's words and said that he would ask his father first. After all, if he wanted to go out, he still had to tell him. Lei Jin had no opinion on this, but just said, "You'd better make a decision quickly. We will go to the Academy of Sciences tomorrow at the latest. If you haven't decided by then, we won't take you with us." Moo said, "Then I will tell you right after I ask my father whether you are going or not." Lei Jin nodded, hung up the call first, and did not do anything else, just waiting for Moo's message. After all, Lei Kong and his team could do a good job in preparing other things. After returning this time, Lei Kong and his team had no other complaints because Jiang Zhuxiang helped him prepare things and completed the task well. They just proposed that they would also participate in any future events. After all, they were a small team and would never accept Lei Jin going out alone with Jiang Zhuxiang. As for the world of two people, Lei Kong and his team said that they would wait until Lei Jin caught up with her. Lei Kong and his team knew that their captain had not caught up with Jiang Zhuxiang at all, and he was still a boyfriend in the reserve period. When Lei Jin thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. His Xiao Xiang was so hard to pursue. He just didn't know when she would let him become a regular employee. While Lei Jin was waiting, Moo went to the study of Patriarch Moo, told him the message Lei Jin gave him, and explained Lei Jin's idea that he wanted him to go there as well, and asked for his father's opinion. Patriarch Moo was still sad about his handling of his eldest son's affairs. At this time, after hearing what his youngest son mentioned, he finally diverted his attention during this period. As a patriarch who wanted to make the family stronger, he naturally didn't want to miss this kind of outward expansion. After hearing his youngest son's explanation, he immediately said, "Our family can't be wrong about this kind of thing. You follow Lei Jin and the others to see it. I will help you guard the Moo family. When you come back, I will announce you as the heir of my Moo family." Patriarch Moo thought for a moment and said, "Take your Uncle Hu with you. Be careful. I will prepare the things for you. I will also take care of the things left by your elder brother. When you come back, you will definitely see a clean Moo family." Moo didn't expect his father to think so much about him. His eyes were red. He nodded repeatedly to show that he knew. At the same time, he also said, "I will definitely improve my strength outside, and then let the other three families look at my family with new eyes." Patriarch Moo looked at his son, who was expressing his determination with satisfaction, and asked him to reply to Lei Jin first. Moo left his father's study reluctantly, and sent a message to Lei Jin, saying that he would go with them. After Lei Jin received the message, he sent a message saying, "We will notify you when we decide the time to go to the Academy of Sciences. You should come and meet us first. Then, let's put aside the matter of the Moo family." Lei Jin began to send communications to Yin. When he knew that the Yin family actually sent Yin, he was still shocked. Like the dean, he despised the shamelessness of the Yin clan leader, especially after he and others knew that Yin had been adopted out. Later, it was his father's words that woke him up. Even if Yin was adopted out, he was still a member of the Yin family. As long as he had not left the Yin family's shelter, he could not escape the control of the Yin clan leader. The Yin clan leader's current treatment of Yin would easily leave a sense of guilt in the heart of the next clan leader. At that time, Yin would be truly relieved. Being able to go out with them would also be a relief for Yin. He didn't need to care so much. After the communication was connected, Lei Jin saw that Yin looked fine. And then he began to ask him how he was preparing? Did he need help? Yin looked at Lei Jin with a bit of amusement at his worried look, Don't worry. My two mothers have prepared a lot of things for me. Enough for me on the road. Can I come tomorrow? Lei Jin hurriedly asked. Why? Yin Yin said, a little distressed. They are still preparing things. I am afraid that if I continue to stay, I will not be able to carry the things by then. And I have no space to put them. Lei Jin was relieved to hear that Yin Yin was actually worried about this kind of thing. Even if Yin Yin had an old and confused father, he had a pair of loving mothers, which was also a compensation for him. Naturally, he agreed to Yin Yin's request. You can come. We still have a place for you to stay. When the time comes, give the things to Lei Kong for safekeeping. And you don't have to worry about things on the road. Yin Yin looked at Lei Jin with gratitude, and was called over by his mother to check things. Lei Jin smiled and shook his head, and disconnected the communication himself. Chapter 281 Gathering at the Academy Shelter. Time passed quickly during the preparations, and it was time to gather at the academy. Yin Yin could no longer bear the power of his two mothers, so he came to Lei's house in advance. When Yin Yin arrived, Lei Jin specially asked Lei Kong to pick him up. But he saw Yin Yin dragging 3 huge suitcases and walking with difficulty. He looked very pitiful. He was lucky that he was not attacked by mutant plants and animals along the way. Otherwise, I don't know if he could reach Lei's house safely with so many burdens. Lei Kong stepped forward and introduced himself. I am Lei Kong. I have the ability of space. Give me the things first, and I will keep them for you. This person has almost reached his limit. If they don't show up, he will definitely not be able to hold on. Yin Yin looked at Lei Kong gratefully, and let go of his hand holding the suitcase. After letting go, his arm was shaking a little. Lei Jin asked with a bit of amusement, Didn't you say you were going to sneak out? Why did you take so many things? When Lei Jin saw the 3 suitcases, he knew that Yin Yan's plan had failed. Now asking this question is just a joke. Yin Yin looked at Lei Jin with a bit of resentment. When I was going out, my two mothers happened to come over. The condition they agreed to let me come early was to take away the things they prepared. Fortunately, you came to pick them up. Otherwise I really couldn't hold on. Lei Jin was not surprised to hear Yin Yan's answer. He and Lei Kong slowly accompanied Yin Yin to the Lei family. After settling Yin Yin, Lei Jin sent a message to Moo Moo, wanting to inform him that they were going to the Academy of Sciences, and he could leave. Moo Moo answered the call very quickly, and asked directly as soon as he got through, Are you planning to leave? I'll leave right away. His father had already prepared the things for him, and Uncle Hu had already notified him. He only needed to take the things and go to Uncle Hu, and they could leave. Lei Jin nodded on the screen. Since he was ready, he didn't say much. After Moo Moo told Lei Jin that he would not be late, he hung up the call, and went to find Uncle Hu with his things. After receiving Moo Moo's notice, Moo Hu had not left the house, in case his young master might come to him at any time, and even set others to prepare the things. Now the situation in the clan is very clear, and there is no need to hide the friendship between him and the young master. So when he saw Moo Moo coming with his things, Moo Hu did not say much, and asked directly, Are you going to leave? Moo Moo nodded. Moo Hu turned and went into the room to drag out the things he had prepared, and walked out of the Moo family with Moo Moo. The head of the Moo clan had received the news at some point, and was waiting at the door of the Moo family shelter. Seeing Moo Moo and Moo Hu coming, the chief of the Moo clan did not say much, but just told Moo Moo to pay attention to safety. As for other things, he would do it naturally. For the first time, Moo Moo felt that his father's attitude was so firm. It seemed that his decision to follow Lei Jin and the others was really right. Moo Moo and Moo Hu hurried to the Lei family shelter before the sun set. Along the way, they even used the wood-type supernatural power to disguise themselves as plants to avoid mutant plants. When they arrived, except for the consumption of supernatural power, there was no other loss. Lei Jin got the news and came to pick them up, and also brought Lei Kong. The things of the two people in the Moo family were much more normal. Lei Kong put them directly in his personal space. Let them take the things they needed immediately, so that they didn't have to ask him for them frequently. Lei Jin arranged for Moo Moo and Moo Hu to rest in the guest room, and informed them to gather in the living room outside the Lei family tomorrow morning, and then go to the shelter of the Academy of Sciences together. Moo Moo and Moo Hu hurried to recover their consumed abilities, so as not to be delayed on the road. After Lei Jin returned to his room, he contacted Jean Yin to confirm whether he was ready. When Jean Yin received the communication, he was checking whether he had brought everything. The head of the Jean family was watching on the side. Lei Kong greeted the head of the Jean family first, and then began to ask about Jin Yin's preparations. At the same time, he told them that they were going to the shelter of the Academy of Sciences tomorrow. I don't know what he planned. Jin Yin looked up from his stuff and said, I plan to go there tomorrow too. Let's meet at the Academy shelter. After that, he continued to check. Lei Jin didn't feel slighted. Instead, the seldom talking Jin clan leader spoke to Lei Jin for a few words, just about taking care of each other on the way. After Lei Jin nodded in agreement, he hung up the call, which did not affect Jin Yin's inspection. The next morning, Lei Jin arrived at the outer living room on time. The team members who came early had already arrived, and the late ones were still on their way. Mu Hu and Yen Yen had already arrived. They each carried a backpack that was convenient for movement, and carried things they needed at any time. It seemed that they still listened to Lei Kong's previous words. Seeing how cooperative they were, Lei Kong, who came in with Lei Jin, nodded in agreement. He learned this method from Jiang Zhuxiang. She would carry her backpack wherever she went. It seemed that there was everything in that backpack. Lei Kong didn't know that Jiang Zhuxiang's backpack was used to cover her personal space. He only saw the convenience of this method, so he asked the team members to do the same. Now he asked Mu and the others to do the same, which was convenient for them and reduced their burden. After everyone arrived, Lei Jin led them to the shelter of the Academy of Sciences. Although there was a land vehicle, Lei Jin would not miss the opportunity to exercise the physical strength of his team members, even if they were already superpowers. Fortunately, Mu and Yen Yen had experienced Lei Jin's behavior before, so they had nothing to complain about. They followed silently. As for Mu Hu, this matter was just a small matter for him. When they arrived at the shelter of the Academy of Sciences, it was around 10 o'clock in the morning. Lei Jin knew that the gate of the Academy of Sciences required permission to enter, and the detection method was much stricter than that of the Lei family. Although he had permission, he could not bring so many people in together, so he had to notify her to come and pick them up. Of course, Lei Jin was still very happy to do this, so that he could see his own Xiao Xiang in advance. Otherwise, according to the dean's temper, he might not be able to see anyone until the moment of departure. After receiving Lei Jin's message, Jiang Zhuxiang notified his senior brother first and asked him to accompany him. After all the people who came were boys. Although he never regarded himself as a woman, some things were easier to communicate between boys. Yen Lei didn't say anything. He heard that Yen Yen was also here this time, so he could just go and see how he was doing. Chapter 282, Ian's Companion on the Road. When they arrived at the entrance of the Academy of Sciences shelter, Jiang Zhuxiang opened the door and let the people in first, and asked them to stand in the detector inside the door, which was considered as an inspection for them. This procedure must be followed by all people in the Academy of Sciences. So Lei Jin and others had no objection, and went through this procedure obediently. After Lei Jin finished the inspection, he followed Jiang Zhuxiang. Yen Lei's mind was on Yen Yen at this time, and he didn't have time to stop Lei Jin's behavior. After Yen Lei carefully looked at Yen Yen, he began to ask him how he had been doing during this period. Yen Yen was a little amused. When did his eldest brother become so nagging? His two mothers were not so clingy. However, Yen Yen looked at his elder brother, who would cry if he didn't answer, and for the first time felt that his elder brother was a bit like his biological mother, but he was better at concealing it. In fact, he was still a very emotional person. Yen Yen quickly explained his situation at home. He didn't want his elder brother to flood Jinshan. Yen Lei still had a lot of feelings for his two younger brothers. When they were young, he and his father almost raised them together. If it weren't for this, Yen Lei wouldn't have such a big opinion of the father, and he would be so concerned about his youngest brother. Yen Lei also cared about the younger brother who stayed at home, but to a lesser extent. After all, he still got the attention of his father, and he could only watch. After hearing Yen Yan's explanation, Yen Lei was relieved and had time to pay attention to other people, including Lei Jin, who had already stood next to his junior sister. Lei Jin felt Yen Lei's gaze sweeping over him, and insisted on standing next to Jiang Zhuxiang without moving. He would not really give in. Yen Lei did not care about Lei Jin's little thoughts. Anyway, he would arrange him to stay away from his junior sister later. The second thing Yen Lei was concerned about was Mu and Mu Hu. These two people were completely new faces in the Academy of Sciences. Or in other words, except for the dean and his wife. Seeing Yen Lei looking over, Mu and Mu Hu hurriedly introduced themselves, fearing that they would be kicked out. Yen Lei nodded in agreement. As for the others, Yen Lei greeted them uniformly and took them to see the dean. The dean was in the treatment room at this time. After Yen Lei learned about it, he could let them meet Einhard. So he took them to the treatment room. Fortunately, Leijin and the others only had a backpack. Otherwise, they really couldn't stand such a long journey. You know, they have been walking for almost half a day. Yen Lei didn't bother them anymore, and took them directly to the lounge, asked his little sister to stay and entertain them temporarily, and went to find the dean and Shui Wen. The dean received the news brought by Yen Lei, looked at Einhard who was walking, and just as Yen Lei expected, he asked him to follow him to meet the companions who would go with him. Einhold was also very curious about the stranger's arrival. He followed the dean to the lounge without saying much. For him, walking was no problem at all. But he could not use his supernatural powers for the time being. Leijin and the others saw the dean coming in, and they all stood up and greeted the dean. The dean nodded and introduced Einhold to them directly, so that they could get to know each other to avoid any misunderstandings on the way. It was the first time for Leijin and the others to see Einhold moving freely, and they all greeted him. But they did not bring a translator, and had no way to communicate with him. Thinking of this, Leijin looked at the dean, wondering if he could equip them with one to facilitate their communication. Yen Lei came with a translator. After relaying their meaning to Einhard, he saw Leijin's eyes, and said directly, "I will send you the translator after you are settled. For now, just get to know each other first. Communication is not urgent. There is plenty of time to communicate on the way. Besides, they have almost understood Einhard's situation during this period. When the time comes, they can sort out a set of information for them to see directly." The dean handed these things before their departure to me, and I would naturally consider all aspects. Originally, Shui Wen and I should do this together, but he also wants to go this time, so it is not convenient for him to be responsible for this matter. So the dean will let me do it alone and let my junior sister assist. My little junior sister is familiar with Leijin and others. If they have any problems, it is convenient to tell her. It is not easy for the two to make mistakes when they cooperate like this. As for the little junior sister's preparations, they were snatched away by the dean's wife. Otherwise, the dean would not agree to this arrangement. After meeting Einhard, Yen Lei took them directly to the temporary residence tonight, arranged them one by one, asked them to pack up first, and went back to get the translator. As for my little junior sister, she stayed here to help them solve their problems. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at his senior brother's back helplessly, hoping that these people would not have any problems. His senior brother was really relieved. Yen Lei was not at ease with his junior sister staying here, but contacted Tao Tai before leaving. Jiang Zhuxiang stood for a while, and saw Tao Tai hurried over, accompanying Jiang Zhuxiang to wait for Yen Lei to come back. Leijin and others felt the breath of Tao Tai, and they all accelerated the speed of packing, wanting to go out to see if this person came, including Mu Mu. As for Mu Hu, he just felt that someone with a much stronger martial arts value than himself had come, and he really didn't expect it to be Tao Tai. Although he had seen Tao Tai in the Mu family before, the impression left by a meeting was limited. Soon, Jiang Zhuxiang saw the doors of those rooms open one after another. These people, including Leijin, greeted Tao Tai respectfully and called it Mr. Tao. Mu Hu also realized that he had seen this person before, and he also stepped forward to greet him. Although the two looked the same age, who made Tao Tai's martial arts value higher. After several people greeted Tao Tai, Yen Lei appeared again and distributed the translator he brought to them. It was a small earplug style, easy to carry. Leijin and others put it directly into their ears, and there was no discomfort. Wearing it all the time would not affect their normal speaking and listening. Seeing that they adapted well, Yen Lei handed the one specially left for Jiang Zhuxiang to her. Seeing that she was well equipped, he took them to the restaurant for dinner. I think they were hungry. Leijin and others followed to the restaurant of the Academy of Sciences. Yen Lei did not choose a private room. He asked them to wait in the hall directly. He went to order the dishes, and asked the restaurant staff to bring them to him. It was simple and convenient. Chapter 283 Embarrassed Lei Kong. Leijin had been to the restaurant of the Academy before, but he had never eaten in the hall. It was a novel experience to experience it now. As for the others, seeing that their captain had no objection, they naturally had no objection either. Although they had always eaten in the box with the captain before, they really didn't have many class concepts, as long as they could eat enough. The The restaurant of the Academy of Sciences took into account the weak physical condition of the researchers, and the dishes were always matched with nutrition and taste. Especially since the Academy of Sciences had its own secret farm. Many things were produced by itself, so there was no need to worry about eating. Moo Moo and Yan Yan watched Lei Jin and his friends eating without hesitation, and they also tasted the food without hesitation. Halfway through the meal, they saw Shui Wen bringing Jin Yin in. Lei Jin and his friends didn't say anything polite, but just waved to Jin Yin to greet him, and continued eating. Jin Yin didn't feel neglected, and also waved in response. Seeing this, Shui Wen asked Jin Yin to sit down first, and went to the window to buy food. Jin Yin didn't refuse, and after expressing his gratitude, he went directly to the table of Lei Jin and his friends and sat down, and began to see what dishes they had eaten. Jiang Zhuxiang put a portion of untouched fried meatballs in front of Jin Yin, with a small fork inside, so that Jin Yin could eat it first to satisfy his craving, so that he wouldn't have to watch the meat. Jin Yin was not polite, and began to taste the meatballs. Lei Jin was not very happy to see his own Xiao Xiang taking care of Jin Yin, but looking at Yan Lei who was still present, he had to silently hold back his words. Shui Wen was still very fast, and Jin Yin also ate. Yan Lei asked curiously, "How do you have time to come out? Don't you need to take care of that Einold?" Shui Wen had been staying in the treatment room before, and had not even been to the laboratory. So Yan Lei asked this question. Shui Wen said indifferently, "He is almost recovered, and I don't need to watch him all the time. I am not his nanny, since he can move on his own. Let him take care of himself. Besides, I have already bought him food. He will always eat by himself. And it is just convenient to bring Jin Yin here. I just want to come to eat, and I met the dean bringing him here, so I took over this job." Yan Lei didn't say anything after hearing Shui Wen's words. He quickly finished the rest of the meal, and walked back with Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin. After sending them back to the room, they were allowed to move freely as long as they didn't overdo it. And then they took Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Ai away. Lei Jin asked his team members to arrange their own time. He still wanted to spend more time with his Xiao Xiang, but now she should still be with Yan Lei and the others. He would contact her later, find an excuse to go find her after asking her where she was. Lei Kong was a little speechless about his captain's words. Before such an important event, he actually let them go on their own. Shouldn't they be resting up now? Lei Kong led the team members out of Lei Jin's room and said to them directly, "Don't listen to your captain's nonsense. Go back and have a good rest. If you want to go out and see the shelter of the Academy of Sciences, go out and see it. Don't do things that consume energy. We will set off tomorrow. You also know the importance of the matter, although it is a bit of overstepping one's authority. The reminder should still be reminded." The other team members also agreed with Lei Kong's words. For them, the captain is more useful when doing tasks, and Lei Kong manages them at other times. They are more obedient to Lei Kong's management. Of course, this does not mean that they don't respect the captain, but the captain is more relaxed when getting along with them, so they are a little disrespectful. Lei Kong was relieved when he saw the team members return to their rooms. Lei Kong wanted to contact the people of the Academy of Sciences to find out how to go to other fragments tomorrow. Although he had a flying machine in his space, it would be better to ask the people of the Academy of Sciences. His captain probably couldn't remember this matter now. Lei Kong flipped through the address book and finally sent a message to Jiang Zhuxiang. He didn't have the contact number of other people. Jiang Zhuxiang just returned to his home and felt his communicator vibrating. Jiang Zhuxiang thought it was Lei Jin who sent a message to him. He clicked it and saw that it was Lei Kong. Jiang Zhuxiang asked directly, "Is there anything you want to talk to me about?" Lei Kong had taken good care of himself when he participated in the mission of the superpower team before Jiang Zhuxiang. Although some unpleasant things happened later, Jiang Zhuxiang still had a good impression of him. So he asked calmly. Lei Kong saw Jiang Zhuxiang's clear-headed look and had a deep feeling that his captain would definitely be a henpecked husband in the future. But this was all in the future. Now Lei Kong still asked the question, "How do we get to other fragments? How does your Academy of Sciences arrange it?" Jiang Zhuxiang is the adopted daughter of the dean and his wife, so she should know about this. Jiang Zhuxiang had heard about this matter, so he didn't hide it. The dean will personally drive the aircraft to send us there, and when we want to come back, we will contact him to pick us up. He meant that this way it is not easy to be hostile to people in other fragments. It is very likely that the aircraft will not land at that time, and we need to go down by ourselves. She hadn't tried landing from the aircraft yet, so she didn't know if her light body technique would work. Lei Kong didn't expect the dean to have such an idea, but it was a good idea. After all, if they, as outsiders, directly possessed the aircraft, it would be easy for other people in the fragments to target them. In this case, the aircraft in their own space should be hidden well, and it's better not to take it out unless it's absolutely necessary. No wonder he had a hesitant expression on his face when he went to apply for the aircraft from the clan leader before. It seemed that he had the same idea as the dean. Seeing that Lei Kong didn't speak, Jiang Zhuxiang asked, "Anything else you want to ask?" Lei Kong didn't think of anything else for the time being. But then he thought of something else. If the captain says he wants to come to you later, can you tell him that you are not free? After all, we are leaving tomorrow, so it is better for him to keep his energy. After saying that, Lei Kong was a little embarrassed. After all, he shouldn't say such things to Jiang Zhuxiang. But his captain was not an easy person to convince, so Lei Kong could only save the country in a roundabout way. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he knew that he really didn't have much time later. He had to go to the dean's wife to help. After all, the dean's wife had been busy preparing things for him before. Now he would go to her bakery to accompany her. Tao Ai also wanted to go. As for Lei Jin, he really didn't have time to receive him. Lei Kong saw Jiang Zhuxiang nodded like this, and felt that he had gone too far. He hung up the call a little embarrassedly, and silently stabbed the captain in his heart. If he was not unreliable, why would he need to bully a little girl? Chapter 284 The Dean's Cruel Decision. After the call was disconnected, Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai went directly to the dean's wife's bakery. The dean's wife was also very happy to see them coming. She let them have a cup of tea and rest first, and then assigned them tasks, asking Tao Tai to help whip the cream and Jiang Zhuxiang to help put the finished cake base into the oven. After Jiang Zhuxiang was busy for a while, the communicator on his wrist vibrated again. Jiang Zhuxiang thought that this time it should be a communication from Lei Jin. Clicking it, it was indeed a communication from Lei Jin. Jiang Zhuxiang remembered what Lei Kong had mentioned to him before, and decided to listen to what Lei Jin had to say first. Lei Jin saw the background behind Jiang Zhuxiang and knew where Jiang Zhuxiang was. However, Lei Jin still asked Xiao Xiang, "What are you doing?" Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I'm helping in the bakery." The implication is that he is very busy now. Lei Jin naturally understood the implication of Jiang Zhuxiang, but he still didn't want to give up, and then asked, "Can I come to help too?" Jiang Zhuxiang quickly said, "No. There are enough people here." After that, Jiang Zhuxiang turned the screen around and let Lei Jin see the people in the kitchen, including Tao Tai. And there was absolutely no need for Lei Jin to come again. Lei Jin saw that Tao Ai was also there, and Jiang Zhuxiang's attitude was firm, so he had to agree not to go. And Jiang Zhuxiang finally completed Lei Kong's instructions, while the others were recuperating and Jiang Zhuxiang was helping the dean's wife. Half a day passed quickly. In the evening, the dean invited everyone who had come to the academy to have dinner at home, including Ian Erda, so that they could get to know each other and avoid misunderstandings. Jiang Zhuxiang, Yan Lei and Shui Wen were all sent by the dean to bring people over. Jiang Zhuxiang was responsible for bringing Lei Jin and others. Shui Wen was going to get to know Mumu, Jimin, Yan Yan and Ian Erda, and Yan Lei was going to bring the people from the academy who were participating in the operation. The three met at the door of the dean's house, greeted each other, and let Jiang Zhuxiang take the people in first. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say anything polite. He took Lei Jin and the others in directly, asked them to sit in the living room, and then greeted them at the door of the living room. After everyone sat down in the living room, Yan Lei first introduced the people from the Academy of Sciences to Ian Erda. After all, these people had never seen Ian Erda, and he was one of the most unfamiliar people. There were not many people from the Academy of Sciences participating in the action at this time. In fact, only Shui Wen and Wu Jing. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little surprised by the dean's decision. Ian Erda was still very familiar with Shui Wen, but much more unfamiliar with Wu Jing. Moreover, seeing that Shui Wen and Jiang Zhuxiang's attitude towards this person was not very enthusiastic, Ian Erda just greeted him lightly. Wu Jing responded calmly and didn't say much. The farm manager had given him this opportunity, and he didn't want to upset them. He would talk as little as possible on the way. He just needed to do his own thing. As for the junior sister, he didn't plan to explain anything. As long as he didn't do anything, they would understand that he was innocent. Yan Lei saw Wu Jing's performance and didn't say anything. He asked Wu Jing to sit down and waited for the introduction of others. Xue Wen then spoke, pointing at Yin Yin, Jin Yin and Mu Mu, and said to Ian Erda, the three of them are Yin Yin, Jin Yin and Mu Mu. One is a fire-type mutant, one is a gold-type mutant, and the other is a wood-type mutant. After introducing Yin Yin, Jin Yin and Mu Mu, Xue Wen turned around and introduced Einold. He is Einold from other fragments. He is our guide to other fragments this time. Let him tell the rest. Einold took over Xue Wen's words. I am a wind attribute mutant. This time you will go to my house for a while to adapt to our fragments. We will talk about other things later. People over there, please introduce yourselves so that I can get to know you. Einold was still very curious about the largest group of people brought by the little girl. Although he had met them once in the treatment room before, he only said hello. Lei Jin took the lead in introducing himself, and then asked his team members to come. The members of the superpower team were not at all afraid of this kind of scene, and introduced themselves simply and clearly. After getting to know each other, these people began to chat about the topics they were interested in separately. And Jiang Zhuxiang also went to the kitchen to help. When they came to the table, Einold was already familiar with these people. He also knew that Lei Jin was pursuing Jiang Zhuxiang, and he winked at Jiang Zhuxiang after seeing her. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't expect this man's personality to be so eccentric, but he didn't intend to pay attention to him, and directly invited everyone to eat together. The dean's wife still prepared a rich dinner, and Einold's diet was over today. His attention was immediately shifted to food, and he no longer cared about Lei Jin's affairs. After a sumptuous dinner, the dean took these people back to the living room. He was helping his wife before, and now he could talk to them about tomorrow's affairs. After seeing that everyone was sitting down obediently, the dean said, we will take off at 6 o'clock tomorrow. I hope to see you at the place where the aircraft stops at 5:30. Yan Lei, Xue Wen and Xiao Xiang all know the specific location. You can find them by yourself at that time. When you go back later, I will ask the three of them to bring the things provided by the Academy of Sciences to you. They are just small bags. They don't take up space in your backpacks. I hope you will use the things inside carefully. Don't throw them away if they are damaged. Bring them back to me when the time comes. After all, the materials can be used again. In addition, I will personally drive the aircraft to take you there tomorrow. The aircraft will not land, and you will jump off by yourself. As for how to land safely, I will tell you again on the aircraft at that time. Don't worry. I won't let you go to die. You must believe in the strength of the Academy of Sciences. The Academy of Sciences doesn't even have parachutes. The dean couldn't stand Einold's exaggerated expression. A grown man, a wind-type superpower, was afraid of jumping off a flying vehicle. He could land safely with just some wind-type superpowers. Einold just had a psychological shadow. Seeing the dean's unhappy expression, he quickly changed his expression, being despised by a brain superpower. Even though he was an elder, Einold still felt a little embarrassed. Seeing Einold being treated like this by the dean, the others quickly restrained their fearful expressions on their faces. Now that the gravity of the earth has become so small, even if he falls directly, at most Einold's injuries will be healed in 2 days. They really don't have to worry. Chapter 285 Plant Spirits to be Weaned. The dean saw that they had restrained their facial expressions, and then nodded with satisfaction. If they couldn't even manage their expressions well, they should not go to other fragments. He would personally communicate with the heads of those families, and ask them to change people. The dean also noticed Jiang Zhuxiang, who didn't change his expression from beginning to end. It seems that their little Xiang is a little braver, and he really deserves to be their child. As for Tao Tai and Mu Hu, who also didn't change their expressions, the dean didn't pay too much attention to them. If the two adults couldn't manage their expressions, then he really had to laugh at them. The dean had already dropped the depth charge, so he asked them to go back directly. Other things would be discussed tomorrow morning. Jiang Zhuxiang and Yan Lei saw them off. Lei Jin took the time to chat with his Zhuxiang and asked about tomorrow morning. Will you come to take us there tomorrow morning? Lei Jin still hoped that his Zhuxiang would take them to the aircraft docking point. So he asked this question. When Lei Jin asked this question, Lei Kong silently covered his face behind him, pretending that this person was not their captain. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally saw Lei Kong's expression and silently sympathized with him for a minute, but felt that he should be sympathized with more. He turned the captain who should have been calm and steady into this state. He was really sinful. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he had to answer this question. And Jiang Zhuxiang gave a positive answer. Wait for me at the door around 5:20 tomorrow, and I will come out to take you there. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He could have eaten breakfast slowly and went there with the dean. But now he had to go there with them in advance. Lei Jun saw that his little Xiang agreed, and he was very happy to take the team away, not caring about the eyes of the people around him. Shui Wen left with Jin Yin, Yan Yan and Mu Mu, and Yan Lei followed them, wanting to talk to Yan Yan before he left. Jiang Zhuxiang closed the door and planned to go back to his room to rest. The dean's wife took Jiang Zhuxiang to see the things she had prepared for her. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the pile of things silently, and suddenly felt that her experience with Yan Yan was really similar. She had laughed at Lei Jun's description before, and she was really wrong. The dean's wife had completely considered Jiang Zhuxiang's carrying problem. She had just heard Lei Jun say that he would let his Xiuxiang take them there. She thought they would not mind helping Xiuxiang carry these things. Besides, Xiuxiang was still their reserve player. So the dean's wife did not restrain herself from preparing so many things. The dean's wife explained to Jiang Zhuxiang where these things should be used one by one. Jiang Zhuxiang was drowsy listening to it, and did not even notice that Yan Lei came back and started to get busy. It was the dean who noticed the situation and interrupted the dean's wife's endless introduction. Let Xiaoxiang come over to help. She knows how to use these things. It's not her first time going out. The dean's wife ended the introduction with a lingering feeling and asked her husband, "What are you doing?" The dean explained, "These are things prepared for those people. I said before that they would be delivered to them after they return. Let the two children busy themselves. You go and rest first. I will keep an eye on them." When the dean heard his wife asking, he knew that she must be helping. So he asked her to rest directly. The dean's wife had to look at her good daughter comfortingly, and went back to rest first. The dean supervised Jiang Zhuxiang and others to deliver the things, and then went back to rest. After delivering the gifts, Jiang Zhuxiang found that he didn't have any of these things. He wanted to ask the dean, but he found that he went back to rest. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Yan Lei a little depressed, "Why don't I have any?" Yan Lei replied with a bit of amusement, "Don't you use these things often? If you really want them, you can go to the logistics department to pick them yourself. What's more, their Academy of Sciences field protective clothing has all kinds of practical tools, and the technical level is much higher than this standard stuff." Jiang Zhuxiang thought about the things in his space, and then he didn't say anything. It's better not to rely too much on other things. These things are enough for him. He cares about these things. It seems that he has been spoiled too much during this period. Seeing that his junior sister didn't say anything more, Yan Lei didn't know if she had figured it out. So he asked jokingly, "If you really want it, I'll get you a set now. Don't be unhappy." Jiang Zhuxiang quickly shook his head and refused. "No. The things prepared by the dean's wife are enough. And there are other people on the road." Yan Lei nodded in agreement. When he was talking to his younger brother just now, he also asked him to take care of his junior sister. This trip was much safer and more secure than the previous trip of Jiang Zhuxiang and the other two. Those things were really dispensable. The two said goodbye to each other and returned to their rooms. Jiang Zhuxiang still used cultivation instead of rest, and at the same time communicated with the old pine tree in the Dantian. "This time we are going to other places. Do you want to take the things I cultivated for you with you?" The old pine tree was grateful for Jiang Zhuxiang's thoughtfulness, but he didn't want to trouble Jiang Zhuxiang so much. So he said directly, "Don't take them with you. The little guys have to learn to adapt to this world by themselves. The energy provided by you should have allowed them to try to materialize their spirits a long time ago. This is a good opportunity for them to leave their bodies and officially become independent. The highest realm of plant spirit cultivation is to materialize their spirits and break away from the limitations of their bodies. Only in this way can they get rid of their weaknesses and embark on the road of cultivation with confidence." The old pine tree has noticed that the cultivation of these little guys has stagnated again during this period. It seems that they have been living in peace for too many days. If I had known this, I would not have asked you to cultivate the bodies of these little guys. However, it is not too late to realize it now. You should use the cultivated bodies as ordinary plants. Every time you see you and Xiaocha discuss how many leaves to take, the old pine tree feels a little ridiculous. It was the first time that Jiang Zhuxiang heard the concept of spiritual body materialization. However, since the old pine tree refused, he did not worry about it and continued to practice peacefully. However, Jiang Zhuxiang still noticed that the little guys in his dantian were more active than usual. He did not know what the old pine tree did, and whether it was related to what he just said. At this time, the plant spirits were indeed forced by the old pine tree to start practicing. The old pine tree decided to urge them well, so that they could be independent as soon as possible and not bother you anymore. It would be better if he could help you. As an old man, it can still perceive the dangers of the world you live in. Chapter 286 Landing. On the morning of the second day, Jiang Zhuxiang got up at 5 o'clock. After washing up, he began to wait for people outside the door with his pile of things. Lei Jin and others were not late either. They appeared outside the dean's house at 5:20. Jiang Zhuxiang first put the things for Lei Kong, and then walked in front with his backpack. The aircraft docking point of the Academy of Sciences is on the top of the house. Jiang Zhuxiang took Lei Jin and others directly to the roof by elevator. After about 10 minutes, others arrived one after another at 5:30. The dean also appeared at the aircraft docking point on time with his things, and asked Jiang Zhuxiang to come and take the things, saying that it was the breakfast prepared by the dean's wife for her. Jiang Zhuxiang had actually drunk the nutritional supplement while waiting for someone. Now that she couldn't eat for the time being, she put the food directly into her backpack. If she stuffed it into her stomach as invited, she was afraid that she would vomit it on the aircraft. The dean was only responsible for bringing the food to her. It was not his responsibility whether Jiang Zhuxiang ate it or not. The dean went directly to the aircraft parked there, opened the door on one side with the communicator, lowered the gangway, and boarded it first. Jiang Zhuxiang hurriedly followed, and the others followed Jiang Zhuxiang up. After the last person went up, the gangway automatically retracted, and the door of the aircraft automatically closed. The dean had already arranged the position on the aircraft. Jiang Zhuxiang sat in the middle position. The dean stood beside her and explained the operating procedures of how to use the parachute. After explaining it twice, he ignored them. Anyway, they were all superpowers, and there was not much problem even if there was no parachute. It was the first time for Jiang Zhuxiang to come into contact with such a thing. He wondered if it could really stay in the air. Lei Jin and others also came into contact with such a thing for the first time. They were a little amused that the dean only explained it twice. Fortunately, there were no other girls among them, and Xiaoxiang did not seem to be timid. They would go down first and protect Xiaoxiang. Regardless of what these people thought, the dean had already started the aircraft. At this time, the roof had been moved away. It was the first time that Jiang Zhuxiang knew that the roof of his house could be moved. It seemed that he could watch the stars on the roof after returning. The dean arranged Ian Erda's position next to him and asked him to look at the direction so as not to find the wrong drop location. Ian Old sat beside the dean with a bit of fear, silently complaining. It seems that it is true that scholars are evil-minded. Even his fear of aircraft has almost been cured. This person has this attitude towards people in his academy, and he will definitely not show mercy to him. It is better for him not to hesitate. The dean was very satisfied with Ionold's tact. After accurately finding the fragment belonging to his hometown, he found a relatively open and flat place for the aircraft to stay above it, and also detected whether there were other life breaths around. After confirming that there were none, he opened the door on one side and asked them to put on parachutes and start jumping down. The others dared not disobey the dean's order. The first person to jump down was Lei Jin. As the leader of a team, Lei Jin still needed to set an example. Jiang Zhuxiang saw a white flower bloom in the air after Lei Jin jumped down. Lei Jin really stayed in the air for a while, and then slowly fell down. It didn't look very difficult. After Lei Jin landed on the ground and put away his parachute, the dean let the second person go down. This time it was Ian Erda. After all, he was more familiar with the situation here. If there was any emergency, he would be able to handle it. During the waiting process, it was also convenient for him to contact someone to pick him up. Although Ian Erda tried hard to control his fear of landing, he still jumped down with a heroic expression, which made Jiang Zhuxiang laugh. Seeing that both of them had landed safely, Jiang Zhuxiang asked to be the third one, so that everyone would not worry about him. The dean raised his eyebrows and agreed. Jiang Zhuxiang tightened the parachute bag on his body, recalled the process, felt the wind at the door, closed his eyes and jumped down, opened the parachute according to the process, and after feeling that his body was stable, Jiang Zhuxiang opened his eyes and looked at the scenery on the ground. Lei Jin and Einold were still just small dots, and some buildings in the center of the fragment could be seen. It was probably the same place as their previous base. After being able to see Einold and the others clearly, Jiang Zhuxiang used the light body technique a little bit, stood steadily on the ground, and then put away the parachute. Lei Jin came up to check if Jiang Zhuxiang was okay. Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head and continued to pay attention to the people still on the top. Einold saw that even the little girl was so calm, and felt ashamed of his performance just now. Everyone on the aircraft landed safely, and the Dean left without any regrets, probably because he didn't want to be noticed by other people on the fragment. Looking up to see the aircraft off. In this strange place, a group of people looked at Einold, waiting for his subordinates to pick them up. Einold had contacted his subordinates a long time ago, but this place was a little far from their shelter, so they had to wait a while, and they must be rushing here with all their strength. Lei Jin and others also expressed their understanding, but they had better find a hidden place to stay, as their group's target was too obvious. Einold did not expect that the Dean would choose this grassland to place them. It was a bit difficult to find a hidden place here. However, thanks to Einold's familiarity, they still found a small mound covered with shrubs and took a break for a while. However, they needed to be patient with these mutant shrubs. There were still many mutant plants in this grassland, just like on the fragments of Lei Jin and others. Lei Jin and others were still experienced in dealing with mutant shrubs. Protect your head and ignore the rest. Jimin, Yin Yin and Mu Mu also did the same. Xuewen and Wu Jing also did the same. Strictly speaking, only these two people were doing outdoor activities for the first time, so the others still paid attention to them. Seeing that they were fine, the others were relieved. After all, if they needed them to take care of them all the time, it would be a great burden for them. Einard saw that they were not beaten by the bushes, and he still praised them silently. If they could adapt to the environment, they would not need to send too many people to follow them when they went out. The next time was waiting. Jiang Zhuxiang also silently collected some plant samples around him, intending to take them back for research. This place should be the overseas place mentioned by the teachers before. Jiang Zhuxiang was still very curious. Chapter 287 Other Fragments Individual Shelters. When everyone was about to get impatient, Einold's subordinates finally arrived. 3 land vehicles appeared in front of everyone, and everyone hurriedly left the attack range of the bushes and waited to see Einold's subordinates. Einold stood in the front of the crowd, and was also a little excited. After all, they had experienced life and death in the past few days, and Einold still missed his subordinates a little. After the 3 land vehicles stopped steadily, a strong man got off. After seeing Einold, tears almost came out of his eyes. He stayed where he was and dared not move forward, fearing that this was just a dream. Einold looked at his subordinate's slightly embarrassing behavior in silence. "What are you doing? Come here." Hearing Einold's voice, the 3 people hurried forward and surrounded Einold and began to pinch and touch him, as if to confirm that this was really a person. Einold tolerated them for 5 minutes, and then threw them out with his wind power. After being thrown by Einold, these people finally confirmed that the person in front of them was their boss. They stood in front of him again with a silly smile and asked in unison, "Boss, where have you been these days? Are you not injured?" Einold didn't want to start a conversation here, and said directly, "Let's go back first." Then he signaled Lei Jin and others to follow, assigned them a vehicle, and let the 3 drive them back. The 3 subordinates listened to Einard's words and drove them back according to his instructions. Because the journey was long, Jiang Zhuxiang and others ate the nutrient solution as lunch again in the car. Einard felt a little embarrassed when he saw that they only drank nutrient solution to attack. He was the host now, but he let the guests drink water to fill their stomachs. "We can eat when we get back. You just wait a little longer." Einard had never drunk nutrient solution in the Academy of Sciences. Otherwise he would not be so embarrassed. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin were in the same car with Einard. When they heard what Einard said, they quickly said, "It's okay. This can also fill your stomach." After that, Jiang Zhuxiang handed a tube of nutrient solution to Einard and asked him to try it. "This is something that our Academy of Sciences has developed to replace food. Because you were injured before, I didn't let you try it." Einard took the nutrient solution with a little surprise, opened it tightly, drank it in a few gulps, and found that his stomach was indeed filled. But the taste was a bit strange. However, this kind of thing also has an advantage. That is, it is easy to carry. Einard still saw the value of this thing and asked Jiang Zhuxiang directly, Does your Academy of Sciences sell this kind of thing? If you bring something like this when you go on a mission, it will definitely be much more convenient than bringing food. Jiang Zhuxiang heard Enerd's question and said directly, I sold it. This is also one of the sources of income for the Academy of Sciences. Enerd said, I will contact the dean to talk about this when I return. Jiang Zhuxiang did not say anything, as such matters were never his business. After such a small episode on the road, the 3 land vehicles finally stopped in front of Enerd's shelter. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the shelter with a little curiosity. The shelter was made up of various houses, which looked full of personal temperament, completely different from the conventional buildings of their Academy of Sciences. Enerd led Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to stand in front of the shelter, waiting for the 3 to park the car before going in together. The people in the shelter who got the news also began to open their doors and come out. But knowing their boss's temper, they did not rush to the door to greet him, but just stood at the door waiting, and greeted the boss when he passed by. The 3 quickly returned to the team, and Enerd led Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to their home, greeting the people standing at the door along the way. Jiang Zhuxiang was more surprised that this person could actually call out each of their names. And then he could see the red eyes of those who were greeted. Enerd's house was a little unacceptable to Jiang Zhuxiang. It looked like a pavilion with wind blowing in all directions. However, this might be related to his supernatural attributes. Enerd sent his 3 subordinates back first. Jack, you go back first. I will find you if there is anything. Jack and the other 2 nodded and left their boss's house. After Enerd sent them away, he began to take Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to visit his house with great interest. This was completely decorated according to his personality, and he hoped that they could appreciate it. So, Jiang Zhuxiang and the others saw that except for the kitchen and bathroom walls that had some windproof walls, the rest were all windy places, which was completely worthy of Jiang Zhuxiang's previous evaluation. However, as guests, they still cannot make too many comments on the hobbies of the host. Listening to Enerd's somewhat boastful introduction, Jiang Zhuxiang and others had to nod in agreement. Now they were more concerned about where they would stay at night. This place didn't look like it could be lived in at all. After the tour, Enerd took them to the living room to sit for a while, thinking of the dinner he had mentioned before. Enerd quickly contacted Jack and asked him to send dinner over. As a single boss, don't expect him to have cooking skills. Jack was still very fast and brought the food that his boss always liked: bread, fried chicken and carbonated drinks. But the quantity was a little more. Jack carried several bags and directly used his feet to remind his boss that he had arrived. Although Enerd's house was ventilated on all sides, it still had a door installed on the wall. Enerd opened the door and let the people in. He took out the food with Jack and introduced it to Jiang Zhuxiang and others. This is my favorite food. I hope you like it too. At the Academy of Sciences, Enerd had also eaten the food made by the dean's wife, which was very delicious. So he also wanted them to taste the most delicious food here. Jiang Zhuxiang took a portion of food without changing his expression, and Leijin and others also took only 1 portion. In case it didn't taste good, they could still stuff 1 portion into their stomachs. Enerd looked at Jiang Zhuxiang and others eagerly, wanting to hear their comments. Jiang Zhuxiang tasted the bread first and found that although it was not as good as the dean's wife's craftsmanship, it was still edible, and the expression on his face relaxed. Putting down the bread, Jiang Zhuxiang found a small piece of fried chicken, put it in his mouth, and chewed it for a while. Although it was a bit greasy, it was still very fragrant. It was not impossible to eat it occasionally. Drinking a sip of carbonated beverage just got rid of the greasiness. No wonder Enerd liked it so much. Chapter 288, Enerd and his subordinates. Putting down the carbonated drink, Jiang Zhuxiang commented, "It's okay." Enerd was very happy to hear Jiang Zhuxiang's evaluation. During the past few days at the Academy of Sciences, he still knew that the people in their fragments were more conservative in their words. This okay evaluation, if it is based on the real evaluation, is a very good meaning. Enerd happily agreed. I knew you would like it. This is the best food here. Not worried about showing off. Jiang Zhuxiang once again realized the simplicity and directness of these people, nodded and said nothing more. Leijin and others were not as particular about food as Jiang Zhuxiang, as long as it was edible. For a moment, they were in harmony. After dinner, Enerd began to ask them how they wanted to stay at night. You can choose to stay in my guest room, or you can decide how to stay. You can also go to Jack's guest room. Einard fully respected Jiang Zhuxiang and his friend's right to choose. Jiang Zhuxiang thought of the guest room with wind blowing in from all sides just now. And he didn't want to stay there at all. It was possible that he would be blown to where he didn't know where after sleeping for a night. However, Jiang Zhuxiang would not say it so bluntly. He looked at Lei Jin and his friends. They were also going out for a group activity this time. So it would be better for everyone to reach a consensus. Lei Jin had just seen what the guest room looked like. Although they were a bit rough. They could not accept such a house and asked Lei Kong directly, "Did you bring a tent?" Even if they lived in a tent, it was better than the guest room. As for other people's guest rooms, Lei Jin and his friends gave up their expectations after seeing Einard's. Lei Kong completely understood the implication of Lei Jin's words and nodded. "I brought it." Lei Jin said, "Then take it out. We will stay in a tent tonight." After Lei Jin finished speaking, he looked at Jean Yin and others, wondering if they had any objections. Jean Yin naturally had no objection. He was also good at seeing. "But we don't have a tent. Can Chief Lei Xiao support us?" Lei Jin continued to look at Lei Kong, who nodded to indicate that there was no problem. And Lei Jin said, "Okay." Then, everyone started to set up their own tents. And even Einald came to help Jiang Zhuxiang set up the tent. Even if Jiang Zhuxiang said it was unnecessary, he couldn't stop him. After Lei Jin finished his own tent, he saw this scene and hurried over to say, "Don't you need to talk to your subordinates about what you have been doing these days? I'm here. I didn't expect that a person who was not watching would let this person get close to his little Xiang. It would be better to send this person to do business as soon as possible." When Einald saw Lei Jin coming, he didn't insist. He still knew that this person was pursuing Jiang Zhuxiang. So he went back to his room. Lei Jin helped Jiang Zhuxiang to set up the tent and let her rest early. Then he returned to his own tent. If there was anything, they would talk about it tomorrow. Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends set up their tent in the open space behind Enerd's house. Enerd went back to his house directly from the back door and found Jack was still in his house, which saved him from call the others over too. Jack quickly sent a group message to the others, asking them to come to the boss. Soon, those people came out of all kinds of houses and came to Enerd's house. Sitting in the living room with ventilation on all sides, waiting for their boss to speak, Einard briefly explained his experiences over the past few days. "The people from that fragment rescued me and sent me back after I recovered from my injuries. Those people are from that fragment. They will stay here for a while. The little girl is the adopted daughter of the couple who rescued me. You should be respectful to her. If they have any requests during this period, please sit down if you can do it. If you can't, please come and tell me." Jack was the first to express his opinion. "No problem. Boss, we will definitely treat the little girl as an angel. From what I have observed, the others are not difficult to get along with. And they should not make any requests that we cannot do." In Jack's opinion, those people were too reserved. They would rather solve problems on their own than ask for help. Another person, Jackson, asked, "Didn't they ask for anything after saving the boss?" He was still worried about what his boss would agree to. Ian said, "The request was that I take care of these people and send them back intact, as the person in charge of the finances of the shelter." Jackson was relieved to hear his boss's words. He didn't need to spend too much, and it wouldn't affect the operation of their shelter. Although they had just eliminated the hostile forces, the more funds they had, the better. However, Einard added, "How can I repay them so easily for saving me? Please help me think of something to repay them." The other subordinates kept silent. They really didn't expect that their boss would repay a favor. In this end times, it's good enough to repay a favor with a vengeance. They really didn't have any ideas. Einard saw the silent subordinates and waved them to go back first. "Go back and help me think about it." Jack left with his men. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang came out of the tent, washed up, and started to look for Lei Kong. Jiang Zhuxiang said that he didn't look forward to the breakfast here at all, and it would be better for them to make it themselves. Lei Kong also woke up early, coming to a strange place. He didn't sleep very well. After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's purpose, he silently took out tools and ingredients from the space, and then worked with Jiang Zhuxiang. Thanks to the fact that the shelter of Einald was built in the forest, there was no shortage of wood and other things. After lighting the fire, Lei Kong saw Jiang Zhuxiang take out a small bag of rice from her suitcase. "Are you going to make porridge?" Lei Kong didn't expect Jiang Zhuxiang to bring a luxury like rice. but in such a strange place. It was a very happy thing to be able to drink rice porridge. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded. Wash the rice. Put it in the pot. Put water. Let Lei Kong watch the fire. And went to exercise. When Lei Zhen came out, he saw Lei Kong staring at the pot, and his own Xiao Xiang exercising on the side. He asked Lei Kong to clean up the tent, and took over his work. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished his exercise, he saw that the person guarding the fire had changed. He raised his eyebrows, and didn't say much. He opened the lid of the pot, and found that it was not ready yet. So he sat on the other side and waited, preparing porridge and vegetables. Chapter 289 The Girl with Other Fragments. Jiang Zhuxiang found a few seeds, catalyzed them, and made simple cold dishes as porridge dishes. While Jiang Zhuxiang was preparing these things, the people in other tents got up. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's actions, they consciously accelerated their washing, and prepared the things needed for breakfast. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen only needed to put the cooked porridge and the prepared porridge dishes on the table. Lei Zhen gave his team members an appreciative look, but Lei Kong and others completely ignored his look. This was not just for him. They could also use it. Okay. Jiang Zhuxiang did not do anything more, but directly put a few plates of porridge dishes on the table, and then began to take out empty bowls to cool the porridge. When Jiang Zhuxiang and others were about to start eating, Ian Erta got up and came out. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang and others had prepared breakfast by themselves, he hurried to wash up. His purpose was very obvious. He wanted to eat a meal. Jiang Zhuxiang also saw Ian Erta coming out, and continued to invite Lei Zhen and others to have breakfast without paying much attention. If Ian Erta wanted to eat, he could do it himself later. Ian Erta came out of the bathroom, and saw that Jiang Zhuxiang and others had already started eating. He didn't care much and directly took a breakfast for himself, clumsily using the tableware provided by Jiang Zhuxiang and others to eat. After breakfast, Ian Erta asked Jiang Zhuxiang and others if they wanted to go out for a walk. Jiang Zhuxiang asked, "Is there any good place nearby? They just arrived here yesterday, and they don't want to go far for the time being, so they can just take a look around first." Einard thought about it, and really thought of a place. That place should be very attractive to girls. But I don't know if other people are willing to go there. Einard gave a general description of the situation of that place, and Lei Zhen and others said they had no objection. Einard then asked someone to accompany them. Although Lei Zhen and others' martial arts were pretty good, they were not familiar with the terrain after all, and they didn't know the potential dangers there. It would be better to bring a few more people with them, so as to avoid encountering too many emergencies that they couldn't solve, which would affect their fun. It would be better to find someone like Jack who is more obedient. If Jackson is asked to go with him, he will be nagged on the way about how to solve the funding problem for the shelter. In Ian's opinion, the current funds are enough to maintain the daily expenses of the shelter, and there is no need to be so nervous. Besides, they are creating value every day, not wasting it. Jack received the call from his boss. First sent a message to find out the requirements of his boss, and then found 2 other people to go with him. They are also the 2 people who go out to do more tasks in and out of their shelter. At the same time, they are a couple, which can also avoid some troubles. Jack brought Alice and Ron to the house of their boss, and saw their boss packing things with those people. Jack felt like his eyes were about to fall out. When would the boss who never did housework do such a thing? It seems that the last incident had a great impact on their boss. At least he started to work hard. If Jackson knew this news, he would be very happy. Seeing their boss busy, they naturally couldn't just watch, and hurried to help. Soon, the tables and chairs were put away. Lei Shui always led everyone to do things like washing dishes, so he continued to be responsible for it. Ian breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the grass at one side without moving. Jack took Alice and Ron over and asked curiously, "How did you get mixed up with them so early in the morning? And you didn't ask me to bring you breakfast this morning. Did you have breakfast?" Jack remembered this incident when he said this. His boss didn't ask him to bring breakfast today. He looked at his boss anxiously, worried that he was hungry. Ian waved his hand and said, "I have already had breakfast. Just with them. The labor just now was also the task they assigned to me. It can be regarded as a labor exchange." Ian saw that Jiang Zhuxiang and others were still washing dishes, and felt that it was wise for him to choose to do what he just did. At least the technical difficulty was not high. As a girl, Alice was lucky enough to be given a reserved cold dish by Jiang Zhuxiang when she was cleaning the table. She thought it was very delicious, and could be eaten with bread. At this time, she said, "Boss, can you call me when Jiang and others have dinner in the future? The dishes she cooks are so delicious." After saying this, he swallowed his saliva. Einard saw the small jar in Alice's hand. "She gave you the dishes. She is really partial. I originally wanted to ask her for them, but I didn't expect her to give them to you. But the dishes she cooks are really good." With 8 points of her mother's skills, Alice said, a little surprised, "Is there anyone who cooks better than Jiang? I must try it when I have the chance." "You are so lucky." "Boss, as a girl, she is naturally fond of food. Even in the end of the world, she must eat with relish." At this time, Jiang Zhuxiang had finished her task of washing dishes, went back to her tent to prepare the necessary things, and came out with her backpack. Alice grabbed her and asked, "Is your mother's cooking better than yours? Does your mother sell her dishes?" Her attitude was very enthusiastic. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little helplessly, "She doesn't sell her dishes, but she has a bakery, and her snacks are still for sale." After that, she took out a small bag of snacks from her backpack. She planned to eat them as snacks during the tour later, so she would use them to deal with Alice now. Alice couldn't wait to take one and put it in her mouth. It was crispy, delicious and not greasy. Alice did not hide her appreciation at all. "Your mother's craftsmanship is really good. How can I buy these delicious things?" Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't expect to meet a loyal fan of her own dean's wife on this fragment. She had to give her the dean's wife's contact number and let her contact her own dean's wife. When the time comes, just report her name. Alice got the contact number and hugged Jiang Zhuxiang big, keeping it as if it were a treasure. Jiang Zhuxiang was almost suffocated by Alice's hug. It seems that the figures of the two fragments are also very different. I must not let Alice get close to me again in the future. Alice's hugging Jiang Zhuxiang was seen by Lei Jin. Lei Jin quickly dropped his work, walked over to claim his sovereignty, put his hand on Jiang Zhuxiang's shoulder, and asked with a smile, "What are you talking about so happily?" Chapter 290. The Perception of Thunder, Water, and Water Patterns. Alice didn't have much good feelings for this man. In her opinion, Jiang was still a little girl, and this man actually wanted to take her for himself. It was too much. Even the people in their fragments didn't have the bad habit of attacking such a young child. So, Alice directly pulled Jiang Zhuxiang to the other side, wanting to ask them if there was anything delicious there, and didn't care about Lei Jin's question at all. Jiang Zhuxiang gave Lei Jin a helpless look, and then was grabbed by Alice and thrown into her topic. Lei Jin looked at his empty hands. This was the first time someone snatched his little Xiang from his hands. Lei Jin was still a little bit unresponsive, especially by a woman. Lei Jin couldn't do anything to her, so he was so depressed. Einard patted Lei Jin's shoulder in comfort. "Brother, you have to get used to it. Women's friendship is so strange. Sometimes they are not as close as husband and wife. This is what my father warned me. As a man, you must be tolerant." When saying these words, Einard showed a rare nostalgic expression. Lei Jin thought in his heart a little viciously, no matter how close they are now, Xiaoxiang will still leave here with him in the future. Now let you be proud for a while. Lei Jin looked at Lei Shui. With the help of Shui Wen, the work became faster. Even without Lei Jin, they have already solved those dirty dishes. Lei Kong had already gone to collect the clean bowls, and Lei Jin performed the duties of a captain and began to gather the scattered team members together. As there was an outing today, the members of the superpower team accelerated the action of packing up the tents, because they didn't know how long this outing would take. So it was better to bring tents with them, so as not to be unable to take them out when needed, which was also Lei Kong's request. After Lei Kong collected the empty bowls, he went to collect the tidied tents into the space, and was the last one to return to the team. Lei Jin didn't say much. After all, this was the habit of their team. However, Einard muttered a few words. "We will definitely be able to come back today. You don't need to collect them at all." As for Alice and Jiang Zhuxiang, they had already reached a preliminary friendship in the previous conversation. They were also standing in the team at this time, and did not express any opinions on what Lei Jin and Einald said. Einald began to lead the way in front, taking them to the first interesting place, the geyser. For Jiang Zhuxiang, this place has more ornamental value than practical value. It is the thunder, water, and water patterns. Feeling the specialness of the water here may have some effect on the upgrade of their water-based abilities. After all, the water here is really special. After feeling it, Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to go to other places to have a look. But seeing that Lei Shui and water patterns were still feeling it seriously, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't dare to bring it up. Alice sensed Jiang Zhuxiang's impatience. Although they advocated individual action here, they obviously couldn't act separately now. So Alice began to think of ways to entertain Jiang Zhuxiang. Alice first asked Jiang Zhuxiang, "Do you have a camera?" Jiang Zhuxiang nodded. This kind of thing was equipped when he first went out to do a mission. Alice said excitedly, "Then let's start taking pictures to preserve our friendship. When you leave later, I can still see you through the photos. And you can also see the scenery here through the photos." Alice knew that with the man's narrow-mindedness, he would never leave any photos with his image on them. Even if she took them, Jiang would definitely be tricked by him to delete them after she went there. However, even so, Alice still took a lot of photos with Jiang Zhuxiang. When the time comes, she can send the photos to her through the communicator, which can be regarded as a small revenge on the man. In addition to the photos, Alice also took a lot of individual photos of Jiang Zhuxiang. In these scenes, Jiang looked particularly young. After taking the photos, Lei Shui and Shui Wen were almost done. Lei Jin didn't notice until they stood next to him. His eyes were always on Jiang Zhuxiang, who was taking photos with Alice. Shui Wen followed Lei Jin's gaze and smiled gently and said, "It seems that my Xiuxiang has finally found a girl to play with." Shui Wen didn't care at all about Lei Jin being isolated from them. It's better for girls to play with girls. How could they be caught by Lei Jin so early? In the eyes of Shui Wen and Yan Lei, it doesn't matter if their sister is raised to 30 years old. They believe that the dean and his wife have the same idea. Especially their Xiaoxiang is such a thoughtful child. Lei Jin saw the smile that Jiang Zhuxiang just showed, and had to admit that Shui Wen's statement was right. He reluctantly stopped his murderous eyes from looking at Alice, and only paid attention to whether there was any danger approaching them. After watching this geyser, Einar continued to take them to other places, and asked curiously as he walked, "Are the two who have upgraded just now water-based psychics? Their psychic talents are really good. I didn't expect that such a place can promote the upgrade of psychics. It seems that we can also let our water-based psychics come and try in the future. There are also water-based superpowers in Einald's shelter, but most of them like to stay in the shelter, only ensuring the daily water supply. They rarely come out at other times, which is also related to their attack power. Einald also respects their personality, but now seeing the situation of Lei Shui and Shui Wen, he is also a little tempted. If they can improve, it will also be a motivation for their base. Although the current hostile forces have been eliminated, it is not certain that other hostile forces will appear one day. It is always right to improve your own strength." Lei Jin rarely warned, "Our training method is different from yours. You still have to find a method that suits you. The upgrade brought by this kind of perception requires the comprehension of the superpower." In Lei Jin's opinion, although the people in the Einald shelter are not lacking in wisdom, it is difficult to figure out comprehension. Telling them in advance will prevent them from being too frustrated when they fail. Einald was still benefited by Lei Jin's reminder. "I just let them try. Success is the best. If not, just try another one." Einald is still very open about this kind of thing. Lei Jin didn't say anything more after hearing what Einald said. This is also what he admired about this fragment. Straightforwardness. Such people may find it easier to pursue power. Chapter 291, Hunting Mutant Bison. The next location is the commanding height of this place, where you can see the panoramic view of this area. It is also a place where Einard often goes. I just don't know if the little girl can stick to it. When Einard raised this question, Lei Jin's face darkened first. "You don't need to worry about this. Even if she can't get up by herself, we can carry her up. Of course, the only candidate is himself." Jiang Zhuxiang was not so angry. After all, from ancient times to the present, men's prejudice against women has never been less. When he was active in the previous era, he also met many people who questioned his medical skills. In the end, they all came back obediently and begged him to go back. Strength is the foundation of a person's life. Jiang Zhuxiang said with a smile, "I will do my best. When I can't walk anymore, please help me." Alice. In front of so many people, Jiang Zhuxiang was more willing to accept Alice's help. Although he always regarded himself as a man, he was still a girl after all. However, he didn't necessarily need help from others. He said this just to make Einard stop talking. After hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's words, Einard was relieved. Alice, a power-type mutant, had no problem taking care of such a small girl. Alice smiled and touched Jiang Zhuxiang's head, saying, "No problem. I will take good care of Jiang." Alice once again felt that her special ability was really great. But Ron, who was following her, was a little pitiful. He had been ignored since Alice met Jiang Zhuxiang. The members of the special ability team saw that their captain's face kept changing. But they didn't say much in the end. They looked at the two girls walking together, and felt that Jiang Zhuxiang was going to slap someone in the face again. You know, when Jiang Zhuxiang was with them, he never had any physical problems. After the discussion, Ian continued to walk up until he reached the top. When Alice was panting and wanted to sit down, Jiang Zhuxiang helped her walk on the flat ground at the top of the mountain to recover her strength. Ian was looking at the scenery below with a clear mind. When he heard the footsteps coming up, he thought it was Lei Jin or Ron. He wanted to turn around and ask them to come over to see. But when he turned around, he saw Jiang Zhuxiang supporting Alice. Ian was a little surprised and said, "Your physical strength is really good." Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and said, "Of course. After all, he was a wood-type mutant on the surface, so they should not have such doubts in the future." He helped Alice sit down on a stone, and stood on the side to look at the surrounding scenery. The vegetation here was very rich. It seemed that he should be able to collect many different seeds. There were various places with white steam in the distance. In addition to the spring they had seen before, he didn't know what those places had. "It has been a while since we came here." Ian looked at Lei Jin, who was following Jiang Zhuxiang, and motioned him to come aside. He had something to tell him. Lei Jin looked at Jiang Zhuxiang and the others with some concern. But he still followed Ian. Standing where he could see Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, Lei Jin motioned Ian to start talking. What Ian wanted to say was also very simple. "There are many mutant animals here. It's getting late now. Ron and I will take your people to get some meat back. This area used to be a place where bison were very active. After the end of the world, these bison have all mutated. But fortunately the meat is still edible. But the ferocity and strength are even greater. So many people have to go together. Otherwise, Ian and Ron can just go." Lei Jin looked at the dim sun, which was already above his head. It was time to prepare lunch, since they had brought food with them. Lei Jin said, "I'll go ask Xiao Xiang if she likes beef." Ian motioned him to go ask, and he went to find Ron to make preparations. The rest of the people should wait on the mountain first, so as not to be hurt by the crazy mutant bison. As for Lei Jin's inquiry, Ian was not worried at all, because Alice, who loved bison meat the most, was by Jiang Zhuxiang's side, and she would definitely help convince her. Ian also wanted to let the descendants of his benefactor taste the specialties here, even if it was rough. But it was their intention. Lei Jin came back soon and brought their agreement. Ian said, "Find a few more flexible and powerful people from your team to go with us. If they are ordinary, don't let them go. After all, if they are hit by a buffalo, we may not be able to rescue them." Lei Jin agreed with Ian's words. After all, this is not a place they are familiar with. If they get injured, it will be a troublesome thing. Lei Jin returned to his team and talked about this matter. Lei Mu and Lei Shui took the initiative to withdraw, but Jin Yin and Yan Yan proposed that they should join. Lei Jin nodded and agreed. He took the rest of the Lei family with them to meet Ian and his friends. The rest of the people were given to Alice by Ian to take care of. They must not be allowed to go down the mountain to cause trouble. Alice nodded in agreement. She had absolutely no problem watching them not go down the mountain. However, she also wanted to go hunting bison. After her boss left with his men, she felt a little depressed. Seeing Alice like this, Jiang Zhuxiang began to ask the rest of the people to take care of themselves and not to wander around. He stood up to see where Lei Jin and his men were. Lei Jin and his men had just arrived at the foot of the mountain. Yin first looked for the feces of the mutant bison to identify their current location, and then led Lei Jin and his men to find them all the way. Before the bison mutated, they moved in groups, and they still do so now. Therefore, hunting mutant bison is a very dangerous thing. The collision of the bison group can easily take several lives. After seeing the mutant bison, Ian began to educate Lei Jin and his team about the dangers of the mutant bison, hoping that they would listen to his command. Although individual heroism prevailed here, it did not mean recklessness. Collective cooperation was still necessary. Lei Jin nodded to show that he knew that his team members were definitely not reckless. Lei Jin just whispered to Jin Yin and Yan Yan to follow Lei Jin and Lei Hua and protect themselves. After all, these two people followed him out, and he still had to take them back safely. Jin and Yan Yan also knew the limits and followed their partners obediently, trying not to cause trouble. Chapter 292. The hunting is over. At this time, the mutant bison herd was eating, and the team was relatively loose. If Einold and his men quietly led one away and killed it, as long as they acted quickly enough, the danger would be greatly reduced. Einold and his men quietly followed the mutant bison herd about 300 meters behind, and approached quietly in a way that would not attract the attention of the bison herd. Leijin and his men followed behind Einold and Ron, waiting for his instructions. This was the first time Leijin listened to the command of others since returning to the ground from the Ark. Chief Lei has always let Leijin make his own decisions, which was a bit strange for a while. Although the sun was dimmed by a layer of unknown things, the midday sun still made the people following the bison herd sweat profusely. At this time, no one had time to care about the sweat on their foreheads, and they were all quietly waiting for the opportunity to attack. Einold finally saw the right time, and he and Ron rushed out first. Einold jumped on the back of the mutant bison he chose, firmly fixed his body, and Ron used his supernatural power to control the mutant bison so that it would not make a sound to summon companions. Leijin and others also rushed up, using various methods to make the mutant bison leave the bison herd, because the smell of blood could easily cause the mutant bison herd to go crazy. So Einold did not intend to kill the mutant bison on the spot. This was what Leijin and the others had been told in advance. So now they were still a little restrained because they could not let the mutant bison get injured and bleed. In the end, Lei Kong took action to solve the problem. Lei Kong has been practicing his spatial control recently. Now he can temporarily fix a certain space. But the time is not long, and it cannot be specific to a space with only mutant bison. When the others saw that the mutant bison and Einold were both fixed, they looked at Lei Kong with a little surprise, and hurried to move them in the opposite direction of the mutant bison herd. Even Ron didn't care about his boss's feelings and helped. Half an hour later, the spatial fixation was lifted, and Einold moved again with the mutant bison. The others looked at the mutant bison herd that was already a little far away, and signaled Lei Kong to do it again. Einard shouted quickly, "Wait a minute. Let me down first." Einard had had enough of being unable to move, and he didn't want to be fixed on the bull's back again. The others were a little embarrassed. What if he left the mutant bison, and the mutant bison ran away? Einard naturally knew their concerns and looked at Ron quickly. "Give me the rope quickly." When they came out, they naturally prepared some special tools. Ron didn't expect it for a while, but when he heard his boss asking for it, he naturally reacted immediately and threw a rope over. Einard took it, tied the rope in the bumps, slid down the rope himself, and then signaled Lei Kong to take action. Lei Kong unceremoniously controlled the mutant bison again, and everyone continued to drag it. At this time, only small black dots could be seen in the herd of bison. Einold took out a knife half an hour before arriving and hit the mutant bison's neck. After the space fixation was released, everyone only saw the mutant bison rush forward 2 steps and fall to the ground with blood. Einold loosened the rope he had been pulling, looked at the current position, and said, "Let's move it to a place with water for processing. And then, you can find someone to call the others over." After Einold finished speaking, he asked Ron to come over and lift it together. So Leijin, who originally wanted Lei Kong to use the space, did not say anything. Leijin still knew that Lei Kong did not like to put such bloody things in the space. Leijin stepped forward to help lift the mutant bison. Others also wanted to step forward, but were stopped by Einold. "That's enough. If anyone comes, it will cause trouble." The others followed them until Einold stopped at a water source. However, this water source can only be used for washing, not drinking. So Einold asked Leijin to find someone to go with Ron to pick up the remaining people. The next work requires the participation of 2 water-based mutants. Leijin stood up and left with Ron. Einold shook his head helplessly and started to deal with it by himself. The others were embarrassed to just watch and asked what they could do. Einard looked at the team members who were left behind by Leijin and said directly, "You guys find the things you need to roast the bison meat later, and dig a pit nearby." He was very rude in his orders. Lei Kong divided them into groups. Those with stronger martial arts went out to find firewood and could escape if they encountered an accident. The weaker ones stayed to dig the pit with him. Jin and Yan Yan followed the people of the Lei family to get firewood, while Lei Kong and Lei Tu stayed to dig the pit. While they were busy here, Leijin and Ron had already reached the foot of the mountain and started to climb up. Jiang Zhuxiang had watched the whole process of Lei Jin and his team hunting mutant bison, and knew that it was almost time to meet up. So he sat down and waited with Alice. Seeing that Alice was still the same as before, he tried to comfort her. "Next time I will go hunting mutant bison with you. Don't be sad now. Okay?" After watching the scene just now, Jiang Zhuxiang still felt that he could give it a try. He was not just a wood-type mutant. Alice was amused by Jiang Zhuxiang's comfort. "I don't think your captain will let you go. But if you can convince him, I will definitely take you. Even if the boss objects, I won't listen. I will protect you," Jiang Zhuxiang said. "Then I remember. Don't regret it when the time comes." As soon as Jiang Zhuxiang finished speaking, a voice came from below. "Don't regret what?" At the same time, Lei Jin's head began to appear. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at this scene with a little amusement. Lei Mu and Lei Shui xiaoquickly stood up and shouted, "Captain!" Lei Jin didn't come up completely, but just said in this posture, "Come down with us. We are going to other places. Xiaoxiang, don't think about going alone. If something goes wrong, how can I explain to the dean and others?" After Lei Jin said something to Jiang Zhuxiang, he turned and walked down the mountain, Ran Wei to his girlfriend, indicating that she should bring Jiang Zhuxiang over first. Alice walked over, and Ran gave her a few instructions, and asked her to take Jiang Zhuxiang and follow the people in front. He would wait for the rest of the people, and it was his task to cover the rear. He didn't say anything more to Alice, as if she had just done nothing. Chapter 293 Geographical Conditions of Other Fragments. Jiang Zhuxiang pouted childishly, not taking Lei Jin's words to heart. He hadn't been promoted yet, so why bother so much? However, he still listened to his first words. After all, he said it as the captain, and followed Lei Jin with Alice. As the saying goes, it's easy to go up the mountain, but hard to go down the mountain. Lei Jin led them to walk carefully, and it took almost the same time as going up the mountain before they stood at the foot of the mountain again. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, Lei Jin sped up and took them to quickly meet up with Ian Erd and the others. When they arrived, other preparations had been done, and only the cleaning work was left. Lei Jin didn't say anything and directly asked Lei Shui and Shui Wen to help. Lei Shui and Shui Wen were responsible for the last round of cleaning, responsible for washing away the remnants of the previous water. So at the beginning, they helped them pass things, and others took them to the small lake for cleaning. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice were both helping with the first round of cleaning. As a person who had been eating raw meat and drinking blood for a long time, Einol did not drain the blood of the mutant bison clean. In their concept, blood can provide energy to people just like meat. Before the cleaning, Einol also proposed to mention this to them, although Jiang Zhuxiang found it a little difficult to accept. He still knew to follow the local customs. After a simple first round of cleaning, Jiang Zhuxiang and the others withdrew. Shui Wen and the others took over the work of Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others went to see the firewood and grill that Jinin and the others had found, and found that they were going to grill beef today. Jiang Zhuxiang found Mumu and Lei Mu to start catalyzing some deodorizing plants. Although they compromised on the treatment of blood water, they absolutely could not compromise on the taste. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to strive for each of them to be responsible for their own duties later. After all, it would not be good for so many people to really let Einard grill them all for them. When Einard came with Lei Shui and Shui Wen, Jiang Zhuxiang provided her ideas. Einard did not object. It was naturally good to be able to relax himself. So, Jiang Zhuxiang took out some bottles and jars, and started to deal with the piece of beef that was assigned to him. At the same time, he watched Einard and the other simple and rough cooking method. He directly put the beef on the fire, turned it over occasionally to prevent it from being burnt, and did nothing else. Jiang Zhuxiang handed his seasoning jar to Alice, and asked her to sprinkle some on his meat. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't bear to see it. Alice couldn't refuse, so she had to follow Jiang Zhuxiang's instructions, and sprinkle the seasoning powder on the meat carefully. After a while, no matter how the meat was processed, it began to cook. Jiang Zhuxiang took out 2 bottles of drinking water from his backpack, handed one to Alice, and unscrewed it to wait for the mutant bison meat to be thoroughly cooked. As a doctor, Jiang Zhuxiang could not accept half-cooked food at all, which was not good for human health. But Alice, after smelling the meat starting to cook, wanted to start eating. Jiang Zhuxiang stopped her twice before she stopped talking because she ran to share Ron's roasted meat with him. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little confused, So he stopped trying to persuade Ian Erda and the others not to eat this half-cooked food. He just whispered to Lei Jin about it and told them to take care of their health when they go out. Lei Jin nodded to show that he knew. Their team members didn't have the habit of eating raw food. Lei Jin just said it and didn't do anything else. After eating this lunch with different flavors, Ian Erda originally planned to take Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to see more. But the ground began to shake. So Ian Erda took Jiang Zhuxiang and the others back. In Ian Erda's experience, this kind of vibration is the beginning of a small earthquake. It is very likely that the active volcano in this area will start to erupt again. During this period, you need to pay attention at all times. This area cannot be visited for the time being. After listening to Ian Erda's explanation, Lei Jin and the others accepted it and took people to follow Ian Erda back. They planned to learn about their situation in Ian Erda's shelter during this period of time and strive to be able to act on their own in the future. After Ian Erda went back, he began to find people to detect the activity of the volcano. Lei Jin and the others were left there to let them move freely. Ron asked Alice, who sat next to Jiang Zhuxiang again, to go back. Alice finally said a few words to Jiang Zhuxiang before following him back. They already lived together, which was one of the reasons why Ron asked Alice to go back together. Jiang Zhuxiang watched Alice go back and thought of her suggestion just now. The two of them secretly went to hunt mutant bison. This girl was brave enough. However, Jiang Zhuxiang was really a little tempted. After all, the beef tasted really good after being processed. Lei Jin didn't know that Jiang Zhuxiang was thinking of agreeing to such a crazy idea. He just reminded Jiang Zhuxiang, "Let's set up the tent first, and then take a look around here. We haven't taken a good look at the shelter here yet. We don't know if it has the same functions as the shelter we have. And we don't know if we can find the mission hall." Lei Jin wanted to take some simple tasks to practice with everyone and get familiar with the outdoor conditions here. Jiang Zhuxiang had no objection to Lei Jin's proposal and went to help obediently. Jinin, Yin Yin and Mu Mu also followed their partners to learn to set up their own tents. They were also very curious about the layout here and wanted to follow Lei Jin and his friends to take a look. They asked their companions what they thought, and they all looked at them with sympathy and advised, "You'd better not follow the captain and Xiaoxiang. Otherwise you will definitely get hurt. There is a kind of abuse called dog abuse, and they have deeply felt it, even if only one party is taking action." Jinin, Yin Yin and Mu Mu said that they didn't understand what they said, and wanted them to explain in detail. Chief Lei Xiao and Miss Jiang Zhuxiang were not people who would hurt others casually, and their words were really strange. Lei Kong saw their behavior and directly stopped others from speaking, saying, "If you want to go, just follow them. There is no such thing as they said." Lei Kong thought that it would be more effective to let them experience it for themselves than to say anything. When the others saw Lei Kong come out, they stopped talking and waited for the two to come back to see their expressions. Jin Yin and the others followed Lei Kong's words a little ignorantly, and went to talk to Lei Jin and the others. Lei Jin agreed to their request considering that they were not his team members. But his face was not very good after they left. It was a rare opportunity to be alone with his own Xiaoxiang, and Lei Jin was not very happy about these three people inserting into it. Chapter 294 Daily Tasks. Understand this fragment. Jiang Zhuxiang seemed very happy when she knew they would go with them. After all, her and Lei Jin's actions were too conspicuous. It was better not to be so obvious in a strange place. However, Jiang Zhuxiang never talked to Lei Jin about this. Now someone took the initiative to help, which was great. Even if they would be looked down upon by Lei Jin, they could just make up for it a little. Lei Jin would not hurt anyone anyway. Jin Yin and the others were a little confused by the two people's completely different attitudes, and planned to just follow them without saying anything. It was said that it would be ready soon. After Jin Yin and the others finished talking, they went back to set up the tent. After setting it up, they came directly to find Lei Jin and the others. Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang had already prepared, and before leaving, they added a water pattern. Tao Tai instructed Shui Wen to come and ask when he heard Lei Shui and the others talking about their captain going out. When he learned that they were going to take Jiang Zhuxiang with them, he immediately confirmed his idea of following them. On the one hand, he could get first-hand information, and on the other hand, he could prevent his own Xiuxiang from suffering losses. As a man who looked like a middle-aged man, Tao Tai naturally couldn't follow Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. After coming here, he had been acting with Mu Hu, so Tao Tai instructed Shui Wen to do these things. After all, their goals were the most consistent. Lei Jin had gotten used to the fact that his Xiaoxiang would be accompanied by a family member every time he went out. So he naturally accepted the water ripples following him. Walking along the winding road in the middle of the house, Lei Jin and his friends tried to distinguish which building was the mission hall. After several mistakes, Lei Jin and his friends decided to take a break. After sitting on a stool that someone had put on the side of the road, Jiang Zhuxiang looked up and found that the 4 characters mission hall were written on the roof of the house opposite. This made people feel frustrated and lucky. Jiang Zhuxiang told Lei Jin and his friends about his discovery and asked them if they should go there right away. Lei Jin felt that since he had already sat down, he might as well sit down and rest for a while. Anyway, the mission hall would not run away, so it would not matter if he went there later. Shui Wen and the other 4 nodded in agreement. Although finding a place was not very laborious, they felt mentally tired after finding the wrong place so many times, and they needed to adjust their mood. Jiang Zhuxiang was amused by their words, but it was rare to hear such a consistent idea from them. So Jiang Zhuxiang followed the majority. After resting, Lu Ren walked into the mission hall. It was still very deserted at this time. Unlike their place, where people came to hand in tasks one after another in the afternoon. This might have something to do with the character of the people here, which was convenient for Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. They could come slowly if they wanted to know something. After Jiang Zhuxiang confirmed the location of the information desk, he planned to go there first to ask. Lei Jin naturally followed Jiang Zhuxiang, and the others had to follow. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Jin helplessly and said to the other 4 people, "Let's act separately, so that the efficiency will be higher. Do you all bring translators? Doing everything together is really a waste of time." Hearing what Jiang Zhuxiang said, Shui Wen looked at Lei Jin, who didn't move at all, and had to take the 2 of them to other areas to ask and understand. Jiang Zhuxiang had to accept his fate and take Lei Jin and Yin Yin to the information desk. In fact, Yin Yin didn't want to follow, but Shui Wen didn't want him, so he had to follow them. Jiang Zhuxiang carefully asked about the process and requirements of accepting tasks at the information desk, hoping that they would not go astray. The people at the information desk did not embarrass them because of their skin color. After the end of the world, the country existed in name only. If no one reminded you of skin color, you would not have deep-rooted ideas, even if the old people would occasionally talk about such things. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to the answers given by the information desk and found that the form of accepting tasks here was more convenient and free. And there was even no time limit, which was very suitable for Jiang Zhuxiang and his situation. After understanding the basic situation, Jiang Zhuxiang signaled Lei Jin and others to go forward and ask questions that interested them. Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang had different concerns. He hoped to make his team members familiar with this place as quickly as possible, so he asked which tasks could help them understand this fragment to the greatest extent. The people at the information desk did not agree with the word fragment proposed by Lei Jin. In their opinion, their place was still complete, so it could not be called a fragment. However, out of respect for individuality, this word might be a unique term for this guy, so they did not care too much. As for his question, the tasks that can best help them get familiar with a place are naturally daily tasks. This kind of task requires running to more places and contacting more people, and is most suitable for people like Lei Jin, who seem to be here for the first time to take on tasks. Lei Jin thought about trivial things like daily tasks, and silently returned to Jiang Zhuxiang. It seemed that his team members needed to hone their patience. They had not been exposed to this type of task for a long time, and hoped that they would not be too surprised. Yin Yin was most concerned about the reward after completing the task. He didn't know whether it could be exchanged for various materials. Yin Yin didn't care how much contribution value he could get, and only focused on new materials. The people at the information desk took good care of young people with ideas and said that they could exchange them. The reward method here could be chosen by those who completed the task. The problems of the 3 people were all solved satisfactorily. The other 3 were already waiting at the place where they received the task. Jiang Zhuxiang and the other 2 hurried over. The situation Shui Wen asked here was similar to what Jiang Zhuxiang asked, so they would just wait here. According to their understanding of Lei Jin, he would definitely come here to take some tasks first. Lei Jin chose a relatively simple daily task to take. This daily task has no limit on the number of people and the number of times it can be completed. Lei Jin does not have to worry about no one coming to do it after he takes it back. Lei Jin originally planned to leave like this, but found that his Xiao Xiang was still watching. He was a little surprised at what she was watching. When he stood over, Jiang Zhuxiang directly exited the task interface again. Lei Jin asked a little curiously, Xiao Xiang, are you planning to take another task? There was a hint of grievance at the end of the words. Jiang Zhuxiang was just a little surprised to see the strange task. And this task was the only one with many restrictions so far. So it was impossible for him to accept it even if he wanted to. So he just shook his head. The atmosphere around Lei Jin became peaceful again. Then let's go! He tried to pull Jiang Zhuxiang's hand. Xue Wen was on the other side of Jiang Zhuxiang, and directly blocked Jiang Zhuxiang and pushed Lei Jin to take 2 steps. Let's go! While they were accepting the task, people continued to appear in the task hall, and they didn't look easy to mess with. So it was better not to stick to this person. Chapter 295, A Bold Plan. Lei Jin secretly glared at Xue Wen, silently retracted his hand, and walked in front. Xue Wen saw the look Lei Jin glared at her, secretly gritted her teeth. This man is so bold. I will go back and complain to the dean. Seeing this development, Jiang Zhuxiang silently gave a thumbs up to Brother Wen, and then followed Lei Jin back with Xue Wen. Jin Yin and the others followed silently at the end. After what happened just now, they knew why the Lei family members persuaded them not to follow. It really hurt them. Next time, they would rather come alone than watch this scene again. After returning to Einold's shelter, Lei Jin explained the task he had taken. You will go out and do this task in the next few days. The danger is not great. You can freely choose your team, but try to come back every day. If you really can't come back, you will find a place to stay together. Don't camp alone. You are unfamiliar with the place. If something goes wrong, I can ask Einold for help. But it is still not very convenient. I will go out with you. The task Lei Jin took was to investigate the situation of mutant animals, plants and zombies. When they first gained a foothold on their own fragment, they also did related tasks. Lei Jin believed that his team members would have no problem. When the team members heard what their captain said, they all nodded to show that they understood. In this unfamiliar fragment, they would obey the captain's request even more, because Lei Jin only told his team members to do this. Jin Yin asked, can we do it too? They remembered that Lei Jin had said before that he would accept them as reserve members of the superpower team. But they didn't know if he still counted now. Lei Jin looked at Jin Yin and the others and said, as long as you guarantee your own safety, you can do it. There is no limit on the number of people in this mission. You can team up with them, or team up on your own. Lei Jin pointed at his team members. Lei Jin treated everyone he brought out equally, so he would not exclude Jin Yin and the others. Jin Yin nodded to show that they understood. They sat together and murmured for a while, and then said Jin Yin to express their position. We will form a team with them. Please take care of us. Jin Yin said to Lei Jin's team members that after all, they had not acted with him often, so the degree of cooperation was definitely not enough. So they still needed their care. The team members answered in unison, no problem. They would naturally not undermine what their captain had agreed to. Moreover, these people had cooperated with them before, except for Moo Moo, who had done something that dragged them down once. Their performance was good. They were not worried at all. Moo Moo also brought a protector this time, so even if something went wrong, he would solve it. So there was no obstacle for them to accept it. After Lei Jin saw that they had no problems, he asked Lei Kong to organize them to set up the tent. It was time for them to prepare dinner. Jiang Zhuxiang heard Lei Jin's instructions and went to help. As for the task just now, she would definitely participate. She also wanted to take the opportunity to collect plant seeds. While they were busy, Tao Tai said something to Lei Jin and went out. As for the reason, Tao Tai did not say it, and Lei Jin did not ask. For Lei Jin, Tao Tai's strength level was no longer a time for them to worry about. Even if there was a problem, they could communicate through the communicator. So, after Jiang Zhuxiang was busy, he could not see Tao Tai when he came back. He asked Lei Jin and got this answer. Jiang Zhuxiang's idea was similar to Lei Jin's, but Jiang Zhuxiang had some guesses about Tao Tai's whereabouts. However, it was better not to say such things before they were sure. When Lei Jin and his friends started to prepare dinner, Einard finished his work and returned to his house. After taking a shower, he walked to the back of his house consciously. After eating once, some behaviors will become habits, especially when the food tastes good. However, in addition to him tonight, Alice also came with Ron. After arriving at Lei Jin's tent, she directly left Ron to find Jiang Zhuxiang. Lei Jin looked at Ron silently, and felt that they really had the same problem. Ron was more free and easy than Lei Jin, because he was sure that Alice was not a lesbian. She found Jiang Zhuxiang completely because of the food. Moreover, as a formal boyfriend, he was more confident than Lei Jin, who had not yet become a formal boyfriend. After understanding Lei Jin's eyes, Ron just smiled and praised. The friendship between them girls is very good, isn't it? Lei Jin could only comfort himself with the fact that they were just friends, and nodded in agreement with Ron's words. When Alice went over, Jiang Zhuxiang was catalyzing plants to provide vegetables for dinner. Alice didn't say much. When Jiang Zhuxiang was done, she picked a tomato that had just been catalyzed and ate it. Jiang Zhuxiang catalyzed tomatoes because he saw Alice coming. The people on this fragment seemed to like this kind of food very much, as if this kind of food was originally grown here. After seeing that the quantity was enough, Jiang Zhuxiang began to help wash the vegetables. This matter could allow Alice to participate, and Jiang Zhuxiang directly invited, "We'll have dinner here, and now come with me to help. However, I am not the one cooking tonight. I hope she will not be disappointed." Lei Wei's cooking skills have been practiced. That was an accident this morning. Alice ate the last bite of tomato, nodded and followed Jiang Zhuxiang's movements. When they saw that Lei Hua was the one cooking for dinner, Einard and the other two hesitated for a moment, but still believed their intuition and stayed to wait patiently. Alice happened to talk to Jiang Zhuxiang about the mission she had taken. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't help but sigh that Alice's actions were really quick. But Lei Jin took such a mission, and he didn't know if he could go with her. After hearing what Jiang Zhuxiang said, Alice quickly said that she would take care of the matter. She would go and talk to her captain, and he would definitely agree. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Alice doubtfully. This person would not tell the truth directly. If that happened, Lei Jin would definitely not agree. However, even if Lei Jin did not agree, it would not be a big deal. But she might not be able to accompany her. Alice was naturally not so stupid. If she said directly that the two girls were going to hunt mutant bison, Ron would not agree. After Alice had a satisfactory dinner, she went to talk to Lei Jin. Ron was also there. Alice sat down next to Ron first, and then said through Ron and Lei Jin that she wanted to invite Jiang Zhuxiang to play with her for a few days, and she would be responsible for safety. Lei Jin did not want to agree at first, and Ron helped him. Girls should get along with girls more, and she should be given a few days of adjustment period. Although it is not obvious now, it is different from what you used to do. Chapter 296 Mutant Fruit Forest. When it comes to Xixiang's health, Lei Jin becomes serious. He really ignores the problem of acclimatization. Although Xiaoxiang is also a superpower, it does not mean that he will not feel uncomfortable. Nodding to Alice's request, Lei Jin silently thought that he would take people to do things like exploring the way, and Xiaoxiang would relax for a few days. Lei Jin and Ron did not think of the true intentions of the two girls. When they found that things were out of control, it was too late. They wanted to come back and swallow their words. Alice saw that Lei Jin agreed and kissed Ron. "I will tell Jian the good news. She will definitely be very happy." After saying that, he stood up and left. Lei Jin turned his head away with a little contempt, but he was secretly envious in his heart. Alice shared the information about the perfect solution to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious about how she did it, so he asked directly. Here, euphemism is useless. If you have any questions, you need to ask them yourself before others will answer you. Alice told the story of what happened, and Jiang Zhuxiang was silent. It turned out that Lei Jin was so easy to talk to. Alice began to discuss with Jiang Zhuxiang when to set out to do this task with great interest. Jiang Zhuxiang directly instructed, "Wait until Lei Jin and others go out to do the task. Otherwise, it will be easy for him to see through it, and we will definitely not be able to go then. It would be better for them to keep a low profile before Lei Jin and his group leave." Alice thought about it, and decided to set the departure time for tomorrow afternoon. By then, Lei Jin and his group would definitely have gone far away. As for the location, she had already decided on the place where Einard had taken them before. Although there was a small earthquake there, it would still take some time if the fire really erupted. Today was only the first day, so there was definitely time for them to go there. Jiang Zhuxiang had no objection to this, and nodded in agreement. As for the things to prepare, Alice said that they could prepare them by themselves and choose what they'd like to bring. Anyway, they would not be outside for too long, and would not need to bring much. Jiang Zhuxiang considered that Tao Ai and Lei Jin were not there. So he prepared more things for self-defense and put them in his personal space. After the discussion, Alice returned to Ron with a bag of snacks given by Jiang Zhuxiang, indicating that they could go back. Ron had been sitting with Lei Jin and his boss. Hearing this, he looked at his boss and asked if they should leave together as it was getting late. Yin said, "Lei and I still have something to say. You go back first." And his home was very close, so there was no need to go with them. Ron nodded and left with Alice, who was in high spirits. After seeing them leave, Arnold started to talk to Lei Jin. "I'll let Ron follow you when you go out to do the mission tomorrow. He's someone close to me, and other people will be a little hesitant when they see him." Arnold learned what mission Lei Jin and his friends had taken at the dinner table, so he made this suggestion. Lei Jin nodded in acceptance, and signaled with his eyes that he could leave if there was nothing else. Before leaving, Arnold said, "I think those two girls are discussing something strange. I'll help you pay attention after you leave." As a wind-type mutant, Arnold could faintly hear the words brought by the wind. Some of the words were enough to make him alert, but they were not enough to convince Lei Jin, so he had to worry more about it. Lei Jin didn't think his little Xiang would do anything strange, but he still accepted his favor. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang was the first to get up and started to exercise and boil some water. Lei Jin was the second to get up as usual, and happened to meet Arnold and Ron coming over. Ron knew what he was going to do today when he went back last night. Alice didn't need him to accompany her, so he didn't refuse. Originally, this kind of task definitely didn't require him to take action. Lei Hua was still the chef for breakfast, and Arnold didn't have any objections. After rubbing his breakfast, he went to do his own thing and asked Jack to take care of Jiang Zhuxiang. Lei Jin led the team members to disperse and learn about the fragment. After they all left, Alice came to find Jiang Zhuxiang. They planned to have lunch together before setting off. Jiang Zhuxiang followed Alice and walked around for a while before arriving at the place for lunch. This was an old man's food stall. It was said that it had existed when Alice was still young. The taste was not bad, and it was the authentic taste of this fragment. After eating, the two of them each had a cup of drink given by the old man and started to walk out of the base. Jack was a little surprised when he received the order from his boss. Now he heard his men say that the two were going out, so he asked them to follow, but not to be discovered by them, and report to him at any time. So, when Jiang Zhuxiang and the others didn't know, they were followed by a little tail. Alice took Jiang Zhuxiang out with ease, and found a place to camp first. Since they were out, they didn't have to rush back. They could play for a while, and put the hunting of mutant bison aside for the time being. This behavior also made the little tail following them relax a little, and sent a message directly to Jack, and even asked if they could go back, if they were just out to play. Alice's force value was enough to protect the two of them, and they didn't think they needed to follow. Jack didn't allow it, because this matter was ordered by the boss himself. But the number of people could be reduced a little. Their distance could be increased, and they could take the opportunity to do simple tasks. Jack is relatively relaxed with his subordinates, which is in line with the local ethos of respecting individuality. After they received the instructions, they left only one person to follow, and the others went back and did their tasks, which was very pleasant. Alice and his friends camped at the edge of the mutant bison activity area, next to a water source. Occasionally, there would be mutant animals here, but Alice could handle them. Alice took Jiang Zhuxiang to find something she liked. A forest of mutant fruit trees. Because of the temperature here, these mutant fruit trees have now bloomed, and some have even begun to bear fruit. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised. He really didn't expect to find such a thing. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to try to take a piece away. Alice was a little surprised by Jiang Zhuxiang's idea. During the flowering and fruiting period, these mutant fruit trees are very aggressive. If you insist, I can help you try. Chapter 297 The Angry Mutated Fruit Tree. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly refused. He could just get what he wanted by himself. Why did he need others to help him? He just needed to ask about the attack methods of these fruit trees. What will these mutant fruit trees use to attack people, now that they are in the flowering and fruiting stage? Flowers and fruits will definitely not be used as a means of attack. If it is just leaves and branches, Jiang Zhuxiang is not too worried that he can't handle it. Alice didn't know what the attack methods of these mutant fruit trees were. She just knew that these mutant fruit trees would attack people, especially at this stage. Ron warned himself not to provoke them, but didn't tell himself what attack methods they would have. I don't know this either. You can see it after I try it, Jiang Zhuxiang said directly. I'd better go by myself. After all, it's what I want. It seems that Alice didn't understand what he just said, so Jiang Zhuxiang had to emphasize it again. It's not that Alice didn't understand what Jiang Zhuxiang said just now. She just didn't dare to believe it. Now Alice heard Jiang Zhuxiang's meaning again, so she had to ask with a little surprise, aren't you afraid of being attacked? In her impression, other women are not willing to do things by themselves. Alice originally thought that she was the only one who was different, but she didn't expect to meet Jiang Zhuxiang, who seemed to be the same. Alice couldn't help but get a little excited. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little helplessly, even if I am attacked, it's normal. After all, I have to take their things. You stay here to look at the tent and these things, and I'll go over. After saying that, Jiang Zhuxiang stood up and started walking over there, not giving Alice a chance to refuse. Alice didn't expect Jiang Zhuxiang to leave as soon as she said she would. As for the tent she mentioned, she said that no one would come here to take such things. She ignored her request and followed directly. It was rare to meet a fellow. How could she give up? Alice hurriedly followed. Jiang Zhuxiang felt a little helpless when he heard the footsteps behind him. It seemed that he had not convinced her, so he had to ignore her and continue to approach the direction of the mutant fruit forest. As Jiang Zhuxiang approached, the mutant fruit trees began to move. Their leaves stood up and pointed in the direction of Jiang Zhuxiang and them, as if they were demonstrating. When Jiang Zhuxiang and them approached a mutant fruit tree at the edge, these leaves directly broke away from the branches and shot towards Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice. Jiang Zhuxiang pulled up the hood of the Academy's protective suit to protect his face. He was not afraid of disfigurement, but if his face was injured, it would be most easily seen. He did not want to be discovered by Lei Jin and others when he returned. Fortunately, the Academy's protective suit was good, and those leaves could not scratch the surface of the protective suit at all. After the leaves attacked, Jiang Zhuxiang had already taken a branch with a knife and planned to retreat. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang and others were actually planning to leave like this, the mutant fruit tree was naturally unhappy. Since the leaves did not work, they used branches to teach them a profound lesson. Otherwise, they would definitely be harassed by humans in the future. Mutated fruit trees have some intelligence and revenge. So Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice were entangled by the branches of the mutant fruit trees, which didn't care about the flowers and fruits on the branches. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the branches on his body, which were not very strong. A little speechless. He had taken a part of it, and now it was not good to let them be damaged. Otherwise he would feel bad. Jiang Zhuxiang mobilized the wood power in his body, and tried to appease these mutant fruit trees. After absorbing Jiang Zhuxiang's wood power, the branches of these mutant fruit trees softened comfortably. The wood power user of this fragment had never tried to use wood power to nourish plants, so this method was still a bit new to the mutant fruit trees. Jiang Zhuxiang seized the moment of relaxation of the mutant fruit trees, got out, and went to help Alice. As a power-type mutant, it was not difficult for Alice to get out. She was worried about the same thing as Jiang Zhuxiang, that she was too strong and would tear off the branches. If that happened, it would further anger the mutant fruit trees. Alice still wanted to come here to pick fruits in the future. If she angered them, she would definitely not be able to eat the freshest fruits in the future. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang coming, Alice hurriedly asked, "How did you let them let you go?" Although this incident was caused by Jiang Zhuxiang's desire for branches, Alice had no complaints, but was just curious about Jiang Zhuxiang's method. Jiang Zhuxiang approached Alice directly, pinched the branches wrapped around Alice with his hands, input the wood power again, let go of Alice, and then signaled Alice to leave the attack range of the mutant fruit trees immediately. He planned to use the wood power as a reward, and it would take some time to deal with it. Alice understood Jiang Zhuxiang's actions and stood obediently on the periphery. Jiang Zhuxiang increased the strength of his supernatural power input, allowing the mutant fruit tree to grow a branch again, and the flowers and fruits that were put on the ground to grow again. And Jiang Zhuxiang stopped. The mutant fruit tree was also obedient during this period. After Jiang Zhuxiang let go, it rubbed Jiang Zhuxiang's hand with a branch, as if it didn't want her to leave. Jiang Zhuxiang's wood-related supernatural power has been almost consumed. After all, a fruit tree is more powerful than the plants he catalyzed before. Feeling the movement of the mutant fruit tree, Jiang Zhuxiang touched the branch helplessly. quickly retreated to Alice's side and leaned on Alice. Alice naturally felt Jiang Zhuxiang's condition and quickly helped her back to the tent. Let her sit in the open space in front of the tent, squatted down and asked, "Are you okay?" This situation of excessive consumption of superpowers is very uncomfortable. Because she is a power-type superpower, she has never had this experience. But she has heard some descriptions from other people. At this time, she can only rely on herself to recover. And Alice has no other way. Jiang Zhuxiang said softly, "It's okay. You help me guard. I will recover." After saying that, he began to close his eyes and practice, not caring about Alice watching on the side. Alice received Jiang Zhuxiang's instructions and paid full attention to the situation around her. She didn't pay attention to the difference of Jiang Zhuxiang. He didn't need to absorb crystal cores to recover his superpowers. Half an hour later, Jiang Zhuxiang opened his eyes and had almost recovered. Seeing Alice's fearful look, he reminded her with a bit of amusement, "Okay, we can start preparing dinner." After using his supernatural power, his already hungry stomach became even hungrier. Alice saw that Jiang Zhuxiang looked much better and temporarily felt relieved. However, she still didn't dare to let her do the hard work. So she asked her what she wanted to eat. "What do you want for dinner? Let me try to see if I can make it. If not, we can just eat what we brought." At the lunch place, Alice packed 2 portions of food just to deal with the situation in the evening. Chapter 298 Hunting begins. Jiang Zhuxiang was not too tired to even cook a meal. So he said directly, "You don't have to do it. Just take care of the things and I'll do it." If she didn't let Alice help, she would definitely not be allowed to do it. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's insistence, Alice had to start working, making sure that Jiang Zhuxiang only had to deal with the last step. Fortunately, Alice had a lot of experience in surviving in the wild. Although she was taken care of by Ron for a while, she didn't lose her skills. She successfully set up the fire and prepared the ingredients and put them next to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang started to work directly and made a simple dinner. Alice looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with admiration and finally confirmed that this person was indeed her own kind. It seemed that she didn't need to distract herself to take care of her when hunting mutant bison. After dinner, Alice and Jiang Zhuxiang briefly discussed how to hunt mutant bison tomorrow. The 2 girls definitely couldn't do it like Einard and the others. After all, even if Alice was a power-type mutant, her strength was no match for the angry mutant bison. After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's statement, Alice admitted it and asked Jiang Zhuxiang if he had any ideas. Jiang Zhuxiang had never faced such a powerful mutant animal and had no experience. He just said so. Alice still had to think of a way. And they didn't have Ron's ability to stop the mutant bison from calling his companions, which was also a big problem. Before they really started, they felt that their choice was a bit reckless. Alice didn't regret anything. People always have to do something beyond their ability to challenge themselves. Alice proposed an idea. "We can try to deal with it with a trap. As long as it falls into the trap, we can slowly grind it to death." However, the sound is indeed a troublesome thing. It seems that we should stay away from the trap at that time and wait for its companions to give up before going over to deal with it. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded in agreement. This is not impossible. As for the sound problem, he will think of a solution at night. Alice didn't expect Jiang Zhuxiang to solve this problem, so she just nodded and said, "Let's rest first. See you tomorrow." After that, Alice left Jiang Zhuxiang's tent. After dinner, Alice sent Jiang Zhuxiang to her tent. Now she could rest as long as she left. Jiang Zhuxiang replied, "See you tomorrow," and saw that Alice had closed the door of the tent. It seems that she is still a hot-tempered person. After the tent became quiet, Jiang Zhuxiang practiced while thinking about this problem. When the next day dawned, Jiang Zhuxiang woke up from his practice state and suddenly remembered that he had bought some strange things on the bottom floor of the Academy of Sciences mission hall before. There should be something useful. It seems that he put it in his personal space last time, and now it is just right to take it out and take a look. Jiang Zhuxiang dug out the bottles and jars from his personal space, carefully checked the labels on them, and finally found something that could be used. Silencing liquid, which is a liquid in a small glass bottle. The inventor also explained how to use it. It can work as long as any creature touches it, which is very convenient. Jiang Zhuxiang carefully put the small glass bottle away, put away other things, and then walked out of the tent to wash up. Alice's tent was still quiet, so Jiang Zhuxiang didn't need to rush. He let the fire burn again, poured some water into the small pot, and waited for the water to boil. After washing up, Jiang Zhuxiang went to wake up Alice, and then prepared breakfast for himself. After being woken up by Jiang Zhuxiang, Alice stayed in the tent for a while before getting dressed and walking out of the tent. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang was already preparing breakfast, she hurried to wash with the water Jiang Zhuxiang left for her. The two of them had a simple breakfast and tidied up the camp a little. They didn't plan to put up the tent. After they dealt with the mutant bison, they still had to go back to take care of themselves. Besides, there was nothing valuable in the tent, so they didn't need to feel bad even if someone took it away. Alice and Jiang Zhuxiang began to look for the location of the mutant bison herd, referring to the route taken by Ian Erd and his team before. Jiang Zhuxiang and his team were relatively smooth and found a group of mutant bison, but they were resting now, so it was difficult for Alice and his team to take action. After all, they didn't have the strength to face a whole group of mutant bison head-on. Alice asked quietly, "What should we do now?" They had never encountered such a situation when hunting mutant bison, so Alice was a little at a loss. So the hunting time chosen by Einard and others was reasonable. It was in the afternoon, and the mutant bison were basically active. Jiang Zhuxiang and others made a mistake in choosing the time today, but this did not dampen their enthusiasm. Jiang Zhuxiang had never encountered such a situation before, so he had to try the most common method. Let's wait for them to start moving. Or should we prepare traps first? Alice agreed with the idea of waiting. After all, it was safer. But preparing traps now was a bit inappropriate. We don't know their activity routes, so let's wait and see. Jiang Zhuxiang had no choice but to nod. But after knowing their route, would they still have time to dig traps? Around 9:30, the mutant bison herd began to move, probably to eat, and Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice began to follow them. Alice told Jiang Zhuxiang in the communicator that she would go ahead to dig traps first, and if the mutant bison changed its route, Jiang Zhuxiang should remind her in time. In order to prevent being discovered by the mutant bison, they had to communicate through the communicator. Jiang Zhuxiang said okay, and Alice started running at full speed. Jiang Zhuxiang moved slowly with the mutant bison, in order to avoid being discovered. Jiang Zhuxiang even used the light body technique to try not to step on the grass. Fortunately, there were no strong mutant plants in the area where the mutant bison were feeding. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang would have been in a lot of trouble. After a long time, Alice sent a message saying that the trap was ready and asked her to go over. Jiang Zhuxiang replied, "I'll wait a little longer. I'll come over when I can see the mutant bison over there." This was to prevent the mutant bison from changing their route and making them work in vain. Alice replied okay, and Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say anything more and continued to follow. When Alice sent a message again, Jiang Zhuxiang went over to meet her without hesitation. Chapter 299, Special Mutant Bison. After meeting Alice, Jiang Zhuxiang asked her to take him to see the trap. Of course, he was not questioning Alice's ability. Jiang Zhuxiang just wanted to learn. After all, this kind of field skill is still very useful for Jiang Zhuxiang now. Alice nodded and took Jiang Zhuxiang back to see. Just now, in order to greet Jiang Zhuxiang, Alice walked a distance in the direction of Jiang Zhuxiang. In Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, Alice's trap was just at the edge of the mutant bison activity area, and the size was also matched with the mutant bison's body size. However, he did not see Alice with any tools. Jiang Zhuxiang asked, "You didn't dig this out by hand?" Alice looked at Jiang Zhuxiang and found that she was not joking. So she had to say helplessly, "Do you think my hands look like the hands that have dug traps?" After that, Alice picked up a wooden stick and motioned Jiang Zhuxiang to look at the shape of the stick. "I use this to dig. If you want to dig traps in the wild in the future, you can also look for a wooden stick of this shape. Things in the wild are very handy tools as long as they are used properly." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and made a note of this. At this time, Jiang Zhuxiang could already feel the vibration of the ground. The mutant bison herd should be very close to here. Jiang Zhuxiang hurriedly moved away from this place with Alice to avoid being discovered by the mutant bison herd and any accidents. Before leaving, Jiang Zhuxiang evenly sprinkled the small glass bottle of medicine at the bottom of the trap. As long as the mutant bison fell, it would stick to this medicine. The danger caused by the mutant bison's call was initially resolved. The rest depends on the effect of this medicine. After all, it has not been used. After retreating to a safe place, Alice looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with great interest and asked, What did you just sprinkle? It still smells very fragrant. I wonder if it can be eaten. Now Alice wants to taste everything Jiang Zhuxiang takes out. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at her helplessly. This is not something that can be eaten casually. This is what I used to deal with the mutant bison. I don't know if it works. Alice began to ask what the original effect was. Jiang Zhuxiang said, wait and see. If you can't see it, I'll tell you. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't intend to reveal it, Alice had to wait and see the mutant bison's action silently. The vanguard has appeared in Jiang Zhuxiang's sight. A mutant bison fell into the trap as Jiang Zhuxiang and his team expected. The other mutant bison did not notice it and continued to move forward. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice walked forward to see the mutant bison that was silently jumping in the trap. Jiang Zhuxiang could see that the mutant bison's eyes turned red, and the bottom of the trap was destroyed by the mutant bison's horns. Alice naturally noticed the phenomenon of the mutant bison and looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with a little admiration. The effect of your potion is really good. Where did you get it from? Alice found that Jiang Zhuxiang could always come up with some magical things, and each thing was of great interest to her. Jiang Zhuxiang told her with some regret, this was sold to me by a researcher, and he only sold one bottle. The research geniuses in the Academy of Sciences shelter like their own things to be unique, so they can only buy such things because Jiang Zhuxiang often goes there to shop for things. Alice was also very sorry. It seemed that she would not be able to get such a magical thing. Jiang Zhuxiang then asked, what should we do now? This mutant bison didn't seem to be able to stop for a while. Alice said eagerly, I'll go down and subdue it. You help me keep watch from above. Alice had wanted to try this kind of thing for a long time. But when there were men in the team before, Alice had never been assigned this kind of task. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood. Although his strength was not weak, he still needed someone to help him from above. He could also use his wit ability to temporarily control the mutant bison for a while. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a few seeds, and after stimulating the seeds, he controlled the plants to grow to the bottom of the pit and tried to wrap around the limbs of the mutant bison. For a while, the activity of the mutant bison decreased. Alice began to be eager to go down. Jiang Zhuxiang first reminded her, don't let the soil at the bottom of the trap stick to your skin. That kind of medicine may also be useful for humans. If it really happened, I really didn't have any good way to deal with it. After all, I didn't know the formula of this potion. I would need to send a communication back to ask, but I might not be able to find out. Alice nodded to show that she knew, and jumped down at the right time. Feeling the weight on her body, the mutant bison, which had gradually calmed down, moved violently again, almost flipping Alice to the bottom of the trap. Fortunately, Alice was quick to grab its horns. After Jiang Zhuxiang found that Alice could handle it, he retracted the vines in his hand and began to pay attention to the surrounding situation. Jiang Zhuxiang suddenly felt the ground shaking again. He didn't care at first, but when he found that the vibration continued, Jiang Zhuxiang asked Alice if she wanted to come up first. Alice's voice came up intermittently because of the bumps. It's okay. It may be the vibration before the volcanic eruption. You don't have to worry too much. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about the previous time he hurried back from going out, and he also felt this kind of vibration. So he temporarily relaxed and watched the contest between Alice and the mutant bison. A few minutes later, Jiang Zhuxiang felt the strong breath of blood and qi, which was the breath that only creatures approached. He turned around and saw that the herd of mutant bison appeared in front of him again, only 500 meters away from him. They were still rushing over at a sprint speed, and they might appear in front of them in a flash. Jiang Zhuxiang told Alice, who was still fighting with the mutant bison at the bottom of the trap, about this situation in a calm tone. Now there was no way to think of a way. Just let her be mentally prepared. Jiang Zhuxiang was ready to be hit by the mutant bison. Although he was on top, Jiang Zhuxiang still couldn't do such a thing as abandoning Alice and running away. Alice was very surprised to hear this. It was rare for a mutant bison to come back. Could this mutant bison have something special? Alice knew the situation was urgent, and said incoherently, you run first. She was the one who called Jiang Zhuxiang over. Now that this situation had occurred, she should first protect Jiang Zhuxiang's safety. She had some experience with mutant bison, and they would not die all at once. Chapter 300 Trapped in a herd of mutant bison. Time was short, and neither of them could convince the other. The herd of mutant bison appeared in front of Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang was forced to retreat step by step towards the trap, and finally had to jump into the trap. because the mutant bison in the trap moved more violently after hearing the sound of the mutant bison. Jiang Zhuxiang could not stand on it after jumping down. As for the bottom of the pit, there was the potion she had sprinkled before, and Jiang Zhuxiang could not stand on it either. Fortunately, she had already activated a vine before jumping down, which just fixed herself on the wall of the pit. There was no other way for a while. At this time, the largest mutant bison came out of the mutant bison herd and appeared at the edge of the trap. It stuck its head out to look down. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the huge mutant bison above his head helplessly. He had no idea what was going on. Could this mutant bison have any connection with the one under Alice? Alice also saw the huge mutant bison and was thinking about Jiang Zhuxiang's question. The difference was that Alice recognized the one above as the king of the mutant bison herd. She felt that her luck was both good and bad. Looking at Jiang Zhuxiang, who was still dangling in the air, Alice was a little at a loss. Should she go for help? When Jiang Zhuxiang and the others were in this situation, the person who followed Alice and the others finally found something wrong. He could not find them at all, especially at lunchtime. They did not show up. The person thought something must have happened to them. In order to avoid something irreversible, he immediately reported to his boss. After receiving the report, Ian Erd had a premonition that something had finally happened. He asked the person to continue looking for Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, and informed Ron and Leijin. At the same time, he sent out all the available people in the shelter, hoping to find the location of the two as soon as possible, which would also facilitate their rescue. After receiving the notification, Ron and Leijin were extremely anxious and hurried back with their people, hoping to join the search earlier. Finally, the man found traces of the mutant bison group's activities. The group of mutant bison rarely ate at this time, but surrounded a place in a very excited mood. I don't know if something happened there. He reported the situation he found as usual. Whether it was related to them still needed to be verified. Yindel asked him to pay close attention to the situation over there, and they would bring people to support. After Leijin and Ron returned to the shelter, they hurriedly led Yindel to take people to that place. When they came to the periphery of the mutant bison group's encirclement, Yindel and his people remembered that they could send a communication to contact them. But they were too anxious before, and didn't notice it. Leijin and Ron hurriedly contacted their respective people, while waiting for the call to be connected. They silently prayed that the two people would not be in the middle of the mutant bison. Alice was too busy to answer the call, but Jiang Zhuxiang answered it. Leijin saw the background of Jiang Zhuxiang, and his heart sank. This was in a pit, and there was a crazy mutant bison next to it. Of course, Leijin also saw the person on the mutant bison. He was not sure if that person was Ron's girlfriend, so Leijin called Ron to come and see. Ron was a little anxious because no one had answered the call. After seeing the person on the back of the bull, Ron breathed a sigh of relief and was a little bit amused. The person was fine for the time being, and now it was a matter of how they got them out. Leijin directly asked Jiang Zhuxiang, "What are you two doing? Is this what you are playing? You are playing too big?" Almost frightened himself sick. Leijin never thought that his little Xiang would be so naughty. Jiang Zhuxiang's hands were already a little sore from hanging on the vines. Hearing Leijin's three questions with a bit of questioning, he didn't know how to answer for a while, so he silently turned the screen to Alice, hoping to temporarily divert his anger. Leijin saw Jiang Zhuxiang's actions, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was still emotional, and he said a few words to her, but she was still so annoying. When she came back, he must talk to her properly. Now, let Ron talk to his girlfriend first. Ron was much calmer than Jiang Zhuxiang, and asked directly, "Are you in the middle of the mutant bison?" Confirming the location first will also facilitate them to decide the direction of their efforts. As for other things, let's wait until they solve the problem first. Alice was a little embarrassed and answered a little breathlessly, "Yes." It was not their intention to attract so many mutant bison. Who knew that the one that fell was such a special bison? Ron looked at her deeply, and signaled Leijin to hang up the communication first. They discussed the next method first. Now is not the time to blame. Leijin thought about it, and it made sense. So he hung up the communication, and went to find Yind. After hearing the two people's report, Yind was a little silent. It would be a bit troublesome to be in the center. Do they have to kill all the mutant bison in the periphery? This is a bit difficult, and there is a high probability of casualties if it is not handled properly. I don't know if I can let the two people inside think about whether there is any way to get them out by themselves. However, this kind of words must not be said to Leijin and others. Yin continued to have a headache. The two girls did not follow the task well, and ran out by themselves. Sure enough, something went wrong. In the end, Yin still let them attack the mutant bison in the periphery first, and try to open a way for the two people to get out. And there is no need to let the mutant bison bleed, so that it may not cause too much trouble. Lei Jun and Ron each found a direction and started to execute according to Yin Erd's idea. At this time, Lei Jun missed Tao Tai a little. If it was there would be no need for such trouble. As long as it stood there, the mutant bison would automatically split a path. Lei Jun began to try to contact Tao Tai, but found that there was no way to connect. Lei Jun was not discouraged and continued to contact. After Lei Jun and his team worked for half an hour, the progress was still pitifully slow. They only advanced 10 meters, and it took a lot of people to maintain this gap. Lei Jun and his team retreated to consider other solutions and understand the situation of Jiang Zhuxiang and his team. Jiang Zhuxiang was still hanging in the air, and Alice was still fighting with the mutant bison. Ron reminded them, this time, don't kill the mutant bison. Otherwise if they go crazy, we won't be able to save you in time. Chapter 301. An old friend of Tao Tai. Jiang Zhuxiang swayed slowly twice. Apart from the need to be careful of the mutant bison, for Jiang Zhuxiang, this situation was not thrilling at all, but rather a bit fun. Lei Jun saw his little Xiang in this situation, and silently supported his forehead. He didn't intend to say anything, but urged Lei Kong and the others to find a way quickly. After rescuing the person, he would see how he would deal with her. Lei Kong had just seen Jiang Zhuxiang's performance. He laughed at his captain's gnashing expression for a minute, and then began to use his brain. He still had to do what the captain told him to do. 15 minutes later, Lei Kong suddenly had an idea and thought of a blind spot. Although we can't get through the mutant bison on the ground, we can get through in the air and underground. You can think about which direction to start the breakthrough. Lei Kong's idea gave Lei Jun and his team a new direction to work on. However, Lei Jun and his team didn't bring any aircraft in the air. Lei Jun asked Yin, do you have any aircraft that can be deployed? Yin said with some embarrassment, the process of deploying this thing is more complicated. I'm afraid they can't stand it for so long. Even if they claim to respect human rights, it is an indisputable fact that their efficiency is low. Yin has never tried to cover it up. After all, Yin is not a person who brags about others' wealth. Lei Jun frowned. He originally wanted to choose the aerial route because it was faster. According to what Ionard said, Lei Jun had no choice but to choose the underground route. Lei Jun and Ron conveyed the message to Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice respectively. The two silently sent the specific coordinates of this place. They had no idea at all. They could come from anywhere. At this time, Alice was able to control herself from being thrown off by the mutant bison with just her legs, and she also had time to take care of her hungry stomach. Do you have anything to eat? Alice didn't know why she felt that Jiang Zhuxiang always had delicious food with him. So when she was trapped, she didn't worry about being hungry at all. She was already in a state of making the best of it. Jiang Zhuxiang always brought his backpack with him no matter where he went. He used a vine to move his backpack to the front of him, slowly opened it, and took a look. He found the bread he had planned to have for breakfast. It was prepared by the dean's wife. Jiang Zhuxiang said, catch it. Then he threw a piece of bread over. Alice took it quickly, smelled the fragrance of the bread, and asked for a bottle of water before eating. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice started their lunch in the trap, not worrying about how long they would have to wait. When Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends started their lunch, Lei Jun and his friends also ate a little, and began to plan the route of the underground road that needed to be excavated according to the coordinates provided by Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends, so as to reduce their waiting time as much as possible. The main force of this operation became Lei Tuesday. After all, he was the only Earth-type mutant here, and the others would be responsible for assisting. After finishing lunch, Jiang Zhuxiang and the others began to observe the mutant bison that had been looking out of their heads and trying to communicate with it. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little bit missing his elder Tao Hai at this time, and it would be much more convenient if it was there. At this time, what was Tao Hai doing? When it just came to this fragment, it felt the breath of an old friend. Later, it received a letter from the zombies, and it was more certain who the old friend here was. After talking to Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, it began to look for old friends to reminisce. Coming to the old friend's territory, seeing the old friend, who was also restricted to an area, Tao Tai couldn't help laughing, seeing someone in the same situation as himself. And he had gotten rid of this dilemma. Xiongqi glared at Tao Ai with a little dissatisfaction. How can you move freely? Hurry up and hand over the method? Xiongqi has never been an easy beast to get along with, especially after being trapped for so long. His temper has become worse, and he doesn't even have a good face to his former partner Tao Tai. Tao Tai is not afraid of Xiongqi's bad face at all, and has no intention of answering its questions. If it keeps this tone and face, Tao Tai has no intention of bringing his own junior here. After all, what he wants to find is someone who can help him protect her, not a strong man with malicious intent. You should also change your temper. Otherwise, life will be even more difficult. Xiongqi heard Tao Tai avoiding his questions. Knowing Tao Tai's temper, he had no way to force him to speak out for the time being. So he had to try to suppress his temper and let Tao Tai find a place to sit. After seeing Xiongqi, Tao Tai turned into his original form. After lying down opposite Xiongqi, he yawned lazily. The weather here was more suitable for sleeping than his own fragment. If he were here, he would definitely choose to sleep. However, Xiongqi's temper has always been aggressive, and he probably won't appreciate the climate here. Xiongqi saw that Tao Tai was almost closing his eyes, and asked impatiently, "You are not coming to sleep here, are you? Go back to your own place if you want to sleep." After failing to find a way to escape, Xiongqi's attitude towards Tao Tai became a bit bad, and he wanted to provoke its dissatisfaction. And it would be best if he could fight with him. After coming to this fragment, he could not find an opponent of equal strength. Those humans, zombies and mutants were not enough for him to fight with them. Tao Tai always insisted that he was here to visit an old friend, and naturally would not do such a thing as fighting with Xiongqi. He just said, "Your place is very suitable for sleeping. Do you have anything interesting here? Take it out and show it to me." Although Xiongqi has a bad temper, he is still generous. Tao Tai always likes to ask about his collection and see if there is anything he can take away. Of course, Tao Tai will also exchange it with corresponding things. Xiongqi knew Tao Tai's nature well. For the purpose of escaping from the predicament, Xiongqi would not hide anything and directly said, "There is nothing else. You have seen it before. Recently, I have controlled a mutated fruit forest and a group of mutated bison. If you like, I can let them take you to see it." After Xiongqi finished speaking, he found a high-level zombie and asked Tao Tai to take him to see it if he was interested. He could not leave this place at the moment. The method used to control those two things was similar to that of Tao Tai. As for the conditions, Xiongqi also directly mentioned, "If you are satisfied, tell me your method of escaping from the predicament." Chapter 302, Tao Tai is in a state of confusion. Tao Tai is not going to agree to this condition. "No. I was saved by the help of my lifesaver. If it were you, I would not feel comfortable bringing her here." Even if Xiongqi tempted him with something he liked, Tao Tai would still be able to stick to this point. In fact, Tao Tai's words have revealed his way of escaping, which is to rely on a person. But even if Xiongqi knew this, it would be useless, because Tao Tai's understanding of himself made him unwilling to let that person come. Xiongqi naturally knew that he was not a good thing, and he did not have any extreme reaction to Tao Tai's words. Seeing that Tao Tai could control himself from being tempted, Xiongqi was still very happy. After all, Tao Tai was calculated by those old guys before because he could not control the temptation and ate so many things. After Xiongqi knew the crux of the matter, he spoke more calmly, "With you following me, what are you worried about? Are you still afraid that you can't protect that person?" After that, Xiongqi asked the senior zombie to come forward. "The things are still the same, but the condition is that I can meet your savior. At least I have to have a chance to try." Tao Tai heard what Xiongqi said, and he was satisfied with the answer. He was not afraid of Xiongqi doing anything wrong by accompanying his young generation. Tao Tai nodded and agreed to Xiongqi's exchange. Tao Tai turned into a human form and planned to follow the senior zombie. Before he took a step, another senior zombie came in from outside. He could see an angry expression on his face. It seemed that the zombies trained by Xiongqi were no worse than his own. But now it seemed that something had happened. Tao Tai was not in a hurry to leave, waiting to listen to what happened. The angry senior zombie didn't notice the Tao Tai at all, thinking it was just another zombie, and reported directly to Xiongqi. "Someone broke into your territory, took away a branch, and tried to kill a mutant bison." Xiongqi said indifferently, "There have always been people poaching mutant bison in the human settlement next to it. What's the big deal? They can only eat a limited amount, so let them do whatever they want." Xiongqi's fun is watching people fight, even if he can't see it with his own eyes. It's good to hear it. He always allows those humans and mutant bison to fight. And he doesn't mean to punish humans. These zombies knew what he meant before. And this time, they actually came to report this kind of thing. It seems that he is too kind to them. The senior zombie was not so unreasonable. Seeing that Cheonchi was about to get angry, he continued to report, "They attacked the little bison that you said you would train to be the next mutant bison king. Now the mutant bison king has surrounded them with a herd of bison." The conflict escalated. Otherwise this senior zombie would not have come to report. Cheonchi looked up at it, and then looked at Taotai standing aside. "It just so happens that this one is going to see the herd of cattle. You take it over to deal with this matter. You must accompany it well. You know, this one is my old friend. If he can't get through it, it's just right to let Taotai help him go. If there is such a thing in the future, he can also let it come forward, which will be much more convenient for him." The senior zombie turned to look at the old friend his master mentioned, with a suspicious expression on his face. Cheonchi couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. It turned out that Taotai would be looked down upon by zombies one day. Taotai released his coercion with a dark face, and the senior zombie knelt down instantly. Taotai had no intention of showing off his power in Cheonchi's territory, and he put it away after releasing it. Along the way, the senior zombie became very respectful. As for the zombies that Cheonchi had recruited before, they were always respectful because they had seen Taotia's appearance before he transformed. After arriving at the place, Taotai saw the huge herd of cattle in that place from a distance. But as for the people, they didn't see them for a while because Leijin and the others had already moved underground. The high-level zombies communicated with the mutant buffalo herd and asked them to inform the mutant buffalo king that the ordinary mutant buffaloes would not heed their orders. Only the mutant buffalo king knew to fear its master and would obey. For a while, the mutant buffalo herd was filled with mooing sounds, which frightened Jiang Zhuxiang and others in the trap. They thought that the mutant buffaloes were going crazy. After hearing the calls of his subordinates, the mutant buffalo king turned around and walked out. After a while, he took Taotai and the others in, intending to show them the two daring women. After Taotai heard that it was a woman, he had a strange premonition that it was very likely that the younger generation of his family did it. When he saw the two people in the trap, Taotai touched his nose silently and didn't know what to say. Jiang Zhuxiang saw Taotai. His eyes rolled, and he began to think about what reason he would use to explain why he was trapped here. After all, although his elder let him go out for exercise, he definitely didn't want to see him fall into danger. Alice, on the other hand, saw Taotai, a figure she had seen before. Although there were two guys who looked like zombies beside him, she had been fighting with the mutant bison for a long time, and she only wanted to get rid of it. She didn't think much about it, and just asked for help. "Uncle, please pull Jiang up first, and then help me." Taotai raised his eyebrows. This woman was very courageous. Not only did she bring her own juniors to do such things, but now she even dared to instruct him to do things. It seemed that the main responsibility this time must be on her. The junior of her family was likely just an accomplice. In this case, she also knew how to deal with them after getting them out. Taotai personally pulled Jiang Zhuxiang up. And as for Alice, two high-level zombies grabbed her shoulders and lifted her up. The mutant bison Taotai at the bottom of the pit also came up and let two high-level zombies pull her up, intending to take Jiang Zhuxiang to the place of Cheonchi first. As for Alice, let her go back by herself. When Leijin and others can't see their young generation go back, the attitude they give her will be the best punishment. Taotai didn't think there was anything wrong with him calculating a little girl like this. After all, not everyone can go to Cheonchi. Alice heard the uncle who had someone rescue her say, "You go back first. I'll take her to other places to have a look. And the other things are also handed over to you. You have to explain it to them." After the uncle said that, he took people away directly. Jiang Zhuxiang followed Taotai reluctantly, and turned around to give Alice a pitiful look. Chapter 303, I Want to See Cheonchi. Alice saw Jiang Zhuxiang's eyes, and walked up to him impulsively. "Jiang doesn't seem to want to go with you. You can't be so overbearing." In Alice's eyes, although Taotai was her savior, he also became an unreasonable elder. She didn't think of Taotia's sinister intentions, but she saw that it didn't give Jiang Zhuxiang the full power of choice. It can be said that Alice's courage is really good to dare to say so after seeing Taotia's strength. Taotai didn't care about Alice's accusations at all, but since she said so, it was a bit unreasonable for her to have no reaction. So she signaled one of the senior zombies to catch Alice. In this case, You go with us. Although strangers are not welcome in Cheongchi, it is no problem to be a captive. It can also scare Leijun and make him pay for not taking good care of Xuxiang. Alice was a little speechless by Taotia's reaction. This elder of Jiang Zhuxiang seemed to be an unreasonable elder. She just said something it didn't like to hear, and it took her away against her will. Alice immediately wanted to send a communication to Ron and others, asking them to come quickly, so that maybe she and Jiang Zhuxiang didn't need to follow Tao Ai to a strange and unknown place. How could Tao Tai give her the opportunity to do such a thing? He directly let the advanced zombies control her hands and prevent her from having the opportunity to touch her communicator. Alice looked at the communicator so close to her, but she just couldn't reach it. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Alice's struggle and wisely chose not to resist. Tao Tai would not hurt him no matter what. Besides, he was still guilty, so he should not remind Tao Tai about it. Poor Leijun and his team worked hard to find the location of Jiang Zhuxiang's trap, but they only saw a mutant bison that was still jumping like thunder. The people they wanted to see the most were gone. When they hurriedly dialed the number, no one answered, which made the two of them anxious. They didn't know if they had encountered anything. There was no trace at the scene, so the group had to return to the ground first. Ianold looked at the anxious Leijun and Ron. What are you going to do now? People disappeared out of thin air, and there was no clue to continue looking for them. The most urgent thing was to continue looking for them. I just didn't know whether the two planned to look for them openly or secretly, because this matter was also due to his failure to take good care of the two people. Ianold was still willing to spend more resources to find the two people, especially Jiang Zhuxiang, the savior. Otherwise, the disappearance of two people in the end times was really a common thing, and it was not worth spending effort at all. Leijun naturally wanted to look for them openly, so that even if the two fell into the hands of the evil people for a while, they would have to weigh the cost of offending Ianold and be able to temporarily guarantee the safety of Jiang Zhuxiang and others. Because in a strange place, Leijun still had to rely on Ianold's deterrence. However, this matter cannot be completely based on one's own wishes. It still depends on what Ron thinks. Therefore, Leijun did not bring it up at the first time, but looked at Ron instead. Ron and his boss were much less polite and said directly, "Come on. If Alice sees the news that we are looking for her, she should find a way to come back by herself." Ron still has confidence in his girlfriend, because there is no sign of fighting at the scene. Ron always suspects that his girlfriend voluntarily followed someone, and that person should be an acquaintance. Einard nodded to show that he knew, and finally looked at the mutant bison herd, took everyone back, and then asked Ron and Leijun to directly post the news in the mission hall, so that more people can help find it. But they just need to pay some contribution points to the people who find it. I believe that Leijun and Ron will not care about this. On the other side, Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice followed Tao Tai for about half an hour and came to this place in the middle. They didn't know why Tao Tai brought them here, so Jiang Zhuxiang asked directly, "Where is this place?" Tao Tai asked the senior zombie to take Alice to another place, leaving only Jiang Zhuxiang, himself, and another senior zombie here, so it was easier to talk. After hearing the question, he answered directly, "Cheongchi's territory. Because you didn't know that you were fighting with the mutant bison herd. You agreed to its conditions and helped it deal with the bison herd. It hopes to get the same freedom as me. But now, Tao Tai still needs to think about whether this deal can be done. After all, his own Xuxiang is in trouble, and Tao Tai is more or less angry with Cheongchi." Jiang Zhuxiang listened to Tao Tai casually saying the word Cheongchi, and didn't know what to say. Could it be that those fierce beasts are distributed on these fragments? Jiang Zhuxiang thought so. So he asked directly. Tao Tai didn't hide anything, and said directly, "It should be." At that time, we were all sealed in the center of the earth. Now the cage of the center of the earth has been broken. They should be restricted to each fragment and have no freedom. She was able to follow Jiang Zhuxiang everywhere, and she really had to thank the good descendants left by Shenong. So Tao Tai would not hide anything from her. Jiang Zhuxiang took out the amber thing that Tao Tai had given him with some curiosity. "Is this the thing that prevents you from moving?" It seemed that Tao Tai had given him this thing so that he could sneak into the Lei family's shelter and then bump into it. Tao Tai said ambiguously, "Maybe. I am not sure if it is this thing. It is a coincidence that I can get freedom. At first, I didn't know that this thing could control me from moving around. I needed another old friend to confirm it. That's why I brought Jiang Zhuxiang to Cheongchi. On the one hand, I want to get some benefits for myself. And on the other hand, I want to give Qiongqi a chance to verify my guess. Seeing that Tao Ai was also unsure, Jiang Zhuxiang did not say anything more, and waited for Tao Ai's next move. Tao Ai took Jiang Zhuxiang to where Qiongqi was, and let them meet first. As for whether the transaction should continue, it depends on the attitudes of both parties. Mainly whether Jiang Zhuxiang is willing. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little curious about being able to see an ancient beast again. He wondered if Qiongqi was the same as described in the classic of mountains and seas, as big as an ox, like a tiger, with long thorns on its skin, and a bark like a dog. As Tao Ai walked, he turned into his original form, which made it easier for him to exert his full strength and also covered up Jiang Zhuxiang's intention. In short, Tao Ai was still a little wary of Jiang Zhuxiang being hurt by Qiongqi. Chapter 304 Qiongqi's Doubts. Qiongqi had received reports from his subordinates that Tao Ai had returned, but he didn't expect it to be so slow and come only now. He also knew that Tao Ai brought 2 humans with him, one of whom was taken away and locked up by his subordinates, and the other was brought with him. So, as soon as he saw Tao Ai coming, Qiongqi went straight to find the figure of the human. After finding that Tao Ai was blocking him from behind, Qiongqi narrowed his eyes a little dissatisfied. Won't you introduce me to the little guy behind? It seems that Tao Ai still attaches great importance to its little benefactor, and is afraid that he will scare her. Qiongqi guessed Tao Ai's thoughts clearly, but he didn't feel very angry. Tao Ai didn't follow Qiongqi's words, but talked about other things first. She was also involved in the matter of the mutant bison herd this time. So I hope you can let me handle this matter. Qiongqi saw that the more Tao Ai was so evasive, the more curious he was about Jiang Zhuxiang. As for this matter, it was the content of their transaction from the beginning, and it was not a big deal to let Tao Ai handle it. He nodded and agreed. When you brought her here, the mutant bison herd was already yours. You can do whatever you want with it. Qiongqi said this to try to create a rift between them, so that he could take advantage of it. Qiongqi has never been a good person. Some things are better to be in his own hands, even if it means turning against his old friend. Tao Ai naturally knew about Qiongqi's purpose, but he was not too worried. Shenong had gotten along well with him before, and he was good at pretending to be deaf and dumb when it came to their conflicts. They had never been able to do anything to him, and he believed that this youngster of his family must have inherited some of his personality. Tao Ai thought Jiang Zhuxiang should have almost adapted to Qiongqi's appearance, so he moved his body away and let her face Qiongqi alone. Jiang Zhuxiang hid behind Tao Ai and saw the appearance of Qiongqi clearly. It was indeed similar to the description in Classic of Mountains and Seas, and it also had wings, but he didn't know if it could afford to fly with its body. After being asked by Tao Ai to face Qiongqi, he stood in front of Qiongqi and let Qiongqi look at him again and again with interest. Qiongqi saw that Jiang Zhuxiang was not afraid of his gaze at all, so he looked up to her. At this time, his tone was a bit teasing. You are going to pretend to be wooden in front of me. At least tell me your name. Otherwise how should I call you? Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and introduced himself. My name is Jiang Zhuxiang, from the Academy of Sciences of another fragment, currently traveling in this fragment. He didn't say much else. When Qiongqi heard Jiang Zhuxiang's name, his pupils shrank. He knew that Tao Ai would not recognize a lifesaver for no reason. He didn't believe what Tao Ai said before, that the freedom obtained by relying on a person, if it was to build momentum for this little guy, then it made sense. In this case, he had to be a little afraid. Qiongqi glanced at Tao Ai, but he didn't expect that Tao Ai had also started to play tricks. Your name is good. I don't have anything new here. You can go with it to have a look. If you see anything you like, just tell it yourself. First, he sent her away so that he could have a good talk with Tao Ai. Qiongqi asked the senior zombies, who came in with Tao Ai to take Jiang Zhuxiang out to see things. The senior zombies walked in front of Jiang Zhuxiang and stretched out their hands to make an invitation gesture. Jiang Zhuxiang glanced at Tao Ai. Can he leave after showing up like this? Tao Ai nodded. He could talk to Qiongqi about the next thing. Jiang Zhuxiang was here, so they couldn't do anything. Jiang Zhuxiang did not insist and followed the high-level zombies. When Qiongqi saw the people walking away, he went up and fought with Tao Ai directly, wanting to vent his anger. Tao Ai really had to fight, and I don't know who taught him bad things. Tao Ai had expected Qiongqi's reaction, and started to fight with Qiongqi without saying a word. It didn't think there was anything wrong with its actions. Who made Qiongqi have a bad reputation? It had to be more considerate of its own juniors. After they were exhausted, they turned into human forms and could have a good talk. although they all looked bruised and swollen. Tao Tai took out 2 cups of tea that Jiang Zhuxiang had brewed before, as well as the tea snacks made by the dean's wife, from his space, intending to talk to Xiongqi about this matter slowly, which was also a way to express his apology. Xiongqi had never seen these things before. He took a sip out of curiosity. It tasted bitter. He smacked his lips and said, "Is this the tea made by Shenong?" Xiongqi still had an impression of the water made from the green leaves. At that time, Shenong seemed to use it to treat people. Tao Tai nodded and said, "Just ask if you want to know anything. Anyway, it's not impossible to talk about the things of his own juniors." Xiongqi only asked one question, "Are you sure you are his junior?" As long as he can confirm her identity, Xiongqi has no interest in knowing other things. He just wants to take good care of her growth. Tao Tai nodded. "When you see her take action, you will be able to confirm it. That is the unique method and energy of the Shenong family." Xiongqi nodded and said nothing more. He knew Tao Tai well, and didn't think that ordinary humans could deceive its eyes. He said with some emotion, "It would be great if Shenong was still alive now." Tao Tai said helplessly, "It's better to think about this kind of thing. Those old guys won't let him go. It's good enough to leave his bloodline." When Shenong chose to speak for them, the ending was already determined. Xiongqi was just talking, and naturally knew that this was impossible. He said directly, "Can you tell me now how you can walk around? If I can't be free, you should continue to do things like being a nanny in the future." Xiongqi didn't want to be given such a strange title, but freedom was more important. Tao Tai said innocently, "I didn't lie. It was indeed Xiuxiang who helped. How could he lie about such a thing? Xiaoxiang didn't need such empty honor." "Okay." Xiongqi was a little stunned. "It seems that Shenong's family, and we have a deep bond. No matter when, we can help them." Tao Tai also nodded in agreement. "I just took out a part of my body that felt a little uncomfortable and gave it to her. You can also try to feel it. I can protect you." Tao Tai believed that Xiongqi would never refuse his suggestion, and even said the matter of protecting the law. Chapter 305 Xiongqi becomes an elder. Xiongqi asked doubtfully, "Will forcing out such a thing not reduce my strength? Although freedom is important, strength is equally important. If you don't have strength, it is easy to lose freedom again." Tao Tai hurriedly said, "No. You can see from me that when I had that thing, I could only exert 50% of my strength. Now I can exert 80% or 90%. Otherwise, I wouldn't go around." In order to dispel Xiongqi's concerns, Tao Tai stomped his feet, in order to prevent Xiongqi from being hit too hard. He had been suppressing the attack, so Xiongqi had such concerns. Xiongqi looked at the big pit under Tao's feet, and believed what Tao Tai said. "Then let's choose a time to do this. Now let's go see what the little guy is doing now. He hasn't come back yet." Tao Tai guessed that his young man must have gone to find Alice. At this time, Jiang Zhuxiang did try to contact Alice, and then let the high-level zombie take him to that direction without leaving any trace. He met Alice as he wished. Fortunately, Tao Tai had instructed to treat him well before, so Jiang Zhuxiang didn't see any unhappy scenes. Alice was tasting the food provided to her with relish. Jiang Zhuxiang knocked on the door with a smile. "It seems that you have adapted well?" When Alice saw Jiang Zhuxiang at the door, she hurried over, pulled her into the room, looked around her from top to bottom, and found nothing wrong. Then she pulled her to sit on the chair with confidence and asked, "How did you have time to come here?" Alice thought that she would be able to see Alice when she left. Jiang Zhuxiang whispered, "I came here secretly. If you have a way during this period, you must find a way to send a communication to Leijin and others to report that you are safe, so as not to worry them." When she was with Tao Tai, she definitely couldn't do this, so she could only hope in Alice. If she just reported that she was safe, it shouldn't anger Tao Tai and others. Alice said with some distress, "I'll try my best, but I don't know what happened to my communicator, and now I can't send any messages at all. I'm not good at this kind of thing, so it depends on luck. I'll try to fix it." Jiang Zhuxiang's forehead dripped a drop of sweat. Can such a sophisticated thing be tested by just trying it casually? It seems that I still have to think of a way to find time to send a message. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't dare to stay with Alice for too long. After a while, he said that he was leaving. "The zombie I led away should be back. And I'm leaving too." Alice nodded a little reluctantly, but she also knew that the situation was stronger than people. She was still locked up, and Jiang Zhuxiang had no freedom. There was really nothing to comfort Jiang Zhuxiang. But those guys were really zombies, and they looked no different from humans. Hearing the unhurried knock at the door, Jiang Zhuxiang opened the door. Alice saw the advanced zombie again, and still felt that it looked like a normal person. Jiang Zhuxiang had just walked out of the door when Tao Tai and Qiongqi turned into human form and walked over. Qiongqi smiled and said, "Little guy, are you here to see your friend? Do you want me to let her go and play with you?" In Qiongqi's eyes, Jiang Zhuxiang's age was not even a fraction of his own age, so he naturally had no scruples about what he said. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tao Tai in surprise, wondering if Qiongqi's words counted. Although Tao Tai was a little angry that Jiang Zhuxiang was disobedient, he was still willing to answer Jiang Zhuxiang's questions. Its promises are always valid. You can do what you want, as long as your friend has a strong psychological tolerance. Tao Tai still remembered the position of Qiongqi on this fragment. If the little girl saw Qiongqi's true form, she would definitely be scared. Jiang Zhuxiang was still very confident in Alice's courage. A person who dared to propose 2 girls to hunt mutant bison and put it into action. Even if she knew what Qiongqi's true form was, the shock she could receive should still be limited. So he said to Qiongqi, "Then let her out. I will keep an eye on her." Jiang Zhuxiang still knew that Alice's curiosity was no weaker than his own. For the sake of Qiongqi's secret, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to stay with her. Qiongqi heard what Jiang Zhuxiang said, and did not regret it. He directly asked the senior zombie to open the door, and then took Jiang Zhuxiang forward. The senior zombie would bring the little girl over. Qiongqi kept asking Jiang Zhuxiang some trivial questions, like an old man. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't feel annoyed, and answered them carefully one by one. He was curious about where Qiongqi would take him. Qiongqi took Jiang Zhuxiang to his favorite place, the warehouse, and planned to choose a gift for Jiang Zhuxiang. It was also a gift from an elder. This was remembered when he heard Tao Tai talk about how he and Jiang Zhuxiang met. Jiang Zhuxiang saw a big warehouse, which he had never seen before in Tao Tai. Maybe Tao Tai hid it better. Qiongqi said directly, "You can go in and choose it yourself. You can take whatever you like." He acted generously, and Tao Tai looked at him sideways. This guy can be so generous sometimes. After knowing Qiongqi's identity, Jiang Zhuxiang became bolder. After hearing what Qiongqi said, he really went in to choose. Jiang Zhuxiang searched for a long time before he saw what he was interested in. Various seeds, which were thrown into a bag casually. After taking them out, Qiongqi looked at Tao Tai with a little surprise. This guy was really like Shenong, and he couldn't see the value of things. Qiongqi thought that other old guys would say that he was stingy in the future. So he went in and chose one and stuffed it into Jiang Zhuxiang. As for the things she chose, he also let her take them away. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't refuse, so she had to accept the things that Qiongqi stuffed into her. Holding the seed bag, she was a little happy that half of her purpose of coming here had been achieved. After returning, she would follow Leijun and the others to walk around and see what this place looked like. Alice was brought here by the advanced zombies, and saw the uncle who had been added to Jiang Zhuxiang's side. It seemed that he was the owner of this place. Alice greeted him politely. "Hello, uncles. Thank you for not caring about my previous reckless actions." Jiang Zhuxiang had already learned from Tao Tai that the group of mutant bison were raised by Qiongqi, and just told Alice. So Alice said so. Of course, Jiang Zhuxiang apologized in time when he knew the truth. Qiongqi waved his hand indifferently. "It's okay. If you like, you can go find those mutant bison to play with in the future, as long as you don't hurt them." Qiongqi is now generous to others, and the group of mutant bison is now Taotia's stuff. Chapter 306. Leijun is about to go crazy. Alice asked with surprise, "Really? Can I really go to the mutant bison herd often?" Qiongqi really didn't expect that a little girl would like mutant bison so much, and directly pushed Tao Tai to let it express its opinion. Tao Tai nodded and said, "Well, you can go." Tao Tai had already seen the eager expression of his young generation. But in the future, these two people should not think about going out alone. Alice hugged Jiang Zhuxiang excitedly. Tao Tai frowned. This little girl was really a little too enthusiastic, especially when it came to his young generation. Could she have been born with the wrong gender? I hope she doesn't have any other thoughts. If she leads her own Xiaoxiang astray, although I have no objection. The two guys in the Academy of Sciences will definitely blame me for not keeping an eye on him. Leijun may also come back to find me, so I'd better keep a close eye on him. Tao Tai reached out and grabbed Jiang Zhuxiang's collar and lifted her aside, then signaled Qiongqi to take them to a place where people could live. Qiongqi walked in front and introduced them to any interesting places he saw. So the journey was not boring. After arriving at the place, Xiongqi left a high-level zombie to help clean up. It had been a long time since humans came here, so it really needed to be cleaned up. As for himself, he would go with Tao Tai to do what he needed to do. After Xiongqi really met Jiang Zhuxiang, he had no objection to Tao Tai's proposal and planned to start forcing things out today. Tao Tai happened to be there, so he hoped that it would protect him as it promised. Tao Tai would naturally fulfill his promise. After all, Xiongqi has always been his old friend, even if he doesn't appreciate its style of behavior. Tao Tai and Xiongqi have their own things to do. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice settled down with the help of the senior zombies. The two began to think about dinner and study the communicator that didn't make any noise. For dinner, Jiang Zhuxiang used the existing ingredients to make borscht and fried chicken. These ingredients were sent by the senior zombies. The senior zombies, who sent the food, also emphasized that they had never touched these ingredients with any part of their body, so they could eat them with confidence, because of the danger of the zombie virus. Alice was a little worried, but when she heard the senior zombie say this, Alice inexplicably heard the meaning of grievance and quickly said that they would eat well. Jiang Zhuxiang had never worried about this kind of thing at the beginning. After all, Tao Tai had eaten the food sent by the high-level zombies for a long time without any problem, even if there was a reason that Tao Tai was strong and not afraid. It also showed that these high-level zombies could really control their hands and feet and prevent their toxins from contaminating these things. After serving Alice a bowl of borscht, he pushed the plate of fried chicken over there and served himself a bowl of borscht. I don't know what Tao Tai is doing now, and they can't even take care of dinner. The appetites of the two girls were not big. Jiang Zhuxiang packed up the untouched food and asked the high-level zombies to send it to Tao Tai. Even if he had to work, he still had to eat. The senior zombies smelled the food and sniffed slightly. Jiang Zhuxiang said with a bit of amusement, "Don't eat on the way. When you get there, you can ask Tao Tai to give you some. Tell it that I said so. This is the reward you deserve. How can you not reward someone when you order him around? The senior zombies can't use the money now, so let's use food instead. I don't know if their digestive function has returned to normal." The senior zombies listened to Jiang Zhuxiang's words and left with the things in a hurry. After sending the senior zombies away, Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice continued to study the problem of the communicator together. However, the two of them were equally incompetent in mechanics. After studying for a long time, there was no result. The two had to give up a little helplessly. Apart from that, the two of them lived well here. They almost regarded this place as a vacation place. While Jiang Zhuxiang and the others were spending their days leisurely, Lei Jin and the others began to get anxious when they had not received any news for a long time. Einold was a little hesitant about whether to take this step. After all, the price to pay was not small. Even he felt a little pain. Lei Jin saw Einold's expression and knew that he had other ways. The lack of news during this period had made Lei Jin's temper wear down a lot. At this time, he also asked Einold in a good voice if he needed him to do anything. As long as he could get the exact news of Jiang Zhuxiang, he was willing to pay any price. Lei Jin was really grasping at every straw now. Einold felt a little guilty when he saw Lei Jin's look. He couldn't get rid of his responsibility for this matter. Now he was actually distressed about this price. It was really wrong. However, he still had to make it clear, my method may not be responded to. After all, the person's mood also depends on his mood. Lei Jin listened to Ian's words and felt a little familiar. This way of doing things was really similar to Tao Tai. Ian's way would not be to ask the beasts here for help. Lei Jin knew that there was an ancient beast on each fragment. Listening to Ian's reading of what needed to be prepared, Lei Jin was more certain of his guess. This man really planned to ask the beasts for help. All the food he prepared was food, and it was similar to the Tao Tai's recipe. Ron listened carefully and took notes. Originally, this should have been done by Jack, but Jack was busy helping them confirm the news during this period, so he didn't follow Ian. Lei Jin also recorded a copy, wrote it down on the communicator, and sent it to his team members, asking them to help prepare it, so that Yin would not say that they did not contribute. After Lei Kong received the list, he came to Lei Jin directly. His expression was not very good. There has been no news about Jiang Zhuxiang for a while, and now his captain is still thinking about collecting things that are used to please others. Lei Kong hates this kind of thing the most, so it is better to talk to Lei Jin. Lei Jin listened to Lei Kong's accusation in amazement, and felt that he was more wrong than Do Yi. He also blamed himself for not making it clear that these things were not used to please others, but to beg people. After Lei Jin explained this, Lei Kong calmed down and said, "I will urge them to prepare well." Then he left directly, and it seemed that he was a little embarrassed because he had wronged his captain. Lei Jin didn't care that he was wronged by his team members, as long as they could complete this task efficiently. Lei Jin hoped that this kind of injustice would happen more times. If there was no news about his Xiaoxiang, he felt that he was going crazy. Chapter 307 The Qiongqi regains his freedom. After collecting all the things, Einard took Lei Jin and Ron to walk over to ask it for help. That place was at the center of their fragment. When they logged in before, there was a super strong man. Because someone occasionally broke in, they found the super strong man. At that time, the super strong man wanted to destroy him. But later, for some reason, he let the man go and said that if there was anything that needed help, as long as it paid a price that satisfied it, it would consider helping them solve it. Later, some people really tried it. Some succeeded, and some were ignored. But as long as it promised something, it would definitely complete it 100%. So the strength of this super strongman was still recognized by people. But it is also recognized that this super strongman has a bad temper. If you want to ask it for help, you have to offer enough things. And whether it helps or not depends on its mood. Einard has never tried to ask it for help. If there is anything, he basically solves it by himself. If there is no other way this time, Einard will not think of it. So on the way, Einard is trying to popularize the common sense of this super strongman to the two. Lei Jin and Ron listened very carefully and made enough psychological preparations in their hearts. Lei Jin even went there with a rejected mentality, and the expression on his face unconsciously showed a little despair. Arriving at the place where the superpowers were stationed, Einald stopped in front of a high platform and pointed out, "This is where ordinary people put their things when they come to ask for help. Let's go up and put the things down first, and then wait for the reaction inside." Lei Jin and Ron had no objection, and went up directly with the things. Einald shook his head, and followed them up, and put the things on the ground. This high platform was wiped every day, so things could be put directly. Einald opened all the packaging bags to facilitate the superpowers people to check what was inside, and then report to the superpowers. The superpowers rarely came to see them in person. It is said that no one who came to ask for help had ever seen them. After a while, someone came out to check these things, and went in directly after checking. Einard and the others waited longer. If the super strong man was willing to help, someone would come out to ask their request. If not, someone would come out to drive them away. Qiongqi, who had already forced out the uncomfortable thing, was playing with this amber irregular thing, waiting for Tao Thai to bring Jiang Zhuxiang over. According to Tao Thai, as long as he gave this thing to her, he would be free, which sounded a bit unbelievable and very exciting. Tao Thai had been guarding Qiongqi before, and now he went to find Jiang Zhuxiang and the others, and happened to meet Jiang Zhuxiang and the others having lunch. Tao Thai directly asked Jiang Zhuxiang to go with him first, and then continued to eat lunch when he came back later. Alice looked at Tao Thai with a bit of displeasure. According to Jiang, it is not good to stop in the middle of a meal. Otherwise it is not good for the body. Jiang Zhuxiang said directly to Alice, "You don't have to wait for me to come back to eat. You can eat first. If there is anything you can't finish, put it on the cooking table, and I will deal with it when I come back. As for myself, I have eaten a lot just now, and I can just eat something on the way." Tao Thai also knows that it is not moral to interrupt others' meals. But Qiongqi's patience is not very good, so he has to do this. He took his own xiaoxiang first, and after accepting Qiongqi's things, he let his own xiaoxiang eat with him. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know what Tao Thai was thinking, so he just followed Tao Thai forward. After seeing Qiongqi, Jiang Zhuxiang knew who was the culprit who interrupted his lunch. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tao Thai directly, intending to listen to its explanation. Tao Thai didn't want to do this, so he let Qiongqi do it himself. Qiongqi didn't hesitate, and directly handed the thing he had been playing with for a long time to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the thing between Qiongqi's fingers, and at Qiongqi's urging, he stretched out his palm to take it, intending to listen to what this person had to say. Qiongqi just put the thing in his hand on Jiang Zhuxiang's palm, and he felt that his body was inexplicably relaxed. It seemed that Tao Thai really didn't lie to him. It was indeed this thing that was restricting him. I just didn't know if this thing had any effect on this little guy. But this kind of thing should be discussed with Tao Thai later. Now, It's better to find a reasonable reason first. Xiongqi's reason was very similar to the one Tao Tai had given him before. This is a token I gave you. If you have any problems that you can't solve in the future, you can come to me. Of course, if possible, Xiongqi would like to travel with Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. But it's not the time to mention this now. Let's talk about it when they are about to leave this fragment. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded at the thing in his hand, and took out the one that Tao Tai had given him before from his personal space. The material and color were the same. I don't know if these things can be put together in the end. After Xiongqi solved this big thing, he was in a very happy mood. He received a report from his subordinates that someone came to ask him to help. Xiongqi, in a good mood, immediately asked his senior zombies to find out what the matter was, and decided to help the person who came to ask for help this time. When the senior zombies under his command came to report to Xiongqi with a stern face, Xiongqi was very surprised after listening to the whole report, and directly instructed, "Go and report to that person. It will definitely solve this matter better. This is completely the person he is looking for is here, and he can solve it without any action." Xiongqi is still a little disappointed, and he wants to see Tao Tai's face change. The senior zombie repeated what he heard in front of Tao Tai. Xiongqi successfully saw that Tao Tai's face turned black, glared at Jiang Zhuxiang, and said, "You don't need to do anything about this matter. I will send a message back and tell them not to mess around." This was said to Xiongqi. Xiongqi nodded to show that he knew, and he had no intention of intervening. However, Xiongqi still planned to treat Tao Tai and the others to a meal, so he directly made this invitation. Tao Tai nodded while editing the message. Xiongqi went to see Jiang Zhuxiang's reaction. Jiang Zhuxiang was just happy that Lei Jin and the others came over. After being glared at by Tao Tai, he knew that Tao Tai was still angry about his reckless behavior. He had to quietly put away his joy. When he heard Xiongqi's question, he directly said, "Can Alice come together?" She now continues to comfort herself with her friends of the same age. Xiongqi would naturally agree to this little request, so he decided to have dinner together in the evening, mainly because Tao Tai and Xiongqi planned to go out hunting together at noon. Chapter 308 Jiang Zhuxiang Who Can't Stay Idle. After Tao Tai edited the message, he sent it directly to Lei Jin, and then took a look at Xiongqi, who casually agreed to the request. He really didn't realize that Xiongqi was actually a spoiled child. He was still punishing Jiang Zhuxiang for her disobedience. He was planning to give her a cold shoulder during this period to teach her a lesson. Lei Jin didn't expect that he would receive a message from Tao Tai just after the high-level zombie entered. Tao Tai, who had been unable to contact him for a while, actually sent him a message asking him not to mess around. Does this mean that it knows where his Zhuxiang is? Lei Jin wanted to send a message to ask if this was the case, but he was afraid that Tao Tai would be impatient. However, his worry about his Zhuxiang finally prevailed, and he replied to the message with trembling hands. Tao Tai saw Lei Jin's message and replied without saying much, saying yes, hoping that Lei Jin and the others could be more obedient during this period. After Tao Tai's reply, Lei Jin was completely relieved. Another high-level zombie came out and said directly, "Your problem has been solved. You can leave." Xiongqi still has a strong desire to monopolize the territory, and doesn't like strangers to stay in his place for too long. Einard was a little confused and wanted to ask something, but Lei Jin pulled his hem and told him not to speak. Einard had to shut up and left the platform and started walking back. At the same time, he and Ron wanted Lei Jin to give an explanation. Lei Jin directly pulled out the message for them to see. Only then did they, like Lei Jin, feel relieved and start to walk back safely. Is Xiongqi still very efficient? The things they paid are indeed worth it. I just don't know when this person plans to bring people back. Ron did it directly for Lei Jin. For this question, I really don't know. Tao Tai always likes to do whatever it wants, and will come back when it wants to. Ron had to stop asking about this matter. However, if they let go of their worries about their girlfriends, they still appreciate Tao Tai's style. This is very similar to the freedom they advocate. When Lei Jin and his friends were walking back, Tao Tai also let Jiang Zhuxiang go out to find Alice, and he planned to go out with Xiongqi. Jiang Zhuxiang breathed a sigh of relief and walked out directly, hoping that Tao Tai would be in a better mood after venting his anger. He never wanted to feel the cold violence from Tao Tai again. Xiongqi looked at the pitiful figure of the little girl leaving and teased, "You really act like an elder." He would never learn such a thing in his life, and could only play with them. Tao Tai was not like this at the beginning, but this youngster of his family was very curious and often got into trouble. If he didn't take care of it, He would have a hard time explaining it to Shenong in the future. He didn't care much about Qiongqi's teasing. If it wanted to follow them in the future, it would definitely encounter such a situation. And he would definitely not laugh at it then. After Qiongqi finished teasing, he directly suggested, "Then let's go out first. It's almost time to eat now. If it weren't for forcing that thing out, we should have eaten long ago." Tao Tai had no objection and followed Qiongqi out of this place. It was the first time that Qiongqi saw the outside world in person. He flew into the sky with his wings and rotated to inspect the land. Tao Tai followed him underground helplessly. It was great to have wings. Qiongqi found a good hunting place in the sky. A place suitable for them to vent their energy. The bottom of the valley in the mountains and forests. There are all kinds of mutated animals living here. And their fighting power is much stronger than that of ordinary superpowers. For some reason, these mutated animals did not leave this place. So this time, they got a bargain. Qiongqi came down and told them about his discovery. Tao Tai let it lead the way in the air and followed him. Qiongqi's enthusiasm for free flight would not be reduced for a while. So he had to accommodate himself. After arriving at the place, Qiongqi and Tao Tai did not plan to kill them immediately, but first checked the terrain here to see why these mutant animals did not go out. It turned out that there was no obstruction in this place, and these animals could enter and exit freely. It seemed that there was something here that attracted them. Tao Tai couldn't help thinking that it would be great if Jiang Zhuxiang came too. She would definitely be able to see something. The two of them were really not suitable for this kind of exploration work. Qiongqi also gave up this idea and started to pick the mutant animals with the strongest force. Tao Tai also chose his favorite opponent and food. After they finished hunting, although some of the animals at the top of the food chain disappeared, it was not too serious. There would be no problems here in a short time. At that time, humans could be attracted here. And if there were any problems, they could be solved in time. After his stomach was filled, Qiongqi thought about taking some things back. But he promised to treat him in the evening. Qiongqi did not let Tao Tai take action. And he chose the mutant animals that the little girl liked to eat. Qiongqi and Tao Tai, who returned with a full load, first went to wash up, worried that the blood on their bodies would scare the little girl, and then let the high-level zombies deal with the things they brought back. And then the two began to talk about their future plans. Tao Tai was planning to take Jiang Zhuxiang to other places to continue to look around. If they could meet other old friends, they would also help them. I just don't know if Qiongqi planned to go with them. Qiongqi originally wanted to go out with them to have a look. Now it was just right. It was a perfect match. Tao Tai would talk to Jiang Zhuxiang at that time. After talking about the key things, Tao Tai directly sent a message to Jiang Zhuxiang, asking them to come over. When Tao Tai and the others went out, Jiang Zhuxiang returned to Alice's room and told them that Tao Tai had told them about their whereabouts, which was also to reassure Alice, so that she would not have a bad time. The two girls can now completely relax and play. They just sat in the room in a daze for the whole afternoon. At the same time, Tao Tai also asked Qiongqi to unlock some of their communicator restrictions so that they could check things. Jiang Zhuxiang is most interested in the plants in this place. She plans to go out and take a look after talking to Tao Tai in the evening. She has learned her lesson now, and must explain it before going out. Alice has no objection to Jiang Zhuxiang's idea, as long as she can go out. After receiving Tao Tai's message, Jiang Zhuxiang took Alice with him, just in time to talk to them about their ideas. Chapter 309 Natural Disaster. Qiongqi and Tao Tai saw the two little girls coming together, and just said hello, and then continued to work on their own things. In front of food, everything else had to be put behind. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice would not seek a sense of existence at this time. Instead, after observing for a while, they began to help them. Jiang Zhuxiang originally thought that she needed to do dinner herself, but Tao Tai and Qiongqi refused to let her intervene, saying that they wanted them to taste the food of their time. After the food was served on the table, Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice looked at the full plate of barbecue and a pot of soup made of unknown ingredients, and they didn't know how to start. Tao Tai said, "There are no cutlery for you today. Just use your hands." Qiongqi was as rough as himself, so he didn't know how to prepare cutlery. It was good enough to find a soup spoon in the kitchen. Jiang Zhuxiang heard Tao Tai say this, so he had no choice but to scoop a bowl of soup for himself, and then scooped some for the other three, pushing them to the middle of the table and letting them take it themselves. He took a sip of the soup from the bowl and found that it had a faint medicinal smell. Jiang Zhuxiang raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this recipe should come from his ancestor, Shenong. Then he tried to grab a piece of barbecue with his hands and ate it in small bites. It tasted good, like the taste of a mutant bird. As the native of this fragment, Alice had a short history of using tableware, so she had no scruples when using her hands. She ate happily while taking the piece of food. As for the bowl of soup, she had never touched it when it was placed next to her. It seemed that she could not accept the taste. As for Tao Tai and Cheongchi, it was rare for them to get this kind of food to eat. It was mainly because they happened to meet old friends and had the descendants of the benefactor, so they could not help but make the recipe created by the benefactor. They could not accept the taste of the bowl of soup either, so they poured it in. After finishing this dinner of reminiscing about the bitterness and sweetness of the past, Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice talked about what they had discussed before, wanting to hear their opinions. Cheongchi and Tao Tai had no special opinions. As long as they didn't put themselves in a dangerous situation, they would allow other exercises. They didn't want Shenong's descendants to lose the courage to act independently. Otherwise Shenong would definitely not let them go after they died. Tao Tai just proposed one thing, however. Before that, you'd better go back first. If you don't go back, those who are waiting for you may be in trouble. Although Tao Tai wanted to teach Lei Jun and the others a lesson, he didn't intend to torture them. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice naturally wanted to go back, but they couldn't bring it up if Tao Tai didn't say it. Now that Tao Tai took the initiative to bring it up, they should go back first and come out later. I just don't know if Tao Tai wants to go with them, Jiang Zhuxiang asked directly. Tao Tai wanted to go back with him, but he didn't know what Cheongchi thought. Cheongchi received Tao Tai's inquiring gaze and said directly, then let's go back together. However, they definitely couldn't set off today. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice returned to their rooms to rest, and Cheongchi went to tell his men that he was going out and to guard this place well when he was away. The next morning, after eating the simple breakfast made by Jiang Zhuxiang, Tao Tai and Cheongchi set off with Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice, followed by the high-level zombies, who came out to see them off. Jiang Zhuxiang was not too surprised by the scene. After all, there was such a thing when he was with Tao Tai. Alice was very surprised. She didn't expect that the intelligence of the high-level zombies could be restored to this level. Then, could they still kill them in the future? After all, the zombies that have recovered their intelligence are no longer simple zombies. Tao Tai and Cheongchi didn't know what Alice was thinking. They just saw her slowing down. So Tao Tai urged her, hurry up. This place is still a little far from your shelter. Tao Tai and Cheongchi were able to save trouble with two girls who were not too delicate, but they were destined to be slow. If it was only Jiang Zhuxiang, they might be able to speed up. They knew that Jiang Zhuxiang had some unique skills. So Tao Tai reminded them and wanted to send them back as soon as possible. After being reminded, Alice stopped thinking about it. It was better to let things take their own course. Now it was important to hurry on. The closer they got, the more Tao Tai and Cheongchi felt something was wrong. The temperature had never been this high before. Did something happen at the base? Tao Tai and Cheongchi stopped. Tao Tai planned to find out first. The way to find out was to send a communication to Lei Jun. Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice also stopped. Jiang Zhuxiang calmly waited for Tao Tai's next move. There was no need to talk about other things for the time being. Alice was a little restless. Looking at their expressions, it seemed that something big had happened. She hoped that someone could tell her the situation. She didn't dare to bother Tao Tai and the others, so she had to ask Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang had to say soothingly, it shouldn't be a big deal. Do you remember the vibration we felt before? Didn't your boss say that it was a sign before the volcano erupted? Now that so many days have passed, the volcano should have erupted. This is the most reliable guess at present. Jiang Zhuxiang dared to say this because he felt the rising temperature. Alice was temporarily relieved when she heard Jiang Zhuxiang say this. Now she was waiting for Tao Tai to give her a definite answer. Maybe because he was busy. Lei Jun was a little slow in answering the call, but he still answered it. The first sentence was, don't bring Xiaoxiang and the others back for the time being. Tao Tai said, this is not something you can decide. Tell me the specific situation, and I will let them make their own choice. Tao Tai has never been someone who would make decisions for the younger generation. After all, the consequences of such a choice still need to be borne by them. Tao Tai's face is not that big. Lei Jun knew that he was also too concerned. His Xiaoxiang has never been a person who likes to hide aside. If he tells her the situation, she will definitely come back. But he had no choice but to follow Tao Tai's instructions to tell the situation as objectively as possible and let them make a judgment. It turned out that after Einold and his friends came back from Cheongchi for help, the frequency of earthquakes increased. Einold began to mobilize the entire base to prepare for volcanic eruptions. But they didn't know that the scale of this volcanic eruption was so large that the little preparation they made could not stop the invasion of volcanic magma. Now the base is already in a mess, and many superpowers are injured. Even superpowers can't resist the power of nature. Chapter 3:10 Human power is insignificant. He stopped them from coming back because he didn't want them to suffer with him. According to Lei Zhen's guess, if his little Xiang saw so many superpowers injured, she would definitely help them to heal, and he would definitely not be able to stop her at that time. After saying that, Lei Zhen waited for Tao Tai to convey this news to Jiang Zhuxiang. Tao Tai would definitely let him see his little Xiang's current situation. Tao Tai did not turn off the light screen when he walked over to talk to Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. Lei Zhen saw the figure he wanted to see as he wished. Although he couldn't speak, it was rare. Lei Zhen looked at her a little foolishly. Separation is a hotbed of longing. After Tao Tai finished speaking, he waited for Jiang Zhuxiang and the others' response. Before Jiang Zhuxiang spoke, Alice spoke first and said, "We have to go back. It's okay if we can't share the responsibility with the boss. But we must not miss the rescue and sorting afterwards. This is also an opportunity for Jiang Zhuxiang to integrate with them." Alice has learned some of Jiang Zhuxiang's abilities during their previous interactions, which are urgently needed by the current base. However, after Alice said this, she realized that her words were complaining, and quickly said a little embarrassedly, "I'm not blaming you." Alice's face turned red, hoping that Tao Tai and the others would not be angry with her. Tao Tai only cares about the words of the people they care about. Alice's weight is still a little insufficient, so they don't care about her words at all and directly say, "It doesn't matter." Then, they said to the screen, "Then we will be back soon. You find someone to meet us at the door," Tao Tai said to Lei Zhen. Seeing this scene, Alice wanted to make up for it, and said, "I will send a message to Ron and ask him to wait for us at the door." Tao Tai shook his head and refused, saying, "No. Let him come. Ron and the others should still be very busy now, so don't bother him. Besides, it is not certain whether they are injured." After Lei Zhen received the order, he turned off the communicator and went to work. Of course, it would be better for him to go by himself to pick up people. He must be the first person to see his own Xiao Xiang. After Tao Tai rejected Alice's proposal, after Lei Zhen turned off the communicator, he led his people to continue moving forward. On the road, he could still see the magma that was still emitting hot steam. It seemed that the volcanic eruption was really powerful. Alice's brows were getting more and more furrowed, and her pace was getting faster and faster. Jiang Zhuxiang hurried a few steps to catch up, patted her on the shoulder and said, "Don't be so anxious. We have a healing psychic in our team, and someone injured will definitely be able to hang on to a life. And the casualties should not be large. You can see it when you go back." Alice forced a smile, and the speed was still so fast. Seeing this, Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't say anything, so he had to keep up. However, Cheongchi and Tao Tai didn't care about this speed at all, and they easily caught up. Seeing Lei Zhen standing at the door from a distance, Alice finally saw someone in the base, and the speed was faster. Wanting to ask about the specific situation in the base, Lei Zhen saw Alice running towards him, and was stumped by her many questions, and even wanted to see his own Xiaoxiang. Seeing Alice's persistence, Lei Zhen knew that he couldn't get away without saying something, so he had to tell her what she cared about most. Ron was slightly injured, and you can go in and take care of the others yourself. Then he tried to bypass her to greet his Xiaoxiang. Alice grabbed his sleeve and asked, "Where are you injured? Is there anyone who can help you?" Lei Zhen shook off Alice's hand and said directly, "You can see it yourself. Do you still need to ask me when you are here?" Lei Zhen didn't want his Xiaoxiang to see him and other women, even if this person was his Xiaoxiang's friend. Alice couldn't hear him back, so she glared at Lei Zhen, told Jiang Zhuxiang and the others that she was leaving first, and then rushed into the base quickly. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that she knew. She could still understand this anxious mood. Then she saw Lei Zhen standing in front of her. Jiang Zhuxiang greeted him. "Are you okay? Are you not injured? For a boyfriend who is in the probation period, you still need to show some care occasionally." Lei Zhen turned around in front of Jiang Zhuxiang and said that he was fine. Seeing this situation, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't say much and said directly, "Let's go in and help first." Lei Zhen led the way directly in front. The damage to the base was indeed very serious. Many houses were buried by magma. Fortunately, the volcanic eruption took place during the day. Otherwise, it is unknown how many people would have died. Lei Jin first took them to see Yin. When the volcano erupted, he was busy saving people and was burned by magma several times. Now he is lying in a makeshift tent. This time, the tent brought by Lei Jin and his friends really helped a lot. When they arrived, Yin was trying to get up. Lei Kong told him not to mess around. Yin didn't want to listen to Lei Kong's nagging and insisted on his own ideas. Lei Jin looked at his Xiuxiang and found that she had no expression. He didn't know what she was thinking, but he continued to approach. Lei Kong found that his captain came over, so he ignored Yin, who was trying to die. At the same time, he saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming over. So he went straight to Jiang Zhuxiang and said anxiously, "Do you have any ointment for treating burns? My ability is not very effective for this kind of burns. Although the healing ability is said to be able to treat all wounds, burns are caused by the presence of fire poison. Even if the wounds are healed, those people still feel the burning pain, as if they have not received treatment. Therefore, Lei Kong has not tried to treat these burns recently, but is trying to find other ways. Originally, I wanted to let Mumu try his wood ability today. Now that I see Jiang Zhuxiang, it's even better. Her wood ability is more special. With her ancient medical talent, she should be able to make a suitable ointment." So Lei Kong directly ignored his captain. Jiang Zhuxiang was asked by Lei Kong, so he had to chat with him temporarily, and at the same time began to look through the things in his backpack. He had the habit of preparing various medicines before going out for training. Burn ointment was not a common medicine, but Jiang Zhuxiang still prepared it. Taking out a small porcelain bottle, Jiang Zhuxiang handed it to Lei Kong and asked, "There are many injured people. Do you need me to prepare more of this ointment?" Lei Kong was naturally very happy that Jiang Zhuxiang was willing to help, and nodded repeatedly, "A lot. The more of this ointment, the better. If the herbs are not enough, you can tell him directly." Lei Kong pointed to Ian Erda, because the injured were mainly people in his base, so they naturally had to prepare the things they needed. Chapter 311 Post-Disaster Scene. After Jiang Zhuxiang asked Ian Erda about how he felt now, he asked Lei Kong to apply the medicine on him first, so that he could adjust the formula of the burn ointment in time. Although the bottle of burn ointment he gave out was suitable for burns in most cases, he still had to be on the safe side. Ian Erda really didn't know that Jiang Zhuxiang had this talent. It seems that the ability of the family who rescued him was definitely inherited. Otherwise, he would still be playing crazy at Jiang Zhuxiang's age. However, if he wanted to apply the medicine, he still didn't want to be watched by a little girl. Ian Erda said that he would let Jiang Zhuxiang go out first before he would accept Lei Kong's medicine application service. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at his face with a bit of speechlessness. He had never been pushed out by a patient before. However, Jiang Zhuxiang still supported other people's ideas, so he took Lei Jin to wait outside the tent. Lei Kong saw the two of them walk outside, and then he asked a bit speechlessly, "You don't really want her to see your body, do you? I'd never seen you so hypocritical before." Lei Kong really couldn't understand Einol's thoughts, so he didn't move lightly when he applied the medicine. Einol cried ouch ouch and answered, "I'm not leaving her a psychological shadow. Okay. Do you think my skin looks good after being burned like this?" Lei Kong looked at his subordinate's skin. It seemed that this man was somewhat self-aware, so he slowed down his movements. However, Ian Erda's screams did not stop, and Jiang Zhuxiang and others who were waiting outside heard them and thought Lei Kong was abusing him. After applying the burn ointment on Ian Erda's whole body, Lei Kong asked the two men to come in and let them see the effect. Of course, only the part exposed outside the blanket, and asked Ian Erda to talk about his feelings. Ian Erda obediently described his feelings, so that Jiang Zhuxiang could make a correct judgment, so that she could better help her team members. Jiang Zhuxiang praised his cooperation. After listening to his description, he felt that he did not need to adjust the formula of the burn ointment. Instead, he could give them some decoctions for internal use. The effect of the two-pronged approach might be better. Jiang Zhuxiang told Lei Kong about his idea, and Lei Kong expressed his support, saying that they should suffer a little, and then they would know how to protect themselves. Jiang Zhuxiang took Ian Erda's pulse, and then left the tent first, wanting to find a suitable place to boil medicine. Lei Jin led her to the place where they set up the tent, and let Jiang Zhuxiang do it, while he watched from the side. While Jiang Zhuxiang picked the appropriate herbs and put them in the pot, he asked, This place is so badly damaged. Why don't they move to another place to set up the tent? And why do they have to stay here? In Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, there was no reason to stay in this place. And it was not good for their health. Lei Zhen had some understanding of Yan'er's thoughts. But it was hard to leave his hometown. Lei Zhen told Jiang Zhuxiang directly. He just couldn't leave this place. Jiang Zhuxiang had nothing to say after hearing this answer. So he had to stop talking and focus on the things in his hands. However, after putting away all the medicines, Jiang Zhuxiang realized that Tao Ai and Qiongqi didn't seem to follow them. Jiang Zhuxiang hurriedly asked Lei Zhen what was going on. Lei Zhen said, they wanted to walk around by themselves. So I let them go by themselves. This place is relatively safe. And no one should be able to hurt them. Jiang Zhuxiang then continued to stare at the medicine jar without saying anything. Alice, who had left Jiang Zhuxiang early to find her boyfriend, almost cried when she saw her boyfriend Ron lying motionless on the bed. Ron felt the movement in the tent and opened his eyes quickly. He was just taking a nap. Seeing Alice's expression of wanting to cry, Ron quickly comforted her. I'm fine. It's just that the boss asked us injured people to get out of bed. You don't have to worry. Alice saw Ron wake up, so she wanted to take off his clothes to see his burns. She stretched out her hand. When she heard what Ron said, she had to retract her hand and asked, "Where are you hurt?" Seeing Alice's stubborn expression, Ron had no choice but to stretch out his arm to show her. It's mainly here. And on the feet. After all, the magma mainly flows on the ground. And the arm is to block the magma that occasionally flies from the air. You also know that our gravity is not strong now. And it is common for magma to fly everywhere. Ron tried to explain to Alice, hoping that she would no longer look so sad. He still wanted to see her energetic, even if he had to worry about everything. Alice accepted Ron's explanation and began to ask other questions. Has anyone treated you during this period? Do you want me to call Jiang to come and see you now? I understand that she has also learned ancient medical skills. Ron quickly said that someone had come to treat him. If Jiang was so powerful, he should go see his boss first. This time he led the charge and suffered more injuries than they saw. Moreover, the boss was the most important person in their base. It would be better for him to get better soon. Although Alice could understand Ron's idea, she was still a little unhappy. They cared more about the boss than they cared about their own health. For those who cared about them, it was a bit cruel. However, Alice would not mention this to him at this time. She just said, then I'll contact Jiang later. After she has seen the boss, she will always have time to come and see you. Ron didn't refuse, and the two of them stayed together quietly. In addition to the people who were recovering from their injuries, the most energetic ones were Tao Thai and Qiongqi, who had just returned here. The two of them wandered around. Qiongqi looked at this shabby place with curiosity, and said to Tao Thai, this place looks worse than Shenong's tribe. I don't know how these humans survived. Do you think we should suggest that they move? For Qiongqi, who had a lot of ideas, Tao Thai said, we should wait until they recover before we talk about this kind of thing. It is definitely not okay to ask them to move before they have recovered from their injuries. And Tao Thai doesn't think they will agree to this. After all, they must have had sufficient reasons to choose this place. Qiongqi thought about it and felt that it was right. So he continued to look at the miserable scene after the volcanic eruption with Tao Thai. At the same time, he was a little curious about the crater and asked Tao Thai, do you want to see the crater? Chapter 312 Curious Crater. Tao Thai couldn't keep up with Qiongqi's erratic ideas, but the proposal still made him a little excited. He hadn't seen such a volcanic eruption before, and now it was rare to see it, so it would be nice to go and see it. However, Tao Thai still thought of his younger generation, who should not have seen such a scene either. Tao Thai said, let's take Shenong's younger generation to see it together. I think Shenong also went to see the scene with us. Let his younger generation go and see it. I just don't know if she is free now. Qiongqi immediately agreed. But for its concerns, Qiongqi directly said, she will definitely be free. That place is not far from here. Just take a day out. And this kind of thing needs to be done as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the crater is retracted, we won't have anything to see. Tao Thai thought about it and felt that it was right. So he stopped talking and went back with Qiongqi, wanting to tell Jiang Zhuxiang about this matter earlier. They asked many people for directions before they found the place where Jiang Zhuxiang was first. They smelled the bitter smell and were a little afraid to get close. They shouted directly, what are you doing? Tao Tai remembered that the cooking skills of his young generation were not so bad. Could it be that she was making those bitter medicines again? Jiang Zhuxiang heard that Tao Ai and the others were back. So he said directly, "It's the medicine for others. You come in." Anyway, there was already one person watching, so it didn't matter if there were more. Tao Tai and Qiongqi heard that it was not for them to eat, so they walked into the tent with confidence. The smell in the tent was even stronger. Tao Tai frowned and asked, "Xiaoxiang, who are you trying to torture? The smell is so strong." Thinking of the person who was going to drink this bowl of medicine, Tao Tai expressed deep sympathy. Jiang Zhuxiang answered directly, "Good medicine tastes bitter. There is nothing we can do about it. Who said I want to torture people? This is the most suitable prescription for those injured now, with so many medicinal materials added by myself. The efficacy of the medicine can definitely be guaranteed." Tao Tai never argued with Jiang Zhuxiang on such matters. Although this young man of his family has always been open-minded, the woman's vengeful nature will occasionally flare up. It would be bad if I was treated like this by her next time I was injured. While watching the fire, Jiang Zhuxiang asked the two people opposite, "Why are you back? You have finished visiting this place so quickly?" When Qiongqi heard that, she finally started asking. He couldn't wait to talk about their plan. "We plan to go to the crater to take a look. Do you want to go with us?" This is a rare scene. Tao Tai heard Qiongqi say this, and it was difficult to change his words, so he could only nod his head to show his agreement. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at his two elders in surprise. They really ignored their race. They can move around near the crater, but he can't. After Jiang Zhuxiang said this, Tao Tai patted his head in annoyance. He didn't think of this. Qiongqi, on the other hand, said indifferently, as his descendant, "You can tolerate this temperature. He went there with us back then." Qiongqi didn't have the idea of sympathizing with women like Tao Tai, and still hoped that this little guy could grow up to the height of Shenong one day. Seeing Qiongqi's persistence, Jiang Zhuxiang had to ask for help to see the situation of the injured. He was actually quite interested in the scene of the crater, but there were more things to do now. Right? Qiongqi then told them what they had said before. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it, and thought it was not bad. So he planned to work hard tonight, prepare the burn ointment, and go to see the scene of the crater with the two of them tomorrow. Lei Jun was listening on the side, and at this time he interrupted and said, "Can you take me with you?" Lei Jun said that he had been ignored for too long and had to show his presence. They wanted to take Xiaoxiang away with just a few words. Wasn't it too much? Tao Ai stared at Lei Jun, and then looked at Qiongqi. Qiongqi didn't care much about the number of participants and nodded in agreement. According to their abilities, it didn't matter if they took a few more people, but it was estimated that no one else would be willing to participate in their actions. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Jun helplessly, wrapped his hand lightly with energy, took down the medicine jar, poured the medicine juice into the prepared medicine bowl on the side, and asked Lei Jun to take it to Lei Kong, asking Lei Kong to supervise Ian Erda to finish drinking it. After being free for a while, other people would not come to see him for a while, so Jiang Zhuxiang planned to contact Alice, wondering how she was doing now after leaving in a hurry. Alice was a little surprised when she received Jiang Zhuxiang's communication. She didn't expect that she would think of her so soon. In the communicator, Alice said that she was fine, but Ron was injured, and wanted her to come over to see. Alice could still see that Ron was trying to endure the pain, and his fists were clenched and never loosened. Jiang Zhuxiang knew that the situation of the people in this base was actually similar, so he said that he would go over with medicine and asked Alice to wait a little longer. After hanging up the call, Jiang Zhuxiang continued to boil a bowl of medicine, put it in the heat preservation device, took out a bottle of burn ointment, and took it to see Ron's condition. Lei Jun hurriedly followed, but Tao Tai and Qiongqi were not interested. When they arrived at the tent where Ron was lying, Jiang Zhuxiang handed the bowl of medicine to Ron first, and Ron drank it without hesitation. Even though the taste was terrible, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised at his straightforwardness and asked, "Aren't you afraid of hardship?" Ron tried to smile and said, "Our boss is not afraid, so we are not afraid either." It turned out that after Einard was tortured by Jiang Zhuxiang, he felt that it was absolutely not okay for him to suffer alone. So he sent a notice that all injured people must accept anything Jiang Zhuxiang gave. Ron had just read this notice before Jiang Zhuxiang came in, so he could swallow it so readily. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded his approval, handed the burn ointment in his hand to Alice, and after instructing her on how to use it, he and Lei Jun took the initiative to leave the tent, letting Alice help Ron apply the ointment first. Alice and Ron had also met each other frankly before, so there was no embarrassing scene. Alice quickly completed the task and called Jiang Zhuxiang and the others in. Alice first thanked Jiang Zhuxiang, and then asked if she had any more of this burn ointment, and wanted to stock up a little more. Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head helplessly and said, "I will make a batch in the evening, and I will give it to your boss tomorrow morning. You can go directly to him to get it. There are other people who need it. So it seems that I will be busy for a while at night." Alice asked curiously, "Are you going out again? Will those two let you out?" Jiang Zhuxiang once explained to Alice that those two were his elders. So Alice asked this question. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded. "I went out with them." Chapter 313, The Exposed Qiongqi. Alice's eyes were filled with envy. But thinking of Ron's current injury, Alice would not be ignorant to ask to go with him, but only asked, "Can you take a picture of the scene you saw for me?" After all, she was unwilling to miss that rare natural wonder. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and agreed. This was no problem at all. Because of the burn ointment, Jiang Zhuxiang could not stay here for long. After asking Ron to remember to drink the medicine on time, Jiang Zhuxiang told Alice how to decoct the medicine. After watching her boil it once, he left their tent and went to ask Einard for herbs. When Eanold saw Jiang Zhuxiang and Leijin coming back, he became more direct because of his injuries. "Is there anything I can do for you? These two people never come to see me for no reason." Jiang Zhuxiang was also very straightforward. "The burn ointment is not enough, and the medicinal materials I have stored are almost used up. I need you to ask someone to find them. Those medicinal materials are relatively common. I will send you the pictures, and you ask someone to find these things. You should have felt the effect of that ointment, which can make you completely recover." Eanold admitted this point, and asked Jack to find someone to come in front of Jiang Zhuxiang, and asked Jiang Zhuxiang to send the pictures to them directly, so that he would not have to forward them again. Jack and the others were still very fast. After being told by their boss about the importance of the matter, they vowed to find enough medicinal materials, and waited eagerly for Jiang Zhuxiang to send them the pictures. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little upset when he pulled out the pictures from the communicator, added their numbers one by one, and then sent the pictures to them in a group. They turned around and went out without any pause. Jiang Zhuxiang had nothing else to say. He just said that he would send it over after he finished it, and then he planned to go back to his tent. Leijin said, "If you need anything, you can find us." Then he followed Jiang Zhuxiang away, which made Eanold, who wanted to say a few words of thanks, very upset. It's great to have a girlfriend. Leijin didn't know what Eanold was thinking, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He followed Jiang Zhuxiang closely, fearing that he would be left behind. Leijin stayed in Jiang Zhuxiang's tent until Jack and the others brought the collected herbs over. Because making medicine requires absolute silence, he was driven away by Jiang Zhuxiang. After driving Leijin away, Jiang Zhuxiang began to skillfully select the herbs that were delivered, cutting what needed to be cut, grinding what needed to be ground, and then mixing them according to a certain amount, adding a special fusion agent to make these powders into pastes, and then using a small spoon to put them into a small porcelain bottle, and arrange them one by one on the small table in front of him until it was full. Then he packed up the tools and planned to use cultivation instead of rest. During the process of making medicine, the old pine tree, a plant spirit that had been keeping quiet, began to speak. "You can ask those little guys to help you when you make medicine in the future. They have been bored for a while, so it's time to find something for them to do." The energy that Jiang Zhuxiang unconsciously overflowed during the process of making medicine has a lot of benefits for those little guys. Just like this time, they also benefited a lot from just staying in the dantian. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the small and exquisite little guys in his dantian and felt a little bit reluctant. "I don't know if this is considered as hiring child labor." Feeling Jiang Zhuxiang's thoughts, the old pine tree was quite amused. "Don't worry. There is no one younger than you here. I just want you to teach them." Jiang Zhuxiang naturally had no objection to this. If he taught them, he would have a little medicine boy with him in the future. He had considered this before, but he didn't have the right person, so he didn't prepare. Now it's just right. After seeing Jiang Zhuxiang agreed, the old pine tree said a little embarrassedly, "Can I watch you while you make medicine for others? As the saying goes, you can learn until you die." As the oldest man, he can't give up learning. I just don't know if Jiang Zhuxiang is willing to learn. Jiang Zhuxiang has no objection to this. The medical skills of Shenong Valley are actually open to everyone. It just depends on whether others can learn. If the old pine tree wants to learn, he can be regarded as accepting an overage student. How much he can learn depends on his ability. But can he really accept his own kind being made into medicine? In response to Jiang Zhuxiang's question, the old pine tree said, there was no problem. Only plants with the same consciousness are our kind. There will be special inductions between the same kind. And I will never make a mistake. Since this is the case, Jiang Zhuxiang has no other questions. He crosses his legs and enters a state of cultivation. When he returns from the crater tomorrow, there will be many opportunities to make medicine. What he prepared at night is only the finished medicine needed during this period, and adjustments will be needed later. The next morning, Lei Jin came to Jiang Zhuxiang early to report. And Tao Ai and Qiongqi were not slow either. They came to Jiang Zhuxiang's tent one after another. Jiang Zhuxiang had finished his morning exercise and was about to prepare breakfast. When he saw the visitor, he increased the amount of food and asked about Tao Tai and Qiongqi's residence last night. Tao Tai and Qiongqi said that they could sleep anywhere, and the space in the tent was too small. So they slept between heaven and earth at night. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about the size of the two and expressed his understanding, and continued his actions. After a simple breakfast, Jiang Zhuxiang handed the results of last night to Jack, who came to pick it up, and asked him to pass it to Inerta, and asked him to convey that he was going out today. If there were any problems with the medication, he could send someone to ask after he came back. Jack asked Jiang Zhuxiang where they were going out, and learned that they were going to the crater. He opened his mouth to stop them, but after seeing Tao Ai and Qiongqi beside Jiang Zhuxiang, he consciously stopped talking and only said, "Be careful and come back early." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to indicate that he had accepted his instructions. There would be absolutely no problem with this trip. He asked Jack to tell Yin with confidence. Jack had no choice but to carry 100 small bottles and his concerns about Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to Yin's tent. He told them what Jiang Zhuxiang said. He thought his boss would say something, but Yin let him go. Jack was a little confused as he walked out. Yin recognized Qiongqi when he saw it, although Qiongqi rarely appeared in places where humans were active. It was not that it had not been exposed. It was just that those who knew about it kept it secret consciously. With such a person following him, he would not worry about the safety of Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. Chapter 314 Post-Disaster Treatment of Volcanic Eruption. After a simple packing, Tao Tai and Qiongqi set out to the direction of the crater. Along the way, they could see steaming magma everywhere. Tao Tai and Qiongqi hardly stepped on the ground. They used their own power to control themselves to float away from the ground. At the same time, they each carried Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin to prevent them from standing on the ground. For Lei Jin, who could not control himself to float in the air, he was completely carried by Tao Tai, while Jiang Zhuxiang, who knew the light body technique, was only carried by Qiongqi in a vague way. She basically relied on herself to float above the ground. Qiongqi carried her just to be on the safe side. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, where the crater is located in this state, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the mountain that had restored its cone shape, and deeply felt that this natural force was really magical. However, the surface of the mountain was still steaming, and they wanted to go up and probably had to float up again. Jiang Zhuxiang subconsciously looked at Tao Tai, mainly to see how Lei Jin was doing, mainly to see if he was not uncomfortable being carried along the way, and hoped that he could still be taken care of by Tao Tai in peace, and peace of mind on the rest of the journey. Lei Jin was not uncomfortable being carried by Tao Tai, although Tao's strength was a little bit too much. It was still very happy that he didn't have to exert his own strength. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang looking over and smiling, Jiang Zhuxiang put his mind at ease, and continued to float up with Qiongqi. Arriving safely at the crater, Jiang Zhuxiang felt the high temperature, and sweat dripped down his forehead. The speed of water loss almost made Jiang Zhuxiang think he was going to be dehydrated. So he quickly took out a water bottle from his backpack to replenish water. Qiongqi and Tao Tai controlled their water loss very well, while Lei Jin took the same reaction as Jiang Zhuxiang. Qiongqi whispered to Jiang Zhuxiang, "You can use your own energy to wrap the surface of your body, which can reduce water loss, because of their thick skin and flesh." And Tao Tai did not need to do this. But Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin obviously needed such measures. Otherwise they would definitely not be able to stay here for a long time. When Qiongqi reminded Jiang Zhuxiang, Tao Tai also said the same thing to him. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin did as they were told. And then, they could start to look at the crater with peace of mind. The crater that had erupted had not yet calmed down. From time to time, Some magma would overflow from the crater, but the amount was not much, and the force was not as strong as during the eruption. The magma basically stayed near the crater, and would not flow to the bottom of the mountain. Just like a pot of boiling water that would roll from time to time. Jiang Zhuxiang turned on the camera and planned to take a video for Alice as agreed. Xiongqi looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's actions with a little curiosity, but did not stop him. After staying near the crater for nearly half an hour, Xiongqi saw that Jiang Zhuxiang had almost finished taking pictures. So he suggested, "We can go down? Your energy should not be able to hold on any longer." Xiongqi's judgment was actually based on Lei Zhen's level. It could still feel that Jiang Zhuxiang was at ease. It seemed that its own Xiuxiang was a little stronger than that boy. However, for his self-esteem, they still took care of him. After all, they were of the same gender, and were unwilling to show weakness in front of females. Lei Zhen's thunder ability really couldn't last too long. After all, thunder abilities have always been used for attack. To use them for this kind of defense, Lei Zhen's energy needs to be consumed much more than controlling them to attack. Returning to the foot of the mountain, Tao Tai and Xiongqi found a small pond that had not been completely evaporated. This place used to be a large lake, but now it can only be called a small pond. The magma here has cooled down almost enough for people to stand on, and the residual temperature is also enough for people to touch the skin directly. Tao Tai put Lei Zhen down directly, and then went to the other side where Xiongqi and others were standing, in order to prevent Jiang Zhuxiang and others from seeing the scene of Lei Zhen lying on the ground. They were still a little far away from the place where they were standing. Xiongqi and Jiang Zhuxiang stood by the small pond easily, looking at the fish that were still alive in the pond, and they were a little eager to try. It was almost lunchtime now, and they didn't know if the fish here could be eaten. This is the scene Tao Tai saw when he arrived, and he couldn't help but laugh. "Are you planning to go fishing?" Jiang Zhuxiang and Xiongqi were reminded and decided to start fishing. They just tested the temperature of the pool with their hands, which was much higher than the temperature on the ground. Maybe the temperature of the magma has run into the pool. Otherwise, they would just go into the water to fish. Tao Tai watched Jiang Zhuxiang and the others take out fishing rods and other things to prepare for fishing. In desperation, Tao Tai had to go back and bring Lei Zhen over first, hoping that the boy had recovered some strength and could at least walk over by himself. Tao Tai returned to Lei Zhen's location. He was already sitting upright on the ground. Seeing that he was in good spirits, Tao Tai asked directly, "Can you walk?" "They want to fish, so let's go and join in the fun." Lei Zhen couldn't help but brighten up when he heard what Jiang Zhuxiang and the others were doing, so he stood up to prove that he could walk. Tao Tai walked in front and led the way. When they returned to where Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen were, they had already set up their fishing rods. Lei Zhen and Tao Tai watched quietly. Perhaps the water temperature killed all the food for these fish. These fish were completely receptive to the food on the hooks. Jiang Zhuxiang and Xiongqi easily caught a bunch of them. However, these fish were not very big, so it was definitely impossible to fill the stomachs of 4 people. However, they didn't care. They took out the food prepared before departure and started to prepare this lunch. The fish were gutted, threaded with wire, and seasoned before roasting on the fire. A portion was used to make soup, and a lot of meat was roasted on the fire. This was exactly the recipe for Lei Zhen and the other 3. Jiang Zhuxiang also found a few mutant bird eggs and put them directly into the pond to see if they could be cooked. Contentedly waiting for the food to cook, Tao Tai and Xiongqi talked about the future survival of the shelter, wondering if they planned to move to another place or continue to rebuild in this place. In Taoya's opinion, it was really dangerous to continue to build in this place. If something like this happened again in the future, their consumption would be a bit high, and I didn't know how they chose the site the first time. Xiongqi was quite familiar with this place. They probably won't move. Although there is no saying that it is hard to leave your hometown here, they will still find it troublesome. And if their current place is restored, it will be good. At least the vegetation will be better than before. Chapter 315, Ways to Survive the Food Shortage Period. Jiang Zhuxiang, who was listening on the side, questioned Xiongqi's statement. If they still insist on rebuilding on the original site, where will they get the materials for their survival? Xiongqi had not thought of this, and was a little speechless at this time. Lei Zhen came out to smooth things over. "It's useless for us to discuss here now. If you want to know, just ask directly when we get back. I think the food is almost cooked, and we can start eating." While they were discussing, Lei Zhen had been helping them keep an eye on the fire to prevent it from being burnt. This was just the right reminder. If it was a little later, the food would really be burnt. The color of the side close to the fire had begun to turn to burnt yellow. Tao Tai and Qiongqi's attention was immediately drawn to the food. They no longer cared about the hot topic they were discussing. They took the food directly from the fire and started eating it, without considering the temperature of the food that had just left the fire. Lei Jin was ashamed. However, even if he envied the thick skin of these two, Lei Jin would not follow suit. He looked directly at Jiang Zhuxiang. She should have brought tableware. Jiang Zhuxiang took out 2 sets of tableware with understanding, gave 1 set to Lei Jin, and then took out 2 bowls separately, filled 2 bowls of soup for Tao Tai and Qiongqi, and placed them in front of them to prevent them from swallowing. Qiongqi and Tao Tai nodded to thank Jiang Zhuxiang and continued to eat. Jiang Zhuxiang watched their actions helplessly, and it was not easy to say anything. He could only take the food and start eating. Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang kept the same movements. They both knew the appetites of the two people. If they didn't move faster, they might not be able to eat. After eating the roasted food, the 4 of them drank the pot of soup. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the 2 people who were still unsatisfied, and walked to the side of the small pond with a high temperature in silence. He pulled up the small net with the mutant bird eggs. There were exactly 4. 1 for each person, which could be regarded as a snack for them after dinner. Before they ate, Jiang Zhuxiang reminded them, "It's not certain whether they are cooked or not. I plan to put it on the fire and roast it." Tao Tai and Qiongqi had eaten raw meat before, so they didn't care about the half-cooked mutant bird eggs. However, considering the feelings of Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin, they still peeled the shells and stuffed them into their mouths. Jiang Zhuxiang asked curiously, "Is it cooked?" Qiongqi and Tao Tai had already swallowed it, and said directly, "I don't feel it." Lei Jin silently put the mutant bird eggs of the 2 on the grill. After eating the last food, the 4 began to walk back, just in time to catch up for dinner. On the way back, Jiang Zhuxiang saw a lot of plant branches submerged by magma, and further felt the power of nature. However, Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little curious about what the plants completely buried under the magma would look like. He would come and dig them up after they completely cooled down. He should still be here by then. After returning to the base, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to go to the tent where Einard was lying to ask about their feelings about the medicine, and asked Lei Jin if he wanted to go with him. As for Qiongqi and Tao Tai, they disappeared as soon as they returned to the base. Lei Jin had nothing to do for the time being. His team members were now engaged in the aftermath work, and they did not urge Lei Jin to carry out their tasks. Lei Jin nodded to indicate that he would go with him. Jiang Zhuxiang walked directly in front, and Lei Jin followed directly behind to accompany him. Ian was dealing with some things at this time, and Jiang Zhuxiang was not in a hurry, waiting for the people in his tent to leave. Those people did not delay for a long time, and when they saw Jiang Zhuxiang and others when they left, they also showed a kind smile. Jiang Zhuxiang responded with a smile, and then took Lei Jin into Ian's tent. Ian saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming in, and was a little curious. "Didn't you go to see the crater? Why did you come back so early?" Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I came back naturally after I saw it, and I can't stay there for long." Then he asked his own question directly. "Have you distributed the medicine I asked Jack to bring you? How is the effect?" Because the quality of the herbs they collected was different. Although Jiang Zhuxiang had tried hard to improve it, he was still a little worried about the efficacy. Einard himself had used the ointment that Jiang Zhuxiang asked Jack to bring, and directly said his feelings. "It's similar to the previous one, and it may feel better. My skin is not as hot as before. I will ask Jack to collect the efficacy of other people's medicines and send them to you in the evening. You just need to wait a while." Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved to hear that the efficacy of the medicine was good, and directly said, "Don't bother so much. Your injuries have improved. I just want to check it again and adjust the medication." After saying that, he motioned for Einard to show his wrist. Einard saw Jiang Zhuxiang's rare strength, so he had to show his wrist obediently and let Jiang Zhuxiang feel his pulse. After carefully identifying it, Jiang Zhuxiang deleted and reduced the original prescription, saying, "You will continue to use up the previous medicine tomorrow, and you will use the new medicine starting the day after tomorrow. I will send Jack a picture of the required medicinal materials. Let them collect them. They should be able to do better this time." Einard still respected Jiang Zhuxiang, who mastered the ancient medical skills. Jiang Zhuxiang had proposed to check his injuries before, and Einard still called Jack to lead the way for the 2 of them. Jack was also very happy to see Jiang Zhuxiang and the others return safely. He led the way while nagging. Jiang Zhuxiang did not feel impatient, but just walked a little faster. After checking everyone's injuries, Jiang Zhuxiang sent the new pictures to Jack. After giving him a few instructions, he started to contact Xiongqi and Tao Tai directly. He didn't know where the two had gone. Even if they planned to continue sleeping in the open air tonight, at least they should be in a place they knew. Tao Tai answered the call, asked Jiang Zhuxiang to look at where he was, and then planned to hang up. Based on Tao Tai's understanding of Jiang Zhuxiang, this was the only reason she called. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at this place and felt very unfamiliar. Fortunately, Tao Tai attached the coordinates, so he was not lost. He did not say much and let it hang up the communication. The two elders seemed to have found a companion. It seemed that they had to solve the dinner by themselves. It had been a while since I saw Lei Zhen's team members. Jiang Zhuxiang directly suggested, how about we go to them for dinner? Chapter 316 Captain Lei was retaliated. Lei Zhen thought of the team members, who had been ignored by him for a long time, and couldn't help feeling a little guilty. He didn't reject Jiang Zhuxiang's suggestion, although he didn't care much about the position of captain. They were brought up by him, and he had to bring them back safely. He didn't relieve the position of captain at all, so he shouldn't worry about it for a day. However, he didn't know where they were now. Lei Zhen said, let me contact Lei Kong first and ask where they are now before we go there. Lei Kong received the communication from his captain, and he no longer had the energy to be angry with him. So he asked directly, what's the matter? I hope he won't be so long-winded. It would be better if he really has something to ask me. Lei Zhen rarely showed a flattering expression. You haven't had dinner yet? Xiao Xiang and I are coming to find you. Lei Kong saw the shadow of Jiang Zhuxiang standing behind Lei Zhen. This matter must not be thought of by his captain. However, as long as the captain can still think of them, they should feel lucky. Should they also feel lucky that the person their captain likes is more reliable than him? Lei Kong reported the location expressionlessly, then hung up the communication and went to inform other team members of this unprecedented news. The other team members saw Lei Kong's gloomy expression, and the original cheers were suppressed. It seems that their housekeeper Kong is not in a good mood. It should be closely related to the departure of their captain. They should not anger him again, and at the same time silently sympathize with their captain, who was coming over without knowing anything. Lei Zhen rushed to the location of his team members. The camp was still very neat under Lei Kong's management, but the place where he was originally was still empty. It seemed that he had walked into a trap this time. Lei Kong would definitely let him move here later. Jiang Zhuxiang also noticed this, but she didn't care much about where to live. The most important thing now was to see Brother Wen first. She hadn't seen him for several days. I wonder if he was injured this time. Lei Zhen was stopped by Lei Kong and watched Jiang Zhuxiang walk away. However, Lei Zhen was still a little lacking in confidence when facing Lei Kong, so he had to wait silently for Lei Kong to speak. Lei Kong had nothing to say. He directly turned on his communicator, packed up the things that Lei Zhen needed to see during this period and sent them to him, watching him deal with these things. As for dinner, others would prepare it, and he, the captain, didn't need to worry about it. Lei Zhen dealt with these tedious things with a bitter face, and he didn't even have time to find out what his Xiao Xiang was doing. Jiang Zhuxiang contacted Shui Wen while walking, and he didn't know his specific location yet, but he met Wu Jing on the way. Wu Jing has always been very concerned about Jiang Zhuxiang, the little sister, and after seeing her walking around for a while, he stepped forward and asked, where are you going? I can take you there. Jiang Zhuxiang was startled by Wu Jing's initiative. After calming down, he said, I want to go find Brother Shui Wen. Do you know where his tent is? The communicator was still waiting to be connected. It was okay to ask Wu Jing. After the connection, it would be verified. In the current situation, even if Wu Jing had any plans, he should not dare to act. Wu Jing naturally saw Jiang Zhuxiang's vigilance. Many people in the Academy of Sciences had this attitude. He had already gotten used to it. After telling Jiang Zhuxiang the address, he did not force her to lead the way. He just followed her silently and watched her arrive at Shui Wen's tent. Shui Wen's communicator was connected later. Jiang Zhuxiang just asked for the location and hung up. It was the same location Wu Jing gave, so it didn't take much time to get there. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang coming in, Shui Wen asked Jiang Zhuxiang to find a place to sit down, and then directly told her about her situation. She remembered to come to see him, and she probably cared about this. Jiang Zhuxiang felt a little embarrassed under Shui Wen's understanding gaze, but still asked Shuiwen to let him feel his pulse. Jiang Zhuxiang would believe it only after he felt it for real. Shuiwen really didn't expect that she was stubborn by nature, so she had no choice but to stretch out her wrist. After confirmation, Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved and said directly, "I'm glad you're okay." For Shuiwen, who is one of his family members, Jiang Zhuxiang is still very worried that something will happen to them. Shuiwen smiled and ruffled Jiang Zhuxiang's hair. "Just take care of yourself. We will take care of ourselves. After all, we have lived a few years longer than you." Jiang Zhuxiang silently refuted that it was not necessarily true. But this sentence was destined not to be said, so he had to let them treat him as a child. Shuiwen looked at the time, and it was almost time to help. So Shuiwen said, "Let's go and help together." As he spoke, Shuiwen stood up and walked out. He didn't need to explain to her what he was doing. Jiang Zhuxiang stood up and walked to the front of the camp with him. Seeing that they were still busy, Jiang Zhuxiang asked silently, "Did you bring these foods yourself, or did you hunt them here? If you brought them yourself, the consumption would be a bit high." Shuiwen smiled and said, "I don't know about that. These foods are distributed by Lei Kong for every meal. If you want to know, you can ask yourself." Shuiwen always knew that her little sister was very curious, and she was also curious about this question, but she didn't dare to ask. Jiang Zhuxiang silently looked at the smile on Shuiwen's face. His elder brother seemed to have changed a little in the past few days. He would not urge him to do such things before. He didn't know what stimulated him. Jiang Zhuxiang silently stopped talking and started to work on the things at hand. Others would greet Jiang Zhuxiang when they passed by, and Jiang Zhuxiang nodded in response. Until all the food was ready, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't see Lei Zhen coming. It seems that Lei Kong really intends to let Lei Zhen perform the duties of the captain this time. But it's good this way. As the captain, he always has to pay attention to the affairs of their team. When Lei Hua and his men put the food on the table and distributed it one by one, Lei Kong and Lei Zhen came over together. The team members greeted Lei Zhen seriously, and Lei Zhen also responded seriously. As for Mu Mu, Jin Yin and Yan Yan, they hadn't seen Lei Zhen and Jiang Zhuxiang for a while, and they also greeted the two at the table. Lei Zhen's attitude towards them was a little gentle, and Jiang Zhuxiang's attitude was always gentle and fair. After dinner, Lei Kong directly asked Jiang Zhuxiang, "Is there anything in your tent that needs attention? If not, I will ask someone to help dismantle it." Lei Kong only asked Jiang Zhuxiang, and he was completely planning to dismantle his captain by force. Chapter 317, Einar's Thoughts. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it, and realized that he always carried his private things with him. There should be only a suitcase for changing clothes in the tent now. There is nothing else. Only a suitcase. You can just help me put it away. Lei Kong nodded to show that he understood, and then directly called Lei Mu to go with him. Lei Zhen looked at Lei Kong's behavior of openly ignoring him, and couldn't help but be a little stunned. However, after all, he had done too much before, so Lei Zhen couldn't react, and could only show a wrong expression to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang turned his eyes away silently. Although he had seen Lei Zhen like this many times, he still couldn't get used to it. Jiang Zhuxiang turned back quickly, thinking of his previous doubts, and asked directly, "Do you know whether the food we have now is our own reserve or Lei Kong and others found it?" Lei Zhen was really unclear about this. "I'm not sure about this either. Just ask Lei Kong later." At this point, Lei Zhen was more confident in Lei Kong. He should not have consumed their inventory all the time. He must have gone out to hunt, but he didn't know what the proportion was. However, before asking, Lei Zhen really couldn't give Jiang Zhuxiang a definite answer. However, Lei Zhen was a little curious about why Jiang Zhuxiang asked this question. "Xiaoxiang, how did you think of this question?" Jiang Zhuxiang answered directly, "I was just thinking about the future food source of Einold and the others. And by the way, I thought of our own food source. So many of them were injured. I wonder if their food supply can keep up." Lei Zhen didn't expect that his Xiaoxiang would think of this kind of question. He thought that his Xiaoxiang was only concerned about their injuries. Since his Xiaoxiang was concerned, he had to find out. Lei Zhen directly suggested, "Let's go to Einold to ask after dinner. If there is anything we need help with, we can just lend a hand. Anyway, Lei Kong and the others have done a lot of things and don't care about this little thing." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded in agreement. Lei Kong and his team moved quickly, reset up Lei Zhen and Jiang Zhuxiang's tents, and came over to talk to them. Lei Jin was not unaccustomed to returning to collective life, since his own Xiaoxiang was also here. So he asked Lei Kong and Jiang Zhuxiang's question directly. Lei Kong looked at his captain in surprise. It turned out that he would care about such a question. He answered directly, "We go out hunting every day. We use half of the food we get, and give the other half to Ianold and the others. Our dinner will use up some of our reserves. But we have sufficient reserves before we go out. So there is no need to worry about food." Lei Jin really didn't expect Lei Kong and his team to be so thoughtful, even taking care of Ionarda's food. It seems that Xiaoxiang doesn't need to ask Ionarda about his other question. However, there is obviously not enough food around now. I don't know where Lei Kong and his team went to hunt mutants. Lei Jin asked his question directly. With so much food, how far do you have to walk every day? Lei Kong told them their daily itinerary truthfully. Lei Jin couldn't help feeling a little guilty. It seems that his team members have been working hard during this period. He should take them with him in the future. Lei Kong saw the expression on his captain's face, and smiled silently in his heart. This is the effect he wanted. Otherwise the captain would not seriously perform his duties. Jiang Zhuxiang was listening to this conversation, and was keenly aware that Lei Kong seemed to be using a self-torture tactic. However, she did not intend to remind Lei Jin. After all, this was a matter between their captain and the team members. And as a reserve team member, she should not disrupt it. After the two of them finished discussing the hunting arrangements, Jiang Zhuxiang said that she would go to Yin to see. Although she had learned about their food sources from Lei Kong, this kind of help could not be long-term. Jiang Zhuxiang still wanted to ask them if they had any plans to move. After all, from Qiongqi's mouth, she still knew that there were other good places to live. Lei Jin glanced at Lei Kong. There should be nothing to do now. It should be okay for him to accompany his little Xiang for a trip. Lei Kong nodded with a bit of amusement. He felt that Jiang Zhuxiang might not need the company of his captain. But as long as his captain was happy, that was enough. Seeing Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang appear in front of him again, Ianold asked with a bit of surprise, "What's the matter again?" Jiang Zhuxiang asked directly, "What are your plans for the future? Do you still plan to guard this place that has been invaded by magma?" Ianold also considered Jiang Zhuxiang's question. "We have been here for a long time. Although it is a bit dilapidated now, we still don't plan to give up this place. After all, the dangers in other places are unknown. For so many wounded people like us, it is safer to stay in a familiar place." Jiang Zhuxiang pointed out directly, "Have you ever considered the food problem in the future? We can't stay here forever. And this place won't recover for some time." Einard scratched his head, a little surprised by the girl's sharpness. "When I can walk, I will take them to find a place where they can hunt mutant beasts regularly. Don't worry. We can walk a little more. And we should be able to fill our stomachs after you leave. Thank you for your help during this period. If you need anything, you can come to us at any time. You shouldn't go back to your fragments so soon. You haven't seen all of us here yet. We have been a burden to you during this period." Einard felt that he owed more and more favors, and he could only pay them back slowly in the future. Seeing Einard's persistence, Jiang Zhuxiang had nothing to say to persuade him. He could only help them a little in his ability. For example, the location of the strange valley discovered by Qiongqi would be told to them after the proposition got its permission. Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head to indicate that it was okay. There was nothing to say for the time being. So he said directly, "Remember to ask them to send the herbs tomorrow. I will try my best to make you recover as soon as possible. If there is nothing else, we will go back first." Einard nodded to indicate that he understood. He watched Jiang Zhuxiang and the others leave, and silently planned in his heart that it seemed that he had to speed up the reconstruction. He hoped that Jack and the others could hold on. He couldn't always let his benefactors pay for them. Only when they stood up on their own would they have the opportunity to repay the favors they owed. Strictly speaking, Einard was not a person who liked to owe debts. Chapter 318 The More I Owe You. The More Favors I Owe You. Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang were moving back and forth between the tents. Lei Jin was a little curious about why Jiang Zhuxiang had to come over to ask Ianarda about this. He obviously knew the source of their food before, didn't he? Lei Jin couldn't understand his little Xiang's behavior today. If he were a narrow-minded leader, he might think that Jiang Zhuxiang was not going to help them anymore. Fortunately, Ianarda didn't have such a sensitive nerve. Or rather, no one on this fragment had such a sensitive nerve. Could it be that this was the reason why Jiang Zhuxiang communicated with them in this way? Lei Jin was a little distressed thinking that he still didn't know enough about his Xuxiang. He wanted to ask directly but didn't dare to. He could only send his Xuxiang back to the tent with a tangled way. In front of Jiang Zhuxiang's tent, Lei Jin finally asked the question, Xiaoxiang, what were you thinking just now? The question was asked in a more tactful way. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang knew Lei Jin's thoughts relatively well. But he couldn't answer his question now. So he said directly, I'll tell you tomorrow. I'm not sure now. I'm not sure whether Qiongqi and the others are willing to contribute the magical canyon. So I'd better not let them be happy for nothing. Lei Jin knew that his Xiaoxiang would never speak without purpose. So he had to return to his tent with questions in mind. Lei Kong had just arranged the night watchman and passed by Lei Jin. Seeing the expression of his captain, he was a little curious about what Jiang Zhuxiang had done. Lei Kong would not ask his awkward captain, so he could only ask Jiang Zhuxiang. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang's tent was not far away from him. Although there were 2 more tents in the center this time than before, Lei Kong did not hesitate. He could not stop wanting to know the captain's gossip. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang had always used cultivation instead of sleep. Otherwise, Lei Kong might not be able to see Jiang Zhuxiang awake when he came over. However, seeing someone approaching Jiang Zhuxiang's tent, Xuewen and Wu Jing were still very alert and walked out of their tents to check who that person was. When he saw Lei Kong standing in front of Jiang Zhuxiang's tent, he was about to call Jiang Zhuxiang out. But Xuewen walked up to him and planned to stay by their side if the two wanted to talk. After all, this was the task they received before they set out. Wu Jing quietly returned to his tent. Jiang Zhuxiang might not be willing to see him, so he just stayed there quietly. Recently, the relationship between Xuewen and Wu Jing has been restored to some extent. Although they can't trust each other completely, they can cooperate tacitly, guarding the precious child of their own Dean in a bright and dark way. Lei Kong couldn't help but laugh secretly when he saw Xuewen's face, as if he was facing a great enemy. It seemed that his captain's slow progress made sense. After all, the defense around Jiang Zhuxiang was so tight that even he would be alerted. However, Jiang Zhuxiang was still called out by Lei Kong. Lei Kong didn't intend to drag it out and asked her directly what happened to the captain tonight. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little puzzled, nothing. It's just that I haven't answered one of his questions yet. Lei Kong was not satisfied with this answer. However, after repeated confirmation, Lei Kong didn't get any other answers. With Xuewen beside him, he couldn't ask any questions that went beyond the line. In the end, he could only sigh that his captain's glass heart was even more serious when facing Jiang Zhuxiang. After sending Lei Kong away, Xuewen said directly, if they come to you at night in the future, unless they have something important to do, Xiaoxiang, you don't have to pay attention to them. Jiang Zhuxiang always listens to Xuewen and Yen Lei, who are like brothers, and nodded when he heard it. After seeing this, Xuewen asked Jiang Zhuxiang to rest early, and he went back to the tent. Jiang Zhuxiang went back to the tent and practiced directly. At dawn, Qiongqi and Taotai came over with the smell of breakfast. Jiang Zhuxiang silently pulled Qiongqi aside and asked it about the canyon. Qiongqi still knew the style of this little guy of his family. Since he asked, he must have some plan. Qiongqi didn't see such a small canyon, so he asked directly, what do you plan to do with which canyon? Jiang Zhuxiang directly told Qiongqi the reason for doing so. The ownership of the canyon is still in your hands. Just let them hunt some animals there temporarily to help them solve their urgent needs. Qiongqi did not feel uncomfortable with Jiang Zhuxiang's approach. They had discovered that place by accident, and it was good to use it to help their little guys improve their favorability. Qiongqi nodded and agreed. Do you want us to take them to familiarize themselves with it first? According to their speed, it took them a while to find that place, and they didn't know how far it was from here. Fortunately, they remembered the coordinates. Jiang Zhuxiang was naturally very happy about this. He had never been to that place. If Qiongqi hadn't said this plan, he wouldn't know how to get there. However, the issue of the person needed to be considered, because the main purpose was to solve the problem for Einold and the others. Their people must be brought with them. However, many of their people were injured now, and the intact people also had to be used to guard the base. Jiang Zhuxiang still planned to ask them before setting the time. Qiongqi had no opinion on when to go, and this matter mainly depended on Jiang Zhuxiang. And they had learned about the food reserves at Lei Kong before. They also needed to replenish food and take people to take a look. It was better to talk to Lei Kong and Lei Jin about this matter separately. Let them discuss who to send. After Jiang Zhuxiang finished thinking, he quickly finished his breakfast and went to talk to Ian in person. Ian was really surprised when he got the news. But Ian would not push away such a good thing for them. But it seemed that he would continue to owe the favor that he did not intend to owe. As for the selection, it would be safer to go by himself. Ian directly said, "Let's go after the wound scabs." He could not wait for the wound to heal completely. It was better to decide on such things as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows if there will be any changes. Jiang Zhuxiang saw Ian expression, and knew that he might not listen to his persuasion. He would increase the dosage of medicine for him in the next 2 days, and try to recover his injuries by 2 points. After Ian made the decision, Jiang Zhuxiang went to find Lei Jin and Lei Kong. They happened to be together, so she didn't have to go to them separately. Chapter 319: A Sudden Breakthrough. After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's words, Lei Jin and Lei Kong said, "Can we all go together? After all, if everyone goes together, they can still bring back some prey, and they don't have to make another trip." Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it for a while, and knew their purpose. The 2 elders in his family should not mind how many people they bring, so he agreed on their behalf. As for the time, it still depends on the recovery time of Einold and the others' wounds. Jiang Zhuxiang hurried back to his tent and urged Jack and the others to go out to find medicinal materials, so that he could change the medicine for Einold and the others as soon as possible. Jack and his men also knew the urgency of the matter. After Jiang Zhuxiang left their boss's tent, the boss called them over to give instructions. According to the picture on the new formula given by Jiang Zhuxiang, Jack led his men to collect the herbs on the ground inch by inch, and resolutely did not let go of any mature herbs. However, Jack and his men still let go of the young herbs. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang told them that the medicinal properties of herbs that were not old enough were not good enough. During this process, they did not encounter any obstacles. The zombies were basically well controlled by Qiongqi. As for the mutant beasts, although they were active around them, Jiang Zhuxiang provided them with animal repellent medicine before they left. They took it with them, as long as they did not actively attack the mutant beasts. The mutant beasts would not avoid them far away. When the people from other forces saw their behavior, they also knew what happened to Ionerda's base recently. At most, they just laughed at them for eating grass instead, and then generously let them collect these things. Anyway, they didn't need them, so they just regarded them as alms. The people in Ionerda's base have always been very arrogant, and their behavior will definitely make them angry for a long time. Jack successfully brought back the medicinal materials. Jiang Zhuxiang checked them one by one, and found that the years were all good. It seems that it is not impossible for Ionerda to recover soon. Jiang Zhuxiang asked Jack and others to go back and rest quickly. It must be very tiring to run back and forth like this. And they didn't look very good. It's better to pack up quickly to avoid scaring people outside. Jack laughed and knew that he didn't look good now. If it wasn't for his boss to use the new medicine as soon as possible, he wouldn't appear in front of the girl in this image. He obediently left Jiang Zhuxiang's tent. Jiang Zhuxiang called brother Shuiwen and asked him to help him wash the herbs. After all, the water he brought was limited, and he couldn't use it all on this. Shuiwen felt familiar with the things on the low table in front of Jiang Zhuxiang. He didn't refuse what Jiang Zhuxiang asked him to do. Although his water ability was not very strong, he could still wash things. He moved the low table outside the tent and washed each plant clean. Smelling the fragrance of the medicine, he felt that his abilities seemed to be upgraded. After Shuiwen helped Jiang Zhuxiang move the low table back, she said, "You are going to make medicine, right? I will help you keep watch outside. Outside the tent, you can still smell some medicinal fragrance." And Shuiwen wants to confirm whether her feeling is correct. When Jiang Zhuxiang made medicine before, no one would ask to help keep watch. But seeing Shuiwen's insistence, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care, and nodded and agreed. Jiang Zhuxiang repeated the process of making medicine last time, but summoned those plant spirits and asked them to help do some simple things, such as cutting and grinding. They didn't need too much guidance, and they did a good job to her satisfaction. Finally, at the last step of the ointment journey, Jiang Zhuxiang asked them to surround the ointment to see how he did it. If they could learn it, he would be able to relax in the future. At the same time, he tried to let them absorb some energy as much as possible, which was also a thank you to them. The fragrance of the ointment that was about to form drifted outside the tent intermittently, and the water-based supernatural power in Shuiwen's body began to stir. When the fragrance of the medicine was the strongest, Shuiwen completely felt the urge to break through, and she couldn't control it and began to break through. If Jiang Zhuxiang walked out of the tent first, she would be able to see that the fog outside her tent had reached the point where Shui Wen could not be seen. Of course, such a big movement also attracted the attention of others. But they only helped Shui Wen to guard from a distance, and would not approach to disturb her. However, Jiang Zhuxiang was not free at this time. She was using a medicine spoon to divide the ointment into small porcelain bottles. At the same time, she took a few more medicine spoons and asked the plant spirits to help. The plant spirits, who had just received a good reward, were very happy to do this. According to the amount ordered by Jiang Zhuxiang, they divided the ointment without any difference. Jiang Zhuxiang sealed the mouths of the small porcelain bottles with stoppers to prevent the loss of medicinal properties, and then arranged them in a bamboo basket. Each small porcelain bottle was well protected to prevent them from being broken on the road. Jiang Zhuxiang opened the door of the tent and planned to personally deliver the medicine to Ian Erda and explain the dosage of these medicines. However, when he opened the door of the tent, he found that his elder brother Wen had actually broken through at the door of his tent. Jiang Zhuxiang could still feel the residual water power in the air and had no idea what was going on. However, the water pattern is still in the final stage, and the medicine will not be used until tomorrow, so there is no need to rush to deliver it. It is better to stay and ask about Brother Wen's situation. The final stage of the water pattern did not last long. After waking up from the breakthrough state, he saw Jiang Zhuxiang sitting next to him and the bamboo basket in front of him, and asked directly, "Do you want me to help you deliver it?" Jiang Zhuxiang hurriedly shook his head and refused. He could still move this little thing by himself. Jiang Zhuxiang asked curiously, "Brother Wen, how did you suddenly break through? The senior brother will definitely be very happy when you go back." Yin Lei has always been very concerned about the improvement of his family's abilities. The improvement of any one person can make him happy for a long time. Shui Wen said with a smile, "This time I have to thank you for your medicinal fragrance, Xiao Xiang. If it weren't for them, although I touched the door rail when I looked at the water before, I wouldn't have broken through so quickly." Jiang Zhuxiang was a little surprised. "I didn't expect that medicinal fragrance is also a good thing. But this thing can't be preserved." The plant spirits at home also seemed to like taking things. Shui Wen rubbed Jiang Zhuxiang's head. "It's good enough to be able to smell it. There's no need to be so greedy." Jiang Zhuxiang took his hand off his head and pressed his pulse. There was no hidden injury. Jiang Zhuxiang planned to continue doing what he was interrupted before. Delivering medicine. Chapter 320 The Magic of the Grand Canyon. Jiang Zhuxiang picked up the bamboo basket on the ground and walked slowly towards Einar's tent. Shui Wen had nothing to do for the time being, so he followed Jiang Zhuxiang. If there was anything he needed, he could help. The people who had watched Shui Wen's breakthrough before had also dispersed under the organization of Lei Zhen and others. Lei Zhen rarely followed Jiang Zhuxiang, but stayed to deal with the follow-up. His wife was so capable. Even if he couldn't beat her, he at least had to back her up and relieve her of worries. Lei Kong was very pleased to see that Lei Zhen actually stayed. His captain finally knew to do something serious. If he knew that Lei Zhen thought so, he would definitely want to spit blood, and then use Jiang Zhuxiang to constantly urge his captain to work hard, without mentioning Lei Kong and the others' affairs. Jiang Zhuxiang put the bamboo basket of small porcelain bottles in front of Einold, and after instructing the amount of medicine to be used, he also said that he would take back the small porcelain bottles that he had given them before. After all, these were all he had now, and he couldn't let her have no place to store the things she made in the future. Einold nodded to indicate that he knew, and he would urge Jackson to do a good job of this matter. Only this miser could take back all the small porcelain bottles from other people without leaving any. After all, many of his men loved this kind of small porcelain bottles very much. And after all, porcelain rarely appeared after the end of the world. Jiang Zhuxiang had no objection to Einold's arrangement, as long as it could be returned to his hands. After changing to the new medicine, Einold and his friends recovered faster from their injuries, and were able to walk around soon. Their wounds would not split open. The time to explore the magical Grand Canyon was also set. Xiongqi and his friends returned to the camp, and listened to Jiang Zhuxiang's instructions to lead the way. Einold planned to take Jackson and Ron to the magical Grand Canyon. Jackson could estimate how long they could stay there, and Ron could reduce the chances of them being attacked by mutant beasts. Since Ron was going, Alice would definitely go with him. Originally, with Alice's strength, Einold wanted her to stay and help Jack and his friends rebuild their shelter. But Alice went directly to Jiang Zhuxiang and obtained the qualification to accompany them. So Einol could not say much. However, Jiang Zhuxiang still considered Ianrta and the others, and let Qiongqi take them there. Tao Tai stayed in this shelter under reconstruction to deal with emergencies, which could be regarded as a military deterrent. After Ianrta knew about it, he no longer said anything. What Jiang Zhuxiang did for them was no longer a simple favor. Ianrta decided to regard himself as Jiang Zhuxiang's supporter of this fragment in the future, as long as she needed it. Whether they had it or not, they would try their best to achieve it. After simply packing up some things, Qiongqi led the way, followed by Ianrta and his group, Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen's team members, and friends who came to see Shui Wen, Yan Yan, Jin Yin and Mu Mu, etc. Mu Hu was left in the shelter by Mu Mu to accompany Tao Tai. Mu Hu was a little speechless about his young patriarch's behavior. That person didn't need his company. However, he would never go against his young patriarch's wishes. So he let him stay. Because of the complexity of the personnel. Although everyone has supernatural powers, it is not as fast as flying directly last time. Qiongqi walked for 2 hours to reach the location of the big canyon, and his face was still a little impatient. Jiang Zhuxiang reminded with a bit of amusement, look at the expressions of others. Others felt that this distance was already very close. At least it didn't take half a day to walk. Qiongqi was just not used to walking. So he sat directly on the big rock at the entrance of the canyon and said, you go in. Send me a message if you have anything. I won't go in. The communication was equipped by the dean when Jiang Zhuxiang came out. In order to be on the safe side, Jiang Zhuxiang felt that it was unnecessary. So she gave it to Qiongqi. This is why she was relieved that they were wandering outside. Others had no opinions. Originally, such things should be done by themselves. Now that people have brought the place, it is normal to want to rest. So, under the leadership of their respective leaders, they walked into the canyon carefully. Only Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Qiongqi with amusement. She didn't think that this elder needed to rest. It was probably that he wanted to play by himself and didn't want to take them with him. However, Jiang Zhuxiang would not expose it. He walked with Shui Wen and followed Lei Zhen's team. The canyon was very humid, and at the bottom of the canyon was a rushing river. Lei Zhen and his team planned to go down to the river first, and then slowly explore. Ianrta and his team had never been here before, so they didn't act separately when they were not familiar with the situation. And they agreed to Lei Zhen's idea of going down to the river. On the way down, they could still see the shadows of mutant beasts in the mountains and forests. But they had received animal repellent medicine before they set out, so they were not attacked. There were also many mutant plants here, and they needed to carefully clean up some along the way. The vitality of the animals and plants here seemed to be very strong, and there were many of them. It was worthy of Jiang Zhuxiang's previous evaluation that this was a magical canyon. Finally, we arrived at the riverside. The water was still very turbulent. I didn't expect that this river could still maintain this amount of water from the time the fragments were formed until now. It seems that the ice and snow at its source must be very thick. There are mutant fish in the river, but they are difficult to catch. Otherwise, they can be used as food, unless you can get the mutant fish into a flat pool or lake like the Shui family, and then catch them by draining the water. When Ianrta heard Jiang Zhuxiang mention these procedures, he felt that it was still a bit troublesome. At present, there are many other mutant beasts here, so there is no need to take this step. He plans to count the number of other mutant beasts first. Jiang Zhuxiang did not force it, and they might not be able to get used to eating the meat of these mutant fish. He was just making a suggestion. It depends on them whether to adopt it or not. There was no bridge on the river, so they couldn't go to the other side to check. Einard and his team confirmed the number of mutant beasts step by step according to the altitude. Lei Zhen and his team had no objection and planned to start hunting after their work was finished, so as not to make their work difficult at that time. Jackson was counting while expressing admiration, and sometimes looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with hesitation. Jiang Zhuxiang pretended not to see his gaze. Although he had helped them win the right to hunt, he would not harm the interests of his elders. It was better for them not to raise other ideas in front of him. Otherwise, he would not mind persuading his elders to change their minds. Chapter 321, Mutant Hairs That Slap People in the Face. Fortunately, Jackson didn't bring it up in the end. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't know what her relationship with Einhold would become. However, even if they didn't have any conflicts and didn't provoke the mutant beasts, the mutant plants didn't have the same scruples as the mutant beasts. and they would hit the humans who broke in inexplicably from time to time. Therefore, Jiang Zhuxiang and his companions were sometimes hit by the branches of mutant plants, sometimes suffered intensive attacks from leaves, and sometimes tripped by tree roots that suddenly emerged from the ground. There was no peace along the way, which made them tense all the time. Moreover, the mutant plants seemed to take special care of Jackson, who was walking in front. Even if Eanold and Ron tried their best to protect him, they could not stop him from becoming dusty. This situation surprised Jiang Zhuxiang and made him feel a little relieved. As for Eanold and the others, they were a little amused. But fortunately, no plants wanted to kill them so far, so they could only accept the plants' spoof attacks. Leijin and the others had planned to go forward to help. But when they saw that these plants were only targeting one person, they did not plan to join in the fun. In their opinion, these plants seemed to have seen Jackson's purpose and attacked him so concentratedly. If they went up, they might be treated equally by these plants, which would be a bit of a loss. However, even though he was targeted by the plants, Jackson still completed the statistics work excellently. This dedicated attitude also made Jiang Zhuxiang have nothing else to say. Now they are at the top of the mountain. The mutant animals here are the strongest. The mutant animals on this mountain seem to have a very obvious hierarchy. The higher they go, the stronger they are. Jiang Zhuxiang wants to see what Leijin and his team will choose. Leijin has never had the idea of showing his strength in such matters. He is more concerned about the safety of his own team members. Leijin naturally noticed what Jiang Zhuxiang observed, and at this time he directly said, "Let's go down and hunt some mutant animals. Don't fight hard here." The team members also knew that their captain was taking their strength into consideration, and they had already consumed a lot of physical strength during the statistics process, so they did not raise any objections, even though Jackson looked at them in a bad light. Jiang Zhuxiang noticed this situation while walking down, and really felt that Jackson seemed to be a little bit unable to conceal his emotions, and this characteristic could easily offend people. I don't know if Einold noticed his situation. Einold naturally noticed Jackson's situation, but it was not easy to say anything to Jackson in front of so many people now. After all, he still had to take care of his face and talk to him after returning. This magical canyon was brought to them by Jiang Zhuxiang and her elders, and Jiang Zhuxiang was not only their great benefactor, but also on good terms with Leijin and others. Jackson's attitude could easily cause misunderstandings. Only Einold knew that Jackson was just a miser, and he had no ill will towards Leijin and others. The only thing Eanold could do at this time was to stand in front of Jackson and prevent Jiang Zhuxiang and the others from seeing him. So Jackson, who had been in the first place before, was moved to the last place by Eanold. Even Alice was a little surprised at what happened to her boss. Back to the riverside again. Eanold and Ron were arranged to wait by the riverside. After all, their injuries had not healed completely, so they were still not allowed to participate in the hunt to avoid aggravating their injuries. Jackson was naturally held firmly by Eanold. If he followed, something might happen. Alice had been following Ron all the way, so she was persuaded by Ron to join Leijin's hunting team. Leijin naturally left two people to protect him, Xuewen and Lei Shui. They were all water-based psychics, and they could better exert their strength by the river. Moreover, their tempers were milder than those of ordinary psychics, and they should not have any conflicts with Eanold and the others. After making the arrangements, Leijin led his men to the gathering place of the weakest mutant animals. Alice followed Jiang Zhuxiang, and Alice quietly asked her if she felt that her boss was strange today. Jiang Zhuxiang glanced at her silently. It seemed that the people here were less sensitive to other people's emotions. Einard should be considered an outlier, probably because he was trained as a boss. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't answer this question. After all, it was their internal matter. So Jiang Zhuxiang had to say, "I didn't pay attention to it." Alice wanted to say something, but the mutant animals appeared in front of her, so she had to keep silent. This is a group of gregarious animals that look like mutant hares, but they all live on the ground, which is completely different from the mutant hares on their fragments. So Leijin decided to send someone to try out the mutation direction of these suspected mutant hares. Yin Yin took the initiative to step forward. "Let me go." It was quiet all the way, and Yin Yin felt a little bored. It was a rare opportunity to exercise his skills, so he must not miss it. Leijin glanced at Yin Yin and didn't say much. Just said, "Then Lei Hua, you go with Yin Yin. It will be convenient for you two to take care of it." If it was just the Lei family, Leijin would not have done so much. But for Yin Yin, Lei Jin still took care of him to avoid any accidents. Lei Hua didn't care about being the deputy. He could still understand what his captain meant. His role was probably to protect Yin Yin. Yin Yin was a little surprised. He didn't think he needed help. He just went to test his strength. He could definitely handle it. However, seeing Lei Jin's unquestionable expression, he didn't want to argue with him. He nodded and started to move forward. Facts have proved that Lei Jin's arrangement is reasonable. After Yin Yin used fireballs to anger the mutant animals that were suspected to be mutant hares, these mutant hares rushed up directly, stretched out their front paws, and began to greet Yin Yan's face. Yin Yin was able to use fire to scare away the mutant animals that fell on his face at first. But later, when multiple mutant animals rushed up together, Yin Yin couldn't take care of it and almost got the fire on his face. Moreover, those suspected mutant hares adapted to fire very quickly, and soon ignored the threat of Yin Yan's fire. The speed of rushing to his face became faster and faster. Chapter 322 The idea of raising mutant hares in captivity. Yin Yin could only use his hands to protect his face. At this time, he remembered Lei Hua. A muffled voice came from his subordinates. "Come and help me." Lei Hua had not moved and was just frightened. When did such a small mutant animal have such wisdom, and know how to hit people in the face? Hearing Yin Yan's cry for help, Lei Hua immediately condensed his fire power into a long whip, rolled Yin Yin, and dragged him out of the group of mutant animals. And then the two retreated to the direction of the main force. They couldn't hold on any longer, and needed others to share the firepower. These mutant beasts actually followed them, and tried to attack them. They were really not as gentle as rodents. Lei Hua used the flame to protect his back while running forward, and reported, "Captain, these mutant hares have claws, and like to hit people in the face." It was not easy to open the communicator while running, so Lei Hua could only use this traditional way to transmit information. Yin Yin, who was following behind Lei Hua, wanted to cover his face with his hands again. After Lei Hua shouted like this, he felt more embarrassed. What should he do? And with Lei Hua's loud voice, Yin Yin had no doubt that those people on the riverside could hear it. However, fortunately, Yin Yin was not a person who cared about these things. Otherwise, if someone who cared about them came, he would definitely turn against Lei Hua on the spot. Even if Lei Hua's starting point was good, Lei Jin heard Lei Hua shout from afar, and was speechless after understanding it. Could there be mutant hares that mutated in this direction? Seeing the embarrassed appearance of the two people gradually coming into view, and the string of mutant hares following them, Lei Jin silently said to Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice, who were following him, "Do you want to hide behind? Girls' faces are much more important than them." And Lei Jin said this because he wanted to take good care of his own Xiaoxiang. However, Jiang Zhuxiang did not have the idea of dodging, and directly said, "No, I won't let them attack my face." Or Alice, "You go hide?" After all, Alice has a boyfriend, so she must care more about her face than I do. However, Alice has always been a woman with a strong character, and she doesn't care that much about her face. She also rejected this kind of care. "We don't care about faces here." After saying that, he stared at the group of rabbits eagerly. Lei Jin touched his nose and began to concentrate on the distance between them and himself. A path was separated from the middle of the team, allowing Lei Hua and Yin Yin to rush in, and then quickly closed to block the direction of these mutant hares. Because they knew the mutation direction of this mutant hare, their attack targets became their claws. Not necessarily to damage them, but just to prevent them from hitting their faces. Lei Jin used his lightning ability to paralyze the mutant rabbits. Jiang Zhuxiang used the vines to bind the rabbits' claws, and Alice used her own strength to help the mutant rabbits remove their claws. Everyone else had their own way, which surprised Yin Yin, who was resting in the back. He didn't expect that these people could easily solve the mutant rabbits that made him embarrassed. It seems that his experience is not enough, and it is right for him to come out this time. There are about 50 mutant rabbits in this group, and each person has solved at least 3. At present, these mutant rabbits are still alive, but their claws have been damaged to varying degrees. So many mutant rabbits should be enough for their food for the next 2 days. Lei Jin and his friends did not plan to go deeper, so each of them carried a few mutant rabbits and started to walk down. At this time, the atmosphere on the riverside was quiet. Shui Wen and Lei Shui didn't know what to say to the 3 people. The only eye contact was when they heard Lei Hua shout. However, they didn't expect them to come down so quickly. Seeing the mutant hares in their hands, they all went to meet them. Shui Wen and Lei Shui were concerned about their people. Lei Hua's shout just now still scared them, After confirming that no one was disfigured, they began to observe the mutant hares they caught. There were really a lot of them. It seemed that they were right to come down. As for Einold, he was concerned about the mutation direction of these mutant hares. He untied the vines on the claws of a mutant hare with a little bit of disbelief. The mutant hares were scratched to death when they were carried by people all the way. At this time, it was a rare opportunity. The claws were itchy and waved at Einold's face, and then planned to escape. Einard immediately used his wind power to move the claws away, and then used his wind power to send the mutant hare towards Leijun and his team. His current speed was not enough to deal with this ferocious mutant hare. Jiang Zhuxiang quickly caught the mutant hare again, tied it up, and put it together with other mutant hares. Jackson was concerned about the number they caught. How did you catch so many so quickly? Leijun explained indifferently. These are all a group. They chased Leihua and his team and ran to us. The amount for today and tomorrow should be enough. Do you want to have lunch here or go back first? As two injured people in the team, Leijun still attaches great importance to their opinions. Einold looked around here and thought it would be good to have lunch here. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Jiang Zhuxiang. Unless you plan to drink nutritional supplements, it is better for you to go back and eat. Barbecue, a food with a strong smell of smoke, is definitely not suitable for people with injuries. Einold was still willing to listen to Jiang Zhuxiang's words. Einold had to look at those very fat mutant rabbits and said painfully, then let's go back. Jackson and Ron were a little surprised by their boss's decision. They really didn't expect that their boss would have such perseverance. However, this is also good. Jackson looked at these living mutant rabbits and began to consider persuading Jiang Zhuxiang and others to keep a few alive after returning, and try to raise them at home. Although no one has tried this kind of breeding method since the end of the world, it is only because it is rare to catch living mutant animals. Now it is just right to use these relatively small mutant animals to try. Jackson will not ask for more. Just plan to keep a pair of mutant rabbits. After all, these mutant rabbit meat is also their food. Leijun and his group have no objection to going back, and directly put these mutant rabbits in Lei Kong space. Lei Kong space has recently been able to preserve living things for a certain period of time. This can be done thanks to the oxygen machine that Jiang Zhuxiang got from the Academy of Sciences and gave him. It can be regarded as a new way. Chapter 3: 23 Different Treatments for Mutant Hares. While Jiang Zhuxiang followed Leijun and the others to the exit of the canyon, he sent a message to Qiongqi. Where are you now? Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think that the elder and his family would wait for them outside obediently. We are going back. He hoped that it would see the message he sent in time and go back with them. When Qiongqi and Tao Tai were hanging out together outside, Tao Tai had already demonstrated to Qiongqi how to use the communicator and asked it to send communications and messages to itself. So Jiang Zhuxiang sent a message to Qiongqi. When Qiongqi saw Jiang Zhuxiang's message, he was still flying in the sky. After seeing clearly what was said, he flew directly to the entrance of the canyon. Before Jiang Zhuxiang and the others came out, he returned to the outside of the canyon entrance and turned back into human form to wait. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang and his team appear empty-handed, Qiongqi looked at Leijun and his team in surprise. Didn't they take the opportunity to bring back some mutant beasts? Of course. It is also possible that there are space-capable people among them. Qiongqi thought so, and looked at the little guy at home with an inquiring look. He found that her expression was good, so it must be the latter guess. I didn't expect that their abilities were not bad. Waiting to meet Qiongqi, Einold said a little embarrassedly, sorry to have kept you waiting. Qiongqi looked at him a little puzzled and said, not long. Qiongqi never told lies, but Einold and his team took it as its polite words. After all, this person was very familiar with Jiang Zhuxiang and his team, and it was inevitable that he would be infected with some of their tempers. Einold decided to ask someone to find something after returning and give it to Qiongqi as a thank you gift, which was also a generous reward for him. It's just that this matter needs to be kept secret from Jackson. Under the current circumstances, his miserly nature is getting worse and worse. While Einold was thinking about it, Qiongqi was already waiting in front. Leijun and the others consciously followed quickly, and Einold was also dragged forward. It took another 2 hours for them to return to Einold's shelter. The shelter was still quiet. It seemed that nothing happened during their absence. Einold silently praised the people who stayed behind in his heart. Leijun and others sent Einold back to his tent. Jiang Zhuxiang checked his body, hoping that this trip did not make his injuries worse. Fortunately, the pulse was stable, so Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have to worry too much. As long as he continued to use the ointment he made, it would only take time for him to fully recover. Jiang Zhuxiang returned to Lei Zhen's team, and Lei Zhen instructed Lei Kong to leave half of the mutant rabbits to Jackson. Lei Kong was surprised by the look in his eyes along the way. Jackson didn't expect that they would give him the mutant rabbits directly. In this way, it would be easier for him to keep two. He checked the mutant rabbits that Lei Kong had separated and found that their mental state was not bad. He should be able to survive if he left too. After distributing some food according to the captain's instructions, Lei Kong reminded Lei Zhen that they could go back because their stomachs had been empty for a long time. Lei Zhen talked to Yan directly, and they returned to their camp and started to prepare a late lunch. Because they were away from home, Lei Zhen and his team would not try to raise animals. After all, it was inconvenient to carry them. So all the mutant rabbits belonging to them were processed, leaving enough meat for lunch. And the rest were made into jerky and placed in Lei Kong's space, so that if they encountered inconvenient food in the future, Lei Zhen and his team would have another choice. So, there were 2 fires in Lei Zhen's camp, one of which was Lei Hua and his team making lunch, and the other was Jiang Zhuxiang watching the jerky baking. When the jerky was about to be baked, Alice came following the smell. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious. Wasn't she going to take good care of Ron today? Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Alice and asked, "How is Ron's injury?" Alice said with some ease, "He's almost well. Thank you for the ointment and medicine you sent. Although Ron's appetite has been reduced by the medicine, his physical condition is much better than before. This is one of the reasons why she came here now." Ron asked her to express her gratitude to Jiang Zhuxiang, and he also told her that his physical condition is better than before. Ron also considered Lei Zhen's mood and asked Alice to do it for him. As a man with a desire for exclusivity, he doesn't like other men hanging around in front of his woman. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded without saying anything, only saying, "Don't let him drink the medicine soup when he gets better. I will give you another medicine soup, which can be taken for a long time. And you can drink it too. Then you can share the joys and sorrows." Since his medical skills were recognized, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to let them get some more benefits. He had never done such a thing before. Alice asked hesitantly, "Isn't that medicine soup as bitter as the one Ron drank? If so, I can't drink it." Alice once secretly tasted a mouthful of Ron's medicine soup and spit it out immediately. Jiang was not playing a prank on her. Jiang Zhuxiang said with a bit of amusement, "No. There is licorice in it. You don't have to worry about it being bitter. It seems that no matter which fragment, people can't accept bitterness." Alice nodded to show that she accepted it. Jiang Zhuxiang looked through the dried meat on the iron plate, picked up a piece of dried meat, and put it in a small plate, inserted a fork, and asked Alice to taste it. Alice was not polite. She came here just to eat. They are also cooking there, but it is not as fragrant as here. After Alice had a meal with Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends, she conveyed Jiang Zhuxiang's meaning to Ron, and planned to help Ron go out for a walk. Because of the injured Yuenggu, Ron had stayed in the tent for a long time. Except for today. He had never gone out before. And now it was a good time to go out and take a look. Of course, before going out, Alice still confirmed whether her boyfriend had eaten lunch. Seeing Ron nod, Alice retracted her hand that was reaching for her pocket. In her pocket was the dried meat Alice gave her. It was a bit painful to ask her to take it out and share it. She directly helped Ron walk out of the tent, intending to go to the boss first. Ron looked at Alice's actions with a little amusement. It was rare for his girlfriend to protect food, so he didn't care. He followed her actions and walked out. He really needed to check the situation of the shelter. If possible, he could also help. Chapter 324 The Mutant Hair Barely Saved. Walking out of the tent and breathing the air with a strong smell of sulfur outside, Ron looked at his girlfriend's optimistic face and had some confidence in rebuilding their shelter. Walking slowly all the way, he also saw that the collapsed area had been cleared out. The useful things were piled aside for reuse, and the useless things were also piled in a fixed position. It was not known how to deal with them in the future, because the original building materials of the shelter were not many that could withstand the high temperature of magma. They still needed to be supplemented with other things. The most convenient thing was to use stone. After all, this was a naturally existing building material. It only needed simple polishing to be used without them having to spend too much energy. Moreover, the stone that had withstood the test of magma would also make it convenient for them to continue to fight against volcanic eruptions in the future. After all, They didn't know whether the volcanoes would erupt frequently after this large-scale eruption. They were just trying to prevent the eruption before it happened. They didn't want to do this kind of reconstruction work frequently, because it would consume too much resources of a shelter. When Ron was thinking about this, Alice had already taken him to the tent of their boss. Jackson was also in the tent. When Ron and Alice went in, they found that they seemed to be waiting for others. Ron was a little surprised. Do you have anything to discuss? If so, Alice and I will come over later. Ron never interfered too much in matters that had nothing to do with him. When Einold saw Ron coming in and heard what he said, he didn't let him go out. Instead, he said directly, "You stay? This matter is also a good opportunity to ask for your opinions. It can be regarded as brainstorming." Einold seemed a little troubled. The more people who helped him find a solution, the better. After a while, Jack and his people came one after another, filling Einold's tent. Einold looked and decided to go outside the tent. He suspected that if they quarreled later, they would overturn their tents. After the boss spoke, the others consciously left the tent and put a small stool for the boss outside the door for his own boss to sit. Einold stayed behind, and Jackson wanted to help him, but was directly rejected. "You go out first." As the instigator of this incident, Einold didn't want to see Jackson for the time being. After Jackson left, only Ron and Alice were still in the tent. Alice asked curiously, "Boss, do you need help?" What did Jackson do? From their interaction just now, Alice could still guess that it was Jackson who made trouble again. In her opinion, Jackson, a man, could cause more trouble than a girl like her. Einold got off the bed directly to prove that he didn't need help. As for the problem, let's go out and talk about it. Ron and Alice walked behind the boss, ready to catch him at any time. After all, the boss's injury was more serious than Ron's. Even if he recovered well, he was not able to walk freely. Moreover, he had walked such a long way before. They were still a little worried that the boss's physical strength could not bear it. Einold sat down on the small stool outside the door without any problem. Ron took Alice to sit on the ground not far from his boss, waiting for the boss to speak. Einold called directly, "Jackson, tell me the story again." Although Jackson didn't know why his boss was angry, he still told the story honestly. The matter was actually very simple. Jackson left 2 mutant rabbits to keep in captivity. Jackson still didn't figure out why his boss was angry. After all, he was also for the good of their shelter. After listening to Jackson's description, the others didn't quite understand and looked at their boss in confusion. Ron, on the other hand, lowered his head in thought. Einard spoke directly. "First of all, these 2 mutant hares Lasian and others gave us as food, so we shouldn't have such an idea. If you want to keep mutant beasts in captivity, you can ask others to help you catch them. I will support you in keeping as many as you want. Secondly, with our current energy, do you think anyone among us has time to raise these little things? Do you know what they eat? What diseases will they get?" Jackson still listened to Einard's words. After careful consideration, he looked at his boss a little pitifully. "So what should we do now?" Jackson still didn't plan to give up the idea of keeping them in captivity. And the things had already been left behind, and they had already eaten their lunch, so they probably wouldn't attack them. After listening to Yeniardi's words, the others also understood why their boss was angry. The others helped them selflessly, but they actually had their own selfish motives. If Lasian and the others knew about it, they would definitely not be so stupid again. Alice touched the jerky in her pocket and felt it was a little hot. Yeniardi was worried about this matter, how to deal with it so that Lasian and the others would not feel unhappy. "You guys think about how to deal with this matter," Ron suggested. "You can ask them if they want to keep them in captivity." "If they do," Alice retorted, "they don't want to keep them in captivity. They processed all the rabbit meat and used it as food reserves. I also got a bag." Alice took out the bag of jerky and showed it to them, then put it back in her pocket again, fearing that these people would be interested. Alice was a little glad that Jiang made the package vacuum so that others could not smell it. Ron was also a little troubled now. Why not kill it and send it to them as food reserves? "Just don't know if they will accept it," Jackson weakly defended. "They gave it to us. They shouldn't want to take it back." "Right. That's why I want to keep it in captivity." Einard glared at Jackson and said, "Shut up." Then he looked at the others. Jack tried to speak. "Why don't we keep it first and shorten the hunting period there automatically? We don't need to explain it to them. We just don't need to go there. This is also an expression of our apology. After all, It's hard to explain this kind of thing. It's better to deal with it secretly. To use the fragment of Lesion's group. Family disgrace should not be made public. This matter is also a small scandal in their shelter. Jackson looked at Jack gratefully, and then waited expectantly for his boss's reaction. Einold's original plan was the same. But if he said it himself, they would inevitably feel resentful, and might even vent their anger on Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. It would be best if they brought it up themselves now. But Einold still said in a somewhat reluctant tone, "Then let's deal with it this way. Jackson, you handle the feeding yourself." Chapter 325 The Desire to be Alone. Although he agreed to Jack's proposal, Einard actually did not intend to hide this from Jiang Zhuxiang. Even if he wanted to hide it, he could not. After all, they lived in the same place, and the existence of mutant rabbits could be easily discovered. Instead of explaining it after being discovered, it would be better to tell him in advance. Even if there was some dissatisfaction, he would bear it himself. That's right. Einard planned to take the responsibility of raising mutant rabbits. He would tell Jiang Zhuxiang that this was his idea. In this way, no matter how angry Jiang Zhuxiang was, it would not cause too much harm to him. At most, he would torture himself with medication. Who made him use her medicine? Einard planned to wait until Jiang Zhuxiang came to change the medicine next time. Of course, at this time, Einard would not tell his true thoughts to so many of his subordinates. Let them think that he agreed with their approach. Einard looked at Jackson's smiling face again, and felt a little emotional. After all, it was for the good of their shelter, and it was nothing for him to take the blame. Einard let Jackson take the mutant hair that Jackson sent to his tent, and then asked others to leave. After the matter was resolved, Einard did not like his subordinates to stay here all the time. After all, there were still many things to do in the shelter. Jackson happily went to get the mutant hairs, and then left his boss's tent. He would take good care of the mutant hairs, and would not let down his boss's trust. As for the others, seeing that Jackson had left, they did not stay any longer. Only Ron and Alice stayed. After all, they came to see the boss, not to attend a meeting. Alice and Ron helped Ian back to his tent, and after letting him lie down, Ron began to care about the reconstruction of the shelter, and tried to express his desire to participate. Ian listened to Ron's idea, and did not refuse. After all, Ron, who was able to walk now, could also supervise the construction site. The free people could go hunting to solve their own food. After all, they could not always rely on Lesion and others to support them. Yin never had the idea of relying on others. As for Alice, who wanted to be with Ron, Einard looked at Ron, with a very clear meaning in his eyes. It seemed that he wanted to see what you were going to do. After all, Einard was not going to interfere in the affairs between the young couple. Ron naturally agreed with his girlfriend's idea. After all, if he didn't agree, she could also run to the construction site herself. In the end, Ron left with Alice, who was satisfied. Einard was finally able to rest quietly for a while. At the same time, he was thinking about what to say to Jiang Zhuxiang tomorrow. After all, this was a symbol of their ignorance. He hoped that she would not be too angry at that time. At this time, Jiang Zhuxiang had returned to his tent, and started his daily routine of making medicine. Shuiwen volunteered to guard Jiang Zhuxiang outside. After all, he had gained such a great benefit last time. This time, there would definitely be no upgrade. But absorbing more medicinal fragrance would be good for the body. Lesion was also very concerned about this matter, and planned to do it with Shuiwen. Jack delivered the medicinal materials that Jiang Zhuxiang needed in time, and his face was still a little guilty. After all, their shelter had just done something not so good. Jack said goodbye and left directly after delivering the medicine. He was afraid that if he stayed for too long, he would not be able to help but tell Jiang Zhuxiang what they did. This surprised Jiang Zhuxiang. He was not a monster. How could Jack run so fast this time? Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lesion. Was it his fault? Lesion looked back innocently. He really did nothing this time. Who knew what the boy was doing? Lesion didn't want to take the blame. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know what was going on, so he stopped thinking about it. He stayed in the tent for another afternoon, made a bunch of ointments in small porcelain bottles, and then planned to go out for some fresh air. Although the plant spirits were able to help him well this time, he still needed to spend a lot of energy. Now he just wanted to relax. As for the ointment, there is no rush to send it over now. After all, the ointment given to them before should not have been used up. Lei Jin did not react to the medicinal fragrance of his own Xiaoxiang. After all, he had come into contact with this kind of medicinal fragrance many times before. Even if there were any benefits, it was difficult to find the specific effects. As for Shui Wen, she still looked like she had gained a lot of benefits. Even if she did not have the urge to upgrade, it was not bad. After hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's idea, Shui Wen and Lei Jin both said that they could go with her. Jiang Zhuxiang refused their company. After all, it was still safe here, and Jiang Zhuxiang did not want to have someone around him all the time. Lei Jin and Shui Wen were unwilling to go against Jiang Zhuxiang's wishes, so they had to watch Jiang Zhuxiang leave their sight pitifully. Jiang Zhuxiang walked alone in the ruins of the cleanup and reconstruction, watching the busy subordinates of Einard, occasionally helping them, enjoying the fun of being alone. Jiang Zhuxiang was very satisfied. As expected, sometimes you still have to come out by yourself, and you can't be followed by others all the time. When Jiang Zhuxiang appeared on the construction site, someone told Ron. Ron followed the person who came to report to Jiang Zhuxiang, looked at what Jiang Zhuxiang was doing, stood silently for a while, and left directly. Ron didn't know why Jiang Zhuxiang came here, but Ron didn't understand and didn't bother him. After returning to the tent, he moved to near the construction site. Ron saw Alice. Alice had helped him move the tent and left again. Ron didn't expect her to come again so soon. Alice saw Ron coming in and waved happily. "Where were you just now? I didn't see you when I came over. I brought some food. Let's have dinner here together." Alice still respected Ron's opinion and asked for advice in her words. Ron thought of Jiang Zhuxiang, who was still at the construction site. She must not have had dinner yet. Ron said to Alice directly, "Just now someone told me that Jiang appeared at the construction site. So I went to see her. She was really at the construction site. Let's invite her to dinner together. When someone comes to their territory, they always have to take care of them. What's more, after their boss did such an unkind thing, they should take good care of her." Alice looked at Ron with a little surprise. "Really? Then I'll go call her. You help us prepare the things we'll need later." Ron was not surprised that things turned out like this. He didn't know when the friendship between his girlfriend and Jiang Zhuxiang became so strong. He nodded and agreed. Chapter 326 Jiang Zhuxiang's Declaration. When Alice found Jiang Zhuxiang, he was helping them mix building materials. This was also the job that Einard's subordinates agreed to let Jiang Zhuxiang do after repeated consideration. This was the easiest job among these things, and Jiang Zhuxiang was very satisfied with it. Alice quietly walked behind Jiang Zhuxiang, intending to scare her. When Alice appeared in this place, Jiang Zhuxiang heard familiar footsteps. When the footsteps appeared behind him, Jiang Zhuxiang guessed what she was going to do. When he was patted on the shoulder, he pretended to be startled to cooperate with Alice's bad taste. Alice didn't notice anything wrong at all, and really thought she had scared Jiang Zhuxiang. Looking at Jiang Zhuxiang with an excited expression, Jiang Zhuxiang touched Alice's curly golden hair with a smile. This child's mental age is definitely younger than his. After being touched on the head by Jiang Zhuxiang, Alice rubbed her palm unconsciously, and then expressed the reason for coming here, inviting Jiang Zhuxiang to have dinner with them. Jiang Zhuxiang did not refuse Alice's invitation. After talking to others, he followed Alice and sent messages along the way to inform Shui Wen and Lei Jin that he would not go back for dinner, so as not to wait for him. Lei Jin received a message from Jiang Zhuxiang and wanted to find her for a moment, but Lei Kong was right next to him. Lei Kong asked a question. After knowing this, Lei Kong gave a rare piece of advice. "You can't chase girls so closely. You have to give yourself some time." Lei Kong sometimes mentioned that Jiang Zhuxiang felt sorry for him, because his captain wanted to get involved in all her affairs. Lei Jin looked at Lei Kong with some suspicion. This guy has never chased a girl, right? Is this advice reliable? Lei Kong understood what his captain meant and said with a little smile, "Why? Even if I haven't chased a girl, I also understand Zhuxiang's personality. She is definitely not someone who likes to have no time for herself. Now that she rarely leaves, you might as well take care of what you should do. In the remaining time, if Xiaoxiang wants you to accompany her, you can show up again. It's much better than you guarding her all the time. Isn't it?" Lei Jin reluctantly accepted Lei Kong's suggestion and stayed behind. As for Shui Wen, she always respected her junior sister's opinion and only replied "I know" and didn't say anything extra. Shui Wen now completely regarded herself as Jiang Zhuxiang's parent. If her child wanted to eat outside, She only needed to tell him in advance. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't look at their response and followed Alice to their current place. Seeing that Ron had already placed the necessary tools in front of the tent, Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little curious about what they were going to treat him tonight. Alice pulled Jiang Zhuxiang to the tablecloth on the side and said, "I will cook tonight. And you just wait for the food to be ready." Ron looked at his girlfriend helplessly. He knew her level very well. He hoped that he and Jiang Zhuxiang would be able to live well after tonight. Ron tried to help Alice while she was busy, but was chased away by Alice like a bee. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the interaction between the two with a bit of amusement and did not comment. When Alice brought the finished product, Ron and Jiang Zhuxiang were still a bit surprised. They didn't expect it to look quite like the real thing. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the plate of meat in front of him, a bowl of vegetables that looked raw, and didn't know what sauce was poured on it, as well as a red soup. He just didn't know how it tasted. Alice urged Jiang Zhuxiang and Ron to start eating quickly. Ron used his eyes to signal Jiang Zhuxiang to wait, and let him try first. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded knowingly, and waited for Ron's tasting results. Ron tried one by one, and the expression on his face became more and more surprised. Seeing this expression, Jiang Zhuxiang also started to eat. "This taste is really good. I didn't expect Alice to have such a talent. If she is carefully trained in the future, she can still become a master of cooking." Alice was very satisfied to watch Jiang Zhuxiang and Ron finish eating what she made, and asked with a smile, "My cooking skills are still good, right?" Ron nodded and asked a little surprised, "When did you practice it?" Ron and Alice were still close, so she shouldn't have had the chance to practice this kind of thing without being discovered. Alice said with a little pride, "This is my talent that I suddenly discovered." Alice was proud for a while, and then she told her story. It turned out that Alice found a recipe book in the mezzanine of her old house. It was sealed in there by someone before the end of the world. The things on it were very suitable for people like Alice who like simple food. And the operation was not complicated. That's why she followed the people who went out hunting today to find the right ingredients. And she couldn't wait to show off her skills in the evening. Jiang Zhuxiang and Ron had no desire for Alice's adventure, but just told her to make good use of it. When the end of the world is over, they can open a restaurant with it, and the business will definitely be good. Alice nodded to show that she understood. And Ron's dinner will be paid for by herself in the future. And Jiang Zhuxiang will come to eat often. Jiang Zhuxiang said, "I will come when I have the chance. It's not early now. I'll go back first." Ron stood up. "I'll take you back. Although the environment here is very safe, there are few girls who are not afraid of the dark." Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to refuse, but saw Alice also stood up. "I want to take you too." Ron would not refuse, but it would be hard for Jiang Zhuxiang to refuse. However, the two of them did not go far, although Lei Jin handled the matter as Lei Kong said. He went to Jiang Zhuxiang's way back to pretend to be a husband-waiting stone when it was dark, and he did not see Jiang Zhuxiang coming back. After seeing him, Ron and Alice chatted with him for a few words and handed Jiang Zhuxiang to him. Lei Jin tried his best to suppress the resentment in his tone. "Xiaoxiang, when can I become a regular boyfriend?" If he was Xiaoxiang's official boyfriend, Lei Kong would definitely not stop him from looking for her. Jiang Zhuxiang did not expect Lei Jin to mention such a thing at this time. Maybe the night gave him the courage? However, Jiang Zhuxiang has had good feelings for Lei Jin recently, and he can't just keep not responding, so he might as well make it clear this time. Jiang Zhuxiang cleared his throat and said, "I'm actually a single person, and I don't plan to find someone to live with in this life. I thought you would give up on your own, but now I don't want you to do this kind of useless work anymore. So I plan to tell you directly." Chapter 327 Hope After Despair. Speaking of which, Lei Jin is one of the rare people with some humanity in the end times, and he is chasing after me. Jiang Zhuxiang had planned to confront him after returning to their home. After all, when you are away from home, it is better not to disturb Lei Jin's thoughts with these things, for the safety of yourself and everyone else. I didn't expect that Lei Jin would lose his temper and make this matter clear, since he has already said it. It is not good for me not to respond. Could it be that my request for a single action during the day stimulated him? Jiang Zhuxiang touched his nose in distress. After hearing Jiang Zhuxiang's euphemistic refusal, Lei Jin was a little confused. He asked in disbelief, "Xiaoxiang, what did you just say? Why didn't I hear it clearly?" Lei Jin didn't want to believe that he not only didn't get a permanent job, but also lost his internship qualification. Jiang Zhuxiang repeated it a little helplessly. Lei Zhen's frustration gradually blocked his throat. His situation was rare. Lei Zhen didn't dare to speak, for fear that he would ask Jiang Zhuxiang why he treated him like this. At the same time, Lei Zhen also refused to agree to Jiang Zhuxiang's request. As long as he didn't speak, his probation qualification would still exist. He silently turned up the brightness of the emergency light a little, and walked in front of Jiang Zhuxiang. However, Lei Zhen's steps were a little unstable, and the light kept shaking. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang never relied on this kind of light to see the road. Otherwise he would have fallen long ago. However, Jiang Zhuxiang still understood Lei Zhen's behavior. After all, his answer would still be a certain blow to Lei Zhen. After returning to the tent, Jiang Zhuxiang put the matter behind him. He should not follow him so closely in the future, and it would not affect him to find other people. It was also a way of letting each other go. Jiang Zhuxiang automatically took Lei Zhen's non-answer as a default and began to enter the state of cultivation peacefully. If Lei Zhen knew that Jiang Zhuxiang thought this way, he would have said a few words no matter what. Unfortunately, he didn't know anything at this time. After Lei Zhen sent Jiang Zhuxiang back to her tent, he went directly to find Lei Hua. Now there was no such thing as wine to let people vent their emotions, so Lei Zhen had to vent his depression through exercise. Lei Hua was about to go to sleep, but he was unexpectedly dragged to the open space by his boss. He attacked him without saying a word, so Lei Hua had to fight back. Of course, he was beaten to the ground by Lei Zhen, and Lei Zhen went to find the next one. After knocking down everyone except Lei Kong, Lei Zhen sat down quietly, but the breath of his whole body was still a breath of being abandoned. There was not much depression, but the loss was still there. Lei Zhen didn't know what he did wrong to be treated like this by his own Xiao Xiang. Yes, until now, Lei Zhen still believed that Jiang Zhuxiang's words were just excuses, not the truth. Others saw their captain like this. They were a little uncomfortable, and looked at Lei Kong, the only one still standing, with pleading eyes, hoping that he would go and comfort their captain. Lei Kong saw the looks of the team members, and walked to Lei Zhen in silence. His situation appeared after he picked up Jiang Zhuxiang. It was obvious that Jiang Zhuxiang said something to him. Lei Kong didn't know what to say. He had said before that he would give Jiang Zhuxiang some space, and he agreed to it at that time. I don't know why he had to pick him up when it got dark. This is the consequence of disobedience. Lei Kong stretched out his fist and hit Lei Zhen's shoulder. Just say whatever you want to say. We can't help you if you keep it in your heart. Lei Kong sincerely hoped that this would be the last time he could help, although he knew it was impossible. If the two of them were really together in the future, he must ask for more money for matchmaking. Lei Zhen thought of Lei Kong's previous suggestion. If he hadn't picked up Jiang Zhuxiang at night, this might not have happened. It seemed that Lei Kong still knew a little about his little Xiang. Lei Zhen repeated the conversation between the two on the road, hoping that Lei Kong could give him a judgment, whether his little Xiang's words were true or not. It would also give him a definite direction to work hard in the future. Lei Kong listened to Lei Zhen's retelling and felt that Jiang Zhuxiang's words were not bad, and he would not have to deal with their affairs in the future. Lei Kong wanted to tell Lei Zhen the truth in an instant, but seeing the expectant look of his captain, Lei Kong silently swallowed the word really, but still said it in another way. Jiang Zhuxiang has never told a lie. It's just that she can't say some things. Lei Zhen asked a little stupidly. Then what should I do in the future? Lei Kong didn't have any good suggestions, but at least Jiang Zhuxiang didn't love the same sex. If Jiang Zhuxiang said it more harshly and directly said that he loved the same sex, then Lei Kong really had no way. You keep working hard, but you have to know the limit. Singles can also change, but if you want to get married in the future, you will need to do more things. It depends on whether you can accept this result. Lei Zhen felt a little better after hearing what Lei Kong said, but it was always difficult for him to know when to deal with Xiao Xiang. Lei Kong saw Lei Zhen's expression and emphasized directly, don't force others to follow you when they don't want you to. Even if you stay where you are and contact her through the communicator, it's better than staying with her all the time. Lei Kong saw the Qiongqi appearing beside Jiang Zhuxiang, and he knew that Jiang Zhuxiang was not a simple person. His captain would face many more tests in the future, so Lei Kong gave his captain this advice. In fact, if Jiang Zhuxiang's aura was not much different from his captain, Lei Kong might have made another suggestion, asking him to force himself on her. Lei Zhen felt that it was harder to do this than to kill himself, without knowing what to do in the future. He could only listen to Lei Kong's advice for the time being. He silently sent the team members, who had already gotten up from the ground back to sleep. Lei Jin also wanted to go to sleep. Lei Kong also said goodbye to Lei Jin and went back to his tent. Early the next morning, Lei Jin silently got up at the usual time. He originally wanted to watch his Xuxiang do morning exercises as usual and accompany her. Thinking of Lei Kong's advice, he thought that his behavior did not seem to be asked by his Xuxiang. So he lay back silently. At the same time, listening to the sound of his Xuxiang's exercise in the air. Lei Jin waited until others got up before he followed them out of the tent. Chapter 328. Lei Jin becomes stronger. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't see Lei Jin in the morning and felt a little uncomfortable. But he quickly got rid of this feeling. He was just used to Lei Jin's company before. It was normal to be a little uncomfortable without this company now. Jiang Zhuxiang silently convinced himself. When he saw Lei Jin and others coming over, Jiang Zhuxiang tried to greet him in a natural tone. Good morning, Captain. Lei Jin felt a little bitter when he heard this greeting. It seemed that his Xuxiang really didn't care about him. His previous warm water boiling frog seemed to have no effect at all. She could retreat to the attitude of an ordinary team member so quickly. Lei Jin has always treated Jiang Zhuxiang with a gentle attitude. It seems that she doesn't care about the gentle attitude at all. He should be more assertive in the future. Maybe he can save their relationship. However, he will still listen to Lei Kong's advice. This should not cause any conflict. While thinking, Lei Jin walked directly to Jiang Zhuxiang and sat down. Touching her head, good morning, Zhuxiang. Lei Jin would definitely consult Jiang Zhuxiang before doing this. Now he just did it directly. And there was no sense of disobedience when he did it. As if he released his nature. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little confused when she received the head patting. What was Lei Jin's reaction? This attitude didn't look like he had given up. Instead, it seemed like he was forcing himself to admit the relationship. Or wanted to confirm their relationship in front of others. Just looking at Lei Jin's expression. It was still the same gentle expression as before. Jiang Zhuxiang felt that it was not like that. And he could not figure it out for the time being. So Jiang Zhuxiang had to put it aside for the time being. When Lei Jin was doing this action, he was actually a little unsure in his heart. But seeing that his little Xiang had no other reaction, he decided to continue this action. So, in the following breakfast process, Lei Jin took the initiative throughout the whole process. Even if Jiang Zhuxiang showed a refusal, he still insisted on doing it. Such as helping to get breakfast and deciding how much breakfast she would eat. Others watched this situation. They almost thought that what happened last night was their own illusion. And their captain did not come to them to compete last night because he was rejected. Only after seeing Jiang Zhuxiang occasionally refuse. But being firmly insisted by their captain. Did they know that what happened last night still existed? But their captain changed his strategy. It might be Lei Kong's suggestion. This suggestion seems good. At least their captain and Jiang Zhuxiang now look more like a couple than before. And their captain was too gentle before. Only Lei Kong knows that this is not his suggestion. But Lei Jin's own change. I just don't know how long this method can last. It depends on Jiang Zhuxiang's reaction in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang's reaction is that Lei Jin was stimulated by him yesterday. And even his personality changed. If he refuses, will it stimulate him more? This led to a stronger reaction from him. Jiang Zhuxiang refused less and less. At least she didn't refuse in front of others. After all, she had to save face for him. After helping to clean up, Jiang Zhuxiang motioned Lei Jin to follow her to the side. Saying that she had something to say. Lei Jin could guess what she was going to say. And was mentally prepared. Not to take it to heart at all. Jiang Zhuxiang did say something that matched Lei Jin's guess. And she expressed her attitude again with some helplessness. But, for some reason, her tone was much weaker. Perhaps because Lei Jin's strong attitude before was still in her mind. And she unconsciously made this change in momentum. Lei Jin ignored her and directly pulled Jiang Zhuxiang out. He didn't give her more time to react. Jiang Zhuxiang shrank her hand helplessly. But failed. Then she started to struggle harder. Lei Jin seemed to be determined and didn't let go at all. Jiang Zhuxiang had to keep this action with Lei Jin and came to Lei Kong and the others. Lei Jin directly explained what to do today. Leaving some people to help rebuild in the shelter. And some people to get food back and join ENERD's people. As for Jiang Zhuxiang, Lei Jin directly wanted her to go with him to find food. Jiang Zhuxiang still insisted on her own ideas on this matter. She didn't want to be dragged away by Lei Jin again. She didn't want to follow Lei Jin's arrangement. She wanted to stay and help. Together with Alice. Jiang Zhuxiang directly put forward her own views and expressed her ideas with a persistent look. Lei Jin would not give her even a little respect. Lei Jin looked at Jiang Zhuxiang's persistent eyes and knew that if he insisted, he would cause a backlash. Lei Jin agreed to her request, but he also stayed behind and asked the people who went to get food to follow the people of Yin and listen to their instructions. Anyway, they should have arranged a leader. Lei Jin's only request was not to get hurt. The amount of food didn't matter. When the team members saw the reaction of their captain, they felt a little bit like before, following Jiang Zhuxiang all the time. But it was a little different. He didn't ignore them like before. Lei Jin just didn't want to give up his original advantage. His strength and leadership should also increase his weight in Jiang Zhuxiang's heart. He couldn't be as casual as before. Lei Kong was satisfied with this change. This time he would go out with the people who made food. As for the people who stayed, it would depend on Lei Jin to arrange. The captain in this state should be able to complete the task perfectly. After the people who made food left, Lei Jin took people to find Ron. The reconstruction of the shelter was his responsibility, so naturally he had to follow his arrangements. Jiang Zhuxiang was still led by Lei Jin's hand, but Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't refuse this matter. After all, he had just refused Lei Jin's arrangement before, and he still had to act with him. It was just a sacrifice of his hand, and nothing would happen. Jiang Zhuxiang, who had let go, tried to ignore the heat coming from that hand, as if that hand didn't exist. Then, when he saw Alice, he naturally broke free from Lei Jin's hand and ran towards Alice, not paying any attention to Lei Jin's dark face. To be honest, Jiang Zhuxiang's strength was higher than Lei Jin's, and he just didn't struggle seriously before. Alice was also very happy to see Jiang Zhuxiang coming over. She had also seen Lei Jin's attitude towards Jiang Zhuxiang before, and thought that they had made great progress. Alice winked at Jiang Zhuxiang for a while before taking her to Ron's side, wanting Ron to give them both an easier job. Chapter 329 Lei Jin, who was excluded. Ron rarely saw his girlfriend finally acting like a woman, and he was very pleased to start looking for her. You know, Alice used to like doing heavy work with those men. She was also strong, and did better than some men. It seemed that having a same-sex friend was not bad. After Jiang Zhuxiang left, he could encourage Alice to find other women in the shelter to play with. In fact, Alice had looked for those women before, but Jiang Zhuxiang was the only one who could make Alice get along and be willing to take care of her. She was born incompatible with those women in the shelter, and those women also felt that Alice, a strong woman, was not a woman at all. They didn't know how Ron liked her, so Ron's idea was doomed to fail. After searching for a while, Ron finally found a job suitable for two girls to do together, which was to mix building materials and carry them at the same time. They should be able to cooperate well. However, Lei Jin, who had been watching before, was petty again and said directly, "Let me do the carrying. Your daughter should go with you. You can find another job for her." His tone was a bit strong. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know what to say to Lei Jin's reaction. He just took Alice's hand and left. Did he really think he had no temper? There was a limit to being unreasonable. Alice looked at Lei Jin provocatively and walked in front. She knew where the job Ron just mentioned should go, so she led the way. Lei Jin saw that Jiang Zhuxiang left without caring about him and Alice, and his momentum suddenly fell, and he became depressed. Ron looked at this scene with interest and asked, "Do you want to go with me? I don't think Jiang wants to see you now, so you should stop hanging around her for the time being." Of course, Ron also wanted to prevent his girlfriend from continuing to do stupid things. If Lei Jin went there now, she would definitely show her intimacy with Jiang Zhuxiang more and more, and it would be bad if Lei Jin hated her. Ron could still feel that Lei Jin was not as good-tempered as he seemed. Lei Jin didn't care about anything he did when he couldn't do things with Jiang Zhuxiang, so he nodded and agreed. Seeing Lei Jin's restless look, Ron didn't dare to ask him to do anything else, so he asked him to follow him to check the progress of others. Just urge them. This kind of thing doesn't require too much energy. Even if Lei Jin occasionally loses his mind, it doesn't matter. Ron can actually do it alone. While checking, Ron asked, "What's the matter between you and Jiang? Weren't you all good before?" Ron also wanted to help them adjust. After all, both of them were guests of their shelter. It's not good to have conflicts, because Lei Jin had asked Lei Kong before. Now hearing Ron's question, it's a good opportunity to listen to the advice of the person on this fragment. Lei Jin spoke out the conflict between the two. Ron listened carefully. And Lei Jin also spoke out Lei Kong's suggestion. After carefully distinguishing it, Ron asked a little speechlessly, "Why didn't you follow Kong's suggestion? Your current behavior is completely inconsistent with Kong's suggestion." Lei Jin answered a little distressed, "I can't help it. I don't want her to leave my sight. I always feel that if she leaves for a long time, she will become alienated in the future. After all," she said, "she is a single person." Ron said a little funny, "Isn't this the biggest advantage? Since she said she is a single person, she will definitely not be interested in other people. You don't have to worry even if you leave. Right? And I think your desire for control is a bit too strong. Everyone is equal. It's your fault that Jiang will be angry. According to your previous practice, it is completely not giving her her own space. You should reflect on yourself." At this point, Ron was a little angry. He used to admire Lei Jin and his friends, but he couldn't accept some of their ideas. The status of women there had been very poor for thousands of years. He didn't expect that Lei Jin actually had the same characteristics as those men. It seemed that he needed to consider the distance between him and Lei Jin, according to the relationship between his girlfriend and Jiang. He couldn't be too close to Lei Jin, lest he be misunderstood. This was the second time Lei Jin heard about giving Jiang Zhuxiang some freedom. Lei Jin finally listened to it, but he might not be able to do it at that time. He also felt that his emotions were unstable during this period. There was no reason for this emotional instability. So Lei Jin decided to send a message to ask his parents after he returned. During the rest of the inspection, Ron did not speak to Lei Jin, but Lei Jin did not find it strange, and did not notice Ron's intention to distance himself from him. After Ron checked once, he began to walk towards where Alice and the others were. Before leaving, Ron suggested to Lei Jin, "You can do other things now. Don't worry about Jiang. Alice and I will take good care of her. It's better not to appear by her side all the time in the future." Lei Jin was a little uncomfortable with Ron's tone, although he knew that what he said made sense. He did not want to be driven back like this. After all, he came here with his own Xiaoxiang this time, so he naturally had to go back together. He followed Ron, but Ron's face was not very good. When Ron and Lei Jin arrived, Alice just came back after transporting the materials mixed by Jiang Zhuxiang. Seeing Ron and the others coming, Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice greeted Ron. As for Lei Jin, he was ignored by Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice. Ron, who originally had a bad face, suddenly had a good face, while Lei Jin's face suddenly darkened. But it was only for a moment, and he immediately tried to adjust it. After all, he didn't want Jiang Zhuxiang to hate him more. With the addition of 2 men, Alice also started to do the same work as Jiang Zhuxiang, and Lei Jin and Ron were responsible for transportation. Ron whispered to Alice, and then, in the following time, Jiang Zhuxiang's mixed things were all transported by Ron. As for Alice's, Alice stirred and transported them by herself, which made Lei Jin feel the feeling of being excluded. Lei Jin still managed to carry it, and took advantage of every opportunity to make 2 trips. When the day's load was almost done, Ron and Alice invited Jiang Zhuxiang to stay for lunch. As for Lei Jin, he was not mentioned at all. Chapter 330, Mrs. Lei's Advice. Lei Jin no longer had the energy to get angry after being treated like this for half a day. He just went back to contact his family, but he still said goodbye to Jiang Zhuxiang before leaving. Jiang Zhuxiang just said goodbye lightly, and then continued to work with Alice, without any extra reaction to Lei Jin. Lei Jin felt a little disappointed. It seemed that Xiaoxiang was really angry this time. However, no matter how Xiaoxiang treated him, Lei Jin did not intend to let go. After figuring out what was going on with him now, he would continue to work hard. Lei Jin thought as he walked back. Without Lei Jin's interruption, Jiang Zhuxiang had a pleasant lunch. Alice used the recipe to make a simple and delicious lunch for Jiang Zhuxiang and Ron, because they had to prepare ointment for Ron and the others in the afternoon. Alice sent Jiang Zhuxiang back, while Ron stayed. Without meeting Lei Jin on the road, Jiang Zhuxiang was in a good mood, and even the speed of making medicine seemed to be much faster. Of course, it was also because the plant spirits were becoming more and more skilled. After Lei Jin returned to his tent, he had a simple meal and began to send a communication to his mother. Although his father might be able to give him better advice, his father must have started to get busy now. After he left, his father would have to take care of the family affairs alone. It would be better not to disturb him easily, and his mother should be more clear about his Xiaoxiang's thoughts. Mrs. Lei was still a little strange when she received the communication from her son. She had long been accustomed to the fact that her son would not contact the family when he was outside. She wondered if something had happened. After the communication was connected, Mrs. Lay saw that her son was a little depressed. She was very surprised. Wasn't there someone to take care of him where he went? How could he be in such a mental state? Mrs. Lay asked directly, Ajin, what's wrong with you? Lejin was still close to his mother. After describing what he had encountered during this period, he quietly waited for the results of his mother's appraisal. Because his mother was not able to understand other people's emotions, she was urged by her father to learn some psychology. This was one of the reasons why Lejin chose to communicate with his mother. Mrs. Lay listened to Lejin's description, and her face became very strange for a moment. Her son's situation was obviously a manifestation of lack of security, which would only occur when there was a lack of love. She reflected on her and her husband's behavior in her son's childhood. They should not have ignored their son's situation, especially when their son was their only son. However, there is also a possibility that her son did not get a sense of security from Jiang Zhuxiang, so he became so emotionally out of control. Listening to her son's description just now, this situation is also possible. Looking at her son waiting for the verdict, Mrs. Lay gave the result to her son with a black face. I don't know what her son is going to do next. Lejin was a little puzzled when he heard the result. However, after hearing his mother's second explanation, Lejin felt that it made sense. He did not feel safe with his daughter Xiang. Since he had already spoken, Lejin had no other concerns about what to say next. Lejin told his mother that his daughter Xiang was a single person, saying that it might take him longer to settle down with her daughter-in-law. Mrs. Lay did not care about the time issue, nor did she feel dissatisfied with her future daughter-in-law like other mothers-in-law. She just laughed at her son for not being able to bear this small blow. After all, it took her and the chief of the Lay clan a long time to be together. Lejin also blushed a little, but he still consulted his mother on how to overcome this problem. After all, it has affected his relationship with his daughter Xiang. Mrs. Lay's advice is, just tell her about your situation directly. I believe she will be willing to help you. In Mrs. Lay's view, her future daughter-in-law is still a girl who is easy to be soft-hearted. After all, doctors are kind-hearted. Lejin also told Lei Kong and Luoan's advice to him, and whether he would anger her again if he went to her like this. Mrs. Lay really didn't expect her son to be so clingy. No wonder the little girl protested. Mrs. Lay told her son how his father handled it before, and then warned him, men in the Lay family are absolutely not allowed to have the idea of treating women as vassals. If you still think so, wait for me to teach you a lesson when you come back. Lejin agreed with a wry smile. And then he talked to his mother, hung up the call, sat alone in the tent, and began to think about what to do. In fact, he did not think of his Xiuxiang as a vassal. If possible, he would be willing to be a vassal of his Xiuxiang. In the end, Lejin decided to resume the previous method of daily communication and greeting. As for the meeting with his Xiuxiang, it would be better to let it go. As for the issue of security, he would tell his Xiuxiang as soon as possible. Maybe he could change his situation. So, when Lei Kong and the others came back, they saw that their captain was actually in their tent. Lei Kong, who didn't know the situation in the morning, was still a little satisfied. It seemed that his captain still listened to his advice. Lei Kong also encouraged his captain, keep this state in the future. Xiao Xian will definitely forgive your previous behavior. Lejin nodded with a wry smile. After making the ointment, Jiang Zhuxiang did not see Lejin outside the tent again, and he was still very satisfied. He had not seen his two elders for a few days. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to contact them. It was time for him to go out with them alone. As long as Lejin did not come out to make trouble in the future. Xiongqi and his friends have been in a magical canyon recently, which is convenient for them to solve the problem of food. Today, they also saw Lei Kong and his hunting team. I thought my little one came to ask about this matter. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't know they had returned to that place. When he heard them mention Lei Kong and the others hunting, Jiang Zhuxiang briefly understood the situation and told them his purpose today, asking for their opinions. Xiongqi and Tao Tai were naturally no problem. Tao Tai thought a little more. Are you unhappy in the shelter? Jiang Zhuxiang shook his head quickly. He didn't want his elders to come to his rescue. After all, it was better to deal with the situation between him and Lejin coldly. He also said, just wait there. I will follow Lei Kong and the others to find you. Chapter 331 Lejin changes his strategy. When Tao Ai saw Jiang Zhuxiang like this, He knew that even if Jiang Zhuxiang was not wronged, she must have encountered something. Otherwise she would not take the initiative to mention going out with them. However, the matter should not be very serious, and it is still under Jiang Zhuxiang's control, and it will not bring trouble to Jiang Zhuxiang. Otherwise she would not come so slowly. Tao Tai knew that he didn't need to do anything more. Just wait quietly, Tao Tai said in a gentle tone, then we will wait for you to come. Xiongqi has always been more convinced by Tao Ya's words, and nodded at this time. In its opinion, its little one has good abilities, and is not the kind of person who will swallow it when he is wronged. Xiongqi has never been too worried. And at this time he smiled and said, when the time comes, I will take you to visit the fun places in my fragment. Don't bring other people over. Xiongqi has been in this place for a long time. Even if he has not been to every place, his subordinates will report to him what is worth noting about this fragment. It will be most convenient to use it to coax his little guy at that time. As for other people, it is not worth spending this effort at all. Jiang Zhuxiang is naturally smart, and said solemnly, don't worry. I will definitely be the only one to accompany you at that time. Tao Tai confirmed that Jiang Zhuxiang had nothing else to do, and then hung up the communication. After all, it was already dinner time, and Jiang Zhuxiang and them needed to replenish energy. After Jiang Zhuxiang ended the communication with Tao Tai and others, he felt a lot more relaxed in an instant. Now as long as he dealt with these things here, he could go outside to have a look without worry. After contacting his elders, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to go find Brother One. Now was the time for the camp to prepare dinner, so it would be better for him to follow Brother One. Lei Zhen would always learn to restrain himself when facing Brother One, if he didn't want to be taught a lesson by the dean after returning. When Jiang Zhuxiang went to look for him, Xue Wen was about to go out to help, because Xue Wen was a few years older than the others, and the others would not trouble him too much. Xue Wen took the initiative to help at dinner every day, and there was also Wu Jing, who had been acting with Xue Wen recently. So when Jiang Zhuxiang came over, he saw the two of them walking out of the tent side by side. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little surprised. He didn't expect that his third senior brother could get along so well with his eldest brother One. He almost thought that they were close friends. However, friendship between men is sometimes very strange. Maybe they fell in love at some moment. Jiang Zhuxiang was thinking about Xue Wen and Wu Jing in a messy way, and he didn't miss to say hello. Xue Wen was naturally very happy to see her little Xian coming over. She immediately walked to her side and said, why did you think of looking for me today? His tone was sad and happy. Jiang Zhuxiang also knew that he hadn't come to see him for a while, so he accepted Xue Wen's complaints and just said that he would come to see them often in the future. Jiang Zhuxiang also brought Wu Jing along. Xue Wen didn't think of keeping Jiang Zhuxiang by his side, so he just nodded her head. It's good that you have this intention. Just do your own things and don't worry about us. Xue Wen's news was not delayed even when it reached here. He still knew that Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Zhen had a bad relationship recently. For him, this matter was still very happy to hear. It would be best if his Xiuxiang could completely abandon Lei Zhen in the future. There are many partners for his little sister in the future. There are also many excellent people of the same age as his Xiuxiang in the Academy of Sciences. And with these people, they don't have to worry about her getting married and being wronged. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled embarrassedly, without saying anything more, and said directly, let's go over and help. Xue Wen nodded, and Wu Jing and Jiang Zhuxiang went over one after the other. Lei Zhen's team members greeted the three of them, reduced their original tasks, and handed them over to them. Xue Wen took Wu Jing and Jiang Zhuxiang to a corner and started to work. Lei Zhen got the news, but just watched from a distance. It was rare that he didn't follow them directly, and he wanted to cool his head. Lei Zhen's team members saw that their captain had become like this again, and they were not surprised. Even Lei Kong didn't care about their captain's frequent convulsions, so they could only watch quietly. After dinner was ready, Lei Zhen showed his face in front of Jiang Zhuxiang. However, apart from greeting, Lei Zhen didn't do anything extra, which made Jiang Zhuxiang feel relieved. If Lei Zhen was entangled here, he might not give him a good face. At that time, they would tear their faces even if they didn't want to. Xue Wen saw Lei Zhen's performance and gave a fairly sensible evaluation. He took Jiang Zhuxiang, Mu Hu, Mu Mu and others to sit together, which was also a statement of his attitude. Their Xiaoxiang is not just your reserve team member. If you want to force them, you should also consider your own weight. Lei Zhen couldn't help but feel a little bitter when he saw Xue Wen's attitude. It seemed that his previous favorability was in vain. He didn't expect Shui Wen's information to be so quick. He knew that his Xixiang didn't like him so quickly. Lei Jin still didn't think that his Xixiang was someone who would complain. However, the focus was still on his Xixiang. Their attitude was still not as important as his Xixiang's attitude. Lei Jin tried to convince himself. Lei Jin did not behave out of line at the dinner table. After dinner, he tried to communicate with Jiang Zhuxiang in an attitude that would not offend her. He did not pester her like before, but kept a distance between an ordinary team member and the captain. Jiang Zhuxiang saw Lei Jin's behavior and looked at him differently. If he could stay sober, she would not mind maintaining this level of communication with him. Lei Jin saw the relaxed expression on Jiang Zhuxiang's face when he left. It seemed that his method was still good. At night, he planned to start by saying good night, and gradually let his little Xiang know about his situation. Jiang Zhuxiang did not go back to her tent directly, but went to Yan Erda's place to see how much ointment they needed so that she could start preparing tomorrow. By the way, she could talk about her future plans, which was also a report. Einard was also having dinner with someone. This person was not someone else, but Ron and Alice. Ron happened to bring Alice here today to report on the progress of the reconstruction. He also had dinner with his boss. Of course, he also wanted to show off his girlfriend's cooking skills. When he saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming, he asked directly, "Have you had dinner?" Chapter 332, Words Under the Starlight. Jiang Zhuxiang heard Ron's question and said naturally, "I've eaten." Then he sat down next to Alice, intending to wait for them to finish eating. Alice also naturally picked out some food that didn't take up too much space and handed it to Jiang Zhuxiang, so that she could pass the time and not watch them eat in vain. Einard looked at this scene with a little surprise. Although he knew that Jiang Zhuxiang got along well with the people in his shelter, he didn't expect to have such a family-like friendship with Ron and the others. However, thinking of Jiang Zhuxiang's help this time, Einard didn't find it strange. Those people in his own shelter who had been tortured by the pain and suffering probably thought of Jiang Zhuxiang as their reborn parents. Jiang Zhuxiang must have something to ask him this time. They don't have the rule of not talking after eating. Einard said directly, "What's the matter with you?" Jiang Zhuxiang swallowed the lettuce in his mouth. This cooking method was a bit strange, but the taste was okay. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't delay Einard's words and answered directly, "I'll come to see how your injuries are. And by the way, I'll judge how long you need to use the medicine, so that I can prepare it in advance." After listening to Jiang Zhuxiang's words, Einard was no longer in a hurry. It would be better to do this after dinner. Alice heard some clues and looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with a bit of hesitation. But she didn't plan to ask these questions at the table again, so as not to ruin her mood. After dinner, Jiang Zhuxiang, accompanied by Alice, visited each tent, recorded everyone's recovery, calculated the amount of ointment needed, and the amount of medicinal materials needed to prepare the ointment. After sending the data to Jack, he began to face the things that Alice hesitated to say several times. It would be useless to keep hesitating like this. Jiang Zhuxiang found a place where he could see the stars. After the end of the world, the light of the stars in the sky was obscured a lot, but you can still see it if you look carefully. Jiang Zhuxiang looked up at the starry sky and reminded Alice, "Ask if you have anything to ask." Jiang Zhuxiang also regarded Alice as a good friend, and it was okay to tell her some things. Alice got Jiang Zhuxiang's encouragement and immediately asked, "Are you leaving here? Otherwise, why would she be so anxious to prepare the remaining ointment? She could just prepare 2 days worth of it like before." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded without hiding anything, considering that she couldn't see in the dark. He added, "Yes. I plan to go out and take a look. I will come back when I have seen enough. I may not be able to accompany you to rebuild your home in the future." However, her own strength is minimal in the reconstruction, and should not affect the speed of reconstruction. Alice didn't care about Jiang Zhuxiang's strength. She just felt a little unfair for Jiang Zhuxiang. Even if you have to go out, it's not you who should go out. That man is too rude. Alice still knew why Jiang Zhuxiang chose to go out. She probably didn't want to get entangled with that man anymore, although she couldn't see any dissatisfaction on Jiang Zhuxiang's face. As Jiang Zhuxiang's best friend, her heart was biased. It was completely natural for her to vent her anger. Lei Jin should still have some manners, but she didn't want to give him the opportunity to show them. Jiang Zhuxiang comforted Alice, "I will contact you often. Don't worry about me. And if you didn't want to rebuild your home, I wouldn't stay so long. I wanted to look around a long time ago, But it's a pity that you can't go with me this time. Jiang Zhuxiang still knew what Alice was thinking, and there was only a little regret in his tone. Alice also sighed. This period of time was really not the time for her to leave. She had to ask Jiang Zhuxiang to take more photos and videos for her so that she could enjoy the feast for her eyes. The night wind was getting colder, and Jiang Zhuxiang was going back. He first sent Alice back to his tent, then refused Ron's escort and walked slowly to his tent. The communicator vibrated on the way, but Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care. He planned to go back to the tent and watch it. On this desolate road, Jiang Zhuxiang just reflected on himself. Since coming here, he seemed to have been drifting with the flow. Although he tried hard to stick to his own practice of medicine, there were too few places where he needed himself. After all, he was not as pure as before, and he didn't know when he could use his medical skills without worries. If I had met someone like Lei Jin in the past, I would definitely not have tolerated him for so long. It is not impossible to teach him a lesson in secret. Now I have to consider the situation of the Academy of Sciences. It seems that my strength can allow me to act freely. I need to improve my abilities, and can no longer live behind others. This time out is also an opportunity. When the time comes, I will have Tao Tai and Qiongqi to support me. I can also improve my abilities by fighting with mutant beasts. As for the zombies here are all controlled by Qiongqi. Even if I fight with them, I will not use my full strength and cannot achieve the effect I want. While thinking, I arrived at my tent. While preparing the things I need for cultivation, I checked who just sent me a communication. Lei Jin on the other side was not in the same leisurely mood as Jiang Zhuxiang. Without receiving a response from Jiang Zhuxiang, Lei Jin began to get restless again. He almost rushed out to find someone to practice with him. Later, he suppressed his impulse and planned to guard the communicator well, so as not to miss the reply from his own Xiaxiang. Lei Kong just came to Lei Jin to ask something. Seeing his captain staring at the communicator blankly, he shook his head a little helplessly and coughed lightly to indicate that he was going in. Lei Jin saw Lei Kong and subconsciously put away his current appearance, put on the captain's expression, and motioned Lei Kong to come in. Lei Kong was not polite. After sitting down, he asked, "Do you want to go to the hunt tomorrow?" Before leaving today, he chose to stay again, not knowing what plans he had for tomorrow. Lei Kong still planned to ask clearly before making arrangements, so as not to waste his feelings at that time. Lei Jin thought about the message that he had not received a response yet, and decided to go out with Lei Kong and the others tomorrow. It was not good to use his own team members as sandbags, but there was no scruple to use mutants as sandbags. So he said directly, "I will go tomorrow." Lei Kong nodded to show that he understood, but just emphasized, "Don't change your mind before leaving tomorrow. Otherwise we will drag you away even if we have to. As a captain, it is better not to be too far away from his team members. Otherwise, his prestige will be easily lost. As for personal matters, it is better to find another time to deal with them." Lei Jin nodded to show that he understood. He would definitely not be the same tomorrow as today. If Jiang Zhuxiang ignored him, there was no point for him to stay here. Lei Kong looked at Lei Jin doubtfully and decided to trust him again. After saying goodbye to Lei Jin, he left his tent. Lei Jin continued to stare at the communicator. In his heart, he had given up on getting a reply from his little Xiang, but he had not yet been able to let himself give up. On the other side, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little distressed when he saw Lei Jin's message. It was really a problem whether he should respond or not. Before Lei Jin made his feelings clear to him, he had sent messages like this before. At that time, he didn't think there was anything to hesitate about. Now it was a bit difficult. If he replied, he was afraid that Lei Jin would misunderstand what he had in mind. If he didn't reply, he was afraid that it would affect the relationship between ordinary team members and the captain. Chapter 333, Ionard stretches his muscles. After struggling, Jiang Zhuxiang decided to reply with the most common two words, "Good night." After sending it, Jiang Zhuxiang directly began to enter the state of cultivation. Therefore, Lei Jin did not see the countless messages that Lei Jin sent again after receiving the reply. From Xiaoxiang, "Are you still awake?" To Xiaoxiang, "Do you want to go hunting with us tomorrow?" And Xiaoxiang, "Are you asleep?" And so on. Lei Jin deeply felt the moment of joy and then disappointed again. However, after Lei Jin felt this way, he cheered up again. Since his own Xiaoxiang was willing to reply to his greetings, he would just deal with these for the time being, and then slowly add questions. One day, They will be able to talk about everything as before. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, Lei Jin still greeted Jiang Zhuxiang with a communicator, and then began to prepare for the busy day. At the same time, he began to look forward to his little Xiang's reply and the opportunity for his little Xiang to have breakfast with them. However, Lei Jin did get a response to his expectation of a reply, and it was still those simple 2 words. As for breakfast, Jiang Zhuxiang did not go out to eat in order to save time. Jack brought all the necessary herbs early in the morning. Jiang Zhuxiang simply drank a tube of nutrient solution and began to deal with these herbs. Until the end of breakfast, Lei Jin did not see the shadow of Jiang Zhuxiang. Lei Jin looked at Shui Wen and Wu Jing, and wanted to go up to ask what was going on. But thinking of their attitude before, Lei Jin still did not dare to go up. So he had to wonder silently in his heart. Lei Jin thought that this problem could be considered as his own problem for the evening. So he edited it with the communicator and planned to send it out in the evening. After things were temporarily settled, Lei Jin was urged by Lei Kong to take the team out and start a busy day, while Jiang Zhuxiang stayed in the tent all day. In addition to completing the ointment needed by Einard and others, he also prepared some other common medicines for them. Everyone who passed by Jiang Zhuxiang's tent could smell the refreshing medicinal fragrance. After processing the last batch of medicinal materials, Jiang Zhuxiang stretched his waist and felt that his stomach was completely empty. He relied on nutritional supplements all day today. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to eat something substantial for dinner, but he still asked someone to come and help him move the medicine over and finish the finishing work of this matter first. Jiang Zhuxiang contacted Eanold and told him about the matter. Eanold first expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your help." Then he looked around him. Jack and his friends had gone out hunting. It seemed that only Alice was free and strong. Eanold first asked Ron for his opinion. Ron didn't have any ideas. As long as Alice was happy, it was fine. As for Alice, she was naturally very happy to help Jiang Zhuxiang do things. She even felt that she had been asking for it, which made Eanold feel that his question was completely unnecessary. Eanold was silent for a while, replied to Jiang Zhuxiang about the candidate, and then ignored it. Jiang Zhuxiang really didn't expect that Einard would send Alice over, but thinking of Alice's strength, he felt that it was a matter of course. However, this was also in line with Jiang Zhuxiang's wishes. If it was Alice, he might be able to get a dinner recently, unless he was with Brother One and the others. Jiang Zhuxiang was not very willing to eat with Lei Jin and the others. Today, Brother One was helping in the shelter, and would definitely not go back for dinner. Jiang Zhuxiang was still struggling with what to do with dinner. Jiang Zhuxiang checked the label on the small porcelain bottle again, and after confirming that there was no mistake, he began to wait for Alice to come. Alice did not delay, and appeared outside Jiang Zhuxiang's tent within 10 minutes. Then, Jiang Zhuxiang saw Alice's strange appearance, with a large basket behind her and 2 baskets in her hands. Alice herself was petite, so she felt like she was drowned. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled silently, then immediately restrained her expression and asked, "Who asked you to bring all these?" Alice said proudly, "I found this myself. It's very convenient. I can definitely move everything at once." Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Alice's happy expression, and didn't know what to say. He asked Alice to put the basket and the basket flat on the ground outside the tent, and then asked her to come in and help him move the small porcelain bottles. The two went back and forth several times before putting all the small porcelain bottles prepared by Jiang Zhuxiang into the basket and the basket. Alice also put some things in the basket to prevent the small porcelain bottles from colliding with each other. So there was no need to worry even if there were uneven places on the road. After helping Alice carry the basket, Jiang Zhuxiang took the initiative to carry the 2 baskets, which was also considered to help Alice share some of the burden. Alice was reluctant at first, but Jiang Zhuxiang said, "Your hands are free, so you can react in time if something unexpected happens. This is also for the sake of the ointment in the basket behind you." Alice thought about it and felt that it made sense, so she agreed. The two walked towards Eaniardi's tent with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Jiang Zhuxiang still had to explain some things clearly to avoid mistakes. Eaniardi saw the appearance of Jiang Zhuxiang and Alice, and he had no idea of restraint at all, and laughed directly. Alice carefully put the basket on her back on the ground, and then rushed up to find her boss to seek justice. Of course, she relied on her fists and feet, and had no awareness of bullying the patient. Jiang Zhuxiang silently put down the basket, and then sent a message to Ron, Alice and Ianold are fighting. I hope he can come to the rescue quickly. And it is not easy for me to intervene. After all, this is also an internal fight. And it was Ianold who flirted with Alice first. Although I can't help Alice, I can't stop her either. Ron received the message and rushed to the scene quickly. He stood beside Jiang Zhuxiang and watched. Jiang Zhuxiang asked speechlessly, "Aren't you going to stop the fight? Is it okay for them to fight like this? As a subordinate and a boyfriend, shouldn't you be anxious in this situation?" Ron said indifferently, "It's okay. Alice's subordinates are sensible. She will avoid the place where the boss was injured. And the boss is now stretching his muscles and bones. After all, it's not comfortable to lie in bed for a long time." Jiang Zhuxiang was not worried at all after hearing what Ron said. Instead, he carefully observed their back-and-forth tactics and planned to absorb some of them as his own experience in the future. After Alice and Ianold stopped, Jiang Zhuxiang began to explain the various medicinal effects of his things to Ianold. Although they were all labeled, he still explained them again. In addition to the previous burn ointment, there are also some that can be used to repel insects, treat external injuries, etc. Chapter 334, Untimely Questions. Although Einard may not be able to remember everything, he still listened carefully and asked questions from time to time. Jiang Zhuxiang also answered briefly. Einard had one last question. "You are preparing so many things this time. Do you plan to go out later? After all, if you stay in the shelter, these medicines can be prepared when they are needed." Alice and Ron knew Jiang Zhuxiang's plan, but they were not curious now. Jiang Zhuxiang did not intend to hide it. After all, if he left for a few days and did not come back, they would definitely be able to notice it. "Yes, I plan to explore this fragment with my two elders." Einard thought of Jiang Zhuxiang's two elders, who were always elusive and didn't like living in the shelter. But they should be very strong. It was obvious from Lei Jin and the others' respect for them. You know, Lei Jin is still a man of strength. Einard didn't worry about Jiang Zhuxiang's safety, but just asked, "When are you going to leave?" Before Jiang Zhuxiang answered, her stomach growled. Jiang Zhuxiang pressed her stomach silently and looked at Alice pitifully. Alice immediately said, "I'll go prepare dinner right away. You guys chat first." Ron also followed Alice, leaving Einard waiting for the answer. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a bottle of water from his backpack and drank half of it to fill his stomach temporarily before answering Ianard's question, "Maybe I'll leave tomorrow. After all, the night is long and dreams are many." Jiang Zhuxiang is a little helpless about Lei Jin's unconventional behavior. If he continues to stay here, he doesn't know what will happen. It's better for them not to meet before they go back. Ianard said meaningfully, "Do you want us to keep it a secret for you?" Ianard also knew that Lei Jin and Jiang Zhuxiang had a tense relationship recently. In his opinion, Jiang Zhuxiang chose to go out because he wanted to relax and didn't want to be disturbed by Lei Jin. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care about this. "No need to keep it secret. He will definitely get the news after I leave. But he won't have the chance to catch up with me. And their team members won't allow him to do so. With Lei Kong watching, Lei Jin definitely won't have the chance to follow." Einard thought about it, and it was true. People like them, who were carrying other people's expectations, were not as free as Jiang Zhuxiang. In this case, he didn't have to think about it. Einard was planning to block the news. After Jiang Zhuxiang and Einard finished talking about this, they went out to wait for Alice's meal. Einard also started to feel hungry. The actions he had just taken consumed a lot of his energy. Einard decided to eat more of Alice's food, and it would be best if he could eat her and Ron's portion as well. Einard was still very narrow-minded sometimes. So, after Alice served the dinner, a fierce fight began on the table. Jiang Zhuxiang silently guarded his portion and quickly finished it to avoid being affected. Fortunately, the three of them were still somewhat sensible and did not scramble for the juice. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely intervene. Maybe the food they robbed was particularly delicious. Alice and the other two finished all the food that Alice originally had for 5 people. It turned out that one portion was for Jiang Zhuxiang to take back. When Alice touched her round belly, Alice remembered this matter and looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with a little guilt. "The food I originally planned to leave for you was also snatched away by them. I'll make it early tomorrow morning and send it over. Don't leave in a hurry." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and did not reject Alice's kindness. Shuiwen came with people to say goodbye to Ianard. Shuiwen was the oldest psychic on Lei Jin's side. Lei Jin handed the people who stayed behind to him. When he saw Jiang Zhuxiang, he said. Xiaoxiang, do you want to go back with us? Shuiwen had dinner with the people in the shelter. She didn't have to join Lei Jin and his friends for dinner when she went back. So she said this to Jiang Zhuxiang. Jiang Zhuxiang still wouldn't refuse Shuiwen's suggestion. After saying goodbye to Alice and Ron, he went with Shuiwen and the others. Following Shuiwen were Mumu, Lei Shui, Lei Mu and Wu Jing, all of whom were psychics with weak attack power. After Jiang Zhuxiang greeted them, he started to walk back with Shuiwen. On the way, Jiang Zhuxiang whispered to Shuiwen that he was going to leave for a while, which was also to reassure him. However, because the location had not been decided yet, Jiang Zhuxiang planned to wait until the location was determined before sending a communication to Shuiwen. Shuiwen did not have any other reaction to her little Xiang's plan to go out. After all, it would be good for her to leave for a while now. The team members of Lei Jin, who also heard Jiang Zhuxiang's words, were a little frightened. If their captain knew that Jiang Zhuxiang had such a plan, would he jump up? Several people looked at each other and decided that the news could not be spread from them. After all, there was no benefit for them to spread such news. Not only would it offend Shuiwen, but their captain might even use them as sandbags. After Lei Shui and Lei Mu made their decision, they continued to follow quietly, pretending that they had not heard anything. As for Mu, he never approached Lei Jin or told him about it. So Lei Jin was the last one to know that Jiang Zhuxiang was going out. At that time, Jiang Zhuxiang had already gone far away. Shuiwen sent Jiang Zhuxiang back to the tent and said, I won't send you off tomorrow, lest Lei Jin find out something. Be careful and follow Mr. Tao and the others. Shuiwen was still a little worried about Jiang Zhuxiang's safety. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood, and then urged Shuiwen to go back and rest early. After Shuiwen left, Jiang Zhuxiang received another message from Lei Jin. This time, in addition to greeting him good night, he also added a question. Did you have breakfast today? Jiang Zhuxiang was a little speechless about Lei Jin's behavior. It was a bit inappropriate to ask this question at night. Jiang Zhuxiang directly replied good night, and did not intend to answer this question at all. Jiang Zhuxiang adjusted the communicator to sleep mode, so that he would not receive any more messages. The last few messages from Lei Jin yesterday were processed in this way. Jiang Zhuxiang seemed to be concentrating on checking the things he needed to go out. Food and other things could be obtained locally, mainly water and some clothes. The clothes in his tent were only enough for his daily use. It seemed that he needed to find Lei Kong early tomorrow to ask for the other clothes he had prepared. And at the same time, he would report it, so that Lei Jin would not have no one to ask. Chapter 335. Concealment in the Tent. On the morning of the second day, after Jiang Zhuxiang finished his daily routine, he had breakfast with Lei Jin and the others. When Lei Jin asked for today's hunters, Jiang Zhuxiang signed up. Jiang Zhuxiang planned to go to a magical canyon with them, and then find a chance to leave. Originally, according to Jiang Zhuxiang's ability, he would not join the hunting team. But Lei Jin was a little selfish. During the hunting process, he would definitely have a chance to talk to his own Xiaoxiang. So he agreed. However, in order to cover up his partiality, Lei Jin also arranged for Mu to participate. Mainly because Mu had Mu, so he didn't need to pay attention to his safety. Jiang Zhuxiang felt Lei Jin's unreasonable preferential treatment and Lei Jin's poor cover-up. This behavior could not be hidden from Lei Kong's eyes. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Lei Kong and saw dissatisfaction in his eyes. Lei Kong's dissatisfaction was not directed at Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang was innocent. After all, her ability would definitely not drag them down. Lei Kong's dissatisfaction was directed at his own captain. This kind of overly obvious cover-up was completely unnecessary. In this way, Mu, who could have played a big role, could only become Mu's protector. Lei Jin didn't know Lei Kong's idea yet. But even if he knew it, it was unlikely that he would change it. He was delighted with his wit at this time. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't care about this messy mood. Now he had a chance to ask Lei Kong for a change of clothes. Lei Kong would not refuse. He would report to Lei Kong before leaving. Jiang Zhuxiang walked directly to Lei Kong's side and lied. The clothes I left are dirty. I came to get the clothes left with you. It is also convenient for me to wash the clothes I have worn. Otherwise, I dare not wash them. Lei Kong took a look at Jiang Zhuxiang and felt that she finally looked like a girl. Her change of clothes was consumed so quickly. It was definitely because she changed one piece a day. For people like them, who can wear a piece of clothes for several days, They still have half of the change of clothes. Lei Kong did not make it difficult for Jiang Zhuxiang. He directly took out the box of clothes that belonged to Jiang Zhuxiang and asked, "Do you need me to help you deliver it?" Although he asked this, Lei Kong did not think Jiang Zhuxiang had such a need. Sure enough, Jiang Zhuxiang directly refused. "I can do it myself. And I can take some other things by the way. This box of clothes will be packed in other boxes and put in my personal space. This box will be hidden in the tent. So there is absolutely no need for someone to deliver it to me. After all, I have already delivered it to myself. When the time comes, I can't refuse if he says to wait for her to gather together." Lei Kong nodded in understanding and reminded her twice, "Don't miss the departure time. Don't bring too many things." Jiang Zhuxiang dragged her suitcase and nodded in agreement. In the sight of Lei Kong and others, Jiang Zhuxiang walked in a proper manner. After leaving their sight, she used the light body technique to quickly reach her tent, and then began to pack clothes and other suitcases, and then moved to her personal space, and simply tidied her tent to ensure that no one would come to check her empty suitcase. Originally, Jiang Zhuxiang was going to try her newly made tracking talisman, but considering that she would not be here at that time, the situation would easily get out of control, and it would be bad to cause trouble at that time. In the end, Jiang Zhuxiang just arranged a simple stone at the door of the tent before going out, making a confusing and simple tracking array. This simple array is definitely not as effective as the talisman, and the energy on these stones is limited. At that time, even if someone broke in, it would at most feel that there was a ghost wall here, and it would not cause much harm to that person. After a simple arrangement, Jiang Zhuxiang carried her backpack to meet up with Lei Jin and the others. Because she saved a lot of time by using the light body technique when she came back, she could walk there slowly now, and she definitely had enough time. When they arrived at the meeting place, there were only 2 or 3 kittens. Moo Moo, however, had been waiting with Moo Hoo. Jiang Zhuxiang walked over and greeted them. Moo Moo took the opportunity to say, "Let's act together this time. With Uncle Hoo here, we can also try to kill the mutant beasts ourselves. It would be great if your 2 elders were here too." Moo Moo also knew the identity of Tao Tai, and it was not difficult to deduce the identity of Xiongqi. He had no doubt about their martial arts value. If the 2 of them were here, they would definitely not need to worry about their own safety. Jiang Zhuxiang thought that they might be waiting for him outside the canyon. It was not impossible to meet Moo Moo's expectations at that time. It would be good for him to finish the hunt with them and then leave. In this way, he would feel less guilty. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and agreed to Moo Moo's proposal. Anyway, Lei Jin and the others also agreed to the same kind of people with special abilities acting together, which would save him trouble. When Lei Jin and Lei Kong came together, Lei Jin discovered the scene. Lei Jin originally wanted to go over and do something, but in the end, he didn't know whether he was worried about Lei Kong or something else. So he didn't do anything. He just looked at Jiang Zhuxiang a few more times, probably hoping that she could understand the message conveyed in his eyes. It was a pity that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't even look at him, let alone look into his eyes. Lei Jin could only give up his idea in dismay. Lei Kong was very pleased that Jiang Zhuxiang and Moo Moo were acting together. He had just talked to Lei Jin about Moo Moo coming together and almost quarreled with him. Now that they were acting together, Moo Moo should still be able to play half of his role. After waiting for another 5 minutes, the rest of the people arrived. Lei Jin took these people to meet with Einard's people. They still had to act with them. After all, the mutant beasts in that magical canyon were surprisingly powerful, and there were many of them. If they didn't unite, they would definitely not be able to take advantage. Speaking of which, the easiest ones to deal with in that canyon were the mutant hares they encountered for the first time. Einard's men were led by Jack. When he saw Lei Jin and his men coming, Jack greeted Lei Jin and asked Jiang Zhuxiang with a smile, "Jiang, do you want to join us in the hunt?" Because he had seen Jiang Zhuxiang's talent in making medicine before, Jack thought she didn't like this kind of outing. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and nodded, answering Jack's question. Chapter 336, The First Step of Leaving. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang nod, Jack gave her 2 words of advice. Then pay attention to your own safety and do what you can. Your other talents are much more important than a few mutant beasts. If possible, Jack wanted to propose to his boss to support Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, when there are few healing psychics, it is also very important to have medicine that can be effective for psychics. It can reduce a lot of unnecessary casualties, just like the role Jiang Zhuxiang played after the volcanic eruption. It's just a pity that he knew from the boss that Jiang would not stay here for a long time. Even if they wanted to support her, they couldn't support her for long. It's better to follow her wishes and buy the necessary medicine from her. After giving instructions, Jack asked Lei Jun as usual, "Who do you listen to this time?" Because the two are the leaders of their respective teams. If they cannot reach a unified command, it is easy for the team members to not know who to listen to. Therefore, before each departure, the two will discuss the ownership of the command and convey it to everyone in their respective teams before departure. Lei Jun looked at Jiang Zhuxiang and decided to command himself this time, so that he could improve his Zhuxiang's favorability. Lei Jun looked at Jack and said, "I'll do it this time." In the past, Lei Jun would not compete with Jack for the command. Now that Lei Jun brought it up, Jack naturally had no objection. He nodded and went to communicate with his team members, and reminded them to pay attention to Jiang Zhuxiang at that time and help if they could. Lei Jun also told his team members about these things. At the same time, it was the first time in the past few days that he found an opportunity to talk to his own Xiaoxiang openly. He also gave Jiang Zhuxiang a few more instructions. The content was similar to what Jack said. Jiang Zhuxiang listened twice and nodded helplessly. It was their attitude that made him feel that he didn't need to work hard. Fortunately, he woke up early. When the hunting was over, he could act alone with Tao Tai and the others. This hunting could also be regarded as a test. Lei Jun kept talking until he had nothing to say before leaving Jiang Zhuxiang's site. It was not that he left on his own initiative, but Lei Kong asked him to go over. The time was almost up. It was time to set off. The captain should go in front. It's better not to say anything more. After Lei Jun left Jiang Zhuxiang's site, he began to return to normal, leading the team to the magical canyon in an orderly manner. Instead of entering the canyon directly, he stopped outside the canyon, intending to recover his physical strength here. This was how their hunting operations were conducted before, so it was not a strange arrangement. After stopping, Jiang Zhuxiang looked around and found the figures of Tao Tai and others in the tree canopy not far from him. Jiang Zhuxiang did not sit down, but walked over to greet them. "Good morning." Xiongqi turned over lazily and answered in a lazy voice unique to the morning, "No more looking. Little guy. We all fell asleep waiting for you." They waited only after eating, but they fell asleep waiting. Jiang Zhuxiang said a little embarrassedly, "Sorry. I will definitely move faster next time." Although it was not his fault this time. After all, he was acting with Lei Jun and the others, and it was not easy for him to use the light body technique. But Jiang Zhuxiang still regarded it as his own mistake. After all, he had told them the approximate time before, which was also a breach of trust. Jiang Zhuxiang's action alarmed two groups of people. One group was Mu Mu and Mu Hu who acted with Jiang Zhuxiang, and the other group was Lei Jun. However, both sides did not dare to go over easily. After all, according to Jiang Zhuxiang, the two on the tree canopy were Tao Tai and Xiongqi. For them, except for allowing Jiang Zhuxiang to approach at will, others who want to approach must first obtain their consent. Otherwise, they will definitely receive indiscriminate attacks. Jiang Zhuxiang simply told them his thoughts. They were not angry that Jiang Zhuxiang changed the itinerary casually, since Jiang Zhuxiang had made up his mind. The time issue was not a big problem. It was just a bodyguard. Tao Tai had done it many times before, and there was no problem at all. As for Xiongqi, this one was very sensitive to malicious intent, so it was not bad to be with them as an alarm. After talking to Xiongqi, Xiongqi had no objection. He got down from the tree with Tao Tai and met the people who came this time. Then he stayed by Jiang Zhuxiang's side, completely ignoring the looks of Lei Jun and Jack. Lei Jun sighed that his journey was really difficult. Jiang Zhuxiang finally left Shuiwen. Now there are two people here. It seems that he should not have any hope for this hunt. As for Jack, he knew that the two were quite strong. It seemed that he didn't need to worry about Jiang Zhuxiang's safety this time. After taking a look at Jiang Zhuxiang, he put all his energy on his team members. Speaking of which, Jack, as a leader, is definitely more reliable than Lei Jun. After resting enough, Lei Jun led people into the mountains and moved together to find animals that would come out in the morning. The team's luck was pretty good. First, they encountered the mutant hares they had seen once before. But these mutant hares were not as fierce as before. They felt like they had encountered some natural enemies and were trembling on the ground, which made Lei Jun and his team pick up a big bargain. But the number was not as large as before. Others didn't understand. But Lei Jin and his team members knew that they would definitely rely on Tao Tai this time. They looked at Jiang Zhuxiang with some gratitude. After all, the two of them definitely liked others to see them. So they could only look at Jiang Zhuxiang with gratitude. Jiang Zhuxiang saw this scene, and silently thought of the situation afterwards. There was definitely no one among those mutant beasts, whose combat power exceeded that of Tao Tai and Qiongqi. When they saw Qiongqi and Tao Tai, they would definitely lie down and recognize them. Then, they would definitely not have the opportunity to exercise their skills. Jiang Zhuxiang silently sent a message to the two of them, reminding them to restrain themselves. Tao Tai and Qiongqi replied with a helpless "I know," and then tried to restrain their breath. However, what could intimidate these mutant beasts was their blood, and there was really no way to deal with such things. Fortunately, their efforts were not completely in vain. At least the mutant beasts now would not lie down directly. Instead, they would run very fast when they sensed them coming. This meant that Lei Jin and his friends had no other gains in the morning except for the mutant hair they had picked up before. After all, it is sometimes difficult for humans to compete with animals in speed, especially mutated animals. Chapter 337, The Game of Tao Tai and Qiongqi. Lei Jin and Jack went to the side to discuss, but still couldn't figure out what was going on today. They had to admit that they were unlucky today and were not suitable for hunting. They planned to go to the riverside to rest, have lunch, and then discuss how to act in the afternoon. They couldn't just take the mutant hair back to report. Lei Jin was better, but it was absolutely unacceptable for Jack to only have this little stuff. Jack agreed with Lei Jin's proposal, and the two returned to the front of their respective teams with the ideas they had discussed and conveyed this order. The team members felt very tired after such a futile run in the morning, and were very happy to hear such an order. The team followed Lei Jin and Jack loosely and walked down. Tao Tai and Qiongqi, who were walking at the end of the team, were a little helpless in facing the accusing eyes of their younger generation. This was really beyond their control. Jiang Zhuxiang also knew that he was embarrassing them. So the accusing eyes only lasted for a while, and then lifted. He silently thought about whether he and them should leave early. Otherwise, the situation in the afternoon would probably not be much better. While preparing lunch, Lei Jin was still thinking about why this happened. Thinking about it, he asked Lei Kong, who was beside him, "Where do you think we went wrong?" Lei Kong answered a little speechlessly, "You don't know." "How can I know? Our preparations are the same as before. But this time we brought Jiang Zhuxiang and others." At this point, Lei Kong was stunned for a moment. Could it be Jiang Zhuxiang's problem? But Jiang Zhuxiang and his team had brought them to this canyon before, and there had been no such problem. It was just that Tao Tai and his team did not follow them. Thinking of this, Lei Kong completely understood where the problem might be. That was the extra Tao Tai and Qiongqi. The prototypes of these two were fierce beasts, and they might have a deterrent effect on these mutant beasts. So they were able to pick up those mutant hairs. As for later, those mutant beasts must have felt their threat, so they fled in a hurry. However, even if the problem was found, it was not easy to solve it. After all, none of them could withstand the force of Tao Tai and Qiongqi when they were angry. Lei Kong decided to let his captain handle the matter. Lei Jin originally planned to remind Lei Kong to think about it again, but then Lei Kong seemed to remember something and became dazed. Lei Jin did not ask much and waited for him to wake up silently. He did not expect Lei Kong to drop such a big bomb on him as soon as he woke up. According to Lei Kong's intention, he had to persuade Tao Tai and the others not to participate in their hunting in the afternoon. If he really did so, would he still be able to improve his favorability in front of Xiao Xiang? Wasn't Lei Kong really pitting himself? Lei Kong naturally saw the expression on his captain's face, but he had no other way. Who let Lei Jin be the captain? At the critical moment, he had to be able to take the blame. Lei Kong looked at Lei Jin with pity, but his hands were still very persistent, pushing Lei Jin in front of Tao Tai and Qiongqi. Lei Jin tried to struggle, but Lei Kong said directly, "Our captain has something to talk to you two about. Xiao Xiang, come with me first." Lei Kong was still thinking about Lei Jin, and took Jiang Zhuxiang away so that he wouldn't hear what Lei Jin said. However, if Jiang Zhuxiang was there, Tao Tai and Qiongqi should have been able to control their temper. Now without Jiang Zhuxiang, it is conceivable how Lei Jin would be treated. However, Lei Kong fully believed that his captain would rather face this kind of armed attack. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the scene in front of him a little puzzled, then looked at Tao Tai and Qiongqi, and after receiving the two reassuring eyes, he followed Lei Kong, stopping where they couldn't see him. Jiang Zhuxiang asked directly, "What the hell are you doing?" Lei Kong didn't hide it, and told them his guess. After all, if Jiang Zhuxiang asked Lei Jin or Tao Tai about this matter, they would be able to get the answer. Although he might lower his image in Jiang Zhuxiang's mind if he told them about it. He was not his captain, and didn't care about his image that much. Jiang Zhuxiang listened to Lei Kong's guess. And on the surface, he didn't show any expression. But in his heart, he was still a little surprised. However, Jiang Zhuxiang had always respected Lei Kong. At this time, he didn't have any thoughts in his heart. But he showed deep sympathy to Lei Jin, who was talking about this matter with his elders. Even if they were going to leave, it was different to be persuaded to leave. They might feel offended. And Lei Jin's beating was inevitable. Lei Kong and Jiang Zhuxiang were silent. And they both paid attention to the movement over there. Sure enough, after a while, there was a movement over there. Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Kong approached carefully, and saw that Lei Jin was tossed around by Tao Tai and Qiongqi like a ball. When he was in the air, he would hit various branches and so on. The two did not let him fall to the ground. But when he fell, they just grabbed anything and threw him into the sky. Lei Kong silently wiped the sweat for his captain. In this case, it is best not to even try to persuade them. Otherwise, if they deliberately did not catch their captain, the consequences would be serious. Jiang Zhuxiang also held this idea and watched the show with Lei Kong. In Jiang Zhuxiang's opinion, the treatment of Tao Tai and Qiongqi was still light. When Lei Jin was about to faint, Tao Tai and Qiongqi vented their dissatisfaction, threw Lei Jin to the ground, and planned to turn around to find their own younger generation. After being told so by others, they would definitely not stay here. If they had not promised Jiang Zhuxiang that they would have hunting rights, they would definitely drive Lei Jin and his people out instead of leaving on their own. When Lei Jin was dizzy, he did not forget to confirm what happened in the afternoon. The Tao Tai who was walking in front picked up a stone and threw it to him to shut him up, saying impatiently, "We will not stay even if you beg us." Jiang Zhuxiang, who witnessed this scene, silently praised Lei Jin's ability to commit suicide. The two elders of his family were not very angry at first. But during Lei Jin's questioning, their anger definitely reached its peak. Lei Kong also turned around silently, unable to bear to see the end of his captain. But he still had to go over to see the injuries on his captain's body. So Lei Kong finally went over. Chapter 338: The Hidden Lei Jin. Fortunately, his captain only had some skin injuries. Otherwise Lei Kong would have to ask Jiang Zhuxiang for help. In the case of what just happened, it is very unlikely that Jiang Zhuxiang would agree. Even if Jiang Zhuxiang is willing to help, Tao Tai and Qiongqi will not be willing to let her help. Lei Kong used his healing ability to heal Lei Jin's injuries while thinking this. At the same time, he noticed that Tao Tai and Qiongqi had met with Jiang Zhuxiang and seemed to be mumbling something. Lei Kong did not have the ability to hear, so he could not hear clearly what they were. After they finished mumbling, Jiang Zhuxiang nodded, walked over and said to Lei Kong, "Since you have decided, we will not participate in the hunt in the afternoon. We will go to other places at that time. It is uncertain when we will come back. You don't have to wait for us to come back. We will come back when we want to." After saying that, Jiang Zhuxiang turned around and walked back. Lei Kong understood Jiang Zhuxiang's reaction. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang had always been closer to the Tao Tai than him, and almost treated them as his elders. He was not very surprised that Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to leave with them, but subconsciously reduced the output of his healing ability. It was better for his captain to continue to be unconscious. Such words were not suitable for him to hear. It would be better for him to relay them after they left. After Jiang Zhuxiang left, Lei Kong continued his actions. After confirming that his captain had no other injuries, and that he was temporarily unconscious, just needed to rest, Lei Kong put him down and caught up with Jiang Zhuxiang and the others. "You should have lunch before leaving? There is no need to be so anxious. Besides, the mutant hares in the morning depended on you. It is not good for us to enjoy such spoils alone." Lei Kong's words were quite pleasant to hear. So even though their captain made Tao Tai and Qiongqi very dissatisfied, they still planned to stay for lunch for Lei Kong's sake. When Lei Kong saw them stop, he knew he had succeeded. He hoped that his captain would seize the opportunity to make up for his mistakes at the dinner table later. Otherwise Jiang Zhuxiang would follow them and leave, and he would go crazy again. At this time, Lei Jin also began to wake up with a groan. So Lei Kong had to ask Jiang Zhuxiang to take them there temporarily, and he would go to ask his captain how he felt. Although Lei Jin's injuries had healed, He still felt pain everywhere. But in front of Lei Kong, Lei Jin still couldn't do things like shouting in pain. So he could only silently endure it. Nothing. Are they still angry now? Lei Jin also knew that the attitude of Tao Tai and the others had a great influence on Jiang Zuxiang's attitude. And Lei Jin was eager to know the news in this regard. Lei Kong looked at the place where Jiang Zuxiang and the others were originally, and found that he could no longer see anyone. So he could only answer silently, "It should be okay now." For Tao Ai and Xiongqi, food can still be used to please them. Now they will definitely only think about eating, and will not care about other things. Lei Jin then lay down again with peace of mind. "I will rest for a while. You go over to help first." The main reason is that the pain in the body is still very serious, and he does not want to grin in front of Xiaoxiang again. Lei Kong can also understand the choice of his captain, using healing abilities to heal injuries. Although it is faster to heal, the physical pain will still last for a while in the body. This is also the reason why Ian Erta and others like Jiang Zuxiang's ointment before. At least as the injury heals, the pain will disappear together. Lei Kong looked around. Under the threat of Tao Tai and the others, no mutant beasts would come over when his captain was lying here. Lei Kong walked to the place where lunch was made without worry. When Lei Jin was left alone, Lei Jin began to feel annoyed silently. It seemed that his ability was still not enough. Under the full force of Tao Tai and Xiongqi, he had no ability to resist at all, and could only be thrown around like a ball. After returning, he still had to continue to strengthen his ability. When thinking about this, he felt that the pain in his body could be ignored. After a while, Lei Jin still appeared in front of the crowd. But the situation on his body and face was still a little bad. After all, Lei Kong had not remembered to bring Lei Jin a change of clothes. So Lei Jin could only appear in front of everyone in the image of being ravaged. Seeing Lei Jin like this, Tao Tai and Xiongqi felt relieved silently. Seeing Lei Jin so embarrassed, Jiang Zuxiang also smiled silently. At this time, lunch was ready, and Lei Jin could only help serve the dishes. At the table, Tao Tai and Xiongqi devoured most of the food. However, because Lei Kong had reminded them in advance, they, including Jack, showed understanding for their big appetites. Jack also thought silently, no wonder they rarely come back. It turns out that they are thinking about them. Otherwise, with their post-disaster capabilities, they would definitely not be able to feed these two. After lunch, Lei Jin and Jack set off again with their people. Tao Tai and Xiongqi were just asked by Lei Kong not to mention leaving in front of Lei Jin. So they waited for Lei Jin and his group to leave before they left. After he could no longer see Lei Jin, Tao Tai looked at Lei Kong, who was still there. "Can we leave now?" Lei Kong did not set out with Lei Jin and the others because he wanted to send them away and find out where they were going. When he heard this, he knew he could not say anything more. So he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll send you off." "Xiaoxiang, do you have enough things?" Jiang Zuxiang nodded to indicate that there was no problem. And Lei Kong followed them silently in the direction of leaving their camp. After walking a certain distance, Tao Tai and Xiongqi said directly, "You can go back here. The rest of the journey is our own business. You don't have to follow us anymore." It's not that Tao Tai and Xiongqi can't see Lei Kong's purpose, but they don't care. It's easy for them to avoid him, but they are more used to being straightforward. They hope that this person will be more tactful. Lei Kong knew that this was the limit of their tolerance for him, and he said very tactfully, "Then you should be careful on the way. I will go back first." Lei Kong turned around and walked back to show that he was not lying. Tao Tai and Xiongqi stood silently, and only turned around and left with Jiang Zuxiang after they could no longer see Lei Kong's figure. They still had a lot of things to do next, and they didn't want to waste any extra time. As for Lei Kong, he planned to wait until his captain came back from hunting before telling him the news, so as not to affect the hunting this afternoon. Chapter 339, the true center of the magical Grand Canyon. Lei Kong returned to the temporary camp. Facing the curious eyes of others, he ignored them all and did not intend to tell them about this matter, even if they had already guessed what was going on. As long as he did not give an accurate answer, their speculation would always be just speculation, and they would not reveal this matter to the captain before him. Lei Kong walked into the only tent in the camp, isolating himself from the curious eyes outside. Most people would not chase him into the tent to ask him questions. Lei Kong also decided to stay in the tent for the whole afternoon to avoid others asking him questions. This method is still effective, at least after the people outside gathered to discuss without any results. No one dared to enter the tent to confirm with Lei Kong. If their guess was wrong, Lei Kong would definitely give them a good lesson. So, even if their guess was infinitely close to the correct answer, they were still just guessing together outside. Just like discussing a gossip question. Because there was nothing else to do in the temporary camp. These people did not disperse and kept chatting together. However, when Lei Jin came back, they had already discussed other issues. But nothing happened that exceeded Lei Kong's prediction. Lei Kong hurried out to greet them when he heard the sound of the large group returning. Seeing them return with a full load, Lei Kong's depression caused by Jiang Zhuxiang and the others' departure was relieved. Lei Jin smiled and greeted Lei Kong. Please help us pack it up first. We have marked it. We will claim it ourselves when the time comes. As soon as Lei Jin finished speaking, Jack nodded in agreement. In order to avoid conflicts, when they hunted together, they marked it and took it separately. There was never such a thing as equal distribution. Lei Kong nodded and started to move. He had isolated a special place in his space to store these prey. So he didn't care about the bloody appearance of these prey, as long as they didn't dirty other things in the space. After stacking the prey one by one, it was time to go back. Lei Jin and Lei Kong packed up the only tent together, asking, have they calmed down? Is Xiao Xiang accompanying them? Lei Jin went to look for his Xiao Xiang as soon as he came back. But he didn't see him. So he asked Lei Kong this question. Lei Kong was still struggling with how to tell Lei Jin about this matter. Now that he asked it himself, he could just answer it directly to avoid a headache. Their anger should have almost calmed down. Jiang Zhuxiang was taken out by them. Before leaving, they said that they would not go back with us today, so we don't have to wait for them. Lei Kong tried to rationalize the reason why Jiang Zhuxiang left. If he said directly that Jiang Zhuxiang was avoiding Lei Jin would be hit harder. Lei Kong didn't want to face Lei Jin's madness. Even so, Lei Jin's face was still a little ugly. It seems that they are still angry. Otherwise, why would they take Xiaoxiang away? However, this time it was because of everyone's survival that they offended the Tao Tai. Lei Jin couldn't blame others, so he could only sulk. Xiaoxiang was a little cold to him. Now that she left his sight, he could only contact her through the communicator. What's more, she might not answer. And even if he sent a message, she might not reply. When would he be able to restore his original relationship with his own Xiaoxiang? Lei Kong found that Lei Jin was not crazy, and he was temporarily relieved. Now he was not crazy. After a few days, he would not go crazy if he found that Jiang Zhuxiang would not be able to come back for a while. After all, he had passed the most angry point, and it would not be too difficult for him to persuade him. Lei Jin and Jack discussed the question of when to go back. Lei Jin was inclined to go back immediately. After all, his Xiaoxiang was not here, and Lei Jin had no interest in staying here. He just wanted to go back early and send messages to communicate with his Xiaoxiang. Even if his Xiaoxiang's reply was pitiful, Lei Jin would not give up this method, because Jack knew the real reason why Jiang Zhuxiang left. He looked down on Lei Jin with a little pity. He looked down on his unequal thinking and pitied him for not knowing the real reason why his girlfriend left. Therefore, Jack had no objection to Lei Jin's suggestion and nodded in agreement. But he did not intend to tell him the real reason. Speaking of it, Jack's position was still with Jiang Zhuxiang. Even though they were both men. After reaching a consensus, the speed of cleaning up the temporary camp was faster. After confirming that there would be no garbage left, Lei Jin and Jack led the team back. But Lei Jin kept looking back, trying to see where his Xiaoxiang suddenly appeared. Lei Kong walked behind Lei Jin, and seeing his captain's behavior, he inexplicably thought of his captain like a lost dog, hoping that the owner would remember to find him. Unlike Lei Jin's reluctance to leave, Jiang Zhuxiang had been taken by Tao Tai and Xiongqi on a real journey to explore the Grand Canyon. There must be a reason for the mystery of this Grand Canyon. But they had not found it before. And there was also a reason that someone had been there, and they did not look carefully. Now that everyone has left, it is convenient for them to investigate. That's right. They watched Lei Jin and his team leave. And Jiang Zhuxiang was watching from the side. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have any extra feelings. Only a sense of relief. As if she was finally able to escape from the control of others. After Tao Tai and Xiongqi confirmed that Jiang Zhuxiang's emotions were fine, they took her to the center of the narrow valley. Although the place where Lei Jin and his team were hunting was also in the canyon, it was actually just on the periphery. The real center refused to allow humans to enter. Tao Tai and Xiongqi had tried to lead Lei Jin's team to the center before, but they always stopped at a certain distance and could not go in. As for the question of whether Jiang Zhuxiang was also a human, they had already considered it, with the two of them leading them. If that place did not accept her, they would just break in. Moreover, Jiang Zhuxiang had the blood of Shenong, and there was no place on this earth that Shenong's blood could not go to, no matter how mysterious that place was. Sure enough, after approaching the distance where other humans stopped, Jiang Zhuxiang was still able to keep up with them. The center would not refuse Jiang Zhuxiang's entry. Once he entered the real center, Jiang Zhuxiang felt like he had entered a place that was truly suitable for humans to breathe freely from a dirty place. The feeling here was similar to the Shenong Valley where he had stayed before, as if something was isolating the world from the poison of the end of the world. Chapter 340. Sounds from the Deep Forest. Tao Tai and Qiongqi naturally shared the same feelings as Jiang Zhuxiang, especially since they existed much earlier than Jiang Zhuxiang, and they have a more obvious feeling of difference. This feeling is like a place where treasures existed before. They are almost certain that there must be some treasures here. So there is that kind of isolation barrier. Moreover, this kind of treasure is very much like the kind of treasure waiting for the destined person, isolating only those who cannot get it. Jiang Zhuxiang was able to follow them in this time, and it seems that he has some fate with the treasures here. When Jiang Zhuxiang saw the normal animals appearing here, he was very surprised. He didn't expect that he would be able to see such normal-sized animals one day. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't help but reach out and touch them. Perhaps it was because they had been isolated here for a long time, so these animals had forgotten their defense against humans. Jiang Zhuxiang successfully touched the soft fur and warm body of the little rabbit. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't help but hold the little rabbit in his hands before continuing to move forward. Tao Tai and Qiongqi didn't say much about Jiang Zhuxiang's rare childish behavior, but just reminded him, the animals here can't be taken outside. They can't survive outside. So, no matter what, Jiang Zhuxiang can only play with these animals here. These well-protected animals can't stand the harsh environment outside. And because of their special aura, once they go outside, they are likely to be snatched by mutant animals. At that time, they may not be able to escape unscathed. After all, some things can still make mutant animals crazy. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood. He was just teasing these cute guys here, and naturally, he would not let them feel the shameful environment outside. Going further in, more normal animals appeared, and even the plants became more lush. In the end, there was no place for them to stay. Only plants existed here, and even animals no longer appeared. Tao Tai and Qiongqi looked at each other, and it seemed that this was the place. Such things must be related to plants. Otherwise they would not refuse the protection of animals. Those normal animals outside were only attracted by plants to get its protection. Jiang Zhuxiang had been following Tao Tai and the others without speaking before, because he knew that they would not harm him. But he still had to ask clearly what to do in this situation, whether it was what they were looking for or how they would go next. Jiang Zhuxiang was never polite with him, so he asked directly, "What should we do now? It seems that we can't get through here. This place blocked all the routes forward like a copper wall, and even the sky was occupied by tall trees." Tao Tai and Qiongqi didn't have any difficulties. When they encountered such a place where they couldn't take shortcuts, they would honestly speak with strength, just open a way out. There must be something guarding here. When the time comes, as long as we make enough noise, we can lure it out, and we can also find out what is here. Tao Tai and Qiongqi never considered the possibility that they might be defeated. They have always been confident in their own military strength. What's more, they are all here now, so there is no need to worry. Even the saints at that time did not dare to face them both at the same time. Jiang Zhuxiang heard what Tao Tai and Qiongqi said, and felt helpless that she seemed useless. So she had to step aside and not disturb them. In fact, Jiang Zhuxiang began to change her body when she entered this place, but she had never taken the time to pay attention to it. Now that she was free, she realized that her dantian seemed to be a little too quiet. Generally, in places with many plants, the plant spirits in the dantian always like to run out to relax. However, Tao Tai and Qiongqi are now trying their best to open the way, so it is not good for her to be distracted to do the inspection. Even if she can't help, she can still help pay attention to other situations to prevent any sudden situations. Tao Tai and Qiongqi used brute force to clear the way, using their physical strength to pull out the flowers and plants growing on their way forward, and threw them to Jiang Zhuxiang, asking her to deal with them. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at these ordinary but vigorous flowers and plants, which did not lose their vitality even after being pulled out of the soil, since they were useless. Jiang Zhuxiang directly found a place outside to plant them again. Tao Tai and Qiongqi's work of clearing the way was still very smooth at the beginning. And Jiang Zhuxiang also helped to plant a lot of flowers and plants. Later, Tao Tai and Qiongqi could no longer easily get them. Those flowers and plants seemed to be fixed in the soil, and were unwilling to leave. Tao Tai and Qiongqi no longer planned to pity these flowers and plants. They planned to destroy them directly. It was impossible for them to have pity for these things that were not even food. Before Tao Tai and Qiongqi took action, there was finally movement in the depths of the forest. Several thick vines stretched out from the gaps between these plants, and whipped Tao Tai and Qiongqi. Tao Tai and Qiongqi's dodging was completely useless. These vines seemed to have eyes. Jiang Zhuxiang silently looked at these vines that were thicker than his thighs, and began to seriously consider whether he should lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. If they whipped him, he would definitely not be able to bear it. Fortunately, these vines only target Tao Tai and Qiongqi. Even if Tao Tai and Qiongqi can't stand it and hide behind Jiang Zhuxiang, these vines can still turn the angle to hit them. As for Jiang Zhuxiang, they seem to have not seen him. Jiang Zhuxiang helplessly blocked Tao Tai and Qiongqi and did useless work, thinking silently that there would be a day when he could protect his elders. With Jiang Zhuxiang blocking, the chances of those vines hitting Tao Tai and Qiongqi became less. And it might be that the previous anger was almost vented. Otherwise, they could definitely tie Jiang Zhuxiang aside and continue to hit him. Tao Tai and Qiongqi naturally felt this situation and shouted directly behind Jiang Zhuxiang, "If you have the ability to hit us, come out if you have the ability." They didn't care at all that they were protected by a younger generation. After all, Shenong had done the same thing before. Jiang Zhuxiang silently dripped a drop of cold sweat. What should I do if my elders always commit suicide? I'm anxious and waiting online. An old voice came from the depths of the forest. I'm coming out. What can you do? If you have the guts, come in. It was full of provocation, and even waved those thick vines. Chapter 341: The Embarrassed Tao Tai and Qiongqi. When Jiang Zhuxiang heard that the people on the other side had such a reaction, he immediately felt that his elders were not too immature. When both sides were provoking, it was better not to have a third party try to mediate. Otherwise, it would be easy to become cannon fodder. When Jiang Zhuxiang made a decision silently, the densely packed plants on the opposite side were gently separated by two of the vines. It seemed that they really intended to wait for Tao Tai to go in and compete with it. Jiang Zhuxiang had no time to stop it. Tao Tai and Qiongqi saw that the guy on the opposite side was so provocative, so they went straight in. Of course, they did not forget Jiang Zhuxiang, who was following them, and signaled her to follow. After all, if they stayed here, they didn't know whether the guy inside would use despicable means to deal with them if he couldn't beat them later, such as using Jiang Zhuxiang to threaten them. Jiang Zhuxiang followed them and thought silently. If it follows you in, wouldn't it be easier for it to threaten you? However, for some reason, Jiang Zhuxiang still felt that the guy inside should have no ill intentions. So Jiang Zhuxiang followed them in. Otherwise, even if he didn't have time to stop them verbally, Jiang Zhuxiang would use other methods to stop them. When Tao Tai and Qiongqi hurriedly walked in, Jiang Zhuxiang walked slowly behind them at a speed that allowed him to see their figures. It was rare to see so many plants, and they were still growing so well. Jiang Zhuxiang couldn't bear to miss them, so he would stay to collect some. The one in the forest was paying attention to the movements of Tao Tai and Qiongqi, while also observing Jiang Zhuxiang's actions. After seeing Jiang Zhuxiang collecting plants, he would occasionally use vines to help Jiang Zhuxiang, such as helping Jiang Zhuxiang knock down things growing on branches. Jiang Zhuxiang silently endured the pain of being hit on the head, quickly picked it up, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your help." The one inside was his elder in every way, and except for his bad temper, he had been good to him so far. The thick vine waved, which should mean no need to thank him, and then quickly retracted the vine. It seemed that the two elders of his family had reached the center, and it was going to officially compete with them. Jiang Zhuxiang tied up the pockets that he had just put in his personal space, and then began to walk along the path that Tao Tai and the others had taken. When Jiang Zhuxiang arrived at the center, leaves were already flying everywhere. If there weren't so many trees and grass here, the current situation would definitely be accompanied by flying sand. Jiang Zhuxiang could hardly see the situation in the field, and he didn't know what the Tao Tai and Qiongqi were doing now. Jiang Zhuxiang wanted to go in and take a look, but a vine gently and firmly refused, blocking Jiang Zhuxiang's various ideas of breakthrough. In the end, Jiang Zhuxiang could only look at the pile of leaves silently, and pinch the vine in front of him not too hard. In fact, if Tao Tai and Qiongqi knew what the vines did now, they would definitely be grateful. After all, they still didn't want their younger generations to see them in such a miserable state. Yes, Tao Tai and Qiongqi looked miserable now. Their clothes were torn and their bodies and faces were covered with marks from being beaten by branches. The old tree really showed no mercy. When it felt that they should have learned their lesson, it tied them up with vines and hung them up, and then called Jiang Zhuxiang in. "Little guy, come in." To it, Jiang Zhuxiang was definitely a little guy, even if Jiang Zhuxiang's age in his previous life was taken into account. It was the same. It was not until Jiang Zhuxiang stood in front of the tree that he recognized what kind of tree it was. This was the redwood that Alice had mentioned to him. It was said to be the largest tree in the world, and was more than 1,000 years old. It was not surprising that it could become a spirit. However, it had no way to break away from its body. It just had spiritual consciousness, and could control its body very well. It had superb combat power, and could definitely kill those mutated plants in seconds. Even Tao Tai and Qiongqi could not withstand it. Jiang Zhuxiang could already see the two lumps hung in the air by it. Those should be Tao Tai and Qiongqi. But they were still able to move. With their physical strength, Jiang Zhuxiang did not need to worry about their safety for the time being. Jiang Zhuxiang also greeted it. "Hello. Is there anything I can help you with?" After giving Tao Tai a lesson, he invited himself in. There must be something he needed to do, and it was something that Tao Tai and Qiongqi would never agree to. So he trapped them in advance. So, even if Tao Tai and Qiongqi were trapped, they did not stop struggling, just to let Jiang Zhuxiang see their efforts, so that he could understand their meaning and think carefully before agreeing. Old Redwood did not mean to bully the little guy. After all, this was the first human that the thing behind him let in, and it was also the only chance for him to be free for so long. If he failed because of his bad attitude, he would not forgive himself. The old redwood tied up the struggling Tao Tai and Qiongqi again to make sure they had no chance to interrupt him. And then he began to tell the story. "This place has been so crowded since I was a child, because the plants growing here are unwilling to give up the good living environment here. When I grew up to this time, you can see that there is almost no place for people to stay outside. If we continue to grow like this, we will squeeze ourselves to death." The old redwood paused and planned to listen to Jiang Zhuxiang's question. In his opinion, Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely be curious and want to ask why. In this case, it would not be considered as taking the initiative to talk about it. At that time, the two guys trapped by him would have no reason to trouble him. After all, if he lost the thing behind him, his ability would still not be as good as the two guys who were tied up tightly by him. However, Jiang Zhuxiang would restrain his curiosity at times, especially when his elders had been cheated. Jiang Zhuxiang would be more cautious and looked at the old redwood without saying a word, with an expression that said, "If you don't tell me, I won't ask." The old redwood complained silently that it was getting harder and harder to deceive children nowadays. So he had to explain himself. "There is a special piece of land behind me. That is the reason why this place can remain quiet. And it is also the cause of our biggest predicament. However, everything has its pros and cons. That thing is a rare treasure for you humans." The old redwood stopped talking here. Chapter 342. The old redwood who forced to buy and sell. After explaining it so clearly, the old redwood tried to wait for Jiang Zhuxiang's reaction again. Most people are always curious when they hear about treasures. And the old redwood still did not give up the possibility of letting Jiang Zhuxiang ask for it himself. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the old redwood who stopped again very calmly, without any extra reaction to the old redwood. If Jiang Zhuxiang still couldn't see the purpose of the old redwood, then Jiang Zhuxiang's brain was in vain. It was because the old redwood had been away from the human world for too long and had no idea what the situation was like outside. Otherwise, the old redwood would never have reacted like this. However, even if he knew the reason, Jiang Zhuxiang had no intention of fulfilling old redwood's idea. Although he was a little curious about the magical land it mentioned, he still waited for old redwood to tell him everything. Old redwood waited for Jiang Zhuxiang's reaction, and shook the Tao Tai and Qiongqi helplessly. Are the girls now so hard to fool? It's just asking her to ask a question. But it's so difficult. After waiting for another minute, there was still no response from Jiang Zhuxiang. So old redwood had to continue explaining himself. This piece of land contains shirong, which can grow any plant. Although the area is not large, It is still first class for plants. Otherwise, it would not cause the current scene. I hope you can take this piece of land with Shirong away. After 2 attempts, Old Redwood was sure of Jiang Guxiang's character. He was curious, but he was still very cautious in unfamiliar environments. So he had to choose this frank method. When Jiang Guxiang heard about Shirong, he was still a little shocked. But he was more calm on his face and asked a question he wanted to ask before. Then the protective cover outside is also the cause of it, right? When Old Redwood heard Jiang Guxiang's question for the first time, he didn't expect that he was asking such a question. Old Redwood said without any burden, yes. When Jiang Guxiang heard this affirmative answer, he immediately began to help Old Redwood popularize science. Now it's the end of the world outside, and humans have suffered an unprecedented blow. There is no change here because of the protective cover. Do you still want me to take away the land containing Shirong? You have to consider whether those plants can withstand the cost of losing the protective cover. Jiang Guxiang didn't want to lose this last piece of pure land, so he still hoped that Old Redwood could think it through. Old Redwood didn't know how serious the situation outside was, but he could see that there was less and less living space. Even if the outside was as terrible as Jiang Guxiang said, it couldn't stop Old Redwood's determination to solve the problem at hand. Jiang Guxiang didn't wait for Old Redwood's reaction, so he had to continue to propose another solution. Otherwise, I'll take away a part and leave a little to maintain the protective shield. As long as there is Shirong, the protective shield should exist. Before really taking action, Jiang Guxiang can try it first. When Old Redwood heard Jiang Guxiang's suggestion, he was a little surprised that Jiang Guxiang was not greedy. However, if possible, Old Redwood was still willing to protect the flowers and plants around him. Jiang Guxiang's suggestion was naturally the best, and Old Redwood agreed. As for Jiang Guxiang's attempt, as long as she was happy, it was fine. However, because Shirong didn't like too many people going there together, Old Redwood said directly, you can do whatever you want, but you need to do it alone. I will still tie them up until you successfully take away a part of Shirong. This should not be difficult for you, so don't worry. The Old Redwood was still a little guilty, so although his tone was so strong, his branches kept shaking, expressing his uneasy mood. The Taotai and Qiongqi tied to the book were also shaken to a mess. Jiang Guxiang also knew something about treasures only wait for the destined person, so he didn't doubt whether the Old Redwood was hiding something. He was fine alone. It was just shoveling the soil. As long as there were tools, there was no problem. Do you have any tools for me to dig the soil? You won't ask me to dig with my hands, right? The Old Redwood could still answer this. You can use my branches to dig. I will give you the control of some branches when the time comes. You should be able to use them. The Old Redwood didn't know Jiang Guxiang had wood-related abilities, so it was simply asking if he could use branches to dig the soil. Jiang Guxiang nodded to indicate that it was okay, and then said, what are the specific areas of the land with fertile soil? You'd better mark them out for me, so that I don't have to do useless work. The Old Redwood nodded in response, and directly used its branches to draw a big circle on the land behind it, indicating that it was there. Jiang Guxiang looked at the place where the weeds grew particularly lushly in silence. It seemed that he had to weed before he could dig the soil. Although he had some tools on him, he didn't have any tools suitable for weeding, so he had to pull them out with his hands, and he had to control himself not to use the wood-related abilities. Otherwise, if they grew more lush, it would be even more troublesome. Seeing Jiang Guxiang busy weeding, the Old Redwood also started to help for the sake of future living space, wrapping the grass with branches and pulling it out. This was the first time it had taken action on the flowers and plants here. When Jiang Guxiang finished dealing with the weeds, it was completely dark. In this place with lush vegetation, no light could penetrate. Jiang Guxiang said that other things should be done tomorrow. It was still dangerous for Yudian to do the smearing work. He hadn't had dinner yet, and whether he could put the Taotai down to have dinner together. As a plant, the Old Redwood didn't have the idea of not being able to move after dark. But considering that Jiang Guxiang was a human, the Old Redwood compromised. As for Taotai and Qiongqi, the Old Redwood said, you can prepare food for them. I won't put them down for the time being. I will be responsible for feeding them when the time comes. Old Redwood was still a little worried that Taotai and Qiongqi would cause trouble. He had finally persuaded Jiang Guxiang to do this, and he didn't want to accept any accidents. Jiang Guxiang nodded helplessly, and had to look at Taotai and Qiongqi helplessly, and prepared things by himself. In this place full of plants, Jiang Zhuxiang was not a vegetarian, so he had to take out the meat he had stored before and planned to make a pure meat dinner. Although Jiang Zhuxiang didn't like this dinner very much, Tao Ai and Xiongqi would definitely like it. However, if you want to use fire, you must use part of the dried plants. Jiang Zhuxiang talked about this with Old Redwood in advance, and he just pulled out some dried weeds, which could be used. Chapter 343 Shirong. Old Redwood has a better understanding of Jiang Zhuxiang's character. When faced with a heaven-defying treasure like Shirong, shouldn't most people put it in their arms early? Only she could stop digging because it was dark even though she had already cleaned it up. As for Jiang Zhuxiang's burning of some dead plants, Old Redwood didn't care at all. The dead parts were no longer considered plants, so they didn't care. Old Redwood slowly shook the Tao Ai and Xiongqi still hanging on him. He was a little bored. The little guy in front didn't like to chat with him. An old guy. The old man was really a little lonely. Otherwise, he could let them out to relieve his boredom. He just needed to untie their sealed mouths. Old Redwood had always used his leaves to block the mouths of Tao Tai and Xiongqi. This was the best way to stop them from talking. According to his understanding of these two, they would never eat leaves. The Old Redwood did what he wanted to do. He pulled out his leaves and patted their faces with branches to let them talk to him. Tao Tai and Xiongqi had not yet gotten rid of the green taste of the redwood leaves. They didn't want to talk at all. However, the Old Redwood didn't accept this lazy behavior. He silently poked them with branches, which made them very annoyed. They had to roar angrily, "What on earth are you doing, old guy?" The Old Redwood didn't care about their names, but asked curiously, "Doesn't that little girl know what Shirong is? Otherwise, how could she be so calm?" Tao Tai and Xiongqi didn't want to answer this question at all. How could their young generation not know about Shirong? She was a person who inherited the old Gai Shenong and had seen many good things. Shirong might be helpful to her, but she was not very excited. Seeing the reactions of Tao Tai and Xiongqi, the Old Redwood, who was old and smart, also knew that the little girl must have some extraordinary qualities. This time, maybe he was really lucky. Otherwise he would never let her agree to such a thing so easily. It seems that his attitude should be better in the future. While Jiang Zhuxiang was fiddling with the meat in his hand, he heard the voices of his two elders. He first smeared the meat with seasoning and put it on the fire he had set up, then walked over to ask, "Are you all okay?" Unlike the indifference to the Old Redwood, Tao Tai and Xiongqi would still answer Jiang Zhuxiang's concern, "Nothing. Just a little hungry. Xiaoxiang, you have to prepare more food for us. Don't worry about insufficient reserves. We can help you catch a bunch of mutant beasts after we go out." Tao Tai and Xiongqi never doubted that they could not protect Jiang Zhuxiang out, even though they were still tied up by Old Redwood. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to indicate that it was okay, and hurried back to watch the fire, completely ignoring Old Redwood's hesitation to speak. Although Jiang Zhuxiang didn't mind helping Old Redwood's method of asking for help was a bit rough, and Jiang Zhuxiang didn't plan to communicate with it much. Tao Tai and Xiongqi looked at the vines of Old Redwood following Jiang Zhuxiang with amusement. "You'd better be careful not to be discovered by our Xiaoxiang. Otherwise she will definitely not mind cutting it off." Jiang Zhuxiang was so polite before because he didn't know the details and didn't dare to act rashly. Now that Old Redwood has almost exposed himself, Jiang Zhuxiang can teach Old Redwood a lesson whether he uses technology or his own abilities. The Old Redwood was so angry that it beat Tao Tai and Xiongqi again, although the force fell on its own vines. Jiang Zhuxiang took a look at the situation behind him and continued to do his own things. His elders were in good condition and still had the energy to provoke the Old Redwood. In this case, he didn't have to worry too much. Half an hour later, Jiang Zhuxiang used the thin branches of the Old Redwood to weave 2 baskets, put the roasted meat in them, and asked the Old Redwood to deliver them. As for how to eat, let them decide for themselves. Anyway, he was powerless. Tao Tai and Xiongqi both said that they could not accept being fed by a branch. So the Old Redwood had to free one of their hands and put the basket in front of them, letting them eat by themselves. To be honest, after seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's character, Old Redwood knew that Tao Ai and Xiongqi were not a big threat to Jiang Zhuxiang. He might have made a wrong move, but there was no way for him to do it, so he had to continue to tie them up. Now he was starting to free them step by step. After dinner, Jiang Zhuxiang put out the fire completely to avoid the possibility of fire. No large animals could come in here. Even if they did, there was no need to worry. Old Redwood was watching. He was counting on him to help him solve the problem. It was impossible for him not to be responsible for the safety at night. Jiang Zhuxiang did not need to use fire to scare them. However, the sleeping place still needs to be considered. Old Redwood directly said, "You can sleep on the treetops. I promise you won't fall down. Besides, they also sleep on my tree. Don't they?" Old Redwood shook Tao Tai and Qiongqi. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the drowsy faces of his two full-fed creatures with a bit of helplessness. Did they know that they were still tied up? Maybe they were used to it now. Jiang Zhuxiang had to agree to Old Redwood's proposal and use the light body technique to stand on the treetops. However, Jiang Zhuxiang was still not used to lying directly on the tree with intelligence. It felt like lying on a person. Jiang Zhuxiang pinched a seed, made himself a straw blanket and a few ropes, fixed himself to prevent falling down. He might need Old Redwood to watch him when he fell asleep, but he still had to do it himself to prevent falling down. The Old Redwood had no objection. It was the first time that 3 creatures of other species accompanied it to sleep, so it was a little excited. After Jiang Zhuxiang and the others fell asleep, the shaking leaves of the Old Redwood calmed down. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang was awakened by the sound of birds for the first time since he came to this world, and woke up with this quiet forest. Jiang Zhuxiang used the light body technique, jumped down lightly, took out the water he had stored before, and washed himself simply, then looked at the Old Redwood who had also woken up, and said in a negotiating tone, "I will help you take out some of the Shirong later. Can you put my 2 elders down now?" The main reason was that Jiang Zhuxiang was going to start preparing breakfast. They were not awake yet, so he asked the Old Redwood to help him wake them up. Chapter 344. The Ambition of Old Redwood. Old Redwood, who had just woken up, said that she had not heard clearly just now, and asked Jiang Zhuxiang to repeat her words again. She seemed to have heard something strange just now, and asked her to let go of Tao Tai and Qiongqi and let them fall to the ground directly. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and repeated what she had just said, and then urged Old Redwood to hurry up. Old Redwood looked at the fox-like smile of the little girl opposite, and thought of the exchange she had just proposed. After silently saying sorry to them in his heart, he directly loosened his branches. Tao Tai and Qiongqi fell to the ground in a free-falling posture without any accident. Even though the gravity has become smaller now, falling directly from the tree like this is still a bit shocking. Especially the traces of Tao Tai and Qiongqi being pulled out by Old Redwood yesterday are still there. Under the double blow, Tao Tai and Qiongqi woke up directly, and then saw Jiang Zhuxiang standing in front of them, smiling and asking them what they had for breakfast. After the 2 of them said their requests in a stern manner, Jiang Zhuxiang started to work. It took them a while to realize that they were actually on the ground. The pain in their bodies was still reminding them that the way they reached the ground must not be very gentle. Tao Tai and Qiongqi had no intention of being grateful to the Old Redwood. They were lucky not to cause trouble to it. Tao Tai and Qiongqi also washed up and sat down next to Jiang Zhuxiang. Tao Tai asked with a little concern, "Are we really going to collect the Shirong today? I always feel that the Old Redwood's words are not entirely true. You should be careful when the time comes." Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he understood, and thanked his elders for their concern. While Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai were picking up things for breakfast, the Old Redwood was trying to absorb sunlight and nutrients to accumulate strength for the next action. After breakfast, Jiang Zhuxiang went to check the land that he had briefly looked at last night. The breath of life was still strong, and some of the weeds that were pulled out last night had sprouted again. Jiang Zhuxiang held a branch that the Old Redwood stretched out. The top had been cleaned up by the Old Redwood itself, which was completely in line with the needs of digging. Before digging, Jiang Zhuxiang thought of a question: where should I put it after I dig it out? The Old Redwood was also stunned for a moment. It seemed that they had ignored this problem before. Tao Tai and Qiongqi, following Jiang Zhuxiang, directly reminded him, "You can put it in your personal space first. This kind of thing will not go bad anyway. You can also grow some of your own things in your personal space when the time comes." Shenong did this before. However, his land was cultivated by himself. "You are not capable enough now, so you can take shortcuts." Jiang Zhuxiang also knew that when he practiced his skills to the end, he could turn his personal space into a world of his own. However, this possibility only existed in legends before. It seems that this Shirong is not so useless. After the problem was solved, Jiang Zhuxiang began to dig slowly, transferring part of the Shirong to his personal space. However, this process took a long time, and the land containing Shirong was very dense, so it was still a bit difficult to dig. Jiang Zhuxiang barely solved half of it, and he was a little out of breath. No wonder only weeds grew on this piece. It seemed that the roots of other plants were difficult to take root here. During Jiang Zhuxiang's actions, the old redwood could clearly feel that the vitality that was originally full began to decrease, and the plants that had been growing wildly around it also slowed down. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Jiang Zhuxiang was so tired, he did not urge him, "You can take a rest before continuing." At this point, their biggest crisis has been solved by more than half. As long as Jiang Zhuxiang digs out the remaining half, the plants here will be able to grow freely instead of being forced to grow up. And they can also maintain a piece of pure land. When Jiang Zhuxiang started, Tao Tai and Qiongqi had already tried it with zombies. Even if Jiang Zhuxiang dug out part of the Shirong, the barrier still existed and did not accept the entry of humanoid creatures. As for why Shirong led Jiang Zhuxiang in and allowed Jiang Zhuxiang to take it away, it may have something to do with Jiang Zhuxiang's bloodline. After all, Sheneng was the first emperor created by Nuwa. His descendants took the Shirong left by Nuwa to repair the sky, and it was not taken away by outsiders. Tao Tai and Qiongqi knew all these twists and turns, but with old redwood around, they just thought about it and would not say it out loud. Anyway, they would not harm her. Jiang Zhuxiang took a short break, and then continued to dig the remaining half. After all was done, Jiang Zhuxiang sorted out his space. Now the soil containing Shiran in his space was only a small 1 meter square. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to use it directly to plant some medicinal herbs that needed years, which was considered to be making the best use of it. However, Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little curious about how these Shiran got here. Jiang Zhuxiang directly asked the landlord here, "Do you know how it appeared?" The old redwood is actually not the first generation of redwood here. It is the second generation of redwood that grew from the branches of the previous redwood after its death. It still has a simple memory of the previous things. I heard that it appeared suddenly. There were not so many before. It was only later that it slowly became such a large piece. Jiang Zhuxiang saw that the old redwood didn't seem to be lying. It seemed that this was all it knew. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't intend to embarrass these trees. However, if the Shirong would increase by itself, wouldn't he have to come to help in the future? Jiang Zhuxiang asked this question directly. The old redwood said a little embarrassedly, "Please come again in the future. But the Shirong will not increase very quickly. Your mother can come again in about 50 years. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the old redwood a little speechlessly, but still agreed a little speechlessly. Now that the matter has been resolved, it is time for them to leave. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tao Tai and Qiongqi, and then directly said, "We still have to go to other places to take a look. We will come to see you again in the future, and it may take a little longer." The old redwood knew that his previous actions were a bit inappropriate, and there was no way to compensate them now, so he could only let them go. However, before leaving, he still asked them for a promise that he would come again in 50 years, and gave them a branch, saying, "You can use this branch to cultivate a new redwood. At that time, the new redwood will also remind them that there is an old redwood waiting for them." The old redwood has also tried very hard to make Jiang Zhuxiang and others remember him without leaving any trace. Chapter 345: The Magical Ordinary Rabbit. Seeing that old redwood was about to not let them go if she didn't agree, Jiang Zhuxiang had no choice but to accept the branch and put it in her personal space. However, considering the size of redwood, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't put it in the soil with fertile soil in the middle of the road, but just stored it temporarily. When he returned to the Academy of Sciences, he would take it out and plant it in the Academy of Sciences farm, which had a large area anyway. Old redwood was really relieved when he saw Jiang Zhuxiang put the branch away. He shook his leaves and watched Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai go away. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious that his two elders had let old redwood go like this. Didn't they bear a grudge? Tao Tai and Qiongqi looked at the question on Jiang Zhuxiang's face with a bit of amusement. This youngster of theirs seemed even more innocent in front of them, which made them unable to help but have a teasing idea. "How about we go back and fight that old tree again?" Tao Tai said to Qiongqi. Qiongqi gave a bored expression and ignored Tao Tai. Didn't he see that the little guy's face changed when he heard this? They were not scornful, and they were always quite prudent. Jiang Zhuxiang found that Tao Tai and the others were just talking and had no intention of going back at all. So he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If they insisted on going back, he really couldn't stop them. Walking out, Jiang Zhuxiang saw the little rabbit he had let go before. He was in a hurry to see the situation of Tao Tai and Qiongqi before, so he casually put it on the side of the road. Unexpectedly, it was still there. When it saw Jiang Zhuxiang coming over, it even jumped on her feet consciously, and it seemed to want to follow her. Jiang Zhuxiang moved her feet helplessly. She couldn't raise this little guy by herself. You know, she was previously refused entry by the uncles and uncles of the Beast Valley. Although she was very attracted to any animal, she couldn't raise it by herself every time. Later, the uncles and uncles of the Beast Valley simply didn't let her touch any animal in the Beast Valley. That was in her relatively peaceful era. At this time, it is even more difficult to raise an ordinary little rabbit. Tao Tai and Qiongqi found Jiang Zhuxiang's distress look a little funny, but they still released their blood pressure to scare away the fragile little thing entrenched on their youngster's feet and help their distressed youngster. However, the blood pressure that had always worked in the past seemed to not work on this little rabbit. Even if they turned it up to the highest setting, the fragile little thing just trembled and held Jiang Zhuxiang's feet even harder. Jiang Zhuxiang felt the shaking of his feet and the pressure from his two elders. He really didn't know what it was holding on to. He had to signal Tao Tai to put away the pressure first. And then he picked up the little rabbit, looked at its red eyes, and said in great distress, "I really can't support you." The little rabbit's nose moved, touched Jiang Zhuxiang's nose to show closeness, and then lay directly on Jiang Zhuxiang's hand without moving, using practical actions to show that he was determined to follow. Jiang Zhuxiang felt its closeness and had to say, "Okay, then I will take you with me. If you have any requests in the future, you must let me know." Jiang Zhuxiang decided to try to raise a small animal for the last time. If this little guy died, he would never raise animals again. Tao Tai and Qiongqi didn't care that Jiang Zhuxiang took the little rabbit with him. After all, it was easy to take such a small guy, and it should be easy to raise it. After passing through the barrier with the same feeling as before, Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai turned their heads to look inside. This place should still be able to maintain a pure land, as long as Shirong didn't let other people in. After all, not everyone was like them, and didn't care about gains and losses. After leaving the barrier, Tao Tai and Qiongqi seemed to be free and moved their hands and feet. "We are here to help you replenish your food. You wait at the previous camp by the river. We will come to find you later." Jiang Zhuxiang felt that if he went to the previous camp, he might meet Lei Zhen and his friends again. He disagreed with Tao Tai and Qiongqi's opinions. "I don't want to go back for the time being. I will find another place to wait for you." Tao Tai and Qiongqi heard what Jiang Zhuxiang said and understood her idea. They nodded in agreement without any objection. They mentioned that place before to make it easier for their younger generation to find it. After all, it was easy for them to find Jiang Zhuxiang. Tao Tai and Qiongqi just told Jiang Zhuxiang to be careful. And then, they went straight into the forest. Jiang Zhuxiang slowly found a place where he could see the previous camp of Lei Zhen and his team without being discovered by Lei Zhen and his team. This place was located on a fault zone with a small tributary of the river, so it would be easy to deal with the mutant beast later. Jiang Zhuxiang pinched a seed, made a straw mat for himself, sat cross-legged, and then observed the situation of the little rabbit he had been holding. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little worried that it could not adapt to the outside environment. Unexpectedly, as soon as Jiang Zhuxiang noticed it, its originally squinting eyes suddenly opened, and it tried to climb up through Jiang Zhuxiang's arms, which made Jiang Zhuxiang very suspicious of the species of this little guy. Fortunately, it probably found that it couldn't climb up, so it found a place on Jiang Zhuxiang's crossed legs, and then tried to express something, with its three-petal mouth moving constantly. Jiang Zhuxiang silently flipped through his inventory, and it seemed that there were no carrots, which the little rabbit loved to eat. There were more medicinal seeds in his inventory, but he didn't know if rabbits would eat them. He seemed to have collected dandelion seeds before, and the little rabbit seemed to eat this kind of thing. So Jiang Zhuxiang took out some seeds to catalyze. During Jiang Zhuxiang's catalysis, the little rabbit started to nibble directly from the seedling state. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't mind, and directly put the dandelions that were still catalyzing to the little rabbit's mouth, letting it nibble while catalyzing. While Jiang Zhuxiang was trying to interact with the little rabbit, he also heard some noise coming from the camp. It seemed that Lei Zhen and his men had arrived. He had thought that Lei Zhen and his men would not come today because the camp was quiet. He hoped that his two elders would not run into them later. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it, and was still worried. He sent a message to Tao Tai, asking them to avoid Lei Zhen and his men. Jiang Zhuxiang did not plan to contact him until Lei Zhen returned to normal. Tao Tai and Qiongqi saw the message, and continued to hunt without paying much attention. However, they still paid attention to staying away from their favorite hunting areas and went to places they had not stopped before. Anyway, they were strong enough to deal with it. Chapter 346, Avoiding. At this time, Lei Jin, who had arrived at the camp, was talking to his team members. Pay attention to whether there are any traces of Xiao Xiang's activities later. Lei Jin intuitively felt that his Xiao Xiang should be nearby. If he could find him, it would be the best. If he couldn't find him, he would be a little disappointed. But he wouldn't be too upset. After all, it was normal for his Xiao Xiang to hide from him during this period. After all, his previous attitude was not very good. Lei Jin made it clear to his team members, and told others to pay attention to suspicious traces to hide his selfishness. However, Jack and the others already knew Lei Jin well, and naturally knew what was behind his order. When Lei Jin returned to the front of his team, Jack said directly, "If you see any traces, tell me first. Don't report it directly to him. After all, he is not our direct leader, and there is no reason to tell him everything. The trust between us is also limited." In Jack's eyes, it was Jiang Zhuxiang who was indebted to them for the refuge. If there were any traces of her activities, they would still help cover them up. But they couldn't say it so clearly. However, Jack still believed that his team members could understand. Jack's men were naturally not 100% stupid. They were also very clear about the relationship between Jiang Zhuxiang and Lei Jin. They were even more familiar with Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, they had been helping her collect medicinal materials before, and occasionally received gifts from Jiang Zhuxiang on a whim. After understanding the implications of their captain, they naturally did it very smartly and helped Tao Hai deal with the traces they missed. This also made Lei Jin's team gain nothing and completed the cover-up task very well. Although Lei Jin continued to walk in front of the team, he had not received any good news. Although he still attacked normally, he began to feel a little dazed. Did his Xiaoxiang really leave here and go somewhere else? Lei Kong silently looked at the lightning that blew the mutant hides into a mess, and knew that his captain was probably thinking nonsense again. Otherwise, according to his previous thoughts, the mutant hides they caught would be given to Jiang Zhuxiang. After all, Jiang Zhuxiang had said before that some hides could be used as medicine. However, when Lei Kong heard the reports from others, he also silently sighed at Jiang Zhuxiang's determination. His captain's performance was the only good one now. He just hoped that she would remember that she was still one of them after hanging out outside for a while. Also, Lei Kong still had to think of a way to cheer up his captain. When Jiang Zhuxiang was training outside, his strength would definitely be improved to a certain extent. If Jiang Zhuxiang came back and his strength caught up with his captain, then his captain's hope would be even slimmer. In Lei Jin's trance, they got enough mutant beasts in advance. It was already noon. But without Jiang Zhuxiang, Lei Jin had no intention of having lunch with Jack and the others. They should hurry back and solve the problem by themselves. Lei Kong had no objection. After all, if his captain wanted to go crazy, it would be better for him to go crazy only to his own team members. When the two teams headed back home, Jiang Zhuxiang hadn't waited for Tao Hai to come back yet. Jiang Zhuxiang was relieved to see them leave. Otherwise, if they stayed here, they would have to eat raw meat for lunch. After all, it was too obvious to make a fire in the forest. As for Lei Jin, Jiang Zhuxiang seemed to have forgotten to reply to his message last night. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't set up an interception last night, but just didn't go to see it. After all, he had to pay attention to it next to the old redwood. However, it was not Jiang Zhuxiang's habit to contact Lei Jin actively. Jiang Zhuxiang decided to wait until he received the message tonight. After the little rabbit in Jiang Zhuxiang's arms ate all the dandelions that Jiang Zhuxiang catalyzed, it began to feel a little drowsy. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little bored waiting, so he began to look through the Shinong secret technique to see if his little rabbit had any extraordinary features. The special rabbit mentioned in the Shinong secret art is the legendary Jade Rabbit. However, that is only a legend, and her own little rabbit does not look like the Jade Rabbit in the Shinong secret art at all. Jiang Zhuxiang gave up her special expectations for her own little rabbit and just treated it as an ordinary pet. Anyway, no one would point fingers at her now. You must know that in the era before Jiang Zhuxiang, because of her notoriety in the animal world, every time she tried to approach an animal, other people's reaction was to be ready to rush up to rescue the animal. For a while, Jiang Zhuxiang really felt that humans were inferior to animals, until finally Jiang Zhuxiang herself gave up approaching animals. Tao Tai and Xiongqi appeared in front of Jiang Zhuxiang 10 minutes after Lei Zhen and the others left. Seeing them, Jiang Zhuxiang sat down and greeted them. The little rabbit on his lap seemed to have fallen asleep. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't intend to wake it up, so he had to sit down and greet Tao Tai and the others. Tao Tai and Xiongqi naturally didn't care about this kind of thing. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang taking care of the little rabbit, they took the initiative to take the lunch job. Now, a simple lunch is not difficult for them. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded and gently instructed them to do it. Although they have certain abilities, Jiang Zhuxiang wouldn't mind if they could eat better. So, the meal ended well under Jiang Zhuxiang's command and Tao Tai and Xiongqi's cooperation. After lunch, Tao Tai and Xiongqi touched their round bellies with some satisfaction. They had never thought that they would be full again. Xiongqi and Jiang Zhuxiang noticed Tao Tai unconsciously and asked him how he felt. After all, he had suffered a great loss in eating before, and hoped that he would be fine now. Tao Tai did not have any psychological shadow. Even if he had, it would have disappeared after such a long time. He said to Jiang Zhuxiang very naturally, "Do you have hawthorn pills?" Tao Tai was already used to asking his younger generation for medicine after eating too much. Jiang Zhuxiang naturally had no reason not to give it. He directly took out a small porcelain bottle for Tao Tai and asked it to share with Xiongqi. However, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little strange. He seemed to have given it a lot of hawthorn pills before. Did it eat them all? Jiang Zhuxiang raised his question. Tao Tai said without any guilt, "I've finished eating." But he didn't eat it every time he was full, but ate it as a snack. Tao Tai would not tell his younger generation about this. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at Tao Tai speechlessly. It seemed that he still needed to prepare another batch of hawthorn pills. Fortunately, the ingredients of this thing were not complicated. Otherwise, he couldn't prepare it in the wild, and would definitely have to go back. Chapter 347 Feeding the Little Rabbit with Medicine. Jiang Zhuxiang took out the seeds left over from eating hawthorns before, and quickly gave birth to some hawthorns, and then combined with other things to make a few bottles of hawthorn balls. Before giving them to Tao Tai, Jiang Zhuxiang reminded him a few words. "Except for eating too when you are full. It is better not to eat too much at other times." Jiang Zhuxiang obviously guessed why Tao Tai ate hawthorn balls so quickly. Tao Tai nodded, took the small porcelain bottle in Jiang Zhuxiang's hand, and then found his empty bottle and handed it to Jiang Zhuxiang for her to use later. The sound of Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai talking woke up the little rabbit on Jiang Zhuxiang's leg, and its trembling ears stood up, as if to hear clearly what they were saying. Tao Tai stretched out his hand to tease the little rabbit, and the little rabbit directly buried its head in Jiang Zhuxiang's arms, leaving Tao Tai with only a short rabbit tail. Tao Tai pulled the rabbit's tail with a bit of laughter and tears, and was immediately slapped away by Jiang Zhuxiang's hand. The tail of her little rabbit is not something that can be touched casually. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang's protective look, Tao Tai silently sighed with Xiongqi. "It seems that we are going to fall out of favor. For girls, it is indeed this kind of small furry thing that pleases them more. Xiongqi will not treat himself as a pet to compete with a little rabbit for favor. They are powerful beasts. How can they be compared with little rabbits that can only be used for playing?" Tao Tai was so disliked just now, and it was his own hand that was not good enough to bully the little rabbit. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang would definitely treat them as elders and respect them well. Jiang Zhuxiang cleaned up the camp with the little rabbit, and then planned to go to other places. There are still many other sceneries in this place. However, when Jiang Zhuxiang opened the map given by Ian when he came out before, he found that those places were a bit far away. Jiang Zhuxiang planned to start his journey while it was still daylight. If they really couldn't make it in time, they could choose to stay halfway. When they came out, Jiang Zhuxiang also prepared tents in his own space. As for the two elders in his family, they should not mind living in the wild. Although Jiang Zhuxiang also prepared tents for them, they might not be willing to live in the tents at that time. Tao Tai and Xiongqi naturally had no objection to Jiang Zhuxiang's words. In addition to Jiang Zhuxiang holding the little rabbit, Tao Tai and Xiongqi were also lightly equipped. Jiang Zhuxiang had to use the light body technique to catch up with their speed. After galloping all the way, Jiang Zhuxiang and his team were still some distance away from the destination when it got dark. Jiang Zhuxiang and his team immediately found a safe place to prepare for the night. Jiang Zhuxiang and his team's recent activities are inseparable from the terrain of mountains. This time, Jiang Zhuxiang and his team chose a sunny place on the ridge as their campsite. There happened to be a flat area that stretched out. This place should have been a viewing place. And now it is also good for accommodation. There is a stream next to it, and it is convenient to get water. Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends didn't leave the canyon area completely in the afternoon, so there were still many plants and mutant animals here. Tao Tai and Qiongqi went out for a walk and saw tonight's dinner. They brought back a mutant pheasant. They originally planned to bring back a mutant rabbit. After all, the meat was much more than the mutant pheasant. But considering the little rabbit that Jiang Zhuxiang brought, they still had to take care of its mood. It would be too cruel to eat its own kind in front of it. The rule of not eating the same kind was set by Shenong, and they still remembered it very well. Jiang Zhuxiang saw the mutant pheasant he brought back, and it was just right to try the beggar chicken. After cleaning the internal organs and hair, he wrapped it in lotus leaves, smeared it with mud, and buried it under the fire. A pot was also set on the fire, ready to cook some wild vegetable soup to relieve the greasiness. During Jiang Zhuxiang's actions, the little rabbit kept following Jiang Zhuxiang's feet. When Jiang Zhuxiang finally stopped and looked at the fire, the little rabbit bit Jiang Zhuxiang's finger with its teeth. Jiang Zhuxiang knew that it wanted to eat something. It had eaten dandelions before. What should it eat at night? While looking for seeds, Jiang Zhuxiang thought about whether to feed the little rabbit with medicinal herbs in the future. It would save trouble and prevent it from being killed by itself. When Jiang Zhuxiang thought of this, he found something that the little rabbit could eat. Wild chrysanthemum, which was just a branch. After being catalyzed by the wood-type ability, it was tender and just right for eating. It was also a kind of medicinal herb. The little rabbit smelled the fragrant wild chrysanthemums, but did not refuse. It ate the food in Jiang Zhuxiang's hand quickly with its 3-petal mouth. After eating, it consciously exposed its belly, probably asking Jiang Zhuxiang to rub its belly. Jiang Zhuxiang touched the bulging belly of his subordinate. He hadn't started eating yet, but it was full. While his hands were still working, he was watching the fire. The wild vegetable soup was almost boiling. The little rabbit was enjoying the service of rubbing its belly while kicking Jiang Zhuxiang's arm with his feet. Gradually, Jiang Zhuxiang could not feel any movement. He looked down and saw that this guy was asleep. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a futon from his personal space to use as a bed for it, put it in his tent, and didn't think about tying it up. He went outside to eat directly. It was a bit late now. Tao Tai and Qiongqi had found their place to stay for the night on the tree next to them. They sounded like they were asleep from their breathing. Jiang Zhuxiang dug the beggar chicken out of the fire, cracked the mud layer, took out the chicken inside and put it on a plate, scooped himself a bowl of wild vegetable soup, and put it on the mat in front of him. Just as he was about to eat dinner, there was a sound of incoming messages on the communicator. Jiang Zhuxiang clicked on the message and began to check it. He found that it was a message from Lei Zhen. It seemed that he was a little anxious because he didn't reply to him last night and this morning. Usually he sent messages when he was about to fall asleep. The content was still a simple good night, followed by a question about what happened yesterday. Jiang Zhuxiang simply replied good night, and Jiang Zhuxiang didn't intend to answer the following questions, so he ignored it and continued to eat his dinner. However, Jiang Zhuxiang was destined to have a restless dinner. Lei Zhen continued to send messages to Jiang Zhuxiang after receiving the response, while Alice directly sent the communication to ask her how she was doing. Jiang Zhuxiang would naturally not refuse Alice's communication request, and answered it directly, asking, "What's the matter?" He was still holding the leg of the mutant pheasant in his hand. Alice had never seen Jiang Zhuxiang like this before, and she admired him for a while before getting down to business. "I want to ask you how you are doing now. Your captain came to ask me yesterday." Chapter 348, Strange Geographical Landscape. Last night, Lei Zhen hurried over to Alice's place in the middle of the night because he couldn't contact Jiang Zhuxiang. Fortunately, Ron was there. Otherwise it would be easy for others to misunderstand. Alice told Jiang Zhuxiang what happened to Lei Zhen last night, and she also meant to laugh at Lei Zhen. But she didn't say anything good for Lei Zhen. After all, in terms of relationship, Jiang Zhuxiang was closer to her. She just needed to follow Jiang Zhuxiang's attitude. Even if Lei Zhen was pitiful now, Alice would not forget how Lei Zhen treated her best friend before. Jiang Zhuxiang smiled and didn't say much about Lei Zhen. He just picked up what he could say and said a few words to Alice. "Yesterday, my 2 elders and I went to the center of the canyon. The vegetation there is denser than the place you went before, and the signal inside is not good. So no matter who contacted me last night, they couldn't contact me." Alice nodded to show that she knew, but she was a little curious about where they were going. If she knew in advance, she would save them from worrying. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't think there was anything she couldn't say about this, and said directly, "We should go to the Great Basin and the plateau to have a look. I heard that it's fun there too." Alice envied Jiang Zhuxiang's freedom a little, but Ron had said before that he would take her to see those places, so there was no need to worry now. Just wait. After the two girls whispered again, they hung up the communication. At this time, there were already many messages from Lei Jin on the communicator, but now her meal was getting cold. So Jiang Zhuxiang ignored them and waited until she finished her meal to check them. After cleaning up the debris, Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the position of Tao Tai and Qiongqi and found that they had protected themselves. Qiongqi directly made wings and waved slowly in the air, so it should not fall down. As for Tao Tai, it turned into its original form and pressed on the tree canopy. The tree it chose was quite strong. Otherwise, Tao Tai would fall directly. After there was no problem, Jiang Zhuxiang returned to his tent and began to read them one by one. He found that the messages were a little familiar, as if they were sentences from the book he had read before. He didn't know why Lei Jin thought of such a thing. It was definitely not Lei Jin's own idea. Jiang Zhuxiang didn't intend to respond to such boring things, and directly replied, "I'm sleeping." Then he ignored Lei Jin's message. On the other side, Lei Jin was quite satisfied with this reaction. Recently, Lei Jin's requirements for his Xiaoxiang have become lower and lower. As long as she is willing to pay attention to him, it doesn't matter what method is used. They rested separately. Jiang Zhuxiang still used cultivation instead of rest. When he was with Tao Tai and Qiongqi, Jiang Zhuxiang didn't have to worry about being discovered about his cultivation. After all, his two elders were also constantly practicing, even if they were only exercising their bodies. The next morning, Jiang Zhuxiang washed his face in the stream first, and then started his morning exercise by the stream. After the exercise, breakfast was ready. Tao Tai and Qiongqi were still asleep. Jiang Zhuxiang looked at the height and didn't want to go up the tree to call them. He directly asked the plant spirits, whose spirit bodies were becoming more and more solid, to find a way to wake them up. The plant spirits rarely come out for a walk. After receiving Jiang Zhuxiang's task and thinking carefully, they split into two groups and each possessed the tree where Tao Tai and Qiongqi were sleeping. Then, they mobilized the power of the branches and decided to give Tao Tai and Qiongqi a unique morning wake-up service to wake them up. Tao Tai and Qiongqi jumped up when the first branch fell on them, but they didn't notice that they lived in the tree. They stepped on the air and fell to the ground. They couldn't be more awake. When Tao Tai and Qiongqi fell, Jiang Zhuxiang hurriedly took back the spirits to avoid being noticed by Tao Tai and Qiongqi. After all, these plant spirits couldn't resist the power of Tao Tai's hand. Tao Tai and Qiongqi looked at Jiang Zhuxiang, who had no reaction, and thought that Jiang Zhuxiang had not seen what they had just done. They were relieved. Jiang Zhuxiang was actually trying to hold back his laughter in his heart. After calming down, Jiang Zhuxiang asked them to come over for dinner. After a simple breakfast, they continued to move forward and finally arrived at their previously booked destination, the Great Basin. The Great Basin is a plateau inland basin, with mountains on the east and west sides and two plateaus on the north and south. Jiang Zhuxiang and his team had to cross the mountains to reach the Great Basin. When they had seen the Great Basin, they could go directly to see the plateaus on the north and south sides. The climate here is much worse than the previous place. It is dry, with few plants, mainly drought-resistant shrubs. There are many lakes, but the water in the lakes cannot be drunk. Fortunately, Jiang Zhuxiang filled the stream with enough water before. Otherwise, they would not be able to stay here for long. However, there are many places to see in this big basin, especially the scenery of rock formations. Before the end of the world, this place has always been a treasure land for people in this area to explore, and many people have tried to cross the big basin. Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai are naturally not afraid of this bad weather and terrain. Crossing is too time-consuming, so they will not go back to do it. But they will still do it if they directly see a few interesting places. Jiang Zhuxiang followed Tao Tai and Qiongqi with the light body technique and saw many places where volcanic rocks were cut or covered by fall rocks. At noon, because there was no suitable place for them to eat and rest, Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends did not stop, but drank the nutrient solution directly and continued to browse. It was not until the evening that Jiang Zhuxiang and Tao Tai left the large basin and began to approach the plateau in the north. This plateau is quite special. It was not formed by the collision of plates, but by the accumulation of magma layer by layer. The formation time is also relatively long. It is said that it was formed 17 million years ago. The climate in this place is still relatively dry, but there are still some rivers, and most of the rivers are deep canyons. It is said that there are indigenous reservations in this area. I don't know if I can see it this time. These are marked on the map given by Ian Erd, which is also convenient for Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends to understand the information of various places. However, it was already late, so Jiang Zhuxiang and the others still had to find a suitable place to spend the night. And first of all, they had to find a place with water. There were two relatively large rivers marked on the island map, and Jiang Zhuxiang asked Tao Thai where they were going. Tao Thai and Xiongqi were still used to staying by relatively large rivers, and after selecting their target, they continued to rush over. Chapter 349. The Aboriginals on the Fragment. Arriving at the edge of the river, and seeing the speed of the river, Jiang Zhuxiang was a little impressed by the judgment of Tao Thai and others. It was indeed a relatively large river, almost comparable to the largest river on their fragment. And this was only the upper reaches of the river. The soil in this place was hard, and it was difficult to fix the tent on the ground. Jiang Zhu did not try to set up a tent, and slept directly in the wild at night. However, although the soil was a bit hard, there were still many trees here. There was one thing that could be used instead of a tent. That was a hammock, which could also improve the comfort of sleeping at night. Jiang Zhuxiang took out a hammock from his personal space, tied it to two relatively sturdy trees, and then asked Tao Thai and the others if he wanted to help them get one of this kind. The hammock that Jiang Zhuxiang took out was actually not very large, and the material was just cloth. After looking at it, Tao Thai and Xiongqi thought that if they lay on it, they would definitely damage the thing called hammock. So they shook their heads and refused. They decided to sleep directly on the trees. The trees that their young people used to tie hammocks were good, so they slept on those two trees at night. Jiang Zhuxiang did not ask Tao Thai and the others to sleep in the hammock with her. The vegetation in this place was so lush. There must be mutant beasts. When Jiang Zhuxiang brought it up, Tao Thai and Xiongqi knew that they should go find ingredients for dinner. Strictly speaking, this youngster of her family was still a miser. She was reluctant to use anything in her personal space. She would definitely collect materials that could be obtained locally. Just like this dinner. Tao Thai and Xiongqi had no reason to refuse this, so they set out to find food. Jiang Zhuxiang stayed there to pack up the things he would need later and protect himself. Jiang Zhuxiang had just finished arranging and buried a maze array talisman under his hammock, when he felt someone touching his array. Jiang Zhuxiang identified the direction and found that there were people around. In this case, it would be difficult for her to go out and see who surrounded her. Now she could only wait for Tao Thai to come back and check. Fortunately, she had a lot of array talismans, and the people outside were not capable enough to break the array. Even if it was broken, she could arrange another one in time. Therefore, Jiang Zhuxiang calmly went to the hammock she had tied before. Tao Thai and Xiongqi looked around the area before they started hunting. The mutant beasts here were much more ferocious than those in Colorado Canyon. Fortunately, their bloodlines were superior to all the animals on Earth. After suppressing them, Tao Thai and Xiongqi quickly obtained enough materials and started to walk back. From a distance, they could see that Jiang Zhuxiang was surrounded by people, and they couldn't even see the shadow of their own Xiaoxiang. Tao Thai and Xiongqi sped up and instantly arrived at the place where Jiang Zhuxiang had stayed before. When those people saw them appear, they didn't rush over. They didn't feel any pressure for Tao Thai's newly opened bloodlines. They stared at the two of them, eager to try, as if they wanted to seal them both together and bring them back to their own tribe. Tao Thai and Xiongqi naturally felt this kind of gaze, and they couldn't help but laugh and cry. Although these people looked fierce, they were still not at the level that Tao Thai and Xiongqi looked at, and they didn't know that they were losing their lives by doing this. For those who were too different from themselves in strength, Tao Thai was still willing to give them a chance, as long as they saw Jiang Zhuxiang was safe and sound. And then, they would discuss the accounts of those who dared to surround their camp. They were able to surround Jiang Zhuxiang so quickly. They should have stayed around before, and their residence should not be far away. After they passed through the encirclement wall, they started to walk directly into the maze array. This small array could not trap Tao Thai and Xiongqi. Otherwise, Jiang Zhuxiang would not be confident to use it. Seeing Tao Thai and Xiongqi go straight inside, those who had tried but couldn't move forward wanted to follow them inside. But in the end, they couldn't stand the power of the maze and watched them disappear in front of their eyes. Tao Tai and Qiongqi successfully passed through the maze, and saw Jiang Zhuxiang lying leisurely on the hammock. Cold sweat ran down their heads. She was really calm. It seemed that they didn't have to worry about her acting alone in the future. She could still be so calm in the face of so many people. Tao Tai asked curiously, Xiaoxiang, do you know that someone is surrounding you outside? Tao Tai suspected that Jiang Zhuxiang didn't see the people outside at all. After all, she was a little lazy. After arriving at a place and stopping, she didn't like to move. Jiang Zhuxiang nodded to show that he knew. Otherwise, he would not have set up the maze formation. Are they still outside now? Jiang Zhuxiang was originally waiting for Tao Tai to come back to deal with this matter. Now it seems that they have already contacted those people. But I don't know how they plan to deal with them. What should I do now? Jiang Zhuxiang was the first time to experience such a person surrounded by so many people. And he really didn't know how to deal with it. Tao Tai and Qiongqi's suggestions were simple and crude. Just drive them away. Jiang Zhuxiang had no opinion, but was a little curious. What do they look like? Are they the same as Einold and the others? The appearance of people on a fragment should not be very different. The people on their own fragments are like this. Tao Tai recalled the people they just saw. They looked similar to them before. They almost thought they had returned to the era of Shenong. Those people only wore clothes that seemed to be made of leaves. And the weapons in their hands were also simply made of stone. The only difference was their skin color, which was much darker than the skin color of people in Shenong's time. Tao Tai described what he saw truthfully. Based on this information, Jiang Zhuxiang deduced, it seems that these people are the natives of this area. I just don't know how strong they are. Before Jiang Zhuxiang came out, Einard had mentioned the aboriginals to Jiang Zhuxiang. He originally thought that he would not encounter them. After all, the situation Einard mentioned was before the end of the world. Unexpectedly, they still exist after the end of the world. Qiongqi answered a little boredly, not very good. They can't even get close to us. There is no need to worry at all. And they won't have any objections if we drive them away directly. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it, and decided to go out and see for himself. Chapter 350, The Priest in the Tribe. Standing within the effective range of the maze, Jiang Zhuxiang finally saw the appearance of the people outside. They were indeed as described by Tao Tai, with skin color like carbon, and only a little bit of loincloth on their bodies. It was not made of cloth, but the most primitive material. Jiang Zhuxiang was a little curious why they seemed to be living in the primitive age. Jiang Zhuxiang still had a desire to understand the new humans, but he didn't know if they could understand his language, and he didn't know what language they spoke. The language barrier was indeed the biggest obstacle to communication. In the end, Jiang Zhuxiang still greeted them in the language of the most moved area. Hello. What do you want to do here? It is better to find out their purpose before sentencing them. Otherwise it will be bad if they wrongly accuse someone. Fortunately, there are still people among these people who can understand Jiang Zhuxiang's words, although they were frightened by the sudden voice. Some people still answered bravely, You have invaded our tribe's territory. We are here to drive you away. There are so many of them, and there are only 3 of them. They will not be timid, because they are all warriors of the tribe. Jiang Zhuxiang heard the tremor in their words, with a little amusement. It seems that they are not so brave. However, they have never been to this place before. If this is really where their tribe lives, then their current behavior is still normal. In this case, it would be better for them not to have a conflict with them. After all, they were not in the right. Jiang Zhuxiang thought about it and said, We didn't mean to break into your tribe. We just came here to observe the terrain and wanted to stay here for one night. We promise not to attack your tribe. We will leave tomorrow during the day. It's almost dark now. I hope this reason can convince them to leave on their own initiative. When those people heard Jiang Zhuxiang's words, they started to chatter. I knew they were not here to attack the tribe. Yes. How could they dare to attack our tribe with so few people? The elders are getting timid. Jiang Zhuxiang's translator was always on, and it automatically started translating when it caught this language. This language was different from the language of Einard and his people, and it seemed to be their own language. However, these people were surprisingly simple. Even if there were only 3 of them, they could still attack their tribe. The man who spoke at the beginning scolded them and told them not to talk anymore. And then he invited Jiang Zhuxiang and his people. You can go to our tribe to rest. It's too dangerous to stay here. The elders said that the prey has become stronger now, since they surrounded them. They were not attacked. They should be relatively gentle people. and there would be no problem even if they were brought back to the tribe. So, the people in this tribe are really simple people. Jiang Zhuxiang and his people did not attack just because they wanted to discuss it first. If it were not for what he just said, they would definitely be attacked. Jiang Zhuxiang was still a little surprised when he heard his invitation. After discussing with Tao Tai and his people, he finally decided to accept their invitation and go to their tribe to have a look. Anyway, they also came out to see the local customs of this fragment. Tao Tai and Qiongqi had no objection. With their military power, they were not afraid of this small tribe. So they let Jiang Zhuxiang decide for himself. Jiang Zhuxiang replied, "Okay. Wait for us." Then he withdrew the maze formation. Let Tao Tai and Qiongqi take the prey. Maybe they could use it as a gift. And he went to pack his hammock. He stuffed it into his personal space while they were not paying attention. They still felt a little magical when they saw Jiang Zhuxiang again. They wondered if they knew witchcraft. If so, their elders would definitely be very happy. After all, the elders were also witchcraft. Seeing Jiang Zhuxiang and the others packed up, they led the way in front. The person who spoke before explained some of the situation of their tribe to Jiang Zhuxiang, saying that they would live with the elders after they went there, etc. Jiang Zhuxiang just nodded. He still didn't know much about their situation, and didn't know if they would be driven out at that time. The place where Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends stayed before was not far from their tribe. No wonder they mistakenly thought that they were going to invade their tribe. They only walked for 10 minutes to reach the gate of the tribe. It was just a simple wooden door, but it was clean. The buildings inside the gate stood sparsely, and the distribution was still relatively scattered. The paths between the houses were all dirt roads, and there were few traces of civilization here. Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends followed them in. Along the way, Jiang Zhuxiang and his friends encountered many people watching them. The focus of their attention was, are they prisoners? Aren't they hot wearing so many clothes? Wait. Jiang Zhuxiang also knew the name of the first person who spoke to them. His name was An, which Jiang Zhuxiang heard through the translator, and answered some questions from his friends with a little excitement. They are the guests I brought back. I will take them to see the elders. As for the question of whether it is hot or not, and didn't know how to answer. However, the elders also wore a lot of clothes, and they didn't say they were hot, so they should not be hot either. When they came to the wooden house where the elders lived, and respectfully reported, "Elder," and brought guests to see you. Then, he waited for the reaction of the people inside the door. The people inside the door seemed to like him quite a bit, and said directly, "Bring the guests in." The voice was old and gentle, and did not hesitate, and pushed the door, and took Jiang Zhuxiang and the others in. After entering the door, and greeted the elder first, "Good day, Elder. These two are the guests I brought back from outside." Then he motioned Jiang Zhuxiang and the others to go forward and show themselves to the elder. If they were lucky, they might get the elder's blessing. Jiang Zhuxiang and the others naturally would not refuse An's kindness, and took Tao Tai and Qiongqi to step forward and greet the old man who was sitting there. "Good day, Elder. I'm sorry to bother you. I hope I didn't bother you." Tao Tai and Qiongqi also greeted them. This was the first time they greeted humans. They didn't expect that it would be an elder from such a tribe. However, this was not strange. The elder on the opposite side seemed to have a kind of friendly temperament. He felt like the priest on the fragment before. I just don't know how he came to this tribe. The elder on the opposite side heard Jiang Zhuxiang and the others' greetings and also replied, "Good day. Children, you have come from afar and worked hard. Sit down and rest for a while."